guarding the palace. Bang! After finishing off the minotaurs, Lin Xingyo kicked open the palace door and rushed in with Ao Ling. To his surprise, the palace was completely empty. There was nothing to be seen, let alone the entrance to a secret chamber. However, Ao Ling seemed to know the place well. She moved a lamp, and a hidden door to a secret chamber opened. Seeing the chamber, Lin Xingyo darted inside like lightning, with Ao Ling following closely behind. They descended the stone steps of the secret chamber, traveling tens of thousands of miles deep into the earth. The tunnel seemed endless, as if leading to the core of the planet. They walked for 3 days without reaching the end. On the 4th day, they finally emerged from the dark tunnel into an artificial valley. Lin Xingyo and Ao Ling found themselves in the imperial garden of the ancient city of the Celestial Emperor. The place was lush with vegetation, but the palace and pavilions were in ruins. The unchecked growth of plants had taken over the garden, turning it into a fairy tale-like world. However, Lin Xingyo had no time to admire the beauty. He was desperate to find Mu Wanling and the others, so he grabbed Ao Ling's hand and followed the trail left by Xiao Liang and his group. They soon found them. Lin Xingyo spotted Xiao Liang being escorted by the Chaos Monkey and by Fong, moving swiftly through the garden. However, the Imperial Garden was far from peaceful. Many soulless beings wandered about, their souls devoured by the soul-eating beasts. These creatures didn't pose much of a threat to Xiao Liang's group, as their combined strength was overwhelming. Especially the king of the Minotaurs. Wielding a trident, he was like a bulldozer, clearing a path forward with ease, dispatching any attackers with ruthless efficiency. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but take a deep breath at the sight. The Minotaur King was incredibly powerful, having reached the level of the great Tao of primordial chaos. If he were to leave the ancient city of the Celestial Emperor, he would undoubtedly be an invincible force capable of dominating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet, even with such strength, the Minotaur King acted like a humble servant in front of Xiao Liang. This only reinforced Lin Xingyo's suspicion that Xiao Liang was no ordinary figure. There must be a monstrous conspiracy behind him. Lin Xingyo was determined to uncover the truth, but he had to be cautious. After all, Mu Wanling and the others were in Xiao Liang's hands. Any reckless move could put them in danger. Lin Xingyo kept a close distance, following them closely as they moved forward. But what terrified Lin Xingyo was that the further they went, the more soulless beings they encountered. When they finally left the imperial garden of the ancient city of the Celestial Emperor, they found the once glorious palace teeming with these soulless creatures. What terrified Lin Xingyo the most was the appearance of soulless soldiers within the palace. Dressed in tattered armor and wielding broken weapons, they wandered aimlessly through the ruins. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Liang's group, they acted like famished wolves, charging at them with murderous intent. Fortunately, these seemingly mindless soldiers couldn't stop Xiao Liang and his group. The Minotaur King's strength was overwhelming. With a sweep of his trident, he decimated large groups of enemies. Add to that the assistance of the Chaos Monkey and the other powerful Minotaurs, and the soulless soldiers, despite their numbers, couldn't halt their advance. Still, Lin Xingyo didn't dare relax. A powerful aura, like ripples in water, was spreading toward them. Lin Xingyo was familiar with this aura. He had encountered it recently. It was the presence of the soul-eating beasts. Without needing to see, he knew that a formidable soul-eating beast was nearby. Yet, Xiao Liang and his group showed no fear, as if they were completely unafraid of the soul-eating beasts. This only confirmed Lin Xingyo's suspicion that Xiao Liang was not as simple as he appeared. He must possess extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, any ordinary person would panic and flee upon sensing the presence of a soul-eating beast, rather than marching toward it like Xiao Liang's group. Following behind Xiao Liang, Lin Xingyo did not rush forward. Instead, he deliberately kept a distance, because he was well aware that Xiao Liang and his group would soon face off against the soul-eating beasts. Lin Xingyo dared not get too close, so he maintained a safe distance. However, their speed was not slow at all. In fact, it was even faster than before, as if they were in a great hurry to accomplish something. Despite knowing that soul-eating beasts lay ahead, they showed no fear. There was one thing Lin Xingyo couldn't understand, though. Earlier, the giant toothy beast and the Night King were attacking the Minotaur's stronghold. Yet the Minotaurs in front of him were not defending their own territory. Why had they all gathered here instead? But soon, Lin Xingyo figured it out. This scene could only mean one thing. Xiaoliang must have reached some kind of agreement with the Minotaur King. As for the giant toothy beast and the Night King, they were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Minotaur King must have weighed his options and decided not to return to defend his stronghold, choosing instead to come here. Moreover, their speed was increasing. All these signs suggested that the place they were heading to had a time limit, which was why the Minotaur King had rushed here without hesitation. What could it be? Something so important that the Minotaurs would abandon their own territory and follow Xiaoliang without fear of death. Lin Xingyo was deeply curious. Ao Ling also showed a look of interest, as all the signs indicated that whatever was happening was no simple matter. It was likely related to a way out of this place, or something even more significant. Roar! 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 As Lin Xingyo and Ao Ling followed Xiaoliang's group, a series of earth-shaking roars suddenly erupted. Lin Xingyo snapped back to attention and looked up to see 4 or 5 soul-eating beasts, each as large as a mountain, turning their gaze toward them. It seemed their intense battle had finally attracted the attention of the soul-eating beasts. Lin Xingyo realized that a fierce battle was inevitable. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched Xiaoliang walking among the group. The expected battle did not occur. Instead, the soul-eating beasts that had been roaring just moments ago suddenly exploded without warning, merely from glancing at Xiaoliang. Wow! Witnessing this scene, even Ao Ling couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was terrifying. It was horrifying. Everything happened so suddenly. With just a single glance, 4 or 5 monstrous soul-eating beasts were obliterated. What kind of cultivation was this? What kind of power was this? After all, these were terrifying soul-eating beasts, and even someone as strong as Lin Xingyo would have fled without a fight. Yet, Xiaoliang had merely looked at them, and they were all annihilated. Chapter 545, Terrifying Opponent. What realm is he in? Lin Xingyo, having recovered from his shock, exclaimed, "A soul-devouring beast at the peak of the great Tao Void Heaven realm was instantly killed with just a glance from him. He must be at the great Tao Chaos realm or the primordial origin Tao realm," Ao Ling said, staring at Xiaoliang's back in a daze. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo looked at Xiaoliang's back in silence. The fact that Xiaoliang had reached such a terrifying level of power explained why Lin Xingyo had never been able to sense his cultivation before. His strength far surpassed his own. But why would such a powerful being scheme against him? He practically ruled the heavens. There was no need for such deception. With his incredible abilities and cultivation, what couldn't he achieve? Lin Xingyo was utterly confused. His eyes filled with doubt as he stared at Xiaoliang's face, but he couldn't figure it out. For now, he could only follow Xiaoliang and see what he was up to. So, when Xiaoliang and the others headed toward the Emperor's palace in the Heavenly Emperor Ancient City, Lin Xingyo and Ao Ling followed from behind. They moved quickly. In just a few cups of tea's time, they had left the Imperial Garden of the Heavenly Emperor Ancient City and navigated through a series of twists and turns, eventually arriving at the Emperor's palace. Following the stone steps, it felt like climbing a heavenly staircase. Soon, they stood before a majestic palace that, though once magnificent, was now in ruins, with shattered walls and scattered bones littering the ground. Of course, the journey wasn't easy. Along the way, they were constantly attacked by soulless creatures, but Xiaoliang and his group had slain them all. Compared to Xiaoliang's relentless advance through slaughter, Lin Xingyo and Ao Ling had it much easier, as the creatures ahead had already been dealt with. Human, they've entered the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Ao Ling, following behind Lin Xingyo, asked as Xiaoliang and the others entered the ruined palace. "Should we go in too?" "Yes, let's follow and see what's going on," Lin Xingyo replied without hesitation, leading Ao Ling into the palace after Xiaoliang. Entering the Heavenly Emperor Palace, they were greeted by a scene of utter devastation. Crumbling walls and unknown bones scattered across the ground. Observing this, Lin Xingyo could tell that a fierce battle must have taken place here. The intense fighting must have been so fierce that even the Heavenly Emperor Palace, protected by intricate arrays, had been reduced to ruins. Qingzi, be careful. As Lin Xingyo stepped further into the palace, the bronze tripod suddenly rose into the air and warned, "There's an unusually eerie aura here. Be cautious." Lin Xingyo didn't need the bronze tripod's warning, as he could already sense the terrifying presence pervading the palace. However, with Xiaoliang and his group leading the way, Lin Xingyo felt less concerned. After all, no matter what powerful beings lay ahead, he was confident he could handle them, given his own terrifying level of power. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo and his group followed closely behind Xiaoliang, quickly passing through the Heavenly Emperor Palace. They continued onward to the harem, where they picked up speed even more. They weaved through one palace after another, slaying one powerful creature after another, eventually arriving at the ancestral temple of the Heavenly Emperor Ancient City. From there, they made their way to the foot of a towering mountain. Upon reaching this point, Lin Xingyo immediately felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the mountain, crushing down on them. It was as if they couldn't get any closer to the mountain, with each step forward feeling like 1,000 pounds. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was stunned. After all, he possessed the strength of the creation realm, yet here he felt like an insignificant ant. Not only could he not unleash his full power, but even taking a few steps forward was a struggle. Ao Ling, why is this place so terrifying? Lin Xingyo took a few steps forward and turned to ask Ao Ling. Ao Ling replied, "Because this is the source of all power in the Heavenly Emperor Ancient City. If this place were to be destroyed, the entire city would cease to exist." "Oh, I see," Lin Xingyo said, looking up at the mountain with a solemn expression. He understood. It seemed they were about to leave this ancient domain, as this mountain was the source of all power. Xiaoliang must have a way to destroy everything here, bringing an end to the current state of the Heavenly Emperor Ancient City and allowing all trapped beings to either escape or perish. Lin Xingyo was certain of this. But why had Xiaoliang brought him here? What was his purpose? Lin Xingyo couldn't figure it out. Unable to find an answer, he decided to follow Xiaoliang and see what he was planning. With that decision, Lin Xingyo led Ao Ling up the stone steps of the mountain. However, the mountain was no ordinary place. With each step Lin Xingyo took, the pressure doubled, as if the mountain itself was resisting their ascent. The powerful spatial laws pushed against them, making it nearly impossible to move forward. But Lin Xingyo wasn't about to give up. After all, having come this far, he had to see what was at the top of this mountain that even someone as powerful as Xiaoliang had come here. Human, the pressure is getting stronger. Ao Ling, accompanying Lin Xingyo for a while, suddenly showed signs of pain and said, "My bones and flesh can't withstand it anymore. It feels like they're about to crack." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo acted decisively. He opened his portable small world and immediately took Ao Ling inside. Inside Lin Xingyo's small world, Ao Ling was stunned. Lin Xingyo didn't have time to explain. He took out the bronze tripod and placed it over his head before continuing his ascent toward the altar. Although his steps were slow, with the bronze tripod shielding him, Lin Xingyo managed to keep climbing. Lin Xingyo didn't know how long he had been climbing. By the time he could no longer see the bottom, he realized he had only reached the middle of the mountain, with a long way still to go. However, he could finally see the peak. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xingyo continued his climb. Soon, he encountered a jade-like skeleton on the steps, its entire body glowing with divine radiance. However, it no longer had any life force. After examining it, Lin Xingyo continued his ascent, moving slowly but steadily, eventually passing the halfway point of the mountain. But by now, the pressure had increased significantly compared to the beginning. If not for the bronze tripod clearing the way for him, Lin Xingyo wouldn't have been able to continue. "Qingzi, stop climbing." After accompanying Lin Xingyo for a while, the bronze tripod finally said, "The spatial pressure is getting stronger. I feel like my body is about to crack." Bronze tripod, hold on. Lin Xingyo gritted his teeth and said, "I think there might be a way out of here at the top of the mountain. Otherwise, there must be an incredible opportunity for cultivation. That's why they're going all out to reach the top, especially the Minotaur, who even abandoned their lair." "But what does that matter?" The bronze tripod retorted, "They're Tao realm experts, while you're just at the adaptation realm. They can easily reach the top of the altar, but do we really have that strength? Let's just try." Lin Xingyo shrugged and said, "We still have the strength to climb. Why give up now?" "Fine," the bronze tripod replied, unable to argue further. After all, Lin Xingyo wanted to see what was at the top, and the bronze tripod was curious as well. If there truly was a great opportunity, it couldn't afford to miss out. With determination, the bronze tripod and Lin Xingyo continued their ascent. After climbing several hundred more steps, they were nearing the summit of the towering mountain when they encountered another corpse, a figure clad in ancient attire. Upon seeing this, Lin Xingyo naturally couldn't resist examining the corpse from head to toe, but he didn't initially notice anything unusual. Deciding there was no immediate threat, he and the bronze tripod chose to bypass the ancient corpse. However, the next moment, as soon as Lin Xingyo and the bronze tripod passed by the corpse, which had been sitting motionless on the stone steps, two crimson lights suddenly flared in its eyes. "Be careful." Before Lin Xingyo could react, the bronze tripod unleashed a torrential green light, which shot directly toward the ancient corpse behind him. Bang! With a single strike, the bronze tripod obliterated the corpse. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo breathed a sigh of relief. He had been far too careless earlier. If he had known the corpse would come to life, he should have destroyed it immediately. From now on, he resolved to destroy anything suspicious without hesitation to avoid being attacked unexpectedly. With this decision firmly in mind, Lin Xingyo summoned the soul-devouring spear, gripping it tightly in his hand, and continued his ascent toward the altar. Step by step, under the assistance of the bronze tripod, Lin Xingyo quickly climbed over 1,000 steps and finally reached the summit before nightfall. Chapter 546, Conspiracy Unveiled. The Summit. As Lin Xingyo climbed to the summit, he realized that this place was indeed extraordinary. Before him stretched a vast plaza, flanked on both sides by 12 stone statues. Though all were incomplete, Lin Xingyo quickly recognized them as the 12 zodiac animals, albeit in fragmented forms. Ahead of the zodiac statues stood a black altar, in front of which was a massive bronze cauldron surrounded by sacrificial offerings. However, these items had long since lost their divine essence. "Xingyo, look at what's on the altar." While Lin Xingyo was still lost in thought, staring at the black altar and the 12 zodiac statues, the bronze cauldron's voice rang out beside him. Snapping out of his reverie, Lin Xingyo immediately turned his gaze to the direction indicated by the cauldron. In an instant, he saw a colossal head appear before the black altar, its eyes wide as bulls, spewing out torrents of temporal energy towards Xiao Liang, who stood before it. "Whose head is this?" Lin Xingyo exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Why is this head here? Why would Xiao Liang and the others summon it?" "This is the head of the primordial heavenly emperor." The bronze cauldron shuddered as it spoke. "Now I understand. The reason Tiandi ancient city has become like this is due to the actions of the underworld emperor clan. No wonder there are soul-devouring beasts here, unique to the demon realm. It's all the work of the underworld emperor clan." "What do you mean?" Lin Xingyo stared blankly at the bronze cauldron. "I don't understand a single word you're saying." "Let me explain it to you like this," the bronze cauldron replied. "This city wasn't originally like this. It was later altered by the descendants of the underworld emperor. They used the head of the primordial heavenly emperor as a source of power, spreading temporal energy throughout this world to form a terrifying prison. They imprisoned all the generals of the primordial heavenly realm here and released soul-devouring beasts to consume their souls, turning them into mindless beings. This is just fucked up." Lin Xingyo frowned, looking at the bronze cauldron with confusion. If they have such godlike powers, why didn't they just kill everyone in the city back then? Why resort to such a despicable method? Xingyo, what do you know? Do you understand how intense the war was back then? Do you know how many Dao realm experts were in this heavenly emperor city? If the underworld emperor clan hadn't used this method, do you know how the final battle would have turned out? Xingyo, I'm not afraid to tell you. The bronze cauldron became increasingly agitated. In fact, the immortal domain is also a prison that holds all the generals of the primordial heavenly realm. Compared to the heavenly emperor ancient city, the situation in the immortal domain is much better. The immortal domain is a prison? Lin Xingyo was stunned, his eyes wide as he stared at the bronze cauldron, unable to recover for a long time. The bronze cauldron didn't hide much from him, instead revealing everything it understood. The bronze cauldron believed that the primordial heavenly emperor's campaign in the Eastern Star domain could have been a great victory. However, the underworld emperor and the beings of the Eastern Star domain had cut off the connection between the immortal domain and the heavenly emperor ancient city, turning both into prisons that trapped the generals of the primordial heavenly realm forever. In this way, the surviving beings of the Eastern Star domain avoided being slaughtered by the primordial heavenly realm. The star battle path connecting the primordial heavenly realm to the Eastern Star domain was likely also severed in that battle. Otherwise, after so many years, the primordial heavenly realm wouldn't have failed to send troops to attack this star region. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo's eyes widened, his mouth agape as he stared at the bronze cauldron, completely stunned. He had never imagined such a massive secret lay behind all this. But what was Xiao Liang trying to do by summoning the head of the primordial heavenly emperor? Was he trying to break the prison and release the beings here? Lin Xingyo's expression froze, and a terrifying thought surged in his mind. His eyes turned to Xiao Liang as he roared, "Xiao Liang, stop right there." With a roar, Lin Xingyo charged out from behind Xiao Liang, brandishing his divine slayer spear as he glared at Xiao Liang and his group. "I will never let you destroy this realm and release these terrifying beings to wreak havoc across the Eastern Star domain." "Oh, you want to stop me?" Seeing Lin Xingyo's arrival, Xiao Liang turned to him, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. "Then don't blame me for sacrificing you." "And what if I do?" Lin Xingyo retorted without fear. "As long as I'm here, I will never let you break this prison and release these beings. Master, save us!" Su Qingcheng and the others cried out, especially Mu Wanling, who was desperately shouting, hoping Lin Xingyo could save them. Xiao Liang, however, laughed disdainfully. In his eyes, Lin Xingyo and the others were nothing more than ants. After all, he was an immortal survivor of the ancient war, and killing Lin Xingyo would be as simple as lifting a finger. For this ant to dare stop him was truly laughable. Didn't he know that a single glance from Xiao Liang was enough to crush him? "Xingyo, you're too impulsive." The bronze cauldron reacted, realizing the gravity of the situation. "This is troublesome. There's something terrifying about his aura. It feels like he could crush us with a mere gesture." Lin Xingyo himself was also feeling uneasy. He had already witnessed Xiao Liang's powers, which were far from ordinary. Just moments ago, he had killed a powerful soul-devouring beast with a single glance, let alone someone like himself now. But Lin Xingyo had no choice but to step forward. After all, this was a matter of life and death for everyone in the Eastern Star domain. If Xiao Liang succeeded, everyone would suffer. So Lin Xingyo had to step in and stop him. "Xingyo, if you don't want to die in agony..." Xiao Liang looked at Lin Xingyo, his eyes filled with a sinister expression. "I can give you a chance to be sacrificed. After all, you possess ancient bloodlines and a perfected primordial saint body. If you obediently offer yourself as a sacrifice, it might help me break this realm's boundaries even faster." "Oh, I see now." Lin Xingyo frowned. "You've been manipulating me, leading me here. So you want to use me as a sacrifice. Xingyo, this is an honor for you." Xiao Liang sneered. "To be given such an opportunity is a blessing that takes 8 lifetimes to earn. Besides, you killed the heavenly demon. So this is the fate you deserve. Otherwise, others would beg for such a chance. Xiaoliang continued, looking at Lin Xingyo. Of course, the most important thing is that with the sacrifice of the Underworld Emperor clan's princess and the 2 heavenly maidens of the primordial Heavenly Emperor's lineage, breaking this realm's boundaries wouldn't be difficult. At this point, Xiaoliang's expression grew even more excited. Fortunately, all of you have fallen into my hands. Now, with your complete sacrifice, breaking this realm's boundaries should be a piece of cake for me. Is that so? Lin Xingyo's brow furrowed, his voice filled with killing intent. As long as I'm here, I will never let you succeed so easily. Chapter 547. The situation becomes clearer. You? Just you? Xiaoliang laughed at Lin Xingyo's words, his eyes filled with nothing but mockery. Who was he, Xiaoliang? He was an ultimate terrifying existence that had survived since ancient times. All he needed to do now was break free from this cage. Then he would surely be able to perform a sacrificial ritual that would consume the entire Xinling realm. By pulling hundreds of great realms to collide with the Xian domain. Once they pierced through the Xian domain's barriers, they could completely flatten the Dongxing domain and return to the Hongming heavenly realm, no longer wandering in this foreign land. Now, this insignificant ant, Lin Xingyo, wanted to stop him. Xiaoliang felt not only mockery but also an overwhelming killing intent. He decided to capture Lin Xingyo first. After all, the man wanted to die. He would grab him now and offer him up for sacrifice along with the other naturally blessed beings he had captured. Xiaoliang made up his mind. Immediately, the killing intent in his eyes intensified even further. Everything was under his control. There was no reason not to sacrifice these ants, including Lin Xingyo. It had been quite some time since he had spread the news of the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city. Now, he had to break through the barriers of this realm, release all the terrifying beings within, and help him complete his grand plan to sacrifice the Xinling realm. Ant, die. Xiaoliang's gaze, filled with murderous intent, suddenly fell upon Lin Xingyo. If you willingly offer yourself up for sacrifice, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make sure you experience what it means to live in agony. Lin Xingyo did not speak. Instead, he took a step forward, slowly raised his soul-devouring spear, and fixed his determined gaze on Xiaoliang. His message was clear. I'm not afraid of you. If you want to fight, then fight. Witnessing this, Xiaoliang was completely enraged. After all, he was an invincible supreme being. In front of him, Lin Xingyo was nothing more than an ant. Yet this ant dared to provoke him. Xiaoliang could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. Ant, are you provoking me? Xiaoliang stared at Lin Xingyo, his eyes brimming with overwhelming killing intent. Good, very good. Since that's the case, I'll be the first to sacrifice you. If you want to fight, then fight. Lin Xingyo curled his lip, disdainfully looking at Xiaoliang. Stop blabbering here. Qingzi, are you insane? The bronze cauldron couldn't help but speak up. You don't kneel and beg for mercy in front of him, yet you dare provoke him? Do you know how terrifying his power is? Bronze cauldron, let's fight. Lin Xingyo replied directly upon hearing this. We have no other choice. Even if we don't want to fight, he won't let us go. So it's better to fight to the death. You're insane. The bronze cauldron responded in disbelief. Fight? What do we have to fight with? His current level isn't just a little stronger than ours. He can completely crush us. How can we fight him? So what? Lin Xingyo tightened his grip on the soul-devouring spear. Even if we can't win, we'll still fight. Since things have come to this point, with his abilities, we can't escape anyway. So it's better to fight to the death. You're insane, completely insane. The bronze cauldron replied. With your strength, how could you possibly fight him? In his eyes, you're nothing but an ant. If you want to live, I can risk everything to help you escape. But if it's a fight, I absolutely won't help you. I don't want to die here. Lin Xingyo wanted to leave, but he couldn't. After all, the situation was clear. Charging forward might be like a moth to the flame. But if he didn't act, countless lives would perish. Lin Xingyo wasn't trying to be a hero. He simply didn't want Xiao Yang to succeed. He couldn't let him open this terrifying cage and threaten all the lives in the Dongxing domain. Kill. Lin Xingyo made up his mind, completely ignoring the bronze cauldron's reaction. He charged at Xiao Yang like lightning, his soul-devouring spear unleashing a series of explosive energy rings as he delivered a devastating strike. Human, don't you dare act recklessly? The Chaos Monkey saw Lin Xingyo charging and swung his iron staff, trying to intercept the attack. But the next moment, Xiao Liang dodged past the Chaos Monkey, extending 2 fingers to clamp down on Lin Xingyo's soul-devouring spear. Then, with a swift motion, he reached out to grab Lin Xingyo by the neck. "Aunt, you'd better get yourself onto the altar for sacrifice." "Dingya here?" Seeing Xiao Liang's hand reaching out, the bronze cauldron instantly shot out a towering green beam of light, slamming it directly toward Xiao Yang. "You won't lay a finger on him." "Oh, you want to stop me?" Seeing the bronze cauldron's attack, Xiao Liang's face was filled with disdain. With a casual wave of his hand, he wiped out the incoming attack. "What the? How can you be so strong?" The bronze cauldron shuddered. "Have you already broken through to the primordial heavenly Tao realm?" "Not yet," Xiao Yang replied. "I'm still a step away from that realm, but if I sacrifice all of you, I'll break through this cage and obtain the heavenly Tao fruit left here by the Hongming Heavenly Emperor. Then I'll surely break through to the primordial heavenly Tao realm, becoming the ruler of this world." Hearing this, the bronze cauldron was momentarily stunned, but when it finally processed the information, it was left in shock. It finally understood. Xiao Liang didn't just want to open this cage. He also wanted to obtain the heavenly Tao fruit of the Hongming Heavenly Emperor. This guy was indeed deeply calculating. What he was after was far from simple. At the same time, the bronze cauldron was secretly shocked. It had never expected the Hongming Heavenly Emperor's corpse to have fallen into the 6 Paths reincarnation pool, and his head was here, which was even more astonishing to the bronze cauldron. What was even more incredible was that this place also contained the Hongming Heavenly Emperor's heavenly Tao fruit. The bronze cauldron knew that must be the time and space heavenly Tao fruit. Such a heavenly Tao fruit was undoubtedly something extraordinary. If one could obtain it, they would be able to master time and space, traversing the universe and vanquishing all foes. The bronze cauldron was tempted. It couldn't help but consider seizing the fruit itself, but it knew it wouldn't be easy. Xiao Yang was far too powerful, and he certainly wouldn't let it succeed. Besides, they were so weak. What could they possibly use to fight Xiao Yang? After all, he wasn't an ordinary being. If a fight broke out, they wouldn't be a match for him at all. However, if the Hongming Heavenly Emperor's heavenly Tao fruit really existed, the bronze cauldron believed it still had a chance, as it had once been the most cherished artifact of the Hongming Heavenly Emperor. It believed it had a slim chance of seizing the fruit. Enough? Xiao Yang seemed to have lost patience. With a casual wave of his hand, he swept Lin Xingyo and the others onto the black altar. "I've said enough. It's time for you to sacrifice yourselves." "No, I don't want to die." On the black altar, Su Qingqing's face turned pale with fear as she cried out, "Master, save me. I don't want to die." "Qingqing, don't be afraid." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo immediately pulled Su Qingqing into his arms. "I'm here with you." "Qingzi, you're quite sentimental." Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh upon seeing this. "But that's just as well. Since you like these women, it's fitting that they accompany you in death. It won't be a wasted acquaintance." Lin Xingyo didn't respond to Xiao Yang. He absolutely wouldn't surrender. With Mu Wanling and the others by his side, Lin Xingyo was determined to fight back, even if it meant dying in the process. Chapter 548, Desperate Counterattack. Come forth, Nether King flags. Lin Xingyo calmed his mind and immediately summoned the 6 Nether King flags, placing them directly in front of him for protection. "Insects, these are useless against me." Xiao Liang sneered disdainfully upon seeing this. "Just 6 Nether King flags won't stop me. Is that so?" Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened, and he immediately summoned the stone coffin he had obtained from the primordial sacred land, saying, What about this stone coffin? Can it stop you? It won't, Xiao Yang retorted without hesitation. Because I am invincible in this world. How could a mere stone coffin stop me? Lin Xingyo did not respond. Instead, he directly hurled the stone coffin at Xiao Yang. He believed that this artifact could definitely slay Xiao Yang, as it was his last resort. Master, be careful. The Chaos Monkey and the others, seeing Lin Xingyo hurl the stone coffin, all revealed expressions of extreme fear. This coffin is sinister. We've already been harmed by it before. No need to worry. Xiao Yang, however, was unconcerned. With a flick of his hand, a wall of light instantly rose from the ground, blocking the stone coffin Lin Xingyo had thrown at him. Even if this insect has a divine artifact, he is still no match for me. Bang! As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, the stone coffin Lin Xingyo had thrown struck the light wall he had conjured. In the next moment, the entire coffin was completely immobilized by Xiao Yang. All right. Xiao Yang blocked the coffin and immediately formed a spatial domain with Tao principles, sealing the coffin within this space. Then, he summoned a great Tao divine flame, which instantly engulfed Lin Xingyo and the others. Insects, your fate can now come to an end. Huashing Tian and the others were all horrified. Before they could react, within just a few breaths, the great Tao divine flame conjured by Xiao Yang had already burned their bodies to ash. White-robed Emperor, save us. Huang Loxi and the others were all screaming in agony, as the great Tao divine flame was about to consume their bodies entirely, and even their souls were suffering immense damage. Xiao Yang, stop this at once. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but roar in anger. I won't allow you to harm them. Xiao Yang, however, only laughed maniacally. Everything was under his control, and he was savoring this moment the most. The sight of their suffering, seeing such a scene made his blood boil with excitement, especially the helplessness of Huashing Tian and the others as they faced death. Xiao Yang found it even more amusing. The Chaos Monkey and the others also laughed cruelly, enjoying the sight of Lin Xingyo and his companions struggling in their final moments. Bronze Cauldron, aid me. Lin Xingyo activated the Boundless Domain and the Golden Light Buddha Wall, protecting Mu Wanling and the others by his side. However, he couldn't protect Huang Loxi and Huashing Tian. Not wanting to see them die, Lin Xingyo called out to the Bronze Cauldron. I need to preserve their souls so they can be reborn and leave this place. Qingzi, don't be insane. The Bronze Cauldron, seeing this, couldn't help but shout at Lin Xingyo. You're still thinking of saving them? Right now, it's hard to say if you can even survive. Stop worrying about them. We should focus on finding a way to escape from here. Escape? Xiao Yang sneered. Don't even think about it. I won't let you escape from here. Broken Cauldron, get ready to be sacrificed. The Chaos Monkey and the others also laughed mockingly, looking at Lin Xingyo. After all, you're just a mere artifact of the creation realm. White-robed Emperor, save me. Huashing Tian and the others cried out, as no one wants to die, and they all hoped Lin Xingyo could save them. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo acted, collecting the souls of Huashing Tian and Huang Loxi. However, their physical bodies were completely incinerated by Xiao Yang's divine flame. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Lin Xingyo collected their souls, he had no time to save the others. Suddenly, the boundless domain he had erected began to crack, and the terrifying destructive power of the great Tao divine flame surged toward him. Bronze Cauldron, protect them for me. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo immediately roared, I'll break through this turtle shell imprisoning us. Qingzi, give up. The Bronze Cauldron shouted, if you're willing to abandon their lives, I can do everything in my power to take you away from here. Otherwise, even I am powerless. No, I will not abandon them. Lin Xingyo gripped the soul-devouring spear, his aura like that of a war god descending. I will not leave until I have killed him. Qingzi, I'm going crazy. The Bronze Cauldron was completely frantic. You're still thinking of killing him? At this point, just escaping from here would be a miracle with our strength. Lin Xingyo didn't care about any of this. Clutching the soul-devouring spear tightly, he unleashed 10,000 powerful strikes against the light wall blocking him. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xingyo's life and death forces cycled, and the soul-devouring spear in his hand rained down like a storm of fury against the light wall conjured by Xiao Liang. However, despite 10,000 strikes, the wall showed no signs of damage. Ha, ha, ha. The bull demon and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing. This Qingzi is insane. He actually thinks he can break through the light wall conjured by our master with this. It's absolutely hilarious. Xiao Liang's eyes also revealed a look of contempt. After all, in his eyes, Lin Xingyo was nothing more than an insect. Moreover, with his current strength, he was extremely confident that even if Lin Xingyo were to go all out, he wouldn't be able to break through his domain wall, as the difference in power was evident. But, the next moment, all the expressions on Xiao Liang's and his subordinates' faces froze. The domain wall, conjured by Xiao Liang, had been pierced by Lin Xingyo. The cracks spread like a spiderweb, rapidly expanding in all directions. Chapter 549, Like a Trapped Beast. I underestimated you. Xiao Liang's expression froze for a moment, and immediately he stomped his foot, causing the cracks to halt abruptly. Then, he reached out and shouted, "Soul-devouring spear! Come to me!" Lin Xingyo only heard Xiao Liang's voice before his soul-devouring spear was snatched away by Xiao Liang in the blink of an eye. The barrier of the domain in front of him also returned to its original state. Heaven-sundering sword, universe umbrella, broken blade, strike. Facing this situation, Lin Xingyo quickly snapped back to reality and summoned the heaven-sundering sword and the others, launching a barrage like a storm of needles, fiercely attacking Xiao Liang's domain wall. However, Xiao Liang, being a supreme expert of the Great Chaos Realm, wouldn't allow Lin Xingyo to break through his domain wall again. Moreover, Lin Xingyo's strongest weapon, the soul-devouring spear, was already in his possession. So, Xiao Liang stomped his foot once more, instantly strengthening the domain wall, sealing Lin Xingyo and the others tenfold. The attacks from Lin Xingyo left no trace on it. "Qingzi, it's over." Seeing this, the bronze cauldron spoke directly. "We had a slim chance of survival before, but now even that last hope has been cut off. We might all die here." "No, I don't want to die." Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng was so terrified that she cried out, "I don't want to die. Master, you must not let me die. I really don't want to die. I want to live." Mu Wanling and the others were also in a panic. After all, they had just witnessed Hua Xingtian and the others being refined, with dozens of people reduced to ashes by Xiao Liang's great Dao divine fire. If not for the protection of the bronze cauldron and Lin Xingyo's colorless domain, they would have been burned to death by now. "Xiao Liang, you bastard." Realizing this, Su Qingcheng couldn't help but curse. "We have no grudge against you. Why are you plotting against us? Why? Why? That's a good question." Xiao Liang laughed maniacally in response. "Because you are all the best sacrifices to open this cage. Of course, Mu Wanling and Chu Yaoyao are the most important, while the rest of you are just accessories." Thinking back to when I sent them from the immortal domain to the immortal spirit realm, I went at great lengths. But after so many years, I finally waited for this day. Now, as long as I can sacrifice you, I will surely be able to open the boundaries of this realm, and then the Eastern Star Domain will inevitably fall into a great calamity. As Xiao Liang spoke, his excitement grew. Only in this way can I smoothly carry out the second step of my plan. Sacrificing the entire immortal spirit realm, using the momentum of 100 realms merging to break through the boundaries of the immortal domain and open the cage of the immortal domain, exterminating the entire Eastern Star Domain, and then opening the starry sky battle path to return to the primordial heaven realm. Of course, Xiao Liang clenched his fist as he spoke. There's also the fact that I will obtain the Dao fruit left behind by the primordial heaven emperor, helping me become the next heavenly emperor. Xiao Liang, don't dream. Hearing this, Mu Wanling shouted, "My father will never allow you to do this. He will definitely stop you." Your father? I'll give him 100 guts. He wouldn't dare to stop me. Upon hearing Mu Wanling's words, Xiao Liang couldn't help but laugh even more wildly. Because I am your great ancestor, so when your father sees me, he will only be worthy of crawling on the ground, understand? What? Mu Wanling's beautiful eyes stared blankly at Xiao Liang, completely stunned. This information was too sudden. Xiao Liang was actually her great ancestor? Then he was the legendary person? Mu Wanling snapped back to reality, staring at Xiao Liang in complete shock, because she never expected that Xiao Liang was the legendary figure. After regaining her senses, Mu Wanling tried to say something several times, but she couldn't utter a single word, because she was completely dumbfounded. Everything happened too suddenly, with no preparation at all, but she understood everything. Back then, her father had sent her to the immortal spirit realm. There was actually such a thing behind it. It turned out that in their eyes, she had always been just a sacrifice. What a joke that she had been working hard all these years to break the boundaries of the immortal domain. In the end, it was like this. Mu Wanling felt a searing pain in her heart, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Chu Yaoyao was also dumbfounded. Mu Wanling could understand, and she naturally could too. After all, they were just sacrifices. Chu Yaoyao and Mu Wanling were completely insane. Enough. Seeing this, Xiao Liang raised his hand and looked at Lin Xingyo and the others. I've talked too much with you. Now, prepare to be sacrificed. Xiao Liang, you won't get away with this. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo went berserk. Heaven's sundering sword. Universe umbrella. Break for me. Insignificant ants, enough? Seeing Lin Xingyo's frantic attacks on his domain wall, Xiao Liang's face showed a contemptuous expression. Stop making useless struggles. With your strength, you absolutely cannot break through my domain wall. Now, prepare to be extinguished. Lin Xingyo was filled with resentment, but he couldn't alter the situation, as the disparity was simply too vast. With his current strength, he really couldn't break through Xiao Liang's domain wall, and his great Dao Divine Fire was also sweeping towards them. Lin Xingyo's colorless domain was clearly about to collapse, and it would soon be breached by Xiao Liang's divine fire. Insignificant ants, die. Xiao Liang's face was twisted as he looked at Lin Xingyo and the others. Suddenly, he increased the power of the divine fire on the black altar tenfold, and instantly, the flames that could burn through the heavens engulfed Lin Xingyo and the others. Master, hold me. Facing the approaching flames, Su Qingcheng looked at Lin Xingyo in despair. I want to die in your arms. Qingcheng, it won't happen. It won't. Lin Xingyo hugged the frightened Su Qingcheng and comforted her. Believe in your master. I won't let you die here. I will take you out of here alive. Master. Su Qingcheng was already a sobbing wreck, while Mu Wanling and the others also revealed looks of despair. Qingzi, think of something. Seeing this, the bronze cauldron immediately spoke to Lin Xingyo. I can't hold on much longer. Lin Xingyo opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word, because he had no solution either. Although he wanted to kill Xiao Liang, but in the past, he simply didn't have the ability to do so, as the other party's strength was far too powerful. Wait. In his moment of despair, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Lin Xingyo. He immediately summoned the 6 golden divine bones he had acquired from the primordial sacred land. With a single thought, the 6 bones transformed into a radiant golden lotus, enveloping Lin Xingyo within its protective embrace. Chapter 550. Eyes splitting with fury. It's the bone of the Nether Emperor. Seeing Lin Xingyo protected by the golden lotus, Xiao Liang's face immediately revealed a look of shock. But soon his eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent as he said, even with the bone of the Nether Emperor, it won't stop me. This thing is destined to fall before me. As soon as Xiao Liang finished speaking, he immediately intensified the great Dao Divine Flame even further. In an instant, Lin Xingyo felt the temperature around him rise by dozens of times, and his clothes began to burn, especially those beside him, like Mu Wanling. All showed expressions of unbearable pain. Lin Xingyo knew. The situation was extremely dangerous. If it continued like this, Su Qingcheng and the others would likely die here with him. Hum hum hum. At that moment, the 24 Chaos Black Lotuses in Chu Yaoyao's arms seemed to be summoned by something, floating out from her chest. In front of countless shocked gazes, they transformed into a massive lotus platform, merging with the golden divine bone. Bang! Before Lin Xingyo could react from the shock, a loud explosion rang out, and the black lotus platform suddenly enveloped them all. Master, what should we do? Seeing this, Jin Zhantian immediately asked, they've been enveloped by the black lotus. Can we still kill them? Humph, they're nothing but a few insignificant ants. Xiao Liang's face immediately became even more murderous as he said, even with the protection of the Nether Emperor's treasure, they can't escape my grasp. With that, Xiao Liang directly increased the flames on the black altar by dozens of times. In an instant, the domain wall he had erected began to crack from the heat. The originally pitch-black lotus now began to turn red from the heat, and it goes without saying how Lin Xingyo and the others inside were faring. Master, it hurts. It hurts so much. Su Qingcheng looked at Lin Xingyo with a voice filled with unbearable pain. My hands are melting. My hair has already burned off. My face, my face. It's about to split. Master, hold me. Hold me. I'm going to die. Tears streamed from the corners of Su Qingcheng's eyes as she tried to reach out to Lin Xingyo, but her hands had already been burned away. Her mouth, which had just been open, was now completely burned shut. Qingcheng. Lin Xingyo's eyes overflowed with blood tears as he reached out desperately to grab Su Qingcheng, but she had already turned to ashes. Then, Huashire and Mu Wanqing also let out heart-wrenching screams of agony. Wanqing, no? No. Lin Xingyo roared with all his might, but he couldn't stop anything. He could only watch helplessly as Mu Wanling and Su Qingcheng turned to ashes like before. Xingyo, farewell? Chu Yaoyao gazed at Lin Xingyo with utter despair, tears streaming down her face as her body gradually turned to ash. Lin Xingyo desperately wanted to shield their souls, but Xiao Liang's divine flame of the Tao was far too powerful. Even if Lin Xingyo managed to store their souls in his portable small world, they were still pulled away by an inexplicable force. Then, even Lin Xingyo's portable small world was set ablaze by Xiao Liang's divine flame of the Tao, and Ao Ling inside let out a horrific scream from the burning. Lin Xingyo was completely mad, his inner fury exploding. Witnessing Mu Wanling and Chu Yaoyao being burned alive for sacrifice, he couldn't hold back any longer. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill Xiao Liang. He couldn't let this demon live any longer. Kill! Lin Xingyo roared with killing intent, then leaped out from the 24 Chaos Black Lotus, his fists flashing like lightning as he unleashed a series of devastating punches against Xiao Liang's domain wall, each one like a meteor storm, incredibly violent. Bang bang bang! Lin Xingyo's fists pounded against Xiao Liang's domain wall in rapid succession, yet his assaults proved futile, as he was repeatedly repelled by the wall's force. Monkey, stop futile struggles. Seeing this, Jin Zhantian and the others all looked at Lin Xingyo with mocking expressions. The more you struggle now, the quicker you'll die. So just wait quietly for your death. I will kill you all. Lin Xingyo, with blood tears in his eyes, attacked Xiao Liang's domain wall like a madman, his heart filled with an overwhelming desire to kill Xiao Liang. But he was too weak. Compared to the powerful Xiao Liang, he was nothing more than a caged beast. No matter how frantic his efforts, he couldn't break free from the cage, destined to be burned to ashes by the great Tao flame. No, I can't. I can't die like this. Lin Xingyo punched Xiao Liang's domain wall while roaring in anger and despair. I must kill all these butchers. Kill, kill, kill. Insignificant ant, stop being naive. Seeing the mad Lin Xingyo, Xiao Liang couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Right now, you're nothing but an ant before me. With your puny strength, you dare to dream of breaking my domain wall? Do you think that's possible? Xiao Yang's excitement grew with each word. Ant, he sneered. Let me tell you, many things in this world are already destined. No matter how much you struggle, you're still just an ant, and I'm the blade that will cut you down. So just obediently accept your fate and be sacrificed. Xiao Liang, you deserve to die. Lin Xingyo, with blood tears streaming from his eyes, pounded Xiao Liang's domain wall with his fists. I will definitely kill you. You? With you? Bifang and the others all looked at Lin Xingyo with disdain and mockery, each one jeering at him. Talking big won't kill you. Do you even know what you are? With your insignificant strength, you dare to say such things? Ant, everything should end now. Xiao Liang curled his lips, his eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo. Perish. Hearing this, Jin Zhantian and the others, almost without exception, all looked at Lin Xingyo with cruel and mocking expressions, because they believed that with Lin Xingyo's current strength, he was absolutely like an ant before Xiao Liang. Now that Xiao Liang had decreed his demise, there was no one who could save him. What followed would undoubtedly be Lin Xingyo's moment of death, and they would only be witnesses to this. But, the next moment, the stone coffin, which had been trapped by Xiao Liang, suddenly opened, releasing an incredibly terrifying aura that instantly shattered this part of the world. Huh. Xiao Liang's expression froze, then his cold eyes immediately turned to the stone coffin. With a wave of his hand, overwhelming order power instantly wrapped around the coffin. Bang! The crack in the stone coffin, which had just opened, was forcibly closed by Xiao Liang's order power. Qingzi, now is the time? Seeing this, the bronze cauldron suddenly shot out a beam of green light from atop Lin Xingyo's head. Let's go. Chapter 551. The mantis stalks the cicada. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Liang waved his hand, directly shattering the spatial node blasted out by the bronze cauldron. In the next instant, a torrent of great Tao divine flames engulfed Lin Mufan and the others. Lin Xingyo didn't have time to react before being consumed by the great Tao divine flames. The divine laws within his body began to collapse, and the colorless domain and golden Buddha wall he had erected were utterly unable to withstand Xiao Liang's great Tao divine flames. Lin Xingyo was powerless to resist. Xiao Liang's great Tao divine flames were like a devouring black hole, consuming him inch by inch. Lin Xingyo understood. Xiao Liang had unleashed his full power, and there was no way he could withstand these flames. In an instant, Lin Xingyo knew he was doomed to die. No, I can't die. Lin Xingyo roared in desperation as death loomed. I absolutely cannot die like this. I must kill this Xiao Liang to avenge Qingqing and the others. You insignificant ant, you are nothing more than an ant. Xiao Liang sneered at Lin Xingyo. Now that I intend to obliterate you, how could you possibly escape death? Jin Zhantian and the others burst into laughter upon hearing this, as it was clear that Lin Xingyo had no chance of escaping his fate. They all eagerly anticipated Lin Xingyo's death. Only then could they break through the boundaries of the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city and escape from this cage. Boom! As Lin Xingyo's agonized screams filled the air, a beam of white light descended from the heavens. A battle platform appeared in the void, and on it stood a spiritual pool with a white lotus blooming within. The heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial Heavenly Emperor? Upon seeing this, Xiao Liang's face immediately showed an expression of extreme excitement. The white lotus blooming in the spiritual pool was none other than the heavenly Tao fruit condensed by the primordial Heavenly Emperor. Brother, everything you have will finally be mine. Xiao Liang stared at the white lotus in the spiritual pool, his face filled with joy. He had long coveted the primordial Heavenly Emperor's Tao fruit. Now, he had finally laid eyes on it. Once he obtained this Tao fruit, he could immediately break through to the origin primordial Heavenly Tao realm, thereby gaining control over the entire immortal domain. Even if he returned to the primordial Heavenly realm, he would be invincible. The more Xiao Liang thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately stepped onto the battle platform that had appeared in the void. Lin Xingyo, however, let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face contorted in agony. His body was slowly being consumed by Xiao Yang's great Tao divine flames. I. Lin Xingyo's eyes widened in horror as he watched his body being reduced to ashes. His soul began to rise, as if summoned by some force, drifting higher and higher. Lin Xingyo gradually felt his weakness. He could clearly sense his consciousness rapidly dissipating. Soon, he lost consciousness. He felt himself drifting in the clouds, as if ascending to heaven or descending into hell. Lin Xingyo knew he was truly about to die. Qingzi, hold on. Seeing Lin Xingyo's soul disintegrating, the bronze cauldron immediately released a vast array of green talismans. I'll help you. Lin Xingyo weakly glanced at the bronze cauldron, not believing it could help him. His current state made it clear that there was no hope. Xiaoyang was far too powerful. Even the bronze cauldron couldn't turn the tide, as it wasn't stronger than Xiaoyang. Lin Xingyo could only face death. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Yet, fate was what it was. He had no strength to struggle and could only await his end. Ha ha ha. Xiao Liang's face lit up with joy, for he was finally about to gain everything. All his desires were within reach. The entire world would kneel beneath his feet. He, Xiao Liang, would reign supreme, ushering in an era of his own. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he had already become the master of the heavens, worshipped by countless beings. But, in the next moment, Xiao Liang's expression froze, his eyes fixed on the white lotus in the spiritual pool. What is happening? Why did his soul merge with the white lotus? Xiao Liang stared dumbfounded at Lin Xingyo's soul merging with the white lotus, his eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to react for a long time. When he finally did, he completely lost his temper. This turn of events was too sudden. He had been about to claim the heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial heavenly emperor, but in a flash of green light, Lin Xingyo's soul, whom he had just been about to sacrifice, merged with the white lotus before his eyes. What was this? This was stealing his fortune. A mere ant dared to defy the heavens and steal his destiny? Realizing this, Xiao Yang went completely berserk. Everything before him was his. Yet now, an ant had stolen it first. Witnessing this, Xiao Yang could hardly bear it. Ant, get out here. Coming to his senses, Xiao Yang extended his hand and grabbed forcefully toward the white lotus in the spiritual pool. How dare you defy the heavens and steal my fortune? I will now obliterate you. Qingzi, I've done my best. The bronze cauldron looked at Lin Xingyo's soul merging with the white lotus. It all depends on you now. If you can't obtain the heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial heavenly emperor, I, the cauldron, can only accompany you in death. You treacherous cauldron. So it was you meddling. While reaching out to grab the white lotus, Xiao Liang glared at the bronze cauldron. Great Tao divine flames, refine it for me. The cauldron acknowledges its fate. Facing Xiao Liang's great Tao divine flames, the bronze cauldron accepted its fate calmly. This cauldron's life has been worthwhile. If there's a next life, I hope to still be a bronze cauldron. Humph. Xiao Liang's heart was filled with rage. He had already gone all out. Since the bronze cauldron dared to ruin his plans, he would refine it. As for Lin Xingyo, who dared to steal his fortune, he would not let him off either. Thus, Xiao Liang began refining the bronze cauldron while reaching out to grab the white lotus in the spiritual pool. But, in the next moment, just as Xiao Liang's hand was about to touch the white lotus, ripples of light burst forth from it. Chapter 552, The Hidden Predator. It's the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Upon seeing this, Xiao Liang's expression froze, and his eyes immediately revealed an expression of utter shock. Wait, there's also the power of life and death, and not just that, but even the power of time and space. Xiao Liang was completely enraged because he had realized that something was wrong. Lin Xingyo should be in the process of merging with the heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial heavenly emperor. Xiao Liang understood this very clearly. If Lin Xingyo were to merge with the heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial heavenly emperor, he would surely gain the power of time and space. This can't happen. Xiao Liang's expression tightened, revealing an unusually uneasy look. I absolutely cannot let him succeed. Determined, Xiao Liang immediately launched a full-force attack on the White Lotus. However, the White Lotus, having absorbed Lin Xingyo's soul, suddenly seemed like an ownerless Tao embryo that had gained consciousness. It unleashed wave after wave of temporal Tao principles, completely blocking Xiao Liang's attacks. What? Seeing this, Xiao Liang was completely enraged. He had planned everything meticulously, but in the end, he was outwitted by Lin Xingyo, a mere nobody. As an immortal ancestor who had survived the ancient war, how could he endure such humiliation? Therefore, Xiao Liang completely lost his temper and launched a frenzied attack on the White Lotus in the spiritual pool, as he simply couldn't swallow this insult. Even if he couldn't obtain the heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial heavenly emperor, he would destroy it completely, never allowing Lin Xingyo, this insignificant ant, to acquire it. However, no matter how many methods Xiao Liang tried, he couldn't harm the White Lotus in the slightest. Although it appeared right before his eyes, Xiao Liang's attacks couldn't reach it. The temporal laws unleashed by the White Lotus had intercepted all of Xiao Liang's attacks. Xiao Liang was on the verge of madness. Of course, he also felt a deep sense of regret. If he had killed Lin Xingyo earlier, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Just a moment of carelessness had led to this unbearable situation. The sight before him was truly agonizing. Everything here should have been his. But now, it had all been seized by Lin Xingyo. The more Xiao Liang thought about it, the angrier he became, the more deranged he felt. In an instant, his aura exploded, and the power of Tao principles that could shatter the heavens and the earth, like a tornado, swept through the entire heavenly emperor city. Screams, shouts. In an instant, they enveloped the entire heavenly emperor ancient city. Countless lives were extinguished, and countless creatures were crushed under the overwhelming Tao aura. Gradually, a massive barrier appeared above heavenly emperor city. The all-encompassing temporal power was dissipating. Then, to the shock of many, the barrier that had covered heavenly emperor city for countless ages began to crack wildly, as if it were about to collapse. This is great, too great. Some creatures in heavenly emperor city, gazing at the collapsing spatial barrier, shouted with excitement. The prison of heavenly emperor city is finally breaking. We are about to be free. But, the next moment, the White Lotus in front of Xiao Liang suddenly burst forth with dazzling, radiant light, and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation began to rotate. The flow of life and death, the passage of time and space, engulfed countless creatures in heavenly emperor city into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, countless roars echoed through heavenly emperor city. Then, one after another, mountain-sized soul-devouring beasts turned their gaze towards Lin Xingyo and the others. It seemed they sensed something. They all roared in anger, then charged towards Lin Xingyo's location. Roar, roar, roar. In heavenly emperor city, those creatures without souls seemed to be drawn by some force. They roared in fury, like moths to a flame, charging towards Xiao Liang. This is bad. Seeing this, the Chaos Demon Monkey and the others turned pale with fear. The 6-realm domain walls of heavenly emperor city have shattered. All the creatures of the 6 realms are charging towards us. Xiao Liang, however, narrowed his cold eyes and instantly unleashed an overwhelming killing intent. The Tao principles around him surged forth, crushing the creatures of the 6 realms that were charging towards him. Crack, crack, crack. The creatures of the 6 realms that charged into heavenly emperor city were obliterated in the blink of an eye by Xiao Liang's Tao principles. The Tao principles he unleashed were like destruction itself, sweeping away wave after wave of creatures that followed. Xiao Liang was completely enraged. Now, all he felt was the desire to kill. He would annihilate any creature that dared to challenge him. He no longer had the initial intention of subjugating them. He had been completely angered by Lin Xingyo. All he wanted now was to kill, kill, kill. So, The creatures charging into Heavenly Emperor City were all crushed by his Tao principles. Of course, Xiaoliang's most vicious attacks were directed at the White Lotus. No matter how many methods and Tao principles he used, he couldn't break through the temporal power unleashed by the White Lotus. However, Xiaoliang didn't give up. Because he believed in himself. He was certain that he could break through the White Lotus's heavenly Tao rules and kill Lin Xingyo within it, obtaining the heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial Heavenly Emperor. Kill. Xiaoliang completely went berserk, unleashing countless devastating attacks all at once towards the White Lotus in the spiritual pool. Now, he only had one thought. He must obtain the heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial Heavenly Emperor, even if it meant completely destroying this place. But the Chaos Demon Monkey and the others were on the verge of collapse. Because they were suffering as well, Xiaoliang had completely lost control, so his attacks weren't just targeting the creatures charging in from outside. They were also being heavily impacted. They were on the brink of despair, because Xiaoliang's Tao attack waves were simply too powerful. Even though they weren't the primary target, the residual force was enough to make them feel the threat of death. Master, you can't go on like this. Seeing this, the bull demon couldn't help but shout loudly at Xiaoliang. We can't take it anymore, and weren't you planning to subjugate these creatures for your use? If you continue like this, all the creatures here will be annihilated by you. So what? Xiaoliang, unconcerned, replied, You're all just insignificant ants to me, dispensable. But this heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial Heavenly Emperor is something I must have. For it, I have no time to care about your lives. Xiaoliang, you. The bull demon and the others were all dumbfounded. In an instant, they realized that in Xiaoliang's eyes, they were nothing more than insignificant beings. They hadn't even been considered. They had all flattered Xiaoliang, hoping to become his most loyal servants. Yet in the end, they were nothing. Understanding this, the bull demon and the others were both angry and anxious, but what could they do? After all, Xiaoliang could kill them with just a glance. So even though they felt defeated, they didn't dare to confront Xiaoliang. As for Xiaoliang, he never even spared them a second glance from the beginning. He tightly gripped the devouring god spear in his hand and unleashed a series of devastating strikes towards the White Lotus. But no matter how powerful his attacks were, capable of shattering the heavens and the earth, he still couldn't harm the White Lotus in the spiritual pool. Seeing this, Xiaoliang was completely enraged. He was the younger brother of the primordial Heavenly Emperor, an invincible war god who had survived the ancient war. Countless lives had perished under his hands. Yet now, he couldn't break through the barrier of the primordial Heavenly Emperor's heavenly Tao fruit. Xiaoliang was completely enraged. At the same time, he hated Lin Xingyo to the core. He truly regretted not killing Lin Xingyo earlier, which had led to the current situation. The more Xiaoliang thought about it, the more agitated he became. Kill. Xiaoliang's devouring god spear unleashed a series of frenzied strikes. Each attack was devastating, capable of shattering the heavens and earth. The resulting explosion of destructive light waves formed concentric rings, instantly reducing all the buildings in Heavenly Emperor City to rubble. Countless creatures who failed to evade in time were obliterated by his overwhelming attack waves. Roar, roar, roar. One after another, powerful creatures within Heavenly Emperor City let out agonizing and furious roars of despair. But their fate was already sealed. Since Xiaoliang had completely lost control, his strength at the Tao Chaos Realm was fully unleashed. How could the creatures of Heavenly Emperor City withstand such overwhelming attacks? Chapter 553, Insane Assault. Xiaoliang, you bastard! As Xiaoliang relentlessly attacked by Lian's temporal barrier, a heart-wrenching roar echoed through the air. One day, you will die a horrible death. Hmph, just ants. Xiaoliang glanced casually at Jin Zhantian, who had already been reduced to a bloody mist by his explosive energy, and sneered, I've lost count of how many people have cursed me with those words, but they're all dust now. With that, Xiaoliang turned away, no longer sparing a glance for Jin Zhantian and the others, who had been obliterated by his overwhelming power. His focus shifted to an even more ferocious assault on Bai Lian. Xiaoyu, you demon! Seeing this, the Minotaurs were filled with despair, for they all understood that in Xiaoyu's eyes, they were nothing. Xiao Liang's sole obsession was the Dao fruit of the primordial emperor, and he would never care about their lives. Roar, roar, roar! The Minotaurs felt deep resentment, yet they were powerless to change anything. Just as they had watched Lin Xingyo and the others die, now it was their turn. In that moment, they realized the truth. In Xiaoliang's eyes, they had never been as important as they thought. Now, crushing them was as trivial as not even bothering to look at them. Poor them. They had once believed that following Xiaoyu would allow them to escape this place and become the strongest beings. Yet, their fate ended in such a desolate manner. They were filled with reluctance and did not want to die. But fate was cruel, and the weak were always dominated by the strong. Strength represented everything, and only by becoming powerful enough could one control their own destiny. Otherwise, they would always be abandoned by the strong. Bang, bang, bang! The Minotaurs, filled with resentment, were all obliterated by Xiaoyu's destructive combat power. Even though they were as strong as the Void Heaven Dao realm, they could not escape this fate. Xiaoliang, however, never spared them another glance throughout. In his mind, the Minotaurs were always just ants, insignificant and disposable. Of course, his ultimate goal was the primordial Dao fruit. As for the beings in the heavenly Emperor City, if he could subdue them, he would. But if not, he didn't care. After all, at his level, recruiting a couple of subordinates was an easy task. So, the death of the Minotaurs meant nothing to him. What he cared about was only the primordial Dao fruit. After all, he had been biding his time for so many years. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could he let it slip away? Devouring God's spear, shatter. Xiaoyu, driven to madness, wielded his devouring God's spear with apocalyptic force, unleashing a wave of destruction that surged like lightning, crashing down on Bai Lian with devastating impact. Boom! With a single strike, Xiao Liang's overwhelming power exploded at the 3-inch barrier in front of Bai Lian, causing the heavens and earth to invert and the rivers and mountains to shatter. A series of explosive energy waves, akin to a nuclear detonation, instantly leveled a 1,000,000-mile area. Holy! The bronze tripod, having escaped the shattered barrier of the Black Altar, watched in horror as Xiao Liang unleashed his fury. This guy has completely lost it. Huh, you're still intact? As Xiao Liang's strike landed, his gaze immediately fell upon the bronze tripod. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, for he had used Dao Divine Fire to devour the bronze tripod earlier, and in his mind, it should have been reduced to ashes by now. Yet, there it was, unscathed before him. In an instant, Xiao Liang hurled a punch at the bronze tripod. Boom! The punch, infused with the power of the primordial Dao realm, struck the bronze tripod, causing a series of explosive waves to ripple out. In the blink of an eye, the bronze tripod was sent flying 10,000 miles, shattering countless mountains and rivers before finally crashing into a pile of ruins and disappearing from sight. Just a broken tripod. I don't believe I can't shatter you with this strike. Xiao Liang glanced dismissively at the flying bronze tripod before once again focusing his gaze on the white lotus in the spirit pool. Now, it's time to break through your defenses. Devouring God's spear, pierce. With that, Xiao Liang unleashed another lightning-fast strike with his spear, crashing down on Bai Lian. Boom! The apocalyptic wave of energy exploded once more, but this time, Xiao Liang did not withdraw his spear. Instead, he channeled all the power from his dantian, thrusting it down with full force at Bai Lian. But Xiao Liang was stunned. He could clearly feel that his spear could not pierce through Bai Lian's barrier. Although the barrier was only 3 feet thick, it felt like an entire galaxy stood between him and his target. His spear simply could not pass through. Xiao Liang understood that this was the temporal power he had long coveted, a power that only the primordial emperor could wield. And now, that power was right in front of him. Yet, he could not seize it. Faced with this reality, Xiao Liang's rage exploded. He completely lost control, abandoning all restraint and focusing all his power from the Chaos Dao realm into a single point, pressing down on Bai Lian with reckless abandon. Pft, pft, pft. From the ruins, the bronze tripod suddenly emerged, witnessing the collapsing void around it. He's gone mad. This guy has truly lost it. You're still not shattered? Xiao Liang nearly lost his composure, especially when he saw the constant shattering of power in front of Bai Lian. He almost spat out blood, for this scene was too much of a blow to him. After all, he was an invincible existence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet, not only could he not break through Bai Lian's seal, but even a mere 3-legged bronze tripod eluded his destruction. Roar! Xiao Yu's aura erupted with complete ferocity, and his killing intent exploded within his eyes. He was utterly enraged by the bronze tripod and Bai Lian. In an instant, Dao rule surged around him, covering the heavens and devouring the earth. The void was torn apart, and streams of time cascaded down. Xiao Liang's devouring god spear glowed with the brilliance of a small sun. Boom! The boundary wall of the heavenly emperor ancient city crumbled, and boundless destruction engulfed the skies. Then, with a thrust of his spear, Xiao Liang sent a wave of destruction forward, causing the barrier near Bai Lian to shatter like a glass bowl. Boom! Xiao Liang's spear pierced through Bai Lian's barrier and thrust into the heart of the lotus, on the verge of obliterating it. But, in the next moment, Bai Lian opened a petal, releasing a temporal force that cleaved through the heavens, striking Xiao Liang with overwhelming force. Boom! Xiao Liang had no time to react, and in the stunned gaze of countless beings, the mighty destroyer Xiao Liang, who was as powerful as a god of annihilation, was swept away like a piece of rotten wood by the temporal force unleashed by the lotus petal. Wow! The countless powerful beings in the heavenly emperor city gasped in shock. One by one, they gaped with wide eyes at the lotus petal blooming on the battlefield, frozen in disbelief. The scene before them was simply too terrifying. Xiao Yu was an invincible figure of the primordial Dao realm. With his strength, he could crush an entire galaxy. Yet, such a scene had unfolded before them. In that instant, not only ordinary beings but even the bronze tripod was stunned. For he sensed that this white lotus was no ordinary entity. It seemed to have gained consciousness, possessing its own awareness. It could no longer be simply described as a Dao fruit. It could be called a living being. For in that moment, the bronze tripod felt the presence of a living creature. Chapter 554, Counterattack and Reversal. The heavenly Dao fruit has transformed. The bronze cauldron shuddered and immediately realized, this is bad. Things have taken a turn for the worse. Xiao Liang is in danger. Roar! Before the bronze cauldron's voice had even faded, a furious roar echoed through the air. Xiao Liang, his face contorted with anger, shot into the sky, gripping the soul-devouring spear as if chasing a shooting star, and unleashed a devastating strike toward the white lotus in the battle platform's spiritual pool. Crack! With a single strike from Xiao Liang, the space around him shattered. Yet the white lotus in the spiritual pool remained unscathed, unfurling another petal instead. In the next instant, without any surprise, Xiao Liang was once again swept away by the temporal force emanating from the lotus. Roar! Facing yet another defeat, Xiao Liang could no longer hold back. He was a being capable of destroying heaven and earth, yet now he was being knocked away by a mere lotus petal. Xiao Liang was utterly enraged. As a supreme existence, he believed the heavens and earth were beneath his feet. All living beings should bow to him, and even the void trembled before him. Yet now, he was reduced to such a humiliating state. Xiao Liang couldn't take it anymore. He had to shatter the white lotus's defenses and seize the heavenly Dao fruit at its core. Soul-devouring spear. Kill. Gripping the soul-devouring spear, Xiao Liang charged at the lotus once more. However, the lotus's temporal power was formidable, and it managed to repel him every time. But Xiao Liang was relentless. He rose again and again, launching relentless attacks on the lotus. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Xiaoliang not only showed cruelty toward others, but also toward himself. This guy has a ruthless streak. The Bronze Cauldron commented, too bad his cultivation level is still insufficient. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to seize the heavenly Tao fruit. But now, it appears he's merely accelerating its emergence. After all his attacks are aiding the heavenly Tao fruit in breaking free from the lotus's constraints. Bang! Just as the Bronze Cauldron finished speaking, a thunderous explosion rang out. When everyone focused their attention, a golden light suddenly burst forth from the white lotus, piercing through the heavens. What is this? The once chaotic scene fell silent as everyone gaped in awe at the golden light shooting through the sky. But in the next moment, before the Bronze Cauldron and the others could recover from their shock, another white beam of light erupted from the lotus. Xiaoliang, who had just struck with his spear, was hit by the golden beam. Before he could react, the white beam struck him head-on, and with a pained grunt, he somersaulted through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out blood. This is the power of time and space. The Bronze Cauldron and the others stared in awe at the forces erupting from the lotus. Meanwhile, Xiaoliang struggled to his feet, propping himself up with the soul-devouring spear. His cold eyes, filled with fury, locked onto Lin Xingyo, who was sitting in the lotus, his expression frozen in disbelief. This human? The inhabitants of the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city were all wide-eyed and agape, staring at Lin Xingyo seated within the white lotus, exclaiming in astonishment, "He has obtained the heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial Heavenly Emperor." Xiaoliang, well done. Realizing what had happened, the Bronze Cauldron looked at Lin Xingyo sitting in the lotus and said, "It was worth risking my life to help you. I thought you were dead. Who would have thought you'd obtain the heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial Heavenly Emperor?" Xiaoliang, well done. After speaking, the Bronze Cauldron couldn't help but add, "There's a bright future ahead. All of this should be mine." Before anyone could react, Xiaoliang charged once more toward the White Lotus in the battle platform's spiritual pool, shouting, "Such a fortune isn't something a mere ant deserves. Kill!" With a roar, Xiaoliang's soul-devouring spear was already hurtling toward the lotus. Just as the spear was about to reach Lin Xingyo, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the next instant, a vertical eye appeared on his forehead, and a beam of death energy shot out, striking Xiaoliang's chest. Xiaoliang let out a pained groan and was sent flying by the death beam from Lin Xingyo's vertical eye. "Ant, you dare to harm me?" Landing on the ground, Xiaoliang swung his soul-devouring spear and charged at Lin Xingyo like lightning, shouting, "I'll skewer you with one strike." "Xiaoliang, you scoundrel." Just as Xiaoliang was about to pierce Lin Xingyo with his spear, Lin Xingyo let out a furious roar, rising to his feet and unleashing a thunderous punch toward Xiaoliang, shouting, "Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, annihilate." "Ant, you're seeking death?" Xiaoliang was momentarily stunned. Seeing Lin Xingyo's fist coming at him, he immediately struck with his soul-devouring spear. "Xiaoliang, dodge quickly." The Bronze Cauldron, acting on instinct, shouted out, not believing for a moment that Lin Xingyo could withstand Xiaoliang's attack. Of course, the surviving beings within the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city all looked at Lin Xingyo with disbelief, as if they had already witnessed his impending death. After all, the disparity in their strength was too great, and no one believed Lin Xingyo could withstand Xiaoliang's spear strike. But in the next instant, Lin Xingyo's Six Paths Reincarnation Fist struck the tip of Xiaoliang's spear, and the explosive force of life and death erupted where their attacks collided. Time and space Tao rule slay? After delivering his Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, Lin Xingyo didn't stop. Instead, he swept the Tao rule of time and space toward Xiaoliang. Crack! Xiaoliang, caught completely off guard, was sent flying by Lin Xingyo's temporal force. In the next moment, Lin Xingyo summoned the heaven-shattering sword into his hand and unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks on the airborne Xiaoliang. Chapter 555. Defeating Xiaoliang. Oh my God! What is happening here? The onlookers in the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city were all wide-eyed and gaping, staring at Lin Xingyo in complete stupefaction, especially the Bronze Ding. He was utterly stunned, as he was well aware of Lin Xingyo's cultivation level, merely at the creation realm. Yet, Xiaoliang before them was a powerhouse of the primordial Tao realm. The difference in their strength was vast, separated by several major realms. Logically speaking, such a scenario should never occur. But now, it was happening right before their eyes. A creation realm cultivator was fiercely attacking Xiaoliang, a primordial Tao realm expert. Witnessing this scene, not only the Bronze Ding but also all the beings in the Heavenly Emperor's city were frozen in shock. Of course, it wasn't solely Lin Xingyo's own power that allowed him to achieve this. But now, Lin Xingyo had obtained the heavenly Tao fruit of the primordial Heavenly Emperor and also gained his temporal and spatial powers. Although he couldn't suppress Xiaoliang for an extended period, it was absolutely possible for a short time. Trash! You've enraged me, die. Xiaoliang, on the other hand, was completely furious. Here he was, an invincible supreme being suppressed by Lin Xingyo. How could he endure that? He was a primordial Tao realm expert, having just used the Tao Divine Flame to offer Lin Xingyo as a sacrifice. Now, this trash had turned the tables and suppressed him. Xiaoliang couldn't accept this, so he instantly went berserk, devouring God's spear. Kill? Xiaoliang, after being relentlessly attacked by Lin Xingyo, finally roused his ferocity. With a fierce bite, he counterattacked Lin Xingyo. Insect, your situation is clear to me. Although you've mastered temporal and spatial powers, you can't control them for long. So, in the end, you'll still die by my spear. Is that so? Lin Xingyo retorted. It seems you're very confident, but you might be disappointed. I admit I can't sustain this power for long, but it's more than enough to kill you. Oh. Fine then. Hearing this, Xiaoliang fully charged at Lin Xingyo. Let me see how you plan to kill me? Lin Xingyo refrained from further words. Clutching the Zhutian sword firmly, he summoned the forces of life and death around him, while temporal and spatial laws swirled. He bridged the gap between life and death, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and in a flash, 6 gates of reincarnation materialized before him. 6 paths of reincarnation, the power of life and death. Under the guidance of the Tao of time and space, they were interconnected. Now, Lin Xingyo could revive a dead flower through the Tao of time and space, bringing it back to life through reincarnation. Therefore, when this power enveloped Xiaoliang, it instantly stripped away 10,000 years of his life force. Insect, what have you done to me? Why is this power so bizarre? Xiaoliang, enveloped by Lin Xingyo's power of life and death, was utterly panicked. His life force was rapidly dissipating, 1,000,000 years in the blink of an eye. He was terrified. He was completely panicked, because the power Lin Xingyo possessed was too terrifying. Now, he fully felt the approach of death. But Lin Xingyo wouldn't care about him. With an opportunity to kill him, how could Lin Xingyo possibly let it go? So, Lin Xingyo fully unleashed his power, pushing the force of life and death to completely obliterate Xiaoliang's vitality. Insect, just wait. Xiaoliang, under the force of Lin Xingyo's life and death, screamed in agony. When my true body emerges, it will be the day your head rolls. Snap. As Xiaoliang's words fell, he was instantly drained dry by Lin Xingyo's force of life and death, right before the shocked eyes of countless onlookers. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp, then stared at Lin Xingyo in complete petrification. Xiaoliang is dead? After a while, the Bronze Ding finally snapped out of his shock, staring at Xiaoliang, who had been drained dry by Lin Xingyo's force of life and death, collapsing like a withered tree. Dead, he's dead. The beings in the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city, seeing this, also finally came back to their senses, then stared at Lin Xingyo once again in astonishment. Xiaoliang was dead. Those who had truly witnessed this all felt an unreal sensation, as they had all seen Xiaoliang's might. But now, he was dead just like that? For a moment, no one could react, as this scene was simply too inconceivable. Xiaoliang was a mighty primordial Dao realm expert. He was absolutely invincible, yet he was drained to death by Lin Xingyo? After fully regaining their senses, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp and retreat tens of thousands of meters. They were all terrified of Lin Xingyo, as he was too terrifying, capable of killing even a mighty existence like Xiaoliang. What could they, in comparison, possibly amount to? Xingyo, you're amazing. The bronze Ding, regaining his composure, immediately darted towards Lin Xingyo. Ding Ye, I'm stunned. Go, quickly go. Before Lin Xingyo could speak, the other beings, reacting to the situation, all tore through space like meteors, fleeing outward. They didn't dare stop for a moment. They were afraid Lin Xingyo would kill them, so they all tore through space, escaping from the prison that was the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo wanted to stop them, but he knew he was powerless. After all, killing Xiaoliang had exhausted all the power left by the primordial Heavenly Emperor. Now, he had reverted to the creation realm. So, not only could he not stop these powerful beings, but if they attacked him, he might be killed instantly. Fortunately, none of the beings in the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city dared to attack Lin Xingyo. Instead, they all fled in utter disarray. Witnessing all this, Lin Xingyo's body finally relaxed, and he collapsed to the ground, his vision darkening as he fainted. Chapter 556. Encountering a group of powerful figures. Where is this place? The next day, Lin Xingyo woke up from his unconscious state and looked around, asking, "How did I end up here?" "Qingzi, you're awake?" The bronze cauldron immediately approached Lin Xingyo upon seeing him awake, saying, "Ding Yi, I've brought you out of the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city and we've returned to the illusory land of the immortal spirit realm." The immortal spirit realm? Lin Xingyo was stunned. Looking at the bronze cauldron with wide eyes, "We're back." "Yes, we're back." The bronze cauldron replied, "Ding Yi, I carried you out of the collapsing Heavenly Emperor's ancient city. Otherwise, you would have been eternally obliterated there." Hearing this, Lin Xingyo felt a pang of sorrow, for Mu Wanling and the others had been completely obliterated in the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city. Thinking back, so many had entered together. Yet now, only he had survived, and all this was the fault of Xiaoliang. "Xiaoliang, just you wait." As Lin Xingyo thought of this, he clenched his fists and suddenly looked up at the sky, declaring, "I will not rest until I avenge this grudge." All right. The bronze cauldron couldn't help but speak up, "Qingzi, stop acting up. The Xiaoliang you killed was merely a spiritual avatar. If you provoke his true body to descend now, don't blame me for not warning you. He could still kill you as easily as squashing an ant. So, stop provoking him here." Lin Xingyo remained silent, for he understood the bronze cauldron was speaking the truth. Without the support of the power of the primordial Heavenly Emperor, if Xiaoliang truly descended from the immortal domain, he would indeed be as vulnerable as an ant. "All right, you're awake now." Ao Ling, seeing this, handed over a piece of roasted meat she had torn off, saying, "Here, this is some roasted meat I just made. Since you're awake, have some." Lin Xingyo responded and took the roasted meat from Ao Ling, then began to eat it ravenously. After all, Lin Xingyo understood. He couldn't afford to collapse or be overwhelmed by such grief, because what had happened couldn't be changed. The only thing he could change now was to continuously strengthen himself, and then ascend to the immortal domain to kill Xiaoliang. "Qingzi, good mindset." The bronze cauldron commented, "That's how it should be. After all, a cultivator faces many life and death situations, and there are many things we cannot change. All we can do is continuously strengthen ourselves to protect those around us. Otherwise, tragedies will keep happening around you." Lin Xingyo didn't respond. It wasn't that he wasn't sad. It was impossible not to be, but crying wouldn't solve anything. So, Lin Xingyo suppressed this grief within him, vowing that one day he would make Xiaoliang pay 10-fold, 100-fold. Roar! As Lin Xingyo and the others were eating, a roar suddenly echoed through the air, followed by a massive savage beast striding toward them with legs as tall as mountains. Humans, you have trespassed into my territory. The savage beast halted before Lin Xingyo, its colossal head bowing down as it glared at them with its immense eyes. Humans, you have trespassed into my domain, it rumbled. I am feeling hungry now, so I shall offer you a chance. All of you, step forward willingly and become my meal. Big guy, you're quite impressive. The bronze cauldron trembled and immediately sent out a wave of spiritual energy toward the savage beast. Ding Yi, I'm also a bit hungry. How about letting Ding Yi eat you instead? What? The savage beast was momentarily stunned, then reacted with fury. What was this broken cauldron? It dared to call itself Ding Yi? The savage beast grew angrier the more it thought about it, for it was the lord of this domain, and no creature in this area dared to speak to it like this. This bronze cauldron not only dared to disrespect it, but even threatened to eat it. The savage beast couldn't hold back anymore. You insolent cauldron, you're courting death? The savage beast, growing angrier by the second, lifted its mountain-sized leg and stomped down on the bronze cauldron. Your master hasn't even spoken, yet you dare to spout such nonsense. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Come, let Ding Yi teach you a lesson. The bronze cauldron exploded in size as the savage beast stomped down. Then, amid the beast's terrified screams, it swallowed the savage beast whole. Lord, I was wrong. Trapped inside the bronze cauldron, the savage beast twisted its face in a look of utter despair. I didn't know you were a great deity. I'm sorry. Please spare my life. The bronze cauldron replied. Is Ding Yi that easy to fool? You'll just stay in the cauldron for now. Ding Yi has been holding a grudge since the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city, and since you've come along, don't blame me for eating you. Ding Yi, no. The savage beast was nearly in tears. We can talk this out. Please don't eat me. The bronze cauldron couldn't help but feel annoyed. This savage beast was way too cowardly. Wasn't it quite arrogant just a moment ago? Now it was acting like this? The bronze cauldron had no time to deal with it, for it was indeed holding a grudge. It directly sealed the savage beast, deciding to either kill it or torment it to vent its frustration. After all, the beast had provoked it. All right. After sitting for a while, Lin Xingyo stood up and said, Bronze cauldron, let's move on. The bronze cauldron naturally didn't object, as they had come here for a purpose. Ao Ling also followed Lin Xingyo. They traveled westward. After flying countless miles, they soon entered a dense forest filled with powerful savage beasts. However, these beasts posed no threat to Lin Xingyo and the others, as their cultivation levels were far superior. Even though these savage beasts were formidable, the aura emanating from Lin Xingyo and the others was enough to scare them away. Qingzi, listen. As the bronze cauldron accompanied Lin Xingyo through the dense forest, it suddenly alerted him. There seemed to be people ahead. Lin Xingyo didn't need the bronze cauldron's reminder, as his cultivation level allowed him to detect any movement in the forest. Moreover, he knew a few immortal kings were currently besieging a powerful devouring beast, and the battle was intense, as they were fighting over a treasure guarded by the beast. Lin Xingyo glanced at it briefly. He wasn't particularly interested, as it was merely a treasure for immortal kings. Lin Xingyo had no intention of competing for it, as his goal was to find the golden divine bones in the illusory land, and he didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo, who was about to move, suddenly stopped. He had overheard the immortal kings discussing their plan to go to Mount Gaiju, the place where the golden divine bones were hidden. Instantly, Lin Xingyo headed toward them. After all, these people knew the location, and they were also going there. Lin Xingyo decided to follow them, as he was unfamiliar with this place. If he could follow them, it would save a lot of trouble. Moreover, after traveling for so long, Lin Xingyo felt a bit tired. It was time to take a break and have some tea. Besides, the devouring beast they were attacking looked quite robust. Lin Xingyo was feeling a bit hungry, and if he could kill it and roast it over a fire, it would make for a delicious meal. Lin Xingyo made up his mind and immediately began walking towards the direction of the fight. With each step, Aoling followed closely behind him, and in no time, they had covered hundreds of steps. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the battle. There were a total of 7 immortal kings and 1 immortal emperor. The devouring beast in front of them was quite formidable, having already reached the 3rd level of the immortal emperor realm. Lin Xingyo stood at the periphery. He immediately began to carefully observe the people in front of him. Judging by their attire, Lin Xingyo deduced that these individuals were likely from the Cloud Sky Palace of the Immortal Spirit Continent. Chapter 557. I'll roast a demon beast. You guys do as you please. Fellow cultivator. The group in the midst of battle, upon seeing Lin Xingyo and his companions arrive, immediately displayed a look of caution and said, "Who are you? We discovered this place of fortune first, so we hope you won't try to steal it." "Don't worry." Lin Xingyo smirked and replied, "I won't take your fortune. I was just bored in these mountains, so I couldn't resist coming over to join the fun." The cultivators from the Cloud Heaven Palace couldn't help but give Lin Xingyo a few extra glances upon hearing this. After all, they had never encountered someone as peculiar as him before, especially with such an unusual explanation. Lin Xingyo, however, seemed completely unbothered. He casually found a spot to sit down and watched as they surrounded and attacked the devouring beast. Roar! The devouring beast in front of them was utterly enraged. After all, it was a demon beast of the immortal emperor level, and not only was it being attacked by a group of humans, but Lin Xingyo's attitude was making it feel deeply insulted. It felt as though this human was completely disregarding it, treating it with utter disdain. However, the Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators paid no heed to its feelings and continued their fierce assault. The powerful attack waves engulfed the devouring beast entirely. Despite being an immortal emperor-level demon beast, even with the intense attacks from the Cloud Heaven Palace, it still couldn't be completely subdued. Instead, it only intensified its ferocity. "Humans, you push me too far." The devouring beast, besieged, finally couldn't hold back its anger and roared, "I have guarded this blood spirit herb for 100 years, and now not only do you want to take it away, but you dare to attack me like this? You push me too far." Devouring beast, we've made it very clear already. The Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators, upon hearing this, all sneered and said, "We will take the blood spirit herb, and you, we will either subdue or kill you." Upon hearing this, the devouring beast was completely incensed. After all, it was still an immortal emperor. These humans were forcing its hand. Realizing it had no way out, it either had to kill all these humans or die by self-detonation. There was no other option. Understanding its predicament, the devouring beast began to attack the Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators with wild abandon. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyo started a fire, summoned a powerful demon emperor, and with a single hand strike, beheaded the demon emperor. Then, in front of everyone's stunned gaze, Lin Xingyo casually pulled out an iron rod, pierced through the demon emperor's body, and placed it on the fire to roast. Holy crap! The Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was terrifying, especially when the devouring beast watched as Lin Xingyo summoned the Pishio demon emperor and with a single strike, severed its neck. In an instant, a chill ran through the devouring beast's entire body. To be honest, I was already dumbfounded. The Pishio demon emperor was a familiar figure, and its cultivation was even higher than the devouring beast's. Yet, Lin Xingyo had effortlessly killed it and was now roasting it on a spit. Seeing this, the devouring beast was so terrified that it wanted to flee immediately. But the Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators wouldn't let it escape and surrounded it, launching a fierce attack. The devouring beast knew it couldn't escape, but it no longer had the will to fight. After all, the aroma of the roasted meat wafting from Lin Xingyo's fire was making it tremble with fear. If it stayed any longer, it was terrified that it would be the next one on the roasting spit. "Humans, I am willing to submit to you." Unable to escape, the devouring beast immediately surrendered to the Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators, saying, "But you must guarantee that this senior won't roast me as well." Upon hearing this, the Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators all turned their gazes to Lin Xingyo. They didn't dare make decisions for him, as Lin Xingyo's actions had already shown how formidable he was. Moreover, the Pishio Demon Emperor was currently being roasted over the fire. "Why are you all looking at me? I'm not getting involved in your affairs," Lin Xingyo said, sprinkling some cumin on the Pishio Demon Emperor. "Devouring beast, don't be afraid. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't harm you, rest assured." Upon hearing this, the devouring beast's face lit up with joy. After all, it knew that Lin Xingyo was definitely not someone it could afford to offend. Now that he had said this, the devouring beast had nothing to fear. It turned around and resumed attacking the Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators. Its recent submission was now completely retracted. Since Lin Xingyo wouldn't harm it, the devouring beast felt free to attack the Cloud Heaven Palace without any restraint. Lin Xingyo found it quite amusing. He ate his roasted meat while watching their battle, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. The Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators, however, were somewhat displeased. After all, if Lin Xingyo had just said a word, they could have subdued the devouring beast. Of course, despite their dissatisfaction, they didn't dare voice it. After all, Lin Xingyo's strength was evident, and they didn't dare offend him. "Ao Ling, come." Lin Xingyo ignored them and tore off a piece of roasted meat, handing it to Ao Ling. "The roast is ready. Have a piece?" Ao Ling didn't say much. She simply took the roasted meat from Lin Xingyo and started eating. The Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators, seeing this, couldn't help but feel their mouths watering. After all, it was the meat of a demon emperor being roasted. Who wouldn't want to have a taste? Even the devouring beast couldn't help but gulp at the aroma, feeling tempted to take a bite. "All right." Seeing them looking over, Lin Xingyo smiled warmly, showing his white teeth, and said, Come, the roast is ready. Why don't you take a break from fighting? I think you must be hungry." This human is quite the character. The devouring beast said upon hearing this, "Such a good thing, and he's willing to share with us. This man is truly extraordinary. Human, I like you." The devouring beast, making up its mind, immediately began to fawn over Lin Xingyo, saying, "Give me a chance. I've decided to pledge my allegiance to you." "Ah, this is quite unexpected." Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned but quickly replied, "But since you're so sensible, I'll give you a chance. Hand over your slave seal, and I'll take you in." Upon hearing this, the devouring beast immediately condensed its slave seal and, with an air of arrogance, walked over to Lin Xingyo in front of the Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators. The latter, feeling like they had a bone stuck in their throats, tried to say something several times but couldn't utter a word. They were, of course, dissatisfied. But they didn't dare say anything, as Lin Xingyo's strength was evident, and they didn't dare offend him. Even upon hearing that Lin Xingyo was taking the devouring beast as his pet, they were too scared to lay a hand on it. After all, the devouring beast was now Lin Xingyo's battle pet. To harm it would be to slap Lin Xingyo in the face, so they dared not show the slightest disrespect. In an instant, the devouring beast felt an unprecedented sense of superiority. "All right." Lin Xingyo smiled and said, "Fellow cultivators, I apologize for the devouring beast situation. Come, have some roasted meat as compensation." "Yes, senior." Although the Cloud Heaven Palace cultivators were dissatisfied, the fact remained, so they all walked over to Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo was quite casual. He tore off some of the roasted Pishio Demon Emperor meat and handed it to them, and everyone happily started eating. Time passed quickly. By the time Lin Xingyo and the others finished eating the roasted Pishio Demon Emperor, the sky had already begun to darken. Chapter 558. Setting out for the Sky Dragon Valley once more. The next morning, bright and early, Lin Xingyo was already up and about. Gripping the Jutian sword, he strode into the forest and began practicing, as daily sword swings of 5,000 had long become a habit for him. Ao Ling watched him quietly. Her snow-white hands propped her chin, her fiery red hair cascading down, her eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo with a dreamy gaze, as if every swing of his sword captivated her. Lin Xingyo, of course, noticed Ao Ling, but his spirits were low. as the shadow of Mu Wanling and the others leaving still lingered in his heart. Thus, he found it difficult to engage in romantic feelings. What he wanted most now was to quickly reach the Sky Dragon Valley, find the golden divine bones, and leave this illusory realm to return home. He missed home. He missed Chu Yun and Zhao Yuqin even more. In fact, many times he had wanted to return home directly, but now he had to become stronger, then march into the immortal domain to dismember Xiaoliang. Senior, good morning. The people from the Cloud Sky Palace awoke and, seeing Lin Xingyo practicing his sword, almost all of them greeted him respectfully. After all, in the world of cultivators, strength was respected. Since Lin Xingyo was stronger than them, they would, albeit reluctantly, greet him. Although Lin Xingyo felt uncomfortable, since they had shown their respect, he naturally wouldn't ignore them. Thus, he returned their greetings one by one. Master, when are we setting off? The devouring beast approached, its cow-sized eyes wide, deliberately putting on an innocent expression as it asked. Let's get ready and set off soon, Lin Xingyo replied, seeing that everyone was awake. He didn't want to waste any more time here, as he was eager to find the golden divine bones and leave this illusory realm to return home. Truthfully, this journey had not only exhausted him physically but also mentally. His heart was almost worn out, and he was desperate to resolve everything here and return to the Heavenly Sword Sect or find Chu Yun. Let's go, let's go. Hearing Lin Xingyo's words, the group from the Cloud Sky Palace hurriedly packed up and set off. They journeyed westward. Moving at an incredible speed, they traversed millions of miles, though they were still some distance from their destination. Of course, the journey wasn't without its dangers, as this was the illusory realm, and they inevitably encountered powerful beasts along the way. But with Lin Xingyo around, there were no major accidents. The beasts they encountered were almost all slain by him. Naturally, the journey was also bountiful, as the pelts and essence blood of these powerful beasts were valuable treasures. The people from the Cloud Sky Palace benefited greatly from following Lin Xingyo, as many things he didn't care for were considered priceless treasures to them. Over the course of their journey, the initial hostility the Cloud Sky Palace members held toward Lin Xingyo gradually turned into admiration. After all, spending time together allowed them to truly appreciate his strength. After 4 days of travel, they finally arrived at the Sky Dragon Valley. The place was bustling, as many cultivators were here seeking opportunities. Of course, those who could reach this place were no ordinary people. After all, the illusory realm wasn't accessible to just anyone, let alone the perilous Sky Dragon Valley. Thus, those who made it here were almost all emperors. When Lin Xingyo arrived, he found that the area wasn't peaceful. After all, being a place of opportunity, battles were inevitable, especially when it came to competing for opportunities. It was essentially a matter of might makes right, so people were dying here every moment. Chapter 559, Digging for Treasures. Senior, please. The group from the Cloud Sky Palace of the Heavenly Dragon Valley naturally guided Lin Xingyo to their destination. Lin Xingyo, not one to be pretentious, followed them without hesitation. However, after walking for a while, Lin Xingyo noticed that many people were digging holes here, their eyes wide as saucers, as if they were mining for gold, fearing they might miss any treasures buried in the dirt. Everyone was digging with great enthusiasm. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. After all, these people were no ordinary beings. Almost any one of them could be considered an ancestor-level existence. Yet, here they were, all digging holes. The ground was full of craters, each one dug with increasing fervor. Feeling speechless, Lin Xingyo observed for a while. The Heavenly Dragon Valley was indeed vast, and there were many people digging. After watching for some time, Lin Xingyo found it interesting and decided to join in, grabbing a tool to dig. The ground here was quite special. The soil was extremely hard, and even with his Jutian sword, Lin Xingyo could only manage to dig out a small hole after a long time. But lo and behold, there really was something underground. After digging just a small hole, Lin Xingyo unearthed a small piece of dragon-patterned black gold iron. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but gasp in surprise. After all, even this small piece of dragon-patterned black gold iron, if taken out, could fetch an astronomical price. Lin Xingyo finally understood. No wonder these great emperors were all digging here. There really were treasures buried underground. Realizing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but dig with increasing enthusiasm. Of course, Tunshin Beast and Ao Ling were also digging, as there truly were treasures underground. So, Ao Ling and the others also joined the digging frenzy. Boom! While Lin Xingyo was digging, a sudden burst of golden light shot out from the ground he had just dug open. Following it, a torrent of runic light waves surged up, and then a piece of green copper fragment was unearthed by Lin Xingyo. A green copper fragment. Before Lin Xingyo could even react, the bronze cauldron suddenly darted out, and without giving Lin Xingyo a chance to respond, it snatched the green copper fragment and said, "Kid, this is a good item. Uncle Cauldron will take care of it for you." "You scoundrel." Lin Xingyo reacted immediately, slapping the bronze cauldron with a palm. After all, he had just dug up a valuable item, and before he could even take a good look at it, the bronze cauldron had already snatched it away. Lin Xingyo was both angry and anxious, but the bronze cauldron didn't care about Lin Xingyo. It directly swallowed the green copper fragment and began to refine it. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was left feeling both helpless and speechless. It wasn't that Lin Xingyo was being petty. It was just that after digging for so long, he had finally unearthed something, only to have it snatched away without even getting a proper look. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a bit upset. But before he could recover from this mood, a massive mountain-backed giant approached him. "Human kid, I need that hole." The mountain-backed giant stopped in front of Lin Xingyo and, looking down at him, said, "I've taken a liking to this hole. You can leave now." "Oh, and what if I don't?" Seeing the mountain-backed giant looking down at him, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but glance up and down at the giant. "Kid, let me give you a piece of advice." Hearing this, the mountain-backed giant disdainfully glared at Lin Xingyo and said, "If you know what's good for you, you'll scram from here. Otherwise, my axe will show you what happens to those who don't leave." "Oh, so your axe is quite formidable, is it?" Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, suddenly raising his head and looking up at the mountain-backed giant with a playful glint in his eyes. "Why don't you let me experience it?" "Huh." Hearing this, the mountain-backed giant was completely enraged. After all, he was no ordinary being. He was a powerful existence at the third level of the immortal Emperor realm. Yet, this mere human dared to belittle him in front of so many people. The mountain-backed giant grew angrier with each passing moment. Chapter 560. Don't force me to show off and beat you. "Human, are you provoking me?" The mountain-backed giant, having regained his composure from his initial fury, glared at Lin Xingyo with eyes as large as bulls, his face filled with overwhelming sigh. "Then don't blame me for crushing you like an ant." Lin Xingyo casually glanced at the mountain-backed giant and then ignored him, continuing to dig with his Judian sword. He didn't want to embarrass the giant. With so many people watching, Lin Xingyo felt a bit self-conscious. After all, the mountain-backed giant was just a peerless immortal emperor. After some thought, Lin Xingyo decided to uphold some martial virtue, and thus chose not to engage. But the mountain-backed giant wasn't having it. Not only did he covet the pit Lin Xingyo was digging, but Lin Xingyo's blatant disregard for him was enough to fuel the giant's rage. "Human, this is your own doing." The mountain-backed giant immediately raised his giant axe, his bull-like eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Xingyo. "I didn't intend to kill you, but since you refuse to leave this pit, don't blame me for being merciless. Big guy, don't push your luck." Seeing this, the bronze cauldron couldn't help but shudder. "With those puny arms and legs of yours, if you listen to me now, you'd better scram, or else you'll be crawling on the ground later." "Huh." The mountain-backed giant was momentarily stunned, but upon realizing what was said, he exploded with rage. Who was he? He was the king of the mountain-backed giants, and wherever he went, others had to bow before him. Yet, this mere human and a broken cauldron dared to disrespect him in public. The mountain-backed giant was utterly infuriated. "Human, you're asking for it?" Recovering from his fury, the mountain-backed giant raised his axe and swung it down at Lin Xingyo with full force. Everyone around watched in anticipation, certain that Lin Xingyo was doomed. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo slowly raised his hand and looked up at the mountain-backed giant. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Lin Xingyo effortlessly caught the giant's axe with one hand. With a casual flick, he sent the mountain-backed giant flying tens of thousands of meters away. Wow! All the surrounding beings were left speechless, their mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to process what had just happened. Lin Xingyo, however, remained unfazed. He simply shook his hand and continued digging with his Judian sword. The onlookers, not daring to speak, instinctively moved further away from him. "Human, you dared to ambush me." Before the crowd could recover from their shock, a roar echoed through the air. They looked up to see the mountain-backed giant, axe in hand, charging at Lin Xingyo once more. "Now, let me show you the power of this move." Lin Xingyo merely pursed his lips and casually raised his hand, slapping the mountain-backed giant across the face. Smack! The giant didn't even have time to react before being sent flying by Lin Xingyo's slap, crashing into dozens of giant peaks before coming to a stop. "Wow, he's so strong." The crowd in Tianlong Valley, having witnessed everything, were left gaping in astonishment, their eyes wide. If they had thought Lin Xingyo's earlier victory was unfair, this slap left no doubt. Under the mountain-backed giant's full force, Lin Xingyo had effortlessly sent him flying with a single slap. Everyone present understood that this move was far beyond their own capabilities. "Ah, found it." While the crowd in Tianlong Valley was still in shock, the deities from the immortal realm turned their attention to Lin Xingyo. "Look, he's in Tianlong Valley." "Yes, it's him, that's him." The immortal realm deities, their eyes bloodshot, roared with fury, eager to descend and kill Lin Xingyo. They were filled with hatred for him. They had learned about everything that happened at the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city. It was Lin Xingyo who had ruined their plans and killed a manifestation of their ancestor, Xiao Liang. "Kill, kill, kill!" The heavenly court deities roared. "Open the heavenly ladder. We must descend and slay this villain." Chapter 561. Invasion of the Celestial Realm's Powerful Foes. This is not good. The bronze tripod in the illusory land seemed to sense something and suddenly shouted to Lin Xingyo, "Inzi, look at the sky." Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, not reacting immediately. When he did, he was furious. He had already sensed it himself. The sky was tearing apart, and a powerful aura suddenly descended from the void. Lin Xingyo knew. The celestial court had made its move against him. Now, Lin Xingyo was both excited and agitated. After all, he had been holding this grudge for a long time. If the celestial realm was making a move against him, then so be it. Fine, let's fight until the heavens collapse and the earth shatters. Lin Xingyo's mind was set. He gripped his Jutian sword tightly and stared coldly into the void. "Come." Lin Xingyo fixed his gaze on the void and declared, "I won't stop until the rivers run red with blood." What's going on? The inhabitants of the Dragon Valley were all astonished, looking at Lin Xingyo in bewilderment. They couldn't understand why he suddenly spoke such words, especially with the overwhelming killing intent emanating from him, which left all the creatures in confusion and disbelief. They had no idea why Lin Xingyo was acting this way. But the next moment, all the creatures in Dragon Valley, just like Lin Xingyo, turned their gazes toward the sky. Suddenly, they all saw golden lights cutting through the heavens, and 8 divine dragon horses pulling a golden chariot tore through the sky, stepping on a golden path, like lightning bolts, shooting straight toward them. This is the heavenly army and the heavenly generals. The usually noisy scene in Dragon Valley instantly fell silent. Everyone, one by one, gaped with wide eyes and open mouths, staring at the sky in a daze. "Monkey, die!" Before the creatures in Dragon Valley could regain their senses, a furious roar echoed through the air. The creatures who reacted looked up to see the divine general on the golden chariot suddenly swing his halberd, like a meteor chasing the moon, and slashed toward Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened. He had long wanted to storm the celestial realm and cause chaos, but there was no way to ascend. Now that they had brought down the heavenly ladder, Lin Xingyo would not hesitate. With a powerful step and the Zhutian sword in hand, in almost an instant, Lin Xingyo unleashed wave after wave of powerful energy rings, charging toward the divine general in the golden chariot like a black thunderbolt. Zhutian sword kill, Lin Xingyo roared, and the Zhutian sword, carrying the might of obliterating the heavens, slashed fiercely toward the divine general in the golden chariot. Monkey, don't be so arrogant. The divine general in the golden chariot, seeing Lin Xingyo's slash, spoke with contempt and disdain. Watch me, Mu Zhantian, crush you with one strike. Zhutian sword, slash? Lin Xingyo didn't waste words. With a shake of the Zhutian sword, it transformed into a 10,000 zhonglong giant sword, tearing through the sky with the destructive power of the end of the world, instantly reaching Mu Zhantian. Roar! Mu Zhantian was no weakling. Almost as soon as Lin Xingyo's sword came, he raised his halberd and struck Lin Xingyo's blade, instantly creating waves of catastrophic energy that shattered the sky. Monkey, not bad. After Mu Zhantian's strike, he immediately launched another attack. But if your strength is only this, then you will surely die under my halberd. Is that so? Hearing this, Lin Xingyo's fighting spirit surged. Then I'll have to give it a try. Humph! Mu Zhantian's cold eyes darkened, and his halberd's speed suddenly increased, striking toward Lin Xingyo, then prepare to die. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, break. Lin Xingyo didn't want to waste words. Seeing Mu Zhantian's halberd coming, he swung his sword and punched simultaneously, charging toward Mu Zhantian. Heaven-splitting palm, break. Seeing Lin Xingyo's Six Paths Reincarnation Fist coming, Mu Zhantian didn't dare to be careless. He immediately raised his hand into a palm and met Lin Xingyo's fist. Clang, clang, clang. Mu Zhantian and Lin Xingyo clashed tens of thousands of times in a flash, shattering the surrounding void. The vast valley was also blasted apart for tens of thousands of miles. If not for Lin Xingyo summoning the King of Hell's banner during the battle, not only would the illusory land be destroyed, but even the celestial realm might have been shattered. After all, their attacks were simply too powerful. A huge variable indeed. It's only been a few short months, and his cultivation is about to break through again. No wonder the ancestor fell into his hands. Mu Zhantian, kill him? We absolutely cannot let this plague survive in the world. It must be eradicated. Kill, kill, kill. Almost everyone in the celestial court was shouting at Lin Xingyo. They all desperately hoped that Mu Zhantian could kill Lin Xingyo, because they all felt an inexplicable fear. After all, this insignificant ant had killed a fragment of their ancestor Xiao Liang. So, they all hoped to eliminate Lin Xingyo at this stage. If Lin Xingyo were allowed to grow further, it might truly threaten the celestial realm's thousands of centuries of efforts. Mu Zhantian, kill him? Even the six great gods of the celestial court were shouting, but Mu Zhantian was becoming more and more fearful as the battle went on. Even though he had already reached the immortal realm, he clearly understood that he could not kill Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo was simply too terrifying. He was completely unlike what the ancestor had described. He was not weak. On the contrary, he was terrifyingly strong. Mu Zhantian became more and more panicked, even feeling a sense of absurdity. It seemed that the ancestor had tricked him. This wasn't a chance to claim credit. This was a death trap. Mu Zhantian couldn't believe the reality before him, but now he had no way to retreat. After all, the battle had already begun, and countless eyes were watching him. If he fled without fighting, not only would he lose face here, but he would never be able to hold his head high in the celestial realm again. Kill. Mu Zhantian finally gritted his teeth and fully unleashed the power within his body, tightly gripping his halberd and striking Lin Xingyo with a thunderous blow. Zhutian sword, kill. Seeing Mu Zhantian's halberd coming, Lin Xingyo was completely immersed in battle frenzy. He swung the Zhutian sword and slashed toward Mu Zhantian. Clang! Lin Xingyo's Zhutian sword struck, clashing with Mu Zhantian's halberd. In the next moment, Lin Xingyo charged forward lightning fast, not only slashing wildly with the Zhutian sword, but also unleashing a barrage of fist strikes and palm attacks, forcing Mu Zhantian back tens of thousands of miles. Monkey, I've had enough? Mu Zhantian, overwhelmed by Lin Xingyo, could no longer hold back. He realized that continuing this way would only result in his defeat. If that was the case, then his only choice was to drag Lin Xingyo down with him in a suicidal attack. Mu Zhantian made up his mind, and his eyes revealed a resolute expression. Finally, he went completely mad. Monkey, die together. Mu Zhantian roared, and then he completely detonated the spiritual energy in his dantian. In an instant, a devastating aura exploded within his body. Boom! No one in the void below could have expected that Mu Zhantian, an immortal realm expert, would self-destruct. In an instant, waves of catastrophic light exploded in front of Lin Xingyo. Bronze tripod, help me? Facing this moment, Lin Xingyo immediately thought of the bronze tripod. After all, this was the self-destruction of an immortal realm expert. Even if Lin Xingyo summoned the boundless realm and the Tao of space-time, he couldn't withstand this power. After all, Lin Xingyo was very clear. The current attack, although not enough to obliterate him completely, was more than capable of severely injuring him. Therefore, Lin Xingyo immediately thought of the bronze tripod. Qingzi, your uncle tripod is here. The bronze tripod didn't dare to delay in the slightest, as this was a matter of life and death. It suddenly appeared above Lin Xingyo's head and, under the gazes of countless onlookers, shot out a green light beam that enveloped Lin Xingyo entirely. Bang! At this moment, Mu Zhantian's self-destructing power finally broke through Lin Xingyo's colorless realm and space-time Tao principles, striking directly in front of him. Monkey, there's no way you can survive this. The gods of the celestial realm all widened their eyes and opened their mouths, staring intently at Lin Xingyo as they shouted, "We refuse to believe you can withstand Mu Zhantian's self-destruction." The creatures of the illusory land, faced with this moment, almost all believed that Lin Xingyo was doomed. Even the people of the Cloud Palace, who had witnessed Lin Xingyo's abilities, felt that he was finished. But, the next moment, the bronze tripod completely detonated its Tao principles. One circle after another of terrifying waves, carrying overwhelming runes, directly intercepted Mu Zhantian's self-destructing power. Wow! All the creatures witnessing this scene couldn't help but gasp at the bronze tripod. Even the 6 great gods of the celestial court were stunned. After all, it was Mu Zhantian who had self-destructed. With Mu Zhantian's strength, almost no living being would dare to claim they could completely withstand his self-destruction. Yet the bronze tripod had done just that. This cauldron is problematic. The creatures who had recovered from their shock almost all exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the bronze tripod. It's definitely not an ordinary cauldron. Chapter 562, Battling 3 Divine Masters. Shaoliang, where are you? Lin Xingyo, on the other hand, brandished his Zhutian sword and stepped onto the heavenly ladder that descended from the immortal realm, challenging, "Would you dare to descend and fight me? How dare you?" The gods of the heavenly court were all enraged. In their eyes, Lin Xingyo was nothing more than an insignificant ant. Yet now he dared to step onto the heavenly ladder and challenge the ancient ancestors of the heavenly court. This was beyond arrogance. Monkey, you do have some strength? Seeing this, Lei Mingsha of the heavenly court swung his giant hammer and shot down from the heavenly court with a thunderous force, declaring, "But you are far too arrogant. I, Lei Mingsha, the war god of the Thunder Department, will deal with you." Good, let Lei Mingsha handle this. Song Yuanji of the Death God Palace spoke up, "This monkey certainly won't survive now. Lei Mingsha, kill him." The main god of the Thunder Department shouted, "The next leader of the Thunder Department will be you." Die! Lei Mingsha tore through the sky and descended along the heavenly ladder, wielding his giant hammer with the overwhelming might of destruction, and unleashed a devastating blow toward Lin Xingyo. Zhutian sword kill. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo immediately slashed with his sword. In an instant, a 10,000-mile-wide sword beam surged forth and struck toward Lei Mingsha. Clang! The sword beam Lin Xingyo unleashed collided with Lei Mingsha's hammer, and in a flash, the entire space was torn apart by their clash. Monkey, you deserve to die. Lei Mingsha, after landing his hammer strike, suddenly raised his palm, and in front of countless shocked gazes, he slammed his palm down toward Lin Xingyo. With a single palm strike, the space around him shattered, and then a thunderous sphere enveloped in lightning descended from the void. What horrified everyone was that the sphere continued to grow, almost instantly covering the entire space in front of them. Good heavens! What kind of terrifying technique is this? The beings of the void realm, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Can this human withstand it?" Withstand? How could he possibly? Some beings, feeling their scalps tingle, said, "This is the heavenly law of thunder. How could he possibly withstand it?" Monkey, let's see how you handle this now. The gods of the heavenly court all looked at Lin Xingyo with savage expressions. I absolutely don't believe you can withstand Lei Mingsha's attack. Monkey, run. Seeing the thunderous sphere that threatened to crush the heavens, the bronze cauldron couldn't help but shout to Lin Xingyo, "This attack is too strong. You can't withstand it. I'll take you away." Zhutian sword, kill for me? Lin Xingyo, however, ignored all warnings. He took a small step forward, tightly gripped the Zhutian sword, and with his eyes fixed on the thunderous sphere descending from the void, he swung the sword with all his might toward the sphere. Monkey, you're insane. The bronze cauldron shouted, "With your current strength, you can't possibly cut through that sphere." The surrounding spectators, hearing this, all looked at Lin Xingyo with disbelief, especially Lei Mingsha, who looked at him as if he were already dead. Lei Mingsha was utterly confident. There was no way Lin Xingyo could withstand his attack. But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo's body suddenly burst with streams of bloodlight, and an overwhelming power erupted from the depths of his being. Ancient bloodline, burn for me. Lin Xingyo tightly gripped the Zhutian sword and fully ignited the ancient bloodline within him. In an instant, waves of immense power surged out from his body. Battle Saint technique, activate. Ancient bloodline, activate. Great completion of the ancient holy body, activate. Lin Xingyo didn't stop there. Almost simultaneously with igniting his ancient bloodline, he also activated his great completion of the ancient holy body in the Battle Saint technique. In an instant, the power within his body was multiplied countless times, and through the Zhutian sword, it surged toward Lei Mingsha. This is bad. Lei Mingsha, seeing Lin Xingyo's sword strike, immediately felt a sense of dread. This power is terrifying. Boom! Before Lei Mingsha's words even finished, a deafening explosion rang out, and in the shocked gazes of everyone, Lin Xingyo's sword beam sliced through the thunderous sphere as if it were a celestial blade cutting through the earth, splitting it in half. Not only that, the momentum of Lin Xingyo's sword strike didn't stop there but continued to surge toward Lei Mingsha with even greater speed. Thunder Shield, defend. Seeing Lin Xingyo's sword beam, which had torn through the heavens, approaching, Lei Mingsha immediately summoned a massive thunder shield covered in heavenly patterns to block in front of him. The next moment, Lin Xingyo's sword beam shot forth and struck the thunder shield Lei Mingsha had erected. Clang! Lin Xingyo's sword beam finally hit Lei Mingsha's thunder shield, and in an instant, the explosive force erupted on the shield. Ugh! Lei Mingsha, unable to withstand the force, spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward into the void, causing ripples of temporal turbulence. Bang! Lei Mingsha flew tens of thousands of meters before crashing heavily onto the heavenly ladder, blood spilling from his mouth. Chapter 563, Terrifying Power. Zhutian sword kill. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo did not hesitate at all. He shot straight towards Lai Mingxia, instantly raising the Zhutian sword in his hand and delivering an extremely ferocious slash towards Lai Mingxia. Bang! Lai Mingxia had no time to react at all and was immediately struck heavily by Lin Xingyo's sword on his thunder shield. His body instantly flew upwards along the heavenly ladder for several hundred meters. In the next moment, Lin Xingyo quickly followed up, raising his sword and slashing towards Lai Mingxia again. Bang! With one slash from Lin Xingyo, Lai Mingxia began to spew blood profusely, as he was completely overwhelmed by the heavy strike from Lin Xingyo's sword. Bold scoundrel, stop! Seeing this, the 6 great deities of the heavenly court, Zhu Su and Gong Shan, could no longer endure it. After all, they were brothers who had grown up together with Lai Mingxia. Now that Lai Mingxia had been struck so heavily, they could no longer hold back and immediately descended from the heavenly court. Zhu Su wielded the fire god banner, while Gong Shan held a large bowl in his hand. They suddenly emerged from a crack in the void, with Zhu Su leading the charge. He raised the fire god banner in his hand and fiercely thrust it towards Lin Xingyo. Zhutian sword kill. Facing Zhu Su's deadly strike, Lin Xingyo directly raised the Zhutian sword in his hand and slashed towards Zhu Su. Clang! With one slash, Lin Xingyo's sword immediately clashed with Zhu Su's fire god banner. Before Lin Xingyo could react, Gong Shan's devouring sky bowl descended upon him. Bronze tripod come. Facing Gong Shan's devouring sky bowl, Lin Xingyo directly summoned the bronze tripod, which instantly collided with the devouring sky bowl. But, in the next moment, Lai Mingxia suddenly stood up. He pushed away the thunder shield in front of him and fiercely charged towards Lin Xingyo. Shinchi spear, kill. Seeing Lai Mingxia charging, Lin Xingyo immediately summoned the Shinchi spear and thrust it fiercely towards Lai Mingxia. Clang! Lai Mingxia's giant hammer instantly clashed with Lin Xingyo's Shinchi spear, and in the next moment, Gong Shan wielded a giant blade and suddenly descended from above Lin Xingyo like lightning. Shameless! Ao Ling could no longer endure it and instantly shot down from the void below. She summoned 2 short blades and charged towards Gong Shan like a thunderbolt. Huh! Seeing Ao Ling charging, Gong Shan's brows furrowed, and he summoned a 7-foot-long sword, fiercely attacking Ao Ling. Clang! Ao Ling did not dodge but charged forward like a thunderbolt, her 2 short blades wildly slashing against Gong Shan's long sword. Soon, they clashed thousands of times, while Lin Xingyo was being attacked by Zhu Su and Lai Mingxia. But he showed no signs of panic. Facing their attacks, he calmly engaged them in battle. The heavenly court deities were completely dumbfounded by this scene, as Lin Xingyo's strength was far beyond what it had been when he fought Hei's not long ago. His growth was astonishing. In just a few short months, he could now fight 2 opponents at once. With such strength, the heavenly court deities were left in shock. Lin Xingyo's rate of growth was too fast. They couldn't help but be shocked, and they understood why he was considered the greatest variable. With such a growth rate, who could stop him in the future? This man must not be allowed to live. Seeing this, Song Yuanji of the Death God Hall clenched his fist tightly and said, "He must be killed. I'll go." He Zhangwan of the Death God Hall, with cold and sharp eyes, stared at the mirror image of Lin Xingyo. He swung his spear and instantly shot towards Lin Xingyo, saying, "I'll take his head." After saying this, He Zhangwan shot down from the void like lightning, descending along the heavenly ladder towards Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo was currently engaged in battle with Lai Mingxia and Zhu Su, wielding the Zhudian sword. Seeing He Zhangwan charging, Lin Xingyo did not dare to be careless, as fighting 3 opponents at once was no easy feat. Shinchi spear, kill. Facing He Zhangwan's attack, Lin Xingyo ultimately summoned the Shinchi spear and charged towards He Zhangwan. Clang! Seeing Lin Xingyo's Shinchi spear coming, He Zhangwan reacted swiftly, raising his spear and directly clashing with Lin Xingyo's Shinchi spear. A powerful shockwave instantly exploded at the point of impact. Kill! After clashing with the Shinchi spear, He Zhangwan did not retreat, but instead charged down even faster. Clang, clang! He Zhangwan clashed with the Shinchi spear tens of thousands of times like lightning, but he was unable to break through the Shinchi spear and reach Lin Xingyo. The heavenly court deities were completely enraged by this, and in the next moment, 3 more powerful deities descended from the heavenly court, all charging towards Lin Xingyo. Monkey, this time you will surely die. The heavenly court deities looked at Lin Xingyo with twisted expressions, as 7 great deities were now battling him. They all believed that they could definitely kill Lin Xingyo. It's over. This human is definitely doomed. The creatures of the illusory realm, seeing this, all looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already dead, as if they could immediately see the heavenly court deities killing Lin Xingyo. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo's aura completely exploded, with divine radiance rising all around him. Then, 6 massive light gates appeared around him, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped this part of the world. Hey, look! Seeing this awe-inspiring sight, almost everyone exclaimed, "What is this? Is this the 6 paths of reincarnation? This power is terrifying. This is his power?" Countless people around exclaimed, "He can actually manifest the 6 paths of reincarnation. No, not just that, there's also the power of life and death, the Tao of space-time. My God, how did he become so powerful? He's just an ordinary human, yet he can wield such terrifying Tao laws." The normally noisy heavenly court deities were all wide-eyed and dumbfounded, staring at Lin Xingyo in shock. Lin Xingyo's display was too shocking for them. They had thought that 7 deities descending would surely be enough to kill Lin Xingyo, but now he had unleashed such power. This scene was completely unexpected and left them feeling choked and uneasy. But in the next moment, they realized the most terrifying thing. The 7 heavenly court deities. It's over. Song Yuanji of the Death God Hall exclaimed in terror, "The 7 heavenly court deities are probably doomed. Quick, stop him." The heavenly court deities also realized that Lin Xingyo was about to kill the 7 deities. Watching this unfold, the heavenly court deities did not want to see such a result, so the main deities of the 6 ministries all acted, attacking Lin Xingyo almost simultaneously. But the 7 deities who had descended were already surrounded by Lin Xingyo's 6 paths of reincarnation. Although the main deities of the 6 ministries had acted, they were separated by the boundaries of the immortal realm and the immortal spirit realm, making it impossible for them to cross over. Their strength was simply too great. "Monkey, you dare!" The main deities of the 6 ministries all roared in anger, especially when they saw Lin Xingyo using the 6 paths of reincarnation to drain the life force of the 7 deities. The main deities of the 6 ministries felt as if their own flesh was being cut. "Monkey, you actually don't play fair and trap me to death? I will never forgive you." Even as a ghost, Gong Shun, holding the devouring sky bowl, desperately resisted the devouring power of Lin Xingyo's 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips but didn't have the time to pay attention to them. Now, he had thrown all caution to the wind, enveloping Gong Shun and the others with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the force of life and death. At this moment, he didn't want to say anything extra. All he wanted was to drain Gong Shun and the others dry. Boom! Lin Xingyo's devouring heaven technique seemed to sense the opportunity and immediately began to circulate within his dantian. In an instant, the life force of the 7 gods of the heavenly court was drawn through the 6 paths of reincarnation and channeled into Lin Xingyo's dantian. A powerful beam of light then exploded within his dantian. The energy surged through his 8 extraordinary meridians, passing through the governing and conception vessels, before circulating throughout his body. It was then guided into the great millstone within his dantian, where it was crushed and flowed into his chi, forming a stream of the purest spiritual energy that rotated within the black yin-yang fish of the Bagua. Boom! With this surge of power, Lin Xingyo's entire body suddenly stiffened. Then, a wave of powerful spiritual energy exploded within him, and a circle of divine radiance rose from his back, creating a formidable aura that crushed the heavens. "I've broken through?" Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, not fully grasping what had happened. But when he realized it, he was overjoyed. He had broken through. He had leaped from the creation realm directly into the immortal realm. In an instant, Lin Xingyo felt that his strength had not just improved by a single level. The difference between his current self and his previous self was like night and day. Chapter 564, Battle to the Madness. Shaoliang, do you dare to show yourself and fight? Chapter 564, Battle to the Madness. Shaoliang, dare you face me in battle? Lin Xingyo suddenly opened his eyes with a fierce glare, gripping the blood-dripping Zhutian sword upside down as he strode up the heavenly staircase step by step. Behind him, the 7 gods of the heavenly court rapidly aged, their power flowing at the speed of light into the 6 gates of reincarnation. Unwilling and desperate, they watched Lin Xingyo's retreating figure until they were reduced to mere skeletons, which were then obliterated by the overwhelming pressure of the Tao. What kind of power is this? He actually drained the 7 gods of the heavenly court to death with his bare hands. How terrifying! The living beings who witnessed this scene were all dumbfounded, for what they saw was beyond comprehension. After all, those were 7 mighty gods. Their cultivation had reached the immortal realm, and wherever they appeared, they were fearsome existences. Yet now, they were reduced to nothing more than ants, drained dry by Lin Xingyo's 6 paths of reincarnation. Not only the onlookers, but even the gods of the heavenly court were stunned, for Lin Xingyo's power was simply too overwhelming. What was even more terrifying was that he was now ascending the heavenly staircase, a lone figure with a sword, his killing intent blotting out the sky as he advanced from below. Everyone watched in utter shock, their minds frozen. Monkey, don't be so arrogant. Among the gods of the heavenly court, the wind god, Qi Zhantian, descended like a bolt of lightning from the staircase, shouting, I, Qi Zhantian, will face you. Good. Qi Zhantian has stepped forward. The gods of the heavenly court, having recovered from their shock, roared with laughter. With his strength at the Tao of the Void Realm, he will surely slay this beast. Look, look. The beings of the immortal realm, watching through a magical mirror, all focused on Qi Zhantian as he stepped forward. The wind god of the heavenly court has taken the field. With his power, he will undoubtedly slay that lowly creature from the lower realm. After all, he ranks 108th on the divine combat list of the immortal realm. With him Chuso, there's no way this beast can survive. The beings of the illusory land, however, were all stunned. Many recognized Qi Zhantian, for he was a true god. These emperor's level beings had heard of him, and now that Qi Zhantian was going to kill Lin Xingyo, it seemed inevitable that Lin Xingyo would perish. It's over, he's finished. The beings of the illusory land, having regained their senses, all exclaimed, there's no way he can survive, for Qi Zhantian is a Tao of the Void Realm expert. But who is he? Some beings began to question, why would such a terrifying existence emerge from the spirit realm? Do any of you recognize him? Countless beings around shook their heads, for it had been many years since the spirit realm produced such a mighty figure. These emperors were not from the Qiyu continent, so they knew little about Lin Xingyo. However, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, filled with shock. I know who he is. He is the legendary White Robe Emperor, for only he can wield the power of life and death through reincarnation. Ah! It's him, it's him. The beings of the illusory land, hearing this, were all dumbfounded, staring at Lin Xingyo's back in a daze. Who was the White Robe Emperor? He was the most legendary figure of the present age, having created countless myths. His recent battle against the demon ancestor at the primordial sacred land had made his name known to all beings in the spirit realm. Now, everyone was both shocked and elated. White Robe Emperor, we believe in you. With your strength, you will surely slay Qi Zhantian. The beings of the illusory land, having regained their senses, all shouted in unison, show the might of the spirit realm. Kill. Kill. Qi Zhantian, however, did not take Lin Xingyo seriously. After all, he was a Tao of the Void Realm expert, and in his eyes, Lin Xingyo, despite his earlier display of power, was still nothing more than an ant. He believed that killing Lin Xingyo would require just a single strike. Die. Qi Zhantian raised his hand and struck out at Lin Xingyo with a palm, but Lin Xingyo swiftly sidestepped and countered with a powerful punch. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, break. Lin Xingyo's fist, moving at lightning speed, unleashed a devastating punch that collided with Qi Zhantian's palm, creating waves of powerful energy that exploded around them. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. With a single strike, Lin Xingyo immediately followed up with another punch, sending a blinding stream of light, like a white thunderbolt, straight toward Qi Zhantian. Destroy him. Windshield rise. Facing Lin Xingyo's relentless assault, Qi Zhantian immediately retaliated with full force, his face contorted with fury. Earlier, he had been certain that Lin Xingyo should have been slain by now. But to his utter shock, not only had Lin Xingyo withstood his palm strike, but he was now counterattacking. This sight sent Qi Zhantian into a frenzy. After all, his strength far surpassed Lin Xingyo's by an entire realm, yet he still couldn't kill him with a single strike. Qi Zhantian felt his pride utterly shattered. If he couldn't kill Lin Xingyo now, what face would he have left in the immortal realm? Die. Qi Zhantian completely lost his mind, channeling all his power and unleashing a torrent of furious attacks on Lin Xingyo. This human monkey. The beings of the immortal realm, seeing Qi Zhantian go all out, were all convinced there's no way he can withstand Qi Zhantian's attack. He's definitely going to die. Human monkey die. Song Yuanji of the Death God Palace stared intently at Lin Xingyo, saying, "You have no reason to live. Like you, such a variable should have been eliminated long ago. Die, die, die." The main gods of the heavenly court also shouted, "Qi Zhantian, you must end this variable and erase him completely." The onlookers were all certain, for they couldn't believe Lin Xingyo could withstand Qi Zhantian's attack, given the vast difference in their strength. Qingzi dodged quickly. Seeing this, the Bronze Cauldron shouted, "How can you hope to fight him head-on with your current strength?" The beings of the illusory land, hearing the Bronze Cauldron's voice, also cried out in alarm, for no one believed Lin Xingyo could survive this attack. It seemed as if they were about to witness Lin Xingyo's demise. But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo unleashed the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, meeting Qi Zhantian's full-force palm strike with a devastating punch. Boom! Lin Xingyo's fist collided with Qi Zhantian's palm, creating waves of Wei Mi Xingde energy that exploded around them, reducing a radius of 100 miles to ruins. But to everyone's utter disbelief, Lin Xingyo remained unharmed. Instead of being obliterated by Qi Zhantian's palm, he had actually sent Qi Zhantian flying backward several hundred meters. What? The previously noisy scene suddenly fell silent, every being gaping in shock, their eyes wide as they stared at Lin Xingyo in utter disbelief. What kind of power is this? He actually absorbed the 7 gods of the heavenly court to death like this. This is too terrifying. The beings who witnessed this scene were all dumbfounded, as what they saw was simply too horrifying. After all, those were 7 mighty gods. Their cultivation had reached the level of the immortal realm, and wherever they appeared, they were terrifyingly powerful. But now, they were like ants, all absorbed into skeletons by Lin Xingyo's 6 paths of reincarnation. Witnessing this, not only the crowd was shocked, but even the gods of the heavenly court were stunned, for Lin Xingyo was now too terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that he was ascending the heavenly staircase, his killing intent shrouding the sky as he advanced upward with a single sword. Everyone present was staring at Lin Xingyo, completely dumbfounded. "Monkey, don't be so arrogant." Among the gods of the heavenly court, Qi Zhantian, the wind god, descended from the staircase like a lightning bolt, shouting, "I, Qi Zhantian, will face you." Good. Qi Zhantian has stepped forward. The gods of the heavenly court, recovering from their shock, laughed. With his strength at the Tao of the Void Realm, he will surely slay this beast. Look, look. The beings of the immortal realm, watching through illusions, all focused on Qi Zhantian. The wind god of the heavenly court has stepped forward. With his power, he will definitely slay that ant from the lower realm. After all, He is ranked 108th on the Immortal Realm's divine ranking, and with his strength, how could he not slay this beast? The beings of the illusory land were all shocked, as many knew Qi Zhantian, a true god. These Emperor's-level beings naturally had heard of him. Now that Qi Zhantian was going to kill Lin Xingyo, how could he possibly survive? It's over. He's finished. The beings of the illusory land, coming to their senses, all exclaimed, he can't possibly survive now, as Qi Zhantian is a powerhouse of the Tao of the Void Realm. But who is he? Some beings began to speak. Why would there be such a terrifying existence in the spirit realm? Do you know him? Countless beings around shook their heads, staring at Lin Xingyo's back, as the spirit realm hadn't produced such a powerful figure in many years. These emperors weren't from the Qiyu continent, so they knew very little about Lin Xingyo. But then, a voice suddenly rose from the crowd, filled with shock. I know who he is. He is the legendary White Robe Emperor, because only he can wield the power of life and death reincarnation. Ah! It's him, it's him. The beings of the illusory land, hearing this, were all dumbfounded, staring at Lin Xingyo's back in a daze. Who is the White Robe Emperor? He is the most legendary myth of the present, having created countless legends, especially his recent battle against the demon ancestor at the primordial sacred land, which made all beings in the spirit realm aware of his name. Now, everyone was both shocked and delighted. White Robe Emperor, we believe in you. With your strength, you can surely slay Qi Zhantian. The beings of the illusory land, coming to their senses, all shouted, show the might of the spirit realm. Kill. Kill. Qi Zhantian didn't take Lin Xingyo seriously, as he was a powerhouse of the Tao of the Void Realm. In his eyes, although Lin Xingyo had shown extraordinary strength earlier, he still considered him no more than an ant. Now, killing Lin Xingyo would only take one strike. Kill. Qi Zhantian raised his hand and struck at Lin Xingyo with a palm, but Lin Xingyo quickly sidestepped and countered with a punch. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, break. Lin Xingyo's punch, fast enough to destroy the heavens and earth, collided with Qi Zhantian's palm, and instantly, powerful waves of light exploded from the point of impact. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Lin Xingyo, after landing his first strike, immediately followed up with another punch, and in an instant, dazzling streams of light, like a white lightning bolt, surged towards Qi Zhantian, destroy him. Windshield rise. Facing Lin Xingyo's iron fist, Qi Zhantian immediately counterattacked with all his might, his face filled with boundless fury, as he had been utterly confident that Lin Xingyo should have been slain by him. But to his utter shock, not only had Lin Xingyo matched his palm strike, but now he was counterattacking. Witnessing this, Qi Zhantian completely lost his temper. After all, his strength was not just a little bit stronger than Lin Xingyo's, but an entire realm higher. Yet, he still couldn't kill Lin Xingyo with one strike. Qi Zhantian felt his dignity was completely shattered. If he couldn't kill Lin Xingyo now, what face would he have left in the immortal realm? Kill. Qi Zhantian went completely berserk, his only thought now to immediately slay Lin Xingyo. He unleashed all his power, launching a furious barrage at Lin Xingyo. This human monkey. The beings of the immortal realm, seeing Qi Zhantian go all out, were all utterly confident. I don't believe he can withstand Qi Zhantian's strike. He is definitely doomed. Human monkey die. Song Yuanji of the Death God Hall, his eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, spoke coldly, you have no reason to live. You, such a variable, should have been eliminated long ago. Die, die, die. The main gods of the heavenly court also shouted, Qi Zhantian will surely end this variable and utterly annihilate him. The spectators were all utterly confident, as they didn't believe Lin Xingyo could withstand Qi Zhantian's strike, given the vast difference in their strength. Qingzi dodged quickly. The Bronze Cauldron also shouted, how can you match him with your current strength? The beings of the illusory land, hearing the Bronze Cauldron's voice, also cried out in alarm, as no one believed Lin Xingyo could withstand this strike, as if they were about to witness Lin Xingyo's demise. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyu's six paths reincarnation fist collided with Qi Zhantian's palm strike, and instantly, waves of destructive light exploded from their point of impact, reducing a radius of 100 miles to ruins. But to everyone's horror, Lin Xingyu was unharmed. Instead of being annihilated by Qi Zhantian's palm, he had actually forced Qi Zhantian back several hundred meters. Wow! The previously noisy scene was instantly silenced, as everyone gaped in shock, staring at Lin Xingyu in complete disbelief. Chapter 565. Astonishing Strength. How is this possible? The monkey has just broken through to the immortal realm. How could he possess such formidable strength? No, absolutely not. What I just saw must have been an illusion. This guy couldn't possibly have such strength. Monkey, you truly surprise me. I thought I could crush you with a single palm strike, yet you managed to withstand my attack. Good, very good. Qi Zhantian looked at Lin Xingyu and said, if that's the case, then try this attack of mine. Wind and Cloud Palm, break. As Qi Zhantian's voice fell, he instantly lunged toward Lin Xingyu like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, his palm shook the void, and a massive palm print, as if splitting the heavens, surged toward Lin Xingyu with devastating force. Shatter Heaven Fist Break. Facing Qi Zhantian's palm strike, Lin Xingyu swiftly raised his hand, clenched his fist, and shot forward like a lightning bolt, countering Qi Zhantian's wind and cloud palm print. Clang! Lin Xingyu's Shatter Heaven Fist collided with Qi Zhantian's wind and cloud palm print. In the next moment, Lin Xingyu quickly followed up, raising his Zhudian sword high and slashing down at Qi Zhantian with a powerful strike. Clang! Before Lin Xingyu could finish his slash, Qi Zhantian, reacting swiftly, raised his windshield and blocked the incoming attack. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyu, with a swift kick like a lightning strike, aimed a powerful blow at Qi Zhantian. Monkey, that's enough? Qi Zhantian roared in fury. Do you really think I, Qi Zhantian, am a coward? How dare you attack me like this? I'm furious. I'm going to kill you now. Lin Xingyu didn't care about his words. All he had in mind was to kill Qi Zhantian, ascend to the immortal realm, find Xiaoyu, and avenge Mu Wanling and the others. Wind and Cloud Blade come. Qi Zhantian was completely enraged. Such a feat was unprecedented for him, especially since Lin Xingyu was merely an immortal realm expert, yet he was fighting him to a standstill. The more Qi Zhantian thought about it, the more frustrated and enraged he became, almost wishing he could cut Lin Xingyu down in one strike. But how could Lin Xingyu be so easily killed by Qi Zhantian now? With his current strength and talent, he was more than capable of battling Qi Zhantian. The two clashed back and forth, their fight evenly matched. This monkey seems to require my intervention to be slain. Su Yuanyu, a great deity of the Heavenly Court's Thunder Division, suddenly waved his sleeve, descending from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. In his right hand, he held a massive hammer, and in his left, a short, thick iron cone. He aimed a devastating strike at Lin Xingyu. Crack, crack, crack. As Lin Xingyu battled Qi Zhantian, Su Yuanyu's sudden attack arrived. As he struck the iron cone, a lightning bolt capable of annihilating the heavens instantly surged toward Lin Xingyu. Colorless Domain, rise. Golden Buddha Wall, rise. Facing Su Yuanyu's assault, Lin Xingyu immediately activated the Golden Buddha Wall and the Colorless Domain. In an instant, Su Yuanyu's attack struck the Golden Buddha Wall, and the force was reflected back at him. Clang! Seeing his own lightning bolt reflected back by Lin Xingyu's Golden Buddha Wall, Su Yuanyu struck again. The two bolts of lightning collided, exploding into waves of light that dissipated. Monkey, you're too infuriating. With his attack repelled, Su Yuanyu was completely enraged. After all, he was a great deity of the Heavenly Court, and his cultivation was on par with Qi Zhantian's, far surpassing Lin Xingyu by an entire realm. Logically speaking, his strike should have been enough to injure Lin Xingyu, yet his attack couldn't even breach Lin Xingyu's defenses and was reflected back at him. This situation left Su Yuanyu feeling utterly humiliated. After all, He was a deity of the heavenly court, and countless eyes were watching him. Thunder God Avatar kill? Completely enraged, Su Yuanyu stomped the air, and in an instant, a vast expanse of thunder enveloped him. A massive thunder god silhouette materialized behind him. Kill! With a thunderous roar, Su Yuanyu raised his colossal hand and slammed it down toward Lin Xingyu. Hum, hum, hum. The thunderous palm, spanning the heavens, descended with terrifying sonic booms, surging toward Lin Xingyu. Wind seal suppress? Seeing Su Yuanyu unleash his full power, Qi Zhantian naturally wasn't about to be left behind. He immediately formed the wind seal and launched it toward Lin Xingyu from the opposite side. Bronze cauldron smash? Witnessing this, Lin Xingyu, of course, didn't dare underestimate his opponents. He summoned the bronze cauldron and met the combined attacks of Qi Zhantian and Su Yuanyu head-on. Monkey, this time you're going to die. The gods of the heavenly court were all convinced that with Su Yuanyu and Qi Zhantian joining forces, Lin Xingyu would surely be slain. But, in the next moment, Su Yuanyu and Qi Zhantian's attacks landed, and the powerful shockwave struck the bronze cauldron. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Xingyu remained unharmed, as he had blocked the combined attacks of Su Yuanyu and Qi Zhantian with just the bronze cauldron. Ouch, it hurts, Cauldron Lord. Lin Xingyu, quickly finish off these two bastards. They're hurting me. Cauldron Lord, I want revenge. The bronze cauldron shouted, smash them? All right, let's kill them. Hearing this, Lin Xingyu gripped the Zhutian sword in one hand and the soul-devouring spear in the other, charging at Su Yuanyu and Qi Zhantian like a bolt of lightning. Wow! The onlookers, almost instinctively, gasped in awe. The scene before them was utterly surreal. A mere immortal realm expert, using just a cauldron and a sword, was battling two great Dao Void Realm powerhouses. The sight left everyone dumbfounded. My goodness, can a mere human be this strong? He's fighting gods. This is terrifying. Chapter 566, The Siege of the Three Gods. He truly is the greatest variable. Seeing this scene, many gods exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he possesses extraordinary luck, especially with his strength reaching such a terrifying level, managing to hold his own against two Taoist Void Heaven experts despite being at the immortal realm. Hearing this, countless beings were once again shocked, as Lin Xingyu's abilities were far beyond what anyone had expected. Kill him. We must crush this monkey. Seeing the situation, Song Yuanji of the Death God Hall clenched his fists tightly. No one was more eager than him to see Lin Xingyu dead, as the hatred between them was immense. After all, the Death God Hall had already lost two great gods trying to kill Lin Xingyu. Kill, kill, kill. The gods of the heavenly court roared in fury. Lin Xingyu was like a massive boulder blocking their path. If they didn't remove him, they couldn't proceed with anything, and in the future, he would undoubtedly hinder their plan to break through the boundaries of the immortal domain and escape this prison. Kill him. We must kill him. Some gods couldn't help but roar. Variables are never good, and they must be eliminated while they're still in their infancy. Otherwise, once they grow, they'll bring immense trouble. Kill him. Kill him. The chorus of shouts echoed through the air. We must kill him to escape this prison. The creatures of the immortal domain grew excited, silently praying that Su Yuanyu and Qi Zhan could kill Lin Xingyu. However, Qi Zhan and Su Yuanyu were becoming increasingly alarmed. They found Lin Xingyu truly terrifying, especially with his mastery of the power of life and death through reincarnation. This power was so fearsome that it even made them hesitate to fight, as it was simply too overwhelming. Even a slight touch of it would immediately corrode their bodies, and the power of death was everywhere, like a venomous poison gnawing at them. What was even more frightening was that Lin Xingyu also possessed the power of time and space. What made Lin Xingyu truly terrifying was his mastery of the power of life and death, which, under the influence of space-time laws, formed a sealed space that silently eroded their bodies. Facing this eerie power, Su Yuanyu and Qi Zhan felt despair creeping into their hearts. Their once mighty thunder and wind powers now seemed insignificant in comparison. Su brother, what should we do? Qizhan, filled with fear, asked. We clearly can't kill him now, and if we continue fighting like this, we'll soon meet the same fate as Lei Mingsha, devoured by his power. Damn it, what do you think I know? Su Yuanyu retorted. Do you expect us to flee without fighting? I can't afford to lose face like that. If we run back now, we'll never be able to hold our heads high in the immortal domain again. Let's go for it. Hearing this, Qizhan gritted his teeth and raised his windshield, charging at Lin Xingyo like lightning. Seeing this, Su Yuanyu, unwilling to be outdone, raised his hammer and furiously struck his anvil, unleashing bolts of lightning that rained down on Lin Xingyo. However, Lin Xingyo was protected by the bronze ding, the colorless domain, and the golden Buddha wall. So despite their powerful attacks, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. Wow, they're so strong. The usually noisy crowd, witnessing this scene, was struck dumb. This was simply too shocking. Two Taoist Void Heaven experts, Su Yuanyu and Qizhan, had been attacking Lin Xingyo for so long, yet they still couldn't defeat him. This was simply unbelievable. Monkey, Black Cloud, will be your nemesis. Black Cloud of the Death God Hall couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Xingyo, just a mere human, was overshadowing their divine glory. Black Cloud decided to act. He wanted to restore the honor of the Heavenly Court and the Death God Hall, especially since the latter had already lost two supreme gods. Monkey, your time is up. Black Cloud roared as he descended from the immortal domain through a rent in the fabric of space, gripping a black spear like a bolt of black lightning, charging straight at Lin Xingyo. Black Cloud has made his move? Seeing this, Dugu Tian gripped the sword at his waist. This mortal from the lower realm truly surprises me. General, should we also intervene? Sima Haowen couldn't help but ask. After all, this human is a variable that will affect our plan to break through the immortal domain's boundaries. Stay calm. Dugu Tian replied. The situation isn't clear yet. Besides, he's just a small human. Even if he's strong, he can't stop our plan to break the immortal domain's prison. Moreover, don't you think it's good to have such a powerful opponent for the Heavenly Court? General, what do you mean? Sima Haowen asked. Are you saying we should remain neutral and let their hatred deepen? Yes, of course. Dugu Tian replied. These Heavenly Court people are truly annoying. If someone can make them suffer, I'd be more than happy to watch. General, but can this insignificant being withstand the combined attack of the Heavenly Court gods? Sima Haowen swallowed hard. Whether he can withstand it or not? Dugu Tian's brow furrowed. We're watching right now, aren't we? If he has the strength to withstand the Heavenly Court's attack, I might consider recruiting him into my service in the future. General, you? Sima Haowen was shocked. You want to recruit him? If he can survive this, Dugu Tian replied, I might give him that chance. After all, his potential is not bad. If he joins our side, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Sima Haowen, hearing this, opened his mouth several times but couldn't find the words to say. Enough? Dugu Tian disregarded Sima Haowen's expression and turned his attention to the battle unfolding in the Huanjing, saying, let's focus on the fight. Sima Haowen turned his gaze back to the Huanjing, where Black Cloud, gripping a black spear, charged toward Lin Xingyo like a thunderbolt. Bang! Black Cloud's spear struck Lin Xingyo's colorless domain barrier, unleashing an immense force that slammed into him. Clang, clang, clang. Facing Black Cloud's powerful strike, Lin Xingyo was forced to retreat 6 or 7 meters, causing the heavenly ladder to shatter. Ha ha ha. This monkey's end is finally here. Can he withstand Black Cloud? The creatures of the immortal domain grew excited, as Black Cloud's strike had clearly shown Lin Xingyo's weakness. They now saw hope, as Black Cloud was a peak Taoist Void Heaven expert. Having already forced Lin Xingyo back with a single strike, it was certain he could finish him off. Everyone was confident they would soon witness Lin Xingyo's demise. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo's cold eyes suddenly opened, and his body exploded with terrifying energy rings. In an instant, he gripped the devouring god spear and charged at Black Cloud like a blazing meteor. Chapter 567, The Battle of Tao. Wow, what is he trying to do? Countless deities exclaimed, is he going to attack the Black Cloud? My heavens! This guy must be insane. What kind of strength does the Black Cloud possess? And what kind of strength does he have? To dare to attack the Black Cloud on his own initiative? This fool must be out of his mind. The usually noisy scene fell silent when Lin Xingyo dared to launch an attack on the Black Cloud, who was a whole realm stronger and could completely overpower him. Everyone present was stunned, but Lin Xingyo paid no attention to anyone's reaction. Instead, he charged towards the Black Cloud, Qi Zhantian, and the others with incredible speed. Monkey, you're seeking your own death? Seeing Lin Xingyo approaching, the Black Cloud's face twisted into a fierce expression. He raised his black spear and thrust it directly at Lin Xingyo. Kill! Qi Zhantian and Su Yuanyu naturally weren't going to lag behind. They both rushed towards Lin Xingyo, shouting, Monkey, you can die now. Devour the god's spear. Kill! Lin Xingyo, unperturbed, faced the trio's attacks. He thrust his Devour the god spear directly at the Black Cloud, while his bronze cauldron and heaven-slaying sword struck at Qi Zhantian and Su Yuanyu. Clang, clang. As Lin Xingyo's spear clashed with the Black Clouds, the heaven-slaying sword and bronze cauldron also collided with Su Yuanyu and Qi Zhantian's attacks. In an instant, the heavens and earth in this region were shattered. Of course, if this area hadn't been protected by Lin Xingyo's King of Hell battle banner, not only would the illusory land have been destroyed by this single strike, but even the entire celestial spirit realm would have collapsed. What's going on? What happened in the illusory land? Why do I feel like the entire world is about to overturn? This is bad. The heavenly court has cast down the heavenly ladder, and the gods of the heavenly court seem to be killing our celestial spirit realm's experts in the illusory land. Wow, what's going on? Why would the heavenly court cast down the heavenly ladder to kill our celestial spirit realm's experts? Quick, look. It's the white-robed emperor. He's fighting against the gods of the heavenly court? My heavens! How did the white-robed emperor become so strong? He's fighting against 3 gods of the heavenly court all by himself? My heavens! He's too extraordinary. A while ago, in the primordial sacred land, he was still struggling against the demon ancestor. But now, he can fight 3 heavenly court gods alone. No, wait. Look, his cultivation has broken through again. He's already reached the immortal realm? That's terrifying. His progress is too frightening. In just a few short months, he's already broken through to the immortal realm. Who can match this speed? The creatures of the celestial spirit realm were nearly all silent upon hearing this, because, as they said, Lin Xingyo had only taken a few short months to reach the immortal realm. In an instant, not only the creatures of the celestial spirit realm, but even those of the heavenly court felt a sense of suffocation. After all, this speed was indeed terrifying. As for the Black Cloud and the others, they couldn't afford to think about this. They were all locked in a desperate battle with Lin Xingyo. The Black Cloud's face showed a hint of disbelief. After all, his cultivation was evident. Just moments ago in the heavenly court, he was absolutely certain that as long as he made a move, he could kill Lin Xingyo within 100 strikes. But now, after over 1,000 exchanges, not only had he failed to kill Lin Xingyo, but they were evenly matched. Unable to bear this any longer, the Black Cloud unleashed his Dark Tao directly at Lin Xingyo, intending to completely devour him with the power of the Dark Tao. But to his surprise, his Dark Tao power couldn't even get close to Lin Xingyo. The life and death and space-time Daos in front of Lin Xingyo blocked everything. The attacks seemed to be separated by a river of time, rendering them unable to harm Lin Xingyo. Dark Tao, kill. The Black Cloud wildly attacked Lin Xingyo with his spear. The Dark Tao power surging around him violently struck Lin Xingyo's colorless domain. One terrifying crack after another, like spiderwebs, exploded across the colorless domain Lin Xingyo had erected. Monkey, die! The Black Cloud roared, heaven-slaying spear. Break through his defenses and kill this monkey. Kill, kill, kill. Su Yuanyu and Qi Zhantian also went berserk, launching their strongest attacks at Lin Xingyo. Monkey, can you still live? Seeing the black cloud and the others' attacks land, Song Yuanji of the Death God Hall looked at Lin Xingyo with mockery, certain that this time Lin Xingyo would be killed. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo's body burst forth with one terrifying ring of light after another. The 8 trigrams sealed the heavens, causing the universe to reverse. Then, 6 fearsome gates of reincarnation opened, flooding the world with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the Daos of life and death and space-time. The black cloud and the others were all engulfed by this world. This is bad. Seeing this, Song Yuanji of the Heavenly Court's Death God Hall immediately clenched his fists tightly. After all, he had just experienced this scene and knew that the black cloud and the others were finished. The 3 gods of the Heavenly Court were done for. No one could save them now, as they were all trapped by Lin Xingyo's life and death and reincarnation das. It's over, it's over. Chapter 568, The Threat of Death. It's over, it's over. Countless beings gazed at the 3 great deities who were surrounded, hardly daring to blink, for no one wanted to miss this spectacle. After all, these were 3 great deities. A mere immortal realm cultivator like Lin Xingyo was about to slay them all. Who would dare to blink in the face of such a scene? Everyone was witnessing this moment. But in the next instant, Qi Zhantian and the others went berserk, for they did not wish to die. They all began to resist with all their might, unleashing their full attacks upon the domain field formed by Lin Xingyo's power of life and death. Qi Zhantian, will they die? Countless beings held their breath, clenching their fists tightly as they watched the domain field formed by Lin Xingyo's power of life and death. Marshal, this mere human? Sima Hao one from the immortal realm stared at the battle in the illusion mirror, saying, how did he come to wield such a terrifying power? Indeed, his power is fearsome. Dugu Ba Tian replied after observing, even with my current cultivation level, I would face some danger if I were trapped within it. However, his cultivation level is still too low. It's impossible for him to completely devour Qi Zhantian and the others. After all, they are at the Tao Void Heaven realm. But even if they don't die, they will at least be severely weakened. Sima Haowen dared not breathe a word upon hearing this, his eyes fixed intently on the situation in the illusion mirror, for he did not want to miss a single moment. Alas, what a pity! Dugu Ba Tian sighed as he watched the situation in the illusion mirror. This human is indeed formidable, but based on my understanding of the Heavenly Court, they will not let him live after today's battle. Marshal, are you saying? Sima Haowen asked hesitantly. The old ancestors in seclusion within the Heavenly Court will make a move? No need to speculate. Dugu Ba Tian replied, those old fellows will definitely act, whether for the sake of the Heavenly Court's reputation or to eliminate this human anomaly. At this moment, I can sense that more than one ancestor has awakened on Heavenly Mountain in the Heavenly Court. Dozens of them are likely already awake, all observing this battle. It will be difficult for them not to make a move. Will they act? Sima Haowen said fearfully. After all, their strength is too great. If they act forcefully, it will be hard to avoid backlash from the boundaries of the immortal realm. Watch and see. Dugu Ba Tian glanced toward the direction of the Heavenly Court. Those old fellows will definitely make a move. I can already sense their impatience. After all, if they can kill this human anomaly, a bit of backlash would be nothing to them. Sima Haowen nodded upon hearing this, for he knew Dugu Ba Tian was right. After all, the power Lin Xingyo had displayed was simply too terrifying. In the future, he would undoubtedly become the greatest variable in breaking through the boundaries of the immortal realm. It was only natural that some of the old ancestors would act. Let's see how it plays out. Dugu Ba Tian said, this grand spectacle is becoming more and more interesting to me. If the Heavenly Court can kill him, they will eliminate a variable. If they cannot, I will take him into my fold, making him the best ally in our fight against the Heavenly Court. Sima Howen wanted to say something several times, but in the end, he couldn't muster a word. For he had never expected that Lin Xingyo, who had once been as insignificant as an ant, had now grown to such a terrifying level that even Du Gubotian harbored thoughts of recruiting him. Black Cloud, you must not give up. Song Yuanji of the Death God Hall clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on Black Cloud as he fought desperately to break free. You must break through his encirclement. You absolutely cannot die like this. Black Cloud was completely mad, for with his current cultivation level, he stood above Lin Xingyo. But the current situation, it filled him with both anger and frustration, for despite his strength, he was trapped here. Slaughter Immortal Spear, break. Black Cloud roared in fury, tightly gripping his Slaughter God spear as he unleashed all his strength, furiously striking the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, Black Cloud found this power to be extremely terrifying, especially the swirling temporal forces around him. It gave him the feeling of striking into nothingness, as if everything was right in front of him. Yet every strike seemed to pass through an entire galaxy. His attacks couldn't reach their target. Faced with such an eerie situation, Black Cloud completely lost control, pouring all his strength into attacking a single point, hoping to break through Lin Xingyo's restraints. But Lin Xingyo's power was so bizarre. Black Cloud couldn't break through, and the strength within his body was being devoured by an invisible rule, filling him with a sense of helplessness. What should I do? Black Cloud tightly gripped his spear, his eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness sweep over him. But he refused to submit. After all, he was a god of the heavenly court. He could not simply accept being killed by Lin Xingyo. Darkness Dao, break for me. After repeatedly failing to break through Lin Xingyo's domain, Black Cloud immediately unleashed his Dao power, forming a terrifying attack that crashed violently against Lin Xingyo's domain. Crack! Black Cloud's Dao power struck Lin Xingyo's domain, causing it to shatter like a spiderweb spreading outward. Kill! Seeing this, Qi Zhantian and Su Yuanyu immediately launched a frenzied counterattack, and the dazzling light explosion instantly swallowed the cracks opened by Black Cloud. Bronze Cauldron, aid me? Facing their intense counterattack, Lin Xingyo immediately stepped forward, fully unleashing his combat techniques and ancient bloodline power. In an instant, the cracks opened by Black Cloud and the others were completely sealed shut. Roar! Black Cloud, Qi Zhantian, and the others were on the verge of collapse, for they had just glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival, only for Lin Xingyo, with the assistance of the Bronze Cauldron, to sever their escape route in an instant. Roar, roar, roar. Black Cloud and the others' eyes turned blood red, their hearts erupting in fury, especially the always arrogant Black Cloud, who completely lost control. From birth until now, he had never encountered such a situation, where a mere ant could push him to such a state. At this moment, Black Cloud felt as if his mind was about to explode, the pressure in his heart suffocating him, for he felt an intense sense of defeat. Was he, Black Cloud, a legendary ancient war god of the heavenly court, truly going to fall here today? Chapter 569. The power he commands is terrifying. No, never. Black Cloud tightly gripped the spear in his hand, his eyes revealing unyielding determination. How could I, Black Cloud, be slain by an insignificant ant? In his heart, Black Cloud roared with unyielding frustration, channeling all his strength into a single, concentrated point. In front of countless onlookers, he unleashed a devastating strike against Lin Xingyo's domain. Bang! Black Cloud's attack descended with force, unleashing wave after wave of powerful shockwaves. Facing Black Cloud's overwhelming assault, Lin Xingyo spat out a mouthful of blood, his body retreating several meters. However, to everyone's astonishment, his domain remained intact. Black Cloud, we're here to help you. Witnessing this, Qi Zhantian and Su Yuanyu joined the fray. They channeled their power into the same point Black Cloud had attacked, causing a blinding explosion of energy. Power of life and death cycle. Lin Xingyo, facing their combined counterattack, pushed his own power to the extreme. Hold them back. Wow, they're so strong. All living beings watching couldn't help but gasp in awe. However, many believed Lin Xingyo was doomed, as the three mighty gods were now unleashing their full strength. With their formidable Dao powers, it seemed impossible for Lin Xingyo to withstand. Black Cloud, well done. Song Yuanji from the Heavenly Court's Death God Hall spoke. You've never disappointed me before. I believe you won't let me down this time either. You will surely slay this monkey. Black Cloud, attack. The gods of the Heavenly Court, watching through the mirror, clenched their fists tightly, shouting, blow apart that monkey's barrier at all costs. General, this time he might not hold up. Seeing the situation, Sima Howen swallowed hard, observing the mirror. With their combined strength, it's unlikely he can withstand it. Let's wait and see. Dugu Batian replied, after all, he now commands the Tao of space-time, and his power of life and death cycle is also terrifying. With these two forces combined, despite his inferior strength, he might still be able to withstand their attack. What? He can actually withstand that? Sima Haowan, hearing this, couldn't help but stare at Lin Xingyo. Does he really possess such power? Dugu Batian frowned upon hearing this. Sima Haowan immediately realized his mistake and stood silently by the side, not daring to speak. However, soon Sima Haowan was stunned, as Dugu Batian's words proved true. Despite the combined efforts of Black Cloud and the others, Lin Xingyo's domain remained unbroken. General, your foresight is truly accurate. Sima Haowan exclaimed, he really did withstand it. Indeed. Dugu Batian replied, he did withstand it, but that doesn't mean he's out of danger. In this state of conflict, whoever falters will likely suffer a fatal, or at least severe injury. Sima Haowan agreed, as such a clash of Dao powers was the most dangerous, with even a slight mistake leading to certain death. Attack. Black Cloud was on the verge of breaking down. He could feel that their current attacks alone were insufficient to break Lin Xingyo's domain. Unless external help arrived, they would be hard-pressed to escape. Thinking of this, Black Cloud couldn't help but look up at the sky, hoping for someone from the Heavenly Court to intervene. But to his despair, no one came to their aid. It seemed that after several battles, the Heavenly Court had lost its former authority, as they all watched their predicament unfold without action. You cowards! Black Cloud, gazing at the sky, exploded with fury. Are you all afraid? Do none of you dare to fight anymore? Black Cloud, you're quite impressive. Lin Xingyo, locking his gaze on Black Cloud, spoke. I, Lin Xingyo, respect you as a true warrior. Now, I give you a chance. Kneel and submit to me, and I won't kill you. What? What did you say? Black Cloud was momentarily stunned, then reacted with fury. You think I, Black Cloud, would submit to you? You're not worthy. Black Cloud, this is your last chance. Lin Xingyo replied, if you don't cherish it, there won't be another. Is that so? Black Cloud laughed at Lin Xingyo's words. Then show me what you've got. I, Black Cloud, fear nothing. Fine. You leave me no choice. Come forth, stone coffin. Lin Xingyo summoned the stone coffin from his personal world, throwing it towards Black Cloud and the others amidst everyone's shock. This is the ancestral god's coffin? Dugu Batian was utterly stunned upon seeing Lin Xingyo throw the coffin. This coffin belonged to their ancestral god of the underworld clan. Seeing it in Lin Xingyo's hands, Dugu Batian could no longer remain calm. This coffin was of utmost importance to them. They had been searching for it all along, but they never expected it to be in Lin Xingyo's possession. Dugu Batian was both excited and tempted to act, as the coffin contained the slumbering underworld emperor. The ancestral god's coffin? Sima Haowan was completely dumbfounded, his eyes fixed on the coffin thrown by Lin Xingyo, unable to recover for a long time. He was utterly shocked. How could he have imagined? Lin Xingyo had obtained their ancestral god's coffin. Inside lay the underworld emperor, and there was a legend that within this coffin was the method to break through the heavenly Tao and escape the shackles of fate. This is... Seeing the coffin approaching, Black Cloud's face showed utter fear. How do you possess such an object? Tian and the others were completely bewildered, unsure why Black Cloud was so panicked. However, seeing his expression, they realized this object must be extraordinary. Black Cloud, I ask you one last time, surrender or not? Chapter 570. The Heavenly Court Ancestor Makes a Move. Submit? Human, you must be joking. Upon hearing this, Black Cloud glared at Lin Xingyo disdainfully. I am a mighty ancient war god of the Heavenly Court. I would never submit to you. Lin Xingyo, knowing his current level, understood that it was impossible for him to kill Black Cloud and the others with his current strength. However, if he couldn't eliminate them soon, the situation would become perilous for him. After all, their battle was no trivial matter. Any prolonged stalemate would likely result in mutual destruction or the death of one side. That's why Lin Xingyo had summoned the stone coffin, using it to coerce Black Cloud into submission. Only by doing so could he ensure his safety for now. Of course, after fighting for so long, Lin Xingyo had grown to admire Black Cloud, appreciating his unyielding spirit. Thus, he was more inclined to recruit him. However, from Black Cloud's perspective, submitting to Lin Xingyo was out of the question. As an ancient war god of the Heavenly Court, submitting would be worse than death for him, as he still possessed his own sense of honor. Black Cloud, I respect you as a true man, Lin Xingyo said, looking at Black Cloud, so I have already given you a chance. Now that you have chosen to reject it, please forgive me for what comes next. Stone coffin suppress? With his words, the stone coffin fully opened, releasing waves of terrifying power that instantly surged out. This is bad. Black Cloud inwardly cursed, immediately feeling an overwhelming aura enveloping him. The force swept over him like a tidal wave. Brother Qi, what's happening? Su Yuanyu, facing this power, looked at Qi Zhan with fear. The power from this stone coffin is terrifying. In just an instant, I feel like my body is caught in a vortex, unable to escape. Who do you think I am asking? Qi Zhan frowned coldly, his face filled with panic. I'm also being consumed by this power, my mind on the verge of collapse. Roar. Black Cloud let out an unwilling roar. At this point, he knew his fate was sealed. If the Heavenly Court didn't send an ancestor-level figure soon, he would soon meet his end. Black Cloud, one last chance. Lin Xingyo spoke again. Will you submit or not? Monkey, you're humiliating me. Black Cloud raged. Black Cloud, would rather die in battle than submit to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo's expression darkened. He knew there was no persuading Black Cloud now, and had to resort to force. After all, this was a battle, and mercy was not an option. Lin Xingyo decided to use the stone coffin to eliminate Black Cloud and the others. General, Black Cloud and the others are probably doomed. Sima Haowen couldn't help but speak up. This mere insect possesses the ancestral god's stone coffin. Once it opens, with the terrifying power inside, Black Cloud and the others won't stand a chance. Let's wait and see. Dugu Batian focused intently on the battle in the mirror. The ancestral god's stone coffin seals the 9 realms, each layer containing a supreme, heavenly Tao power. With his current cultivation, he certainly can't open all 9 layers. Otherwise, even the heavenly court of the immortal realm could be destroyed. Sima Haowen remained silent, his eyes fixed on the mirror, afraid to miss anything. The heavenly court was in chaos. Everyone stared at Lin Xingyo, certain he was a great variable. Seeing the stone coffin he summoned, the court was filled with panic, as they all knew the coffin's terror. Black Cloud, they're finished? Song Yuanji of the Death God Hall said, what power do they have to resist the ancestral god stone coffin of the Underworld Emperor clan? They will all be suppressed. This is bad. Some of the heavenly court's 6 ministries reacted with fear. Quick, cut off the heavenly ladder. Yes, yes, yes. The surrounding deities all echoed. Cut off the heavenly ladder quickly. Alas, Black Cloud. I'm sorry. Song Yuanji also realized the urgency. With Lin Xingyo possessing the Underworld Emperor clan's ancestral god stone coffin, if they didn't cut off the heavenly ladder, Lin Xingyo might ascend to the immortal realm. If he reached the heavenly court, it would be a great calamity. Although they weren't afraid of Lin Xingyo, they were terrified of the stone coffin, as it belonged to the Underworld Emperor. If the Underworld Emperor emerged from it, not just the current heavenly court, but even the immortal realm would face disaster. Wait. Just as the heavenly ladder was about to be cut off, a powerful voice came from the heavenly court's forbidden land, Heavenly Mountain. This is merely a lowly insect from the lower realm. Why are you all so panicked? Cloud Sky Ancestor. The previously chaotic heavenly court suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked up at the sky. In an instant, an elderly man with snow-white hair, a withered frame, holding a dragon-headed staff made of dead wood, emerged from the exploding rings of clouds. The crowd opened their mouths wide, their eyes round, too awestruck to speak. Cloud Sky, this old fellow can't hold back anymore. Dugu Batian, seeing the elder appear, couldn't help but speak up. It seems he's about to make a move. General, should we assist? Sima Haowen couldn't help but ask, with Cloud Sky Ancestor making a move, if we don't intervene, that monkey from the immortal spirit realm will surely be killed. Not yet, not yet. Dugu Batian replied, let's watch for now. Sima Haowen didn't dare to interject, as this was no longer his place to speak. He could only follow Dugu Batian's lead. As for Lin Xingyo, Sima Haowen felt he was as good as dead. After all, the Cloud Sky Ancestor of the Heavenly Court had appeared. The latter would certainly make a move, easily killing Lin Xingyo in one strike. Of course, Sima Haowen wasn't worried about Lin Xingyo's fate. What he was most concerned about was the ancestral god stone coffin, as it was deeply entangled in many matters. Ancestor, please make a move. Song Yuanji of the Death God Hall, seeing Cloud Sky Ancestor appear, immediately knelt and pleaded, save Black Cloud and the others. As Cloud Sky Ancestor stepped into the void, his gaze immediately fixed upon the immortal spirit realm. Instantly, on the heavenly ladder, Lin Xingyo shivered involuntarily. A sudden sense of impending crisis surged through him, and in that moment, he felt an overwhelming aura of death envelop his entire being. This is bad. Chapter 571. Xiao Yu's appearance. Dodge quickly. The bronze tripod shuddered, instantly emitting a towering green light that collided with the golden beam shooting through the void. Bang! The bronze tripod's strike directly clashed with a towering golden light, and in an instant, waves of destructive energy exploded at the point of impact. Before the bronze tripod could recover, the incoming golden light, with its undiminished momentum, pierced through the green light it had emitted and surged towards the bronze tripod with full force. Devouring God Spear. Attack? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo immediately reacted, thrusting the Devouring God Spear towards the golden light. In an instant, the spear collided with the golden light, and dazzling waves of energy exploded at the point of impact. Humming. The void couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered like a spider web. The golden light, still surging forward, pressed downward, forcing the devouring god spear to fall. Emperor Bai, it's over. All around, the creatures looked up at the void, their eyes filled with fear. The golden light that suddenly shot from the heavenly court was terrifyingly powerful, and they all felt that Lin Xingyo would be killed instantly. But that wasn't all. At the moment the golden light descended, a giant hand tore through the sky and reached out towards Lin Xingyo. Commander, shall we intervene? Seeing Yun Tianlaozu's golden palm strike towards Lin Xingyo, Sima Haowen immediately looked at Du Gubatian. It's too late. Du Gubatian tightly gripped the sword at his waist, his gaze fixed on the illusionary mirror. Yun Tianlaozu has given his all in this attack. With his current strength, even if we intervene, we can't stop it. What should we do then? Sima Haowen was stunned, then looked at Du Gubatian. Are we just going to watch him die? He won't die so easily. Du Gubatian replied, after all, he still has the ancestral god stone coffin. Even though Yun Tian Laozu is giving his all, he won't be able to kill him in one strike. Sima Haowen agreed, as the former emperor of the underworld had once been the ruler of this world. Even though he was dead, his 9 great paths were sealed within the 9-layered stone coffin. His body was in the final layer, which was said to contain a world, hiding a secret powerful enough to overturn the universe. If someone could obtain it, they could challenge the heavenly order of the Hongming heavenly realm. Bang! As Du Gu Batian finished speaking, the golden giant palm in the illusionary mirror suddenly spread its fingers, along with the golden light, blasting the devouring god spear tens of thousands of miles away, crushing the heavens as it pressed down towards the bronze tripod. Qingzi, run quickly! Seeing the golden light palm approaching, the bronze tripod suddenly shuddered, instantly growing hundreds of times larger, transforming into a giant tripod capable of crushing the heavens, and clashed with the descending golden light palm. Boom, boom, boom. The bronze tripod emitted waves of green light, directly colliding with the golden light palm, and in an instant, the entire void shattered. This tripod? Du Gu Baishan's eyes suddenly widened. For some reason, I feel a sense of familiarity from it. Commander, this tripod is incredibly powerful. Sima Changkong said. It actually withstood Yun Tian Laozu's attack. No? This tripod is not right. I definitely know this tripod, but why can't I remember? Du Gu Baishan's expression turned serious as he stared at the bronze tripod in the illusionary mirror. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I remember now. This tripod is the altar tripod of the Hongming Heavenly Emperor. Oh my god. Sima Haowen was shocked. Qingzi has received its help. Who exactly is this Qingzi? How could he have such a huge fortune? The ancestral god stone coffin, our ancestral weapon, the devouring god spear. The most powerful weapon of the Hongming Heavenly Emperor, the bronze tripod. All these extraordinary artifacts have been obtained by him. This kind of fortune is truly unprecedented. Sima Haowen regained his composure, his eyes widening in astonishment. He realized that any one of these items, if acquired by anyone, would be deemed an extraordinary stroke of luck. But Lin Xingyo had obtained them all. This was no longer simply a matter of extraordinary luck. It was enough to evoke intense envy and jealousy. In the heavenly court, Yun Tian Laozu frowned, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Who was he, Yun Tian Laozu? He was an almost invincible existence in the immortal realm, and he had lived since ancient times to this era. Yet, this bronze tripod had withstood his attack. Yun Tian Laozu's expression could no longer remain calm, as with his current strength, such a thing shouldn't have happened. Yun Tian, step back. Just as Yun Tian Laozu was about to attack the bronze tripod again, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Xiaoyu, clad in a black robe, stepping through the air from behind him. Old ancestor. Seeing Xiaoyu approach, Yun Tian Laozu immediately bowed. The gods of the heavenly court all knelt down. Old ancestor, it's just a mere ant. Yun Tian Laozu, momentarily stunned upon seeing Xiaoyu, quickly regained his composure and couldn't help but speak to him. There's no need for you to personally intervene. I can handle it. No need to say more. Xiaoyu walked forward, slowly raising his hand. The grudge between him and me? I will settle it myself. Old ancestor, this? Yun Tian Laozu was stunned, his mouth opening several times, but unable to speak a word. The gods of the heavenly court were all in shock, as Xiaoyu's words revealed too much information, leaving them all astonished. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression darkened, his eyes showing a hint of displeasure. I'm sorry. Seeing Xiaoyu's gaze, Yun Tian Laozu immediately realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly stepped aside. Old ancestor, I spoke out of line? Xiaoyu didn't even glance at Yun Tian Laozu, his gaze directly fixed on Lin Xingyo in the immortal realm. Then, he slowly raised his slender left hand. This is bad. Chapter 572. The Ultimate Battle. Xiao Liang is about to make his move. Seeing this, Dugu body from the immortal realm couldn't help but lift his head, his hands tightly gripping the sword at his waist as he muttered, "Qingzi probably won't survive this." Sima Haowen agreed wholeheartedly. After all, Xiao Liang was one of the few invincible supreme beings at the very top of the immortal realm's hierarchy. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the primordial heavenly emperor. So when Sima Haowen saw Xiao Liang preparing to act, he immediately felt the same way as Dugabadi. Lin Xingyo was as good as dead. Ha ha ha. Song Yuanji from the Death God Hall was overjoyed. Since Xiao Liang had already made his move, there was no way Lin Xingyo could survive now. After all, Xiao Liang was the strongest reserve force of the heavenly court. With Xiao Liang's intervention, how could Lin Xingyo possibly escape death? Monkey, die. Song Yuanji's savage eyes locked onto the illusionary mirror, as if he could already see Lin Xingyo being slain. But in the next instant, Lin Xingyo seemed to sense something and suddenly launched a counterattack against Xiao Liang's incoming strike. Crack! As soon as Lin Xingyo launched his counterattack, everything around him seemed to blur, and a beam of black light shot out from the rift in the heavenly stairs. Qingzi dodged quickly. Seeing this, the bronze cauldron immediately shot out a green light that hovered above Lin Xingyo, transforming into a defensive formation to block the incoming black light from the sky. But the next moment, the black light from Xiao Liang's strike collided with the bronze cauldron, and a series of destructive waves exploded at the point of impact. Run, quickly run. Within a radius of 100 miles in the illusory realm, almost all the powerful beings turned into streams of light, fleeing outward. Only Ao Ling, after glancing at Lin Xingyo's back, shot toward him with incredible speed. Ao Ling, don't come over. Run quickly. Lin Xingyo roared. Qingkuan umbrella, six-sided king of hell banner, protect her and get her out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xingyo wrapped Ao Ling in the Qingkuan umbrella from his personal small world and the six-sided king of hell banner that guarded the outside, whisking her away without giving her a chance to react. Qingzi, you're quite the chivalrous one. The bronze cauldron, seeing this, was furious. Even on the brink of death, you still remember to protect your woman. Looks like I'm going to suffer along with you, Cauldron Master. Crack! Before the bronze cauldron could finish speaking, the void was completely shattered. A massive foot, shimmering with overwhelming runes, descended like a meteor, aiming directly at Lin Xingyo. Crack! The bronze cauldron didn't even have time to react before it was kicked by the giant foot, exploding in an instant. Bronze cauldron. Lin Xingyo had just opened his mouth to shout when the giant foot struck him directly, sending him plummeting thousands of miles. Boom! Lin Xingyo was hit and slammed violently into the ground. Before he could even get up, the giant foot from the void struck again. Crack! The foot descended from above Lin Xingyo, unleashing a series of destructive waves that turned 1,000 miles of land into a wasteland. Ha ha ha! Song Yuanji from the Death God Hall burst into laughter, and the countless gods of the heavenly court's 6 departments cheered jubilantly. Lin Xingyo had been suppressed. With just one strike, Xiao Liang had completely suppressed him. A black, towering mountain now stood in the wasteland, its runes shining brightly, firmly trapping Lin Xingyo beneath it. Marshal, Sima Haowen tried to say something several times, but in the end, he couldn't get a single word out. Dugu Body opened his mouth, but all he could do was stare blankly at the black mountain in the wasteland, sighing in vain. There was nothing he could do. Lin Xingyo might be dead, or completely suppressed. Seeing this, Dugu Body could only sigh. He knew Lin Xingyo had the potential to become an extraordinary existence, perhaps even standing on the same level as them. But now, it was all over. Lin Xingyo had been completely suppressed by Xiao Liang, and it was unlikely he would ever be seen again. The white-robed emperor, it's over just like that? In the spirit realm, where the normally noisy beings were now silent, each one stared with wide eyes and open mouths, gazing at the illusory realm. Is he really dead? Chapter 573. Lord Ding, am still here. 1 year, 2 years, 500 years had passed in the blink of an eye since Lin Xingyo was suppressed by Xiao Liang. The battle between Lin Xingyo and the heavenly court quickly became a legend in the spirit realm. The name Lin Xingyo, the title White-Robed Emperor, became immortal, and countless beings remembered this name and the title White-Robed Emperor. Every year, countless beings would come to pay their respects. 500 years later, a large black dog suddenly appeared at Black Mountain, followed by a chubby Taoist. They built a hut near Black Mountain and stayed there for 300 years. 300 years later, the black dog and the Taoist left, but only a year later, Gai Jiushan arrived. He had returned from the path to immortality. Dressed in a long white robe and wielding the Feng Tian halberd, he burned some joss paper at Black Mountain before departing. The second year after Gai Jiushan's departure, Wang Xian, dressed in red, accompanied by Chu Yun and Su Shihan, arrived. They settled down and stayed for 3,000 years, after which they all broke through to the celestial realm and left. 500 years later, Ao Ling arrived, wielding a sword, and directly planted the six-faced Nether King flags around Black Mountain, then lit incense and erected a memorial tablet to pay respects. During Ao Ling's stay, all the divine beasts and demon emperors subdued by Lin Xingyo had come to pay their respects, but none of them stayed long, almost all coming and going in a hurry. Only incense and paper money remained. Ao Ling, however, did not leave. Instead, he built a hut and continued to cultivate at Black Mountain. General, this is the place? 300 years later in the illusory region of the spirit realm, Sima Haowen accompanied Du Gu Ba Tian to Black Mountain. Burn paper. Offer money? Du Gu Ba Tian, with his right hand resting on the hilt of his saber, gazed at Black Mountain and said, I should have come 300 years ago, but the war between the heavenly court and my clan was too intense, so I delayed until now to come and pay my respects to you. But you, my son, are not bad. Du Gu Ba Tian continued, throughout the billions of years of heaven and earth, I, Du Gu Ba Tian, only admire you. Sima Haowen stood silently by the side, not speaking, because even he had a sense of awe for Lin Xingyo, and the spirit realm was no longer the same as it was thousands of years ago. Countless anti-heavenly court forces had risen in the spirit realm. Over the years, these forces had all attacked the immortal domain through the broken path to immortality from the ancient forbidden zone. Among them, Chu Yun was the most notable. She commanded the two major sacred forces, the Immortal Moon Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect, in the most ferocious assaults on the immortal realm. Now, they had breached the immortal realm via the path to immortality in the ancient forbidden zone, annexing most of the territories linking the heavenly court and the spirit realm. Of course, it wasn't just Chu Yun. Almost all those related to Lin Xingyo were attacking the immortal domain, especially the martial god temple. Their slogan was the same, to avenge Lin Xingyo and kill their way to the heavenly court. Originally, this was just a small spark, but later, something unknown happened. This weak spark turned into a raging fire, and the flames grew stronger, almost setting the entire immortal domain ablaze. The immortal domain was no longer what it was thousands of years ago. Now, the immortal domain was in constant turmoil, with almost every day seeing some clans disappearing from the immortal domain. And all of this originated from Lin Xingyo. It was his battle with Xiao Liang that led to such a war. The Underworld clan was also attacking the heavenly court, now reclaiming many of the territories they had lost before. However, despite being surrounded on all sides, the heavenly court's foundation remained intact. So, although the entire immortal domain was attacking the heavenly court, they still couldn't shake its core. General, let's return, Sima Haowen said to Du Gu Ba Tian after a while. We still need to discuss the alliance with the various anti-heavenly court forces in the spirit realm. Du Gu Ba Tian glanced once more at Black Mountain, then turned and tightly gripped his saber, taking Sima Haowen with him as they left Black Mountain. 300 years passed again. On a night as black as ink, suddenly, from the seemingly silent foot of Black Mountain, a green light shot out. Lord Ding, I'm out. Chapter 574. What is the cycle of life and death? All right, stop bickering. Lin Xingyo suddenly emerged from the soil of Black Mountain, wiping the mud from his face as he said, "We're out, so let's just be glad about it." "You brat?" The bronze tripod chimed in. "If it weren't for me always protecting you, would you have made it this far?" "Spare me," Lin Xingyo retorted, rolling his eyes. "Over these thousands of years, if it weren't for me shielding your true essence and pulling you back from the cycle of reincarnation at the risk of my life, you'd have been dead long ago." All right. The bronze tripod muttered grudgingly. "I concede. Okay? I bow to you, brat. But we need to make something clear." The tripod immediately added, "This time, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, this fool, picking a fight with the heavenly court, I wouldn't have shattered. I could have been living a carefree life all this time." "All right, enough of your nonsense." Lin Xingyo sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. "Anyway, we've traversed the cycle of reincarnation and returned from thousands of years ago to the present. I wonder what kind of world it is now." "Who cares, brat?" the bronze tripod declared proudly. "Now that I'm back, I can resume my fabulous life." Lin Xingyo didn't respond but instead began carefully surveying his surroundings. Soon, he confirmed his location. He was still in the land of illusion. However, he had traveled through the cycle of reincarnation from thousands of years ago. Back then, Xiaoliang's attack had nearly obliterated him. But at that moment between life and death, Lin Xingyo had fallen into the 6 paths of reincarnation, crossing over thousands of years of temporal nodes, and arrived in the present from thousands of years ago. Of course, this process was extremely dangerous for Lin Xingyo. But precisely because of this journey, he gained a deeper understanding of what the cycle of life and death truly is. He experienced the entire process of death transforming into life. He traversed the dimension of time, passing through the 6 paths of reincarnation across thousands of years, emerging from death into life. In a sense, he had died during his battle with Xiaoliang, but through his own Tao, he had revived from the brink of death. However, this leap had spanned thousands of years, allowing him to pass through the 6 paths of reincarnation and return to life, carrying the bronze tripod with him. Lin Xingyo had finally mastered the Tao of life and death reincarnation. His cultivation had also reached the great Tao void heaven realm. The Tao of life and death reincarnation. Lin Xingyo had completely comprehended it. Therefore, in his world now, as long as a person's true soul remains intact, he could bring them back to life at another temporal node. That is the Tao of life and death reincarnation. However, Lin Xingyo still faced a challenge, the temporal nodes. Although he could now resurrect someone using the Tao of life and death, he couldn't control the temporal node. In other words, he didn't know when the person would be resurrected. It could be thousands of years, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years later. So, Lin Xingyo was still a step away from achieving true immortality. Theoretically, it was possible. In the previous second, Lin Xingyo could die, and in the next second, he could be reborn through the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he could reach this level, he would indeed be unkillable. "Brat, let's go." The bronze tripod, seeing Lin Xingyo standing still in thought, couldn't help but howl. "I'm itching to go out and have some fun." "Fun your ass." Lin Xingyo retorted with a wry smile. "Let's just stay put for now. We just popped out from underground. The priority is to find a place to wash up and get some clean clothes to see what kind of world it is now." "Brat, seriously?" The bronze tripod suddenly asked. "Do you think the women you loved are still alive?" Hearing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. After all, this leap had spanned thousands of years. The passage of such an immense span of time made it uncertain whether they were still safe and sound. However, Lin Xingyo was a man of resilience. Now that he had returned to life, whatever changes awaited him were not something he needed to consider at the moment. His priority was to leave this place immediately and figure out what was going on in the outside world. Lin Xingyo believed that Su Shihan and the others must still be alive. After all, with their talents, thousands of years would only have made them stronger. Still, Lin Xingyo felt a bit of worry. After all, he had angered the heavenly court and the invincible beings like Xiaoliang. With thousands of years having passed, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but worry that they might harm Su Shihan and the others. Huh, who are you? Chapter 575. As if 2 lives have passed. Ao Ling? Lin Xingyo's expression froze as he immediately exclaimed upon seeing Ao Ling approaching, "Why are you here?" Ao Ling stared at Lin Xingyo in a daze, unable to snap out of her shock for a long time, her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. After all, everyone thought Lin Xingyo was dead. He was not supposed to appear in this world again, yet here he was, alive. Seeing this, how could Ao Ling not be shocked? Ao Ling, what's wrong with you? Lin Xingyo grinned and said to Ao Ling, "Don't you recognize me anymore?" "Ah, it really is you." Ao Ling finally regained her senses, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Lin Xingyo. "Am I hallucinating?" Lin Xingyo tried to speak several times, but in the end, he couldn't utter a single word. He understood Ao Ling's feelings. After all, thousands of years ago, in her heart, Lin Xingyo was already dead. Now that she saw him, how could she not be shocked? Of course, facing such a situation, not just Ao Ling, even he would be startled. After all, the person standing before them was someone who had been dead for years. Fortunately, this was a fantasy world. Ao Ling couldn't accept it at first, but she quickly came to her senses. After all, she now possessed the strength of the Tao of the Void, and she could naturally see through Lin Xingyo's current state at a glance. You're back to life?" Ao Ling finally snapped out of her daze as she stared at Lin Xingyo, her eyes filled with not only incredible shock but also an uncontrollable joy. In the next moment, without waiting for Lin Xingyo to react, Ao Ling took a step forward and hugged him tightly. She cried. She couldn't stop crying, her sobs choking her, making it hard to breathe. Lin Xingyo's eyes also teared up. To be honest, he wanted to cry too, but he held back. After all, he was a man. Although he had many emotions, after thousands of years of rebirth, Lin Xingyo had made a firm decision. He was determined to break into the immortal realm and face Xiaoyang again to settle the score. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to take revenge. The grudge from the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city must never be forgotten. Whether for Mu Wanling or Chu Yaoyao, Lin Xingyo had to fight Xiaoyang, and this time, he would not act rashly. He would strive to cultivate. He would reach the same realm as Xiaoyang in the shortest time possible. Only then could he face him and settle the score. Having made up his mind, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but pat Ao Ling's back gently. Then, after a few words, the two left Black Mountain and returned to Ao Ling's dwelling. Upon arriving, Lin Xingyo immediately took off his clothes, washed up, cleaned himself thoroughly, shaved off his beard, and sat down cross-legged in a long white robe prepared by Ao Ling. As soon as he sat down, Ao Ling brought over some fruits and prepared some food. The two sat together and started eating. While eating, Lin Xingyo inquired about the current state of the immortal spirit realm from Ao Ling, as there were a few matters that had been weighing on his mind. However, when he learned that Chu Yun and the others had all lived here for thousands of years, building simple homes, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. What made him even more heartbroken was that these women, whom he had once loved the most, had now risen up, leading an army of billions to attack the immortal realm. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo was both shocked and moved. They had all died. Yet Chu Yun and the others still did this for him. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but clench his fists. Since he had managed to return from the 6 paths of reincarnation, he would not allow anyone to harm his women, not even a little. So, after briefly discussing with Ao Ling, he decided to go and assist Chu Yun and the others. Seeing this, Ao Ling tried to comfort him. She managed to calm Lin Xingyo down, as the current war was in full swing. If Lin Xingyo appeared now, it might attract the attention of the Heavenly Court. Therefore, Ao Ling believed that Lin Xingyo should act as a surprise force, catching the Heavenly Court off guard. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo thought it over and agreed with Ao Ling. He should remain hidden in the shadows for now and strike at the right moment to eliminate the gods of the Heavenly Court. Lin Xingyo knew. To achieve this, he first needed to possess the strength to truly fight Xiaoyang on equal terms. Therefore, his most urgent task now was to improve his strength. He would hide in the shadows. He would enhance his strength, or else the heavenly court would surely send down the heavenly ladder again, leading to the same outcome as thousands of years ago. Chapter 576, I Want to Act Cool. The next morning, Lin Xingyo woke up. Just like thousands of years ago, the first thing he did after getting up was to practice his sword in the courtyard. Lin Xingyo held the Zhutian sword in his hand. He casually swung the sword 5,000 times in the courtyard and then put the Zhutian sword away. Come, let's have breakfast. Ao Ling brought some food from the kitchen and spoke up as soon as she saw Lin Xingyo finish practicing his sword. After we eat, we can set off. Lin Xingyo smiled, revealing his white teeth, and walked over to Ao Ling. He sat down and reached out to take a bun from Ao Ling's bowl, but in the next moment, Ao Ling stopped his hand and said, "Wait, go wash your hands first." Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that after practicing his sword, he was a bit dirty, especially his hands, which had been holding the sword hilt for so long and were covered in grime. Realizing this, Lin Xingyo immediately scooped some water to clean his hands, then sat down at the stone table and grabbed a fragrant, big bun to start eating. Surprisingly, Lin Xingyo seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. After all, he hadn't eaten a bun in thousands of years. The soft and fluffy texture of the bun made him feel comfortable, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of returning to the human world. Ao Ling, your bun-making skills are pretty good. After wolfing down a few buns, Lin Xingyo noticed Ao Ling's gaze and said, "These buns are really soft and delicious. It would be nice to eat them every day here." Hearing this, Ao Ling shyly lowered her head. She hadn't known how to make buns before, but during her travels, she had learned many things. Of course, when she first ventured into the human world, she had gone through a lot of hardships, even getting into fights over a bun. So, after some time traveling, Ao Ling returned to this place because she found she couldn't fully integrate into their world. She still preferred living alone, but if Lin Xingyo could stay with her like this, she thought this kind of life would be quite pleasant. Ao Ling, what's wrong? Lin Xingyo, however, didn't notice Ao Ling's expression. Instead, he took a big bun from the bowl and handed it to her, saying, "Here, you eat too." Ao Ling glanced at Lin Xingyo, took the bun he handed her, and started eating it slowly, her head still lowered. "Ao Ling, I'm done eating." After finishing a few buns, Lin Xingyo wiped the grease from his hands, stood up, and said, "Let's go. It's time for us to leave." Ao Ling responded and quickly finished her bun. She then tidied up a bit and took the empty bowls into the kitchen. After a short while of bustling around. Chapter 576, I Want to Show Off. The next morning, Lin Xingyo woke up as usual. Just like he had done for thousands of years, the first thing he did after getting up was to practice swordsmanship in the courtyard. Holding the Zhutian sword, he casually swung it 5,000 times in the yard before putting it away. "Come, breakfast is ready," Ao Ling called out as she brought some food from the kitchen. Seeing that Lin Xingyo had finished practicing, she added, "Let's eat and then we can set off." Lin Xingyo smiled, revealing his bright white teeth, and walked over to Ao Ling. He sat down and reached out to grab a bun from Ao Ling's bowl, but she stopped him. "Wait, go wash your hands first," she said. "All right," Lin Xingyo replied, momentarily stunned before realizing his hands were dirty from practicing with the sword. He quickly scooped some water to clean them, then sat down at the stone table and took a big, fragrant bun to eat. He found it quite delicious, as he hadn't had a bun in thousands of years. The soft texture made him feel comfortable and gave him a sense of returning to the human world. "Ao Ling, you're quite good at making buns," Lin Xingyo said after wolfing down a few. Noticing Ao Ling looking at him, he added, "These buns are really soft and delicious. It would be nice to eat them here every day." Ao Ling blushed and lowered her head. She hadn't known how to make buns before, but during her travels, she had learned many things. Initially, when she first entered the human world, she had faced many hardships, even getting into fights over a bun. Eventually, she returned to this place because she found it impossible to fit into their world. She preferred living alone, But if Lin Xingyo could stay with her, she thought this life ye butsuo. Ao Ling, what's wrong? Lin Xingyo asked, oblivious to her expression. He picked up a big bun from his bowl and handed it to her. Here, you should eat too. Ao Ling took the bun from Lin Xingyo and nibbled on it quietly. Ao Ling, I'm done eating, Lin Xingyo said after finishing his buns. He wiped the grease from his hands and stood up. Let's go, it's time to leave. Okay, Ao Ling replied, quickly finishing her bun and tidying up the table before heading to the kitchen. After a short while, Ao Ling packed her things and left the Shiwangzhidi with Lin Xingyo. However, before they left, Lin Xingyo reached out and grabbed a golden bone from the Shiwangzhidi. This was one of the 36 divine bones of the Underworld Emperor, and Lin Xingyo had come to the Shiwangzhidi specifically for it. As they flew out of the Shiwangzhidi, their speed was not particularly fast. After all, the Shiwangzhidi was a treasure trove, and they wanted to collect as much divine essence as possible to enhance their cultivation. Ao Ling, look, Lin Xingyo said, pointing to a forest below as they flew. There's a group of humans down there. They seem to be fighting over a piece of black gold divine iron. Before Ao Ling could respond, the bronze cauldron suddenly chimed in. Quick, help me, Lord Cauldron, get that divine iron. It's useful to me. You want it? Lin Xingyo replied, shrugging. Then go get it yourself. With your abilities, a piece of black gold divine iron should be easy for you. You brat, the bronze cauldron grumbled. Don't you know the situation? I can't act now. If I could, I wouldn't be asking you. Go get the black gold divine iron for me. Fine, Lin Xingyo sighed, then shot down toward the forest. In an instant, rings of light exploded around him. He reached out and snatched the black gold divine iron from the group of humans fighting over it, then landed in front of them. Who are you? The group of Taoist priests, clad in robes and carrying swords, demanded as they turned to Lin Xingyo. How dare you take our treasure? Do you know the gravity of your crime? Lin Xingyo ignored them and instead examined their attire. After a moment, he realized they were all from the Tai Chu sacred land. This reminded him of Zhao Yuqin and a certain figure, Qingxia the Empress. Hey, are you deaf? The group of heavenly kings from the Tai Chu sacred land shouted, furious that Lin Xingyo ignored them. Our Grand Elder is speaking to you. Lin Xingyo shrugged and turned to leave. You're too arrogant, the surrounding heavenly kings exclaimed, feeling humiliated. They immediately drew their weapons and surrounded Lin Xingyo. You're quite bold, the white-haired elder, holding a sword, said to Lin Xingyo. You just took our black gold divine iron, and now you dare to disrespect us. Do you look down on the Tai Chu sacred land? Are you threatening me with the Tai Chu sacred land? Lin Xingyo retorted, his eyes meeting the elders. Too bad the Tai Chu sacred land is too weak in my eyes. What do you mean by that? The group of heavenly kings shouted, outraged. I'm not underestimating you, Lin Xingyo replied. It's just that your cultivation is too low. What? The heavenly kings exclaimed, momentarily stunned before realizing what he meant. They were furious. They were heavenly kings of the Tai Chu sacred land, revered as gods wherever they went. Yet Lin Xingyo dared to belittle them. Friend, please forgive my rudeness, the Grand Elder of the Tai Chu sacred land, Song Mingtian, said, stepping forward. He clenched his fist and launched a powerful attack at Lin Xingyo. 7 slaughter fist kill. Your fist technique is not bad, Lin Xingyo said, neither dodging nor blocking. But the power is lacking, and the speed is too slow. It's unlikely to even graze my clothes. I suggest you go home and practice more. You're asking for death. Song Mingtian shouted, feeling insulted. As a quasi-emperor, he couldn't tolerate being spoken to like a junior. If he couldn't crush Lin Xingyo with this strike, he would lose face in the Tai Chu sacred land. 7 slaughter fist kill. This was one of the 36 divine bones of the Underworld Emperor. Lin Xingyo had come to the illusory land for this divine bone, so he couldn't leave it behind. Holding the divine bone, Lin Xingyo and Ao Ling flew out of the illusory land at a leisurely pace. After all, the illusory land was a treasure trove, and they wanted to collect as much divine essence as they could along the way to boost their cultivation. Ao Ling, look quickly. While flying on his sword, Lin Xingyo suddenly spotted a group of humans in a forest below and said, "There's a group of humans down there. They seem to be fighting over a piece of black gold divine iron." Huh, Qingzi. Before Ao Ling could respond, the bronze cauldron suddenly appeared and said, "Quick, help your cauldron grandpa get that divine iron. It's useful to me." "You want it?" Lin Xingyo shrugged and replied to the bronze cauldron, "Then go get it yourself. With your abilities, getting a piece of black gold divine iron should be a piece of cake." "You Qingzi," the bronze cauldron complained, "don't you know the situation? Your cauldron grandpa can't act now. If I could, I wouldn't be asking you. Quickly, go get the black gold divine iron for me." "Fine." Lin Xingyo reluctantly agreed and shot down toward the forest below. In an instant, rings of light exploded around him. Lin Xingyo reached out and forcibly grabbed the black gold divine iron that the group below was fighting over, then landed in front of everyone's eyes. "Who are you?" A group of Taoist priests in robes and carrying long swords turned to look at Lin Xingyo and said, "How dare you take our things? Do you know what kind of crime this is?" Lin Xingyo shrugged and didn't answer them directly. Instead, he curiously examined their attire. After a while, he realized they were all from the Taichu Sacred Land. Taichu Sacred Land. This reminded Lin Xingyo of Zhao Yuqin, and his mind also flashed with the image of Qingxia Empress. "Hey, Qingzi, are you deaf?" The group of heavenly kings from the Taichu Sacred Land, seeing that Lin Xingyo ignored them, immediately showed anger on their faces. "Our Grand Elder is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Lin Xingyo shrugged and didn't bother to respond. Instead, he turned around and was about to leave. "Hey, you Qingzi, that's too arrogant." The surrounding heavenly kings from the Taichu Sacred Land, seeing that Lin Xingyo didn't say a word and wanted to leave, felt their pride hurt. In an instant, they all drew their weapons and surrounded Lin Xingyo. "Qingzi, you're pretty cocky, huh?" Among the heavenly kings surrounding Lin Xingyo, an old man with white hair and a long sword looked at Lin Xingyo and said, "You just took our black gold divine iron, and now you dare to be so rude to us. Do you look down on the Taichu Sacred Land? Are you trying to pressure me with the Taichu Sacred Land?" Lin Xingyo shrugged and looked at the old man, saying, "Too bad the Taichu Sacred Land is too weak in my eyes." "Qingzi, what do you mean by that?" The surrounding heavenly kings, hearing this, couldn't help but become furious. "How dare you disrespect us like this?" "Well, it's not that I disrespect you," Lin Xingyo replied. "It's just that your cultivation is too low." "Huh." The surrounding heavenly kings were momentarily stunned, but when they realized what Lin Xingyo meant, they were furious. Who were they? They were heavenly kings from the Taichu Sacred Land, and wherever they went, they were revered as gods. Now, Lin Xingyo was looking down on them like this. This was unacceptable, especially since their Grand Elder had already reached the Quasi-Emperor level. Lin Xingyo dared to say their strength was too low, and they couldn't help but react. "Fellow Taoist, please forgive my rudeness." The Grand Elder of the Taichu Sacred Land, Song Mingtian, couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward, clenched his fist, and suddenly launched a powerful attack at Lin Xingyo, shouting, "7-kill fist, kill." Your fist technique is not bad." Seeing Song Mingtian's attack, Lin Xingyo didn't dodge or evade, saying, "But the force is a bit weak, and the speed is also slow. It's hard for you to even touch my clothes. I suggest you go home and practice more." "You're courting death?" Hearing this, Song Mingtian felt a sting of humiliation. After all, he was a quasi-emperor, and Lin Xingyo's tone was that of a junior lecturing a senior. How could he stand it? After all, he was the Grand Elder of the Taichu Sacred Land's Phone Gate. If he couldn't crush Lin Xingyo with one punch, he would have a hard time holding his head high in the Taichu Sacred Land. 7-kill fist kill? Song Mingtian thought of this and immediately couldn't hold back. He sped up his attack, and his fist was about to land on Lin Xingyo. But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo acted. He slowly raised his hand and effortlessly caught Song Mingtian's powerful punch aimed at him. Then, without hesitation, he kicked out with a swift motion, landing a powerful blow to Song Mingtian's abdomen. Bang! Song Mingtian didn't have time to react at all. He was struck directly in the stomach by Lin Xingyo's kick, and immediately, a look of pain crossed his face. He then collapsed to his knees in front of Lin Xingyo. Grand Elder, the surrounding heavenly kings, who had been watching in shock, finally snapped out of their daze. They all immediately launched themselves at Lin Xingyo, ready to attack. Roar! Before Lin Xingyo could even act, a loud dragon's roar echoed through the air. Instantly, everyone turned their heads to see a white dragon suddenly emerge from the void, its tail swinging with devastating force toward them. Thud, thud, thud. The heavenly kings who had been rushing toward Lin Xingyo saw the dragon's tail flash before their eyes, and in the next moment, they were all sent flying, crashing to the ground. Chapter 577. A Place of Divine Blessing. Senior, I'm sorry. As soon as Song Mingtian saw the situation, he immediately snapped out of his shock and promptly knelt before Lin Xingyo, saying, "Please forgive our rudeness earlier. I will now kowtow to apologize, and I beg you to spare us, considering the face of the Tai Chu's sacred land." Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at this. After all, Song Mingtian had been quite arrogant earlier, even threatening to punch him to bits. Now, this sudden groveling left Lin Xingyo unsure of how to handle it. All right. Lin Xingyo glanced at Song Mingtian with a wince and finally waved his hand helplessly, saying, "You can leave." Song Mingtian and the others didn't dare utter a word. Upon hearing Lin Xingyo's order, they were so eager to escape that they felt like their parents had given them 2 legs too few. Almost in unison, they turned and bolted. But after running a short distance, they all stopped, with Song Mingtian leading the way, his face contorted into a fawning smile as he approached Lin Xingyo. "Senior, there's something I'm not sure whether I should mention or not." "What is it? Just say it." Upon seeing Song Mingtian's expression, Lin Xingyo immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Song Mingtian, however, continued to smile obsequiously, saying, "Senior, we've discovered a place of divine blessing in this illusory realm. There's a pool of ancient divine liquid there, but it's guarded by a black dragon. We've tried several times, but failed to obtain even a drop of the liquid. If you could help us, you're sure to gain something from it." "Oh!" Lin Xingyo perked up at this news. After all, he was desperate to boost his strength, and the prospect of a pool of divine liquid was certainly tempting. He naturally wanted to take a look, as such a treasure was something he desired. Song Mingtian, being an old fox himself, could tell from Lin Xingyo's expression that he was interested. He quickly offered to guide Lin Xingyo there, asking only for a drop of the divine liquid as a reward. Lin Xingyo, not want to be stingy, agreed. After all, he had no idea where this place was before, and if Song Mingtian could lead him there, granting him a drop of the liquid would be a small price to pay. The two quickly reached an agreement. With Lin Xingyo's promise, Song Mingtian began to fawn over him like a devoted son, knowing that Lin Xingyo could help him achieve his goals. He was certain that with just a drop of the divine liquid, he could break through to the first level of the immortal emperor realm from the brink of the quasi-emperor stage. Lin Xingyo, however, paid little attention to Song Mingtian's expressions. Instead, he followed him westward, soon arriving at a group of ruins. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this place had once been a grand palace, but for some reason, it had been reduced to ruins. The surrounding mountains were also split, with some areas showing clear palm prints. Lin Xingyo understood that this place must have once been glorious, perhaps even home to a divine dynasty. But for reasons unknown, it had been destroyed. After observing for a while, Lin Xingyo followed Song Mingtian to the foot of a broken mountain, where a powerful aura suddenly wafted toward them. "Qingzi, be careful." As soon as Lin Xingyo took a step forward, the bronze cauldron's warning echoed in his ear. "There's something wrong with this valley." Lin Xingyo didn't need the bronze cauldron's warning, as he had already sensed it the moment he stepped into the mountain range. Within the mountain, a dark and malevolent dragon aura surged toward him, accompanied by a sinister force. Although Lin Xingyo wasn't afraid, he still summoned the Zhutian sword, feeling a hint of danger from the malevolent energy seeping out of the mountain. Senior, we're too weak? Standing outside the mountain, Song Mingtian forced a fawning smile and said to Lin Xingyo, "We won't accompany you any further. We'll wait for you here, okay?" "Fine." Lin Xingyo shrugged, not bothering to force Song Mingtian and the others to come with him. He knew that if they did, they would only be cannon fodder. Since they didn't want to go, it was fine to leave them behind. After all, Lin Xingyo wasn't a bloodthirsty man. Having brought him to this point, there was no need to force them to accompany him. However, Lin Xingyo knew that Song Mingtian's intentions in leading him here were far from pure. The man had ulterior motives for bringing him here. Lin Xingyo chose to see through but not to speak out, as he understood a fundamental truth. No one would go out of their way to be nice to you without a reason. If someone is being overly friendly, it's because you have value to them. Otherwise, no one would constantly fawn over you. Song Mingtian was clearly exploiting this principle. Lin Xingyo knew he was being used, but as long as Song Mingtian didn't cause trouble, Lin Xingyo had no intention of harming him and might even reward him with a drop of the divine liquid. However, if Song Mingtian tried to take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits of their conflict, Lin Xingyo wouldn't hesitate to cut him down. "Senior, be careful." Song Mingtian, ignoring Lin Xingyo's reaction, continued to chatter. "That black dragon is very powerful and can spew toxic mist. You must be on guard. If you can't obtain the divine liquid, it's okay. After all, that black dragon is indeed formidable." Lin Xingyo simply ignored him, striding forward with Ao Ling, as if he hadn't heard a word. But in the next moment, Song Mingtian's expression suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with a vicious glint, and as he watched Lin Xingyo's distant figure, his lips curled into a sinister smile. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo ignored him and continued forward with Ao Ling, when suddenly, a powerful dragon aura surged toward them. "Ao Ling, be careful." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo immediately stepped forward and activated the colorless domain. In an instant, the colorless domain enveloped them like a giant bowl. Roar! The black dragon in the mountain seemed to sense something and let out an enraged roar, as if warning them not to come closer. This aura. Facing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but frown, as the aura felt strangely familiar. Unfortunately, he couldn't recall where he had encountered it before. With no other choice, Lin Xingyo gripped the Zhutian sword and stepped forward. Soon, they arrived at a gourd-shaped valley. The entrance to the valley was narrow, and the malevolent energy Lin Xingyo had sensed was emanating from within. Chapter 578. The Return of the Black Dragon King. "Ao Ling, you guard outside for me?" Lin Xingyo frowned and suddenly accelerated, saying, "There's something strange about this valley? I'll go in first to take a look." Ao Ling, with few words, tightly gripped two short blades and stood guard outside the valley. Roar! The black dragon in the valley seemed to sense Lin Xingyo's arrival, and it had already started to become restless and agitated. "Qingzi, a great opportunity." The bronze tripod spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, the black dragon in this valley is undergoing a transformation. Its current strength should be at its weakest. If you charge into the valley now, the dragon might be within your grasp." Lin Xingyo also sensed it. After all, he was a Taoist practitioner at the Great Tao Void Heaven level. The subtle feeling in the valley was naturally detected by him, so his speed suddenly increased even more. Lin Xingyo moved forward. In a flash, he appeared in the valley. After roughly determining the direction, he shook the Zhutian sword in his hand and shot directly towards a cracked cave entrance, like a meteor. Roar! Below the cave entrance, a massive black dragon coiled in a pool of dazzling spiritual energy. It slightly arched its body, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Black Dragon King Aobing? Lin Xingyo shot into the cave intending to attack the black dragon, but he suddenly lowered his Zhutian sword. He saw an old acquaintance. It was the Black Dragon King Aobing, whom he had subdued in the Emperor's ancient city. Lin Xingyo hadn't expected to encounter him here. Roar! The Black Dragon King Aobing, however, seemed to have lost his mind, his entire body glowing with an eerie light. Suddenly, he let out an angry roar at Lin Xingyo and, without waiting for a response, quickly lunged at him. Huh. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, not reacting in time. After realizing what was happening, he immediately struck out at the Black Dragon King Ao Bing. Lin Xingyo wasn't foolish. He had already noticed that the Black Dragon King's condition was abnormal. It seemed as if he was being controlled by some force. Therefore, Lin Xingyo didn't hold back and directly attacked the Black Dragon King. Roar! Facing Lin Xingyo's counterattack, the Black Dragon King immediately let out an exceptionally angry roar and opened its blood-red mouth, spitting out a black light that instantly exploded Lin Xingyo's attack. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, break. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to be careless. He stepped forward, clenched his fist, and unleashed a powerful punch towards the Black Dragon King Ao Bing, feeling the strong, evil energy emanating from him. If he wanted to restore the Black Dragon King to normal, he had no other choice. He had to first suppress the Black Dragon King and then cleanse the evil energy from his body. However, Lin Xingyo knew it wouldn't be easy. After all, the Black Dragon King's strength had already reached the Great Tao Void Heaven level, and there were signs of breaking through to the Great Tao Hong level. It wouldn't be easy for Lin Xingyo to suppress him. So, from the start, Lin Xingyo used his full strength, directly employing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to attack the Black Dragon King Ao Bing. Roar! The Black Dragon King Ao Bing became completely enraged, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. He fixed his gaze on Lin Xingyo and swept his tail towards him like a dragon's tail. Bang! Lin Xingyo's 6 paths of reincarnation fist collided with the dragon's tail. In the next moment, instead of retreating, Lin Xingyo advanced, changing his fist into a claw and grabbing the Black Dragon King Ao Bing's tail. With a powerful pull, he slammed the Black Dragon King into the stalactites below the cave. Gulp, gulp. The Black Dragon King Ao Bing fell into the pool below the stalactites. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo shot forward, and with both hands clenched into fists, he suddenly mounted the Black Dragon King's head, tightly gripping his dragon horns with his right hand and raining down dozens of punches on his head with his left. Roar! The Black Dragon King Ao Bing was completely enraged. The Great Tao laws around him activated, and a sky-covering aura of demonic energy engulfed the cave. Then, with a sudden downward motion of his head, he slammed into the pool below. Bang! Lin Xingyo had just dodged, but in the next moment, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing's massive tail swept towards him. Lin Xingyo could only raise his arms to block, and instantly, he was hit by the dragon's tail, flying out and crashing heavily into the wall. Bang! After hitting the wall, Lin Xingyo rolled into the pool. In an instant, he realized that the divine liquid mentioned by Song Mingtian had already been absorbed by the Black Dragon King Ao Bing. However, Lin Xingyo still sensed a faint, eerie aura within it. Although it was now very faint, Lin Xingyo still felt that this aura was terrifying, and it had all entered the Black Dragon King Ao Bing's body. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo finally understood. The Black Dragon King Ao Bing must have absorbed the divine liquid in the pool, but beneath the divine liquid was something sinister, and this sinister force was now clinging to the Black Dragon King, as if attempting to possess him. This is bad. Realizing this, Lin Xingyo immediately snapped back to his senses. He shook his body, and the cycle of life and death instantly surged up, enveloping the Black Dragon King Ao Bing. Roar! Trapped within Lin Xingyo's domain, the Black Dragon King began to violently zhongji against the boundaries, but there was no way the Black Dragon King Ao Bing could break free. Ao Bing, wake up! Lin Xingyo, however, didn't pay attention to the Black Dragon King's struggles. Instead, he focused his divine consciousness and delivered a heavy blow to the Black Dragon King Ao Bing's forehead. Roar! Facing Lin Xingyo's divine consciousness invasion, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing's eyes instantly shot out 2 solid black beams, shattering Lin Xingyo's condensed divine consciousness. Lin Xingyo, whose divine consciousness was shattered, immediately showed a painful expression. Then, gritting his teeth, he slashed his palm with a sword. Without waiting for the Black Dragon King Ao Bing to react, he pressed his palm directly onto the Black Dragon King's forehead. In an instant, the great achievement Ancient Sacred Blood was imprinted on the Black Dragon King Ao Bing's forehead, and dazzling, eye-catching light exploded on his forehead. Roar! The Black Dragon King Ao Bing struggled violently, but with the great achievement Ancient Sacred Blood present, it began to purify the Black Dragon King's demonic energy, as the great achievement Ancient Sacred Blood could cleanse all evil. Ao Bing, wake up! Chapter 579. Kill him for me. Ao Bing, wake up! Lin Xingyo placed his palm on the forehead of the Black Dragon King, immediately channeling the great completion Ancient Sacred Blood into Ao Bing. In an instant, a flood of ancient runes surged into the Black Dragon King's soul sea like a tidal wave. Boom! Ao Bing's soul sea exploded, and the boundless evil power, like snow meeting the sun, was instantly swallowed by Lin Xingyo's great completion Ancient Sacred Blood. Master! Ao Bing's eyes snapped open, and he looked at Lin Xingyo with excitement. He understood. If not for Lin Xingyo's intervention, he would have been devoured by that evil force. He shuddered at the thought. When he first discovered the pool of divine liquid, he thought he had found a priceless treasure. But he never expected that the divine liquid was hiding a sinister secret, an evil force lurking beneath it. Unaware, he had fallen into its trap, almost being possessed. It was only thanks to Lin Xingyo's sacrifice of his great completion Ancient Sacred Blood that he survived. All right. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo merely shrugged. As long as you're fine. Master, weren't you dead? Ao Bing blurted out, then immediately realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. How could the invincible master die? Enough, enough. Lin Xingyo replied, stop with the flattery. The cave is about to collapse. Let's get out of here quickly. Ao Bing dared not argue and immediately followed Lin Xingyo as they shot out of the cave. Once outside, they encountered trouble. The area was swarming with powerful experts. Lin Xingyo observed carefully and noticed their high cultivation levels. They were all arguing with Ao Ling outside the cave. Listening closely, Lin Xingyo understood that these beings had received some information and were all intent on entering the cave to seize the opportunity. It seemed that any moment now, they might attack if things didn't go their way. Realizing this, Lin Xingyo quickly figured out what was happening. These people were undoubtedly the work of Song Mingtian and his group. They were trying to stir up trouble to profit from the chaos. Understanding this, Lin Xingyo's eyebrows furrowed, and a murderous intent surged around him. Lin Xingyo hated such double-dealing individuals the most, especially those who dared to scheme against him. He couldn't tolerate this. He was determined to find and kill these people. Song Mingtian, come out. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze swept around and suddenly focused on the forest ahead. If I find you, I'll tear you to pieces. Sir, don't be angry. Seeing that Lin Xingyo had locked onto him, Song Mingtian immediately stepped out from behind the crowd with a fawning smile. I've been waiting here quietly for you. Since you've tamed this black dragon and obtained the divine liquid, don't forget your promise to share a drop with me. Song Mingtian was cunning. He deliberately emphasized the words divine liquid, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. His intention was clear: to incite the greed of the surrounding powerful beings and turn them against Lin Xingyo. The atmosphere grew tense as the assembled creatures, driven by their desires, turned their gazes toward Lin Xingyo. Their eyes were filled with a mix of greed and malice, as if Lin Xingyo were already a dead man in their eyes. A powerful Pishio, a mythical beast known for its ferocity, stepped forward on its massive legs, radiating an aura of menace. It spoke with a cold, commanding tone. Human, you have done well. Now, I will give you one last chance. Hand over the divine liquid, and I may spare your life, allowing you to serve as my pet. Refuse, and I will devour you without hesitation. Lin Xingyo, unfazed, crossed his arms and studied the Pishio with a curious gaze. In truth, He was feeling a bit nostalgic. It had been thousands of years since he had last tasted such a formidable creature. The Pishio's robust physique only heightened his appetite. As he continued to stare, he couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. The Pishio, sensing the blatant disregard in Lin Xingyo's eyes, grew furious. "Human, have you not heard my words? This is your only chance. If you squander it, you will meet your end." Lin Xingyo, unimpressed, replied with a smirk, "Little Pishio, should I prepare you as a red-cooked dish or a barbecue? You choose." The Pishio was momentarily stunned, failing to comprehend Lin Xingyo's audacity. When it finally grasped the insult, it erupted in rage. "How dare you? I am a fifth heaven demon emperor. How dare you speak to me with such insolence?" With a roar, the Pishio raised its massive claw and swung it down with the force of thunder, aiming to crush Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo, however, remained calm. With a casual flick of his hand, he raised his slender right arm and effortlessly caught the Pishio's claw. The onlookers, including Song Mingtian, were certain that Lin Xingyo's arrogance would lead to his demise. But in the next instant, their expressions froze in shock. The Pishio, sensing danger, tried to pull back, but it was too late. Lin Xingyo tightened his grip and, with a swift punch, struck the Pishio's forehead. The beast's eyes rolled back as it collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lin Xingyo dusted off his hands and addressed the remaining creatures. "Next, who dares to challenge me?" The once confident assembly now fled in panic, their courage shattered by the ease with which Lin Xingyo had defeated the mighty Pishio. Song Mingtian, realizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to salvage the moment with flattery. "Master, you are truly extraordinary. One punch, and you've laid the beast low. You are indeed a divine being." Lin Xingyo, however, was not amused. He glanced at Ao Bing, the Black Dragon King, and nodded. "Ao Bing, deal with them. Make it quick." Ao Bing, understanding his master's intent, unleashed his fury, swallowing Song Mingtian and his companions in one gulp. As they disappeared into the dragon's maw, Song Mingtian screamed in desperation, "You can't kill us. The Tai Chusung Di is closely allied with the White Robe Emperor. If you harm us, his servants will never let you off." But Lin Xingyo remained unmoved, his eyes cold and distant. The threat fell on deaf ears as Ao Bing completed his task, silencing the traitors forever. Lin Xingyo was nearly driven to spit blood by these words. Song Mingtian before him was actually using his own name to threaten him. Lin Xingyo truly didn't know. If he had known that he was the White Robe Emperor himself, he wondered what Song Mingtian would have thought. However, such an opportunity was no longer possible for Song Mingtian, as he was directly killed by the Black Dragon King Ao Bing. Lin Xingyo casually glanced around. He picked up the fallen Pishio Emperor from the ground and, with a stride, led Ao Ling and the others away. He didn't want to waste too much time here, as he was eager to leave this place and find a relatively quiet spot to clean and roast the Pishio Emperor. Lin Xingyo's speed in carrying the Pishio Emperor away was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed tens of thousands of meters, and after flying for 2 to 3 hours, they landed in a forest, completely ignoring the Pishio Emperor's pleas for mercy. He directly killed the Pishio Emperor. Then, with a long spear piercing through the body, he placed it on a fire to roast. Lin Xingyo and his group of 3. After eating and drinking their fill, they didn't rush to continue their journey. Instead, they simply tidied up and lay down to rest. Chapter 580, The Former Tavern. The next morning, Lin Xingyo abruptly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Slowly raising his right hand, a vibrant little flower appeared in his palm. Lin Xingyo focused his thoughts, and the red flower in his hand flowed into the 6 paths of reincarnation that rose around him. It then passed through the 6 paths and flowed to his left hand, but it took a long time for the flower to appear there. Its colors were somewhat wilted, as if it were about to wither. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo sighed helplessly, for even now he still could not transcend the dimension of time and ensure the flower's vitality. He knew that his Tao of life and death reincarnation was still incomplete, and there were still areas he needed to perfect. Thinking of this, he reached out and summoned a piece of golden divine bone, which he grasped in his hand. With a thought, his consciousness probed into it, and in an instant, a vast expanse of inscriptions engulfed him. Lin Xingyo once again received part of the Underworld Emperor's legacy, but he still could not transcend the dimension of time. The Underworld Emperor's legacy was mostly about reincarnation, unrelated to life and death, and made no mention of space-time. Lin Xingyo could only feel helpless. "Master, we can set off now?" Just as Lin Xingyo had memorized the Underworld Emperor's legacy, he immediately heard the voice of Ao Bing, the Black Dragon King, saying, "It's just in time for daybreak. At our current speed, we should be able to leave the land of illusions and reach the northern desert soon." Lin Xingyo nodded and stood up from the ground. Ao Ling quickly handed him a few wild fruits, saying, "These are the wild fruits I just picked. You can eat some to stave off hunger." Lin Xingyo smiled at Ao Ling and picked up a wild fruit to eat. Seeing this, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing looked envious. After all, Ao Ling was not only beautiful and fair-skinned, but also a celestial dragon. Therefore, Ao Bing had always wanted to get close to Ao Ling, but she ignored him. It seemed that, apart from Lin Xingyo, no one else in the world could make her smile. The Black Dragon King Ao Bing felt extremely displeased. After all, both he and Ao Ling were dragons, while Lin Xingyo was merely a human, albeit a strong one. Ao Bing believed that he and Ao Ling were the most compatible, as being together with Lin Xingyo could only result in half-dragon offspring, not pure-blooded dragons. "Alright, let's go." After eating a few wild fruits, Lin Xingyo looked around and finally said to the Black Dragon King Ao Bing, "We should be able to reach the Northern Desert Tavern before nightfall." With that, Lin Xingyo quickly tidied up, summoned the Judian sword, and flew out of the land of illusions with Ao Ling in his arms. The Black Dragon King Ao Bing transformed into a palm-sized dragon and coiled around Lin Xingyo's arm. They flew westward at lightning speed, covering thousands of miles, and arrived at the Northern Desert Tavern just as dusk approached. Arriving at this place, Lin Xingyo felt a flood of emotions. After all, thousands of years ago, he had set off from here with Xiao Liang and others, entering the Emperor's ancient city. In the Emperor's ancient city, Lin Xingyo had lost Mu Wanling and Su Qingqing. Now, thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, especially the memory of Su Qingqing and the others being sacrificed by Xiao Liang. Lin Xingyo still remembered it vividly. "Xiao Liang, wait for me in the immortal realm." Standing in front of the desert tavern, Lin Xingyo suddenly looked up at the sky, clenching his fist tightly and saying, "One day, I will ascend to the heavens and cut you down." "Oh, welcome, esteemed guests." A waiter emerged from the desert tavern, and upon seeing Lin Xingyo and the others, he enthusiastically greeted them, saying, "We have the strongest wine for you to savor. Waiter, bring me 20 caddies of beef." The Black Dragon King Ao Bing, without waiting for Lin Xingyo to speak, said, "I'm hungry, old dragon that I am." "Right away, esteemed guests, please come inside." The waiter, hearing this, showed a happy expression and led the way, saying, "The wind and sand are strong outside. Don't let it blind your eyes." The Black Dragon King Ao Bing raised his head and said, "Master, let's go inside." Lin Xingyo stood there for a long time, exhaling deeply before leading the Black Dragon King and the others into the tavern. Inside, he found it rather quiet, with none of the lively atmosphere he remembered from his previous visits. Of course, some people were no longer there. However, this tavern was no longer the same as before. After all, thousands of years had passed, and many things had been erased by time. Lin Xingyo entered the tavern, found a table, and sat down. His mind kept recalling the scene from back then, when he had met Su Qingqing here. He remembered how Su Qingqing had pretended to be him, tricking and eating here. Now, thinking about it, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sadness. Some things were already in the past, but the memories could not be erased. Unless Lin Xingyo died completely, these memories would be deeply imprinted in his mind forever, impossible to forget. Chapter 581. Memories are all painful. "Sir, here's your beef." And our finest, strongest wine. Please try it. Lin Xingyo nodded and directly reached for the wine on the table. Seeing this, Ao Ling moved the wine cup closer to Lin Xingyo, who then poured himself a cup and downed it in one go. To be honest, Lin Xingyo's heart ached, especially when he thought of Su Qingqing and Mu Wanling. His fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. His heart felt heavy, and the scene of them being blood sacrificed in the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city seemed right before his eyes. In an instant, Lin Xingyo's grip on the wine cup tightened. Crack! The wine cup in Lin Xingyo's hand shattered, and the splinters shot toward his face, only to be crushed by an inexplicable force. Master! Black Dragon King Ao Bing raised his head, but Ao Ling waved him off. She could feel Lin Xingyo's sorrow, and naturally, she wouldn't let Ao Bing disturb him. Gulp, gulp. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't pay attention to Ao Bing's expression. Instead, he slapped the table and grabbed the wine cup, gulping it down in large swallows. One pot wasn't enough. Lin Xingyo called for another from the waiter, who was sharp enough to notice Lin Xingyo's bad mood. The wine, of course, was plentiful. Ao Ling sat silently beside him, saying nothing, just watching Lin Xingyo drink alone. Black Dragon King Ao Bing found it a bit boring, but he didn't dare say much. He just sat there watching, occasionally sipping a cup or two, but not like Lin Xingyo, who drank pot after pot. Lin Xingyo didn't know how many pots he had drunk. Normally, with his cultivation, these wines wouldn't have been enough to intoxicate him, but Lin Xingyo was drunk on sorrow. By the second half of the night, he was completely drunk. He mumbled the names of Su Qingqing and Mu Wanling, then started talking about Chu Yun and Wang Xian, and even Zhao Yuqin. Su Shihan, of course, he mentioned the most. After all, Su Shihan was someone he had raised from childhood, so his attachment to her was the deepest. But as he spoke, Lin Xingyo fell asleep. He tightly hugged Ao Ling's waist, burying his head in her embrace and snoring softly. Ao Ling didn't let go. Even though Lin Xingyo never mentioned her name throughout, she still couldn't help but raise her slender fingers to caress his face, her eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. She didn't know when it had started, but Lin Xingyo's figure had entered her mind, and no matter how hard she tried over the millennia, she couldn't erase it. Finally, she chose to return from the mortal world and settle in Black Mountain. Now that Lin Xingyo had come back to life, she, Ao Ling, was willing to stay by his side forever, even if he never remembered her. She had no regrets, because in the 3,000 years of the mortal world, Ao Ling had finally understood that this was her love for Lin Xingyo. 1,000 years, 10,000 years. She, Ao Ling, would never change. She only wished to remain by Lin Xingyo's side for the rest of her life. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered into the room, Lin Xingyo slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a long, slender, snow-white leg. Lin Xingyo slowly raised his head, only to see Ao Ling gazing at him with a tender expression. Awake? Seeing that Lin Xingyo had woken up, Ao Ling spoke slowly. If you're still tired, you can rest a bit longer. No, I'm awake. Lin Xingyo swallowed hard, sneaking a glance at Ao Ling and showing a complicated expression. Did I do anything to you last night? You slept well. Ao Ling's face flushed slightly as she said, You didn't move much. Oh. Lin Xingyo awkwardly scratched his head, then rubbed it and got up. Seeing this, Ao Ling quickly helped him with his clothes. Lin Xingyo felt a bit awkward. After all, he had slept with his head on her thigh all night, even though Ao Ling said nothing had happened. Still, Lin Xingyo felt like he might have done something. But since Ao Ling said nothing happened, he could only assume that nothing had happened. After all, it was a bit awkward to talk about. Lin Xingyo felt a headache coming on. He was now a Taoist of the Great Void Realm, and drinking wine should have been as easy as drinking water, yet he had still gotten drunk. It seemed his heart was truly wounded. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyo clenched his fists, and the coldness in his heart grew even heavier. These so-called gods treated human lives like grass, and now Lin Xingyo knew that Chu Yun and the others were leading an army into the immortal realm, waging war against the heavenly court. Now, Lin Xingyo decided he would go to help Chu Yun and the others attack the Heavenly Court, to help them kill those so-called gods of the Heavenly Court. Chapter 582. Is this reincarnation? Ao Ling, let's go. Lin Xingyo adjusted his attire, wearing a long white robe, and then smiled at Ao Ling, taking her hand without waiting for her reaction. Let's charge into the Heavenly Court together. Ao Ling's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly recovered and followed closely beside Lin Xingyo as they descended the stairs. They had breakfast together. Then, they set off toward the Sword Kingdom, flying on their swords. They traveled quickly and arrived in the capital of the Sword Kingdom, the Immortal Kingdom, by the third day. The Immortal Kingdom. Lin Xingyo had visited this place many years ago. He still remembered subduing a fatigued king of quasi-emperor level here, and he had once shared a barbecue with Black Emperor and Duanda in the cold palace of the Immortal Kingdom. Recalling these past events, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. It seemed like only a blink of an eye had passed, yet thousands of years had gone by. Suddenly, Lin Xingyo thought of something. The Su residence, the home of Su Qingcheng. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but decide to stay in the Immortal Kingdom for 2 days. He wanted to visit the Su residence to see if they needed any help. This would also allow him to settle a karmic debt. Master, why did you stop? Black Dragon King Ao Bing, seeing Lin Xingyo halt, immediately turned his gaze toward him. Aren't you supposed to head to the Immortal Realm to reunite with the mistress? No rush. Lin Xingyo replied, I still have a karmic debt to settle here, so I need to stay for a day or two. All right, I'll follow your lead. Black Dragon King Ao Bing coiled around Lin Xingyo's arm and accompanied him into the capital of the Immortal Kingdom. The capital of the Immortal Kingdom. Compared to thousands of years ago, there wasn't much change. It still had the same atmosphere, bustling with people, lively, and the streets were filled with the constant calls of vendors. Arriving in this place, Lin Xingyo's face showed some life. After all, he had been alone for thousands of years, and now seeing so many people, he felt a sense of familiarity. Master, the Immortal Kingdom is so lively. Black Dragon King Ao Bing coiled around Lin Xingyo's arm, his big eyes wide with excitement, and his face showed a look of joy. Especially when he saw the various delicacies on the street, he couldn't help but drool. Black Dragon King Ao Bing quite enjoyed human delicacies and had not stopped asking Lin Xingyo to buy him food along the way. In contrast, Ao Ling, who was by Lin Xingyo's side, had a look of happiness. She tightly held Lin Xingyo's hand, following closely behind him as they weaved through the crowd. She felt that her heart was blooming like spring. Su residence? After walking through the streets of the Immortal Kingdom for some time, Lin Xingyo and Ao Ling finally found the Su residence, Su Qingcheng's home, after asking around. Compared to thousands of years ago, the Su residence had fallen into decline. The vermilion-colored doors were peeling, and the walls were pockmarked and missing many pieces. It looked utterly dilapidated and in disrepair. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but frown. After all, Su Qingcheng had once told him that their Su family was the Prime Minister's family, a super powerful clan in the Immortal Kingdom. But now, it didn't seem to have any of its former glory. After observing for a while, Lin Xingyo finally decided to knock on the door. No matter what, he wanted to see the current state of the Su residence. If they were in trouble, he would help them if he could. However, Lin Xingyo didn't want to disturb their lives too much, as he was only here to take a look for Su Qingcheng's sake. As for anything else, Lin Xingyo wouldn't get involved. After all, the rise and fall of dynasties and families have their own patterns of development. Moreover, Lin Xingyo didn't have the time to help them regain their former glory. Dong dong. Standing in front of the vermilion-colored gate, Lin Xingyo gently knocked on the iron ring a few times. Soon, a voice came from behind the door. Lin Xingyo responded, and a little girl, barefoot and wearing tattered clothes, opened the door. Who are you looking for? The little girl stood at the door, looking up at Lin Xingyo with curious eyes. My father's legs aren't convenient. If you have anything to say, tell me. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo calmed himself and looked at the little girl at the door. Little one, what's your name? After asking, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but reach out and pat the girl's head. Upon closer inspection, he found that the child bore a few similarities to Su Qingqing. This made Lin Xingyo marvel at how powerful genetics could be, as even after so many generations, one could still find traces of the past. I'm Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing? Lin Xingyo was stunned, his eyes fixed on the little girl in front of him. He was unable to react for a long time. Qingqing, who's outside? A middle-aged voice called from inside the house. Quick, invite the guests in. Father. Su Qingqing blinked her big eyes, glanced at Lin Xingyo, and then replied to the voice from behind the door, It's a strange uncle. Oh, then invite him in. Hearing this, the voice inside immediately instructed Su Qingqing, Don't neglect the guests. Yes, father. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing immediately invited Lin Xingyo and the others into the house. The interior was quite dilapidated, and there were only 2 people living there, Su Qingqing and her father. Su Qingqing's father had been injured in battle, and his legs were crippled. Su Qingqing's mother had left. Now, Su Qingqing had become her father's sole support, taking care of him day and night. She was regarded as one of the most well-behaved children in the area. Qingqing, pour tea for the guests. Upon hearing Lin Xingyo's intentions, Su Yunshi instructed Su Qingqing to pour tea for the guests. Lin Xingyo didn't let Su Qingqing do it. Given the current situation, they had no mood for tea. The Su family was indeed in a pitiful state. After some hesitation, Lin Xingyo finally decided to step in. He first healed Su Yunshi's legs. Then, he gave Su Yunshi some medicinal pills, and finally, Lin Xingyo also gifted him a weapon and a cultivation manual. Su Yunshi was immensely grateful. After all, he had once been a cultivator, though his cultivation was rather low. He had wanted to return to the battlefield to restore the glory of the Su family, but he had been injured and forced to retreat. Now that his wife had left, he and his daughter were left to survive on the Immortal Kingdom's relief funds, living a miserable life. With Lin Xingyo's help, he was healed and received a cultivation manual from Lin Xingyo. Su Yunshi couldn't help but shed tears of hope, his eyes filled with expectations for the future. Seeing this situation, Lin Xingyo was naturally pleased. He understood that sometimes, at the moment when someone needed help the most, even a kind word could ignite their hope for life. Often, the people around them lacked care and instead added pressure, leading to tragic endings. All right, this karmic debt is settled. I thought it would take a day or 2, but it turned out to be so quick. Su Yunshi, work hard. I'll be waiting for you on the path to immortality. Hero, take your time. My daughter has a good aptitude. Let her follow you. She can serve you as a maid in the future. Qingqing, would you like to come with me? Hearing this, Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned. After regaining his senses, he couldn't help but pat Su Qingqing's head and ask, Qingqing is willing. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing immediately walked over obediently. Qingqing is willing to follow master and cultivate. Good. Lin Xingyo picked up Su Qingqing and gently pinched her cheek. From now on, you are my personal disciple. I will pass on all my skills to you. Oh, will you feed me too? Su Qingqing blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xingyo earnestly, asking, Master, you won't hit me, right? No, I won't, Lin Xingyo replied with affection, gently patting Su Qingqing's head before picking her up and turning to Su Yunshi. From now on, Qingqing will be with me. Rest assured, I will definitely cultivate her into a talented individual. Qingqing, you must listen to your master from now on, Su Yunshi said, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. If you miss home, you can always come back. At this, Su Qingqing burst into tears, reaching out to embrace her father tightly, sobbing intensely. Su Yunshi tried to comfort her for a long time before she calmed down, but she still didn't want to leave, crying and pleading to stay by her father's side. Lin Xingyo was about to give up on the idea. However, Su Yunshi, with a heavy heart, insisted on handing Su Qingqing over to Lin Xingyo. He knew that young birds must eventually spread their wings and fly. If he couldn't let go now, he would only delay Su Qingqing's future. Moreover, Lin Xingyo appeared to be a master of great skill and profound cultivation, capable of ensuring Su Qingqing's safety. If not for Lin Xingyo's intervention, he and his daughter might not have survived much longer. Su Yunshi's legs had been injured, and having Su Qingqing continue to care for him would only delay her youth and turn her into someone without purpose. Besides, he had received a cultivation manual from Lin Xingyo, which he found to be incredibly profound. The sword Lin Xingyo had gifted him also emanated a powerful aura, further confirming his belief in Lin Xingyo's abilities. Thus, Su Yunshi made the difficult decision to let his daughter follow Lin Xingyo, hoping she would have a brighter future under his guidance. Chapter 583. Arrival in the Immortal Realm. Go ahead, Qingqing. Su Yunshu looked at Su Qingqing and said, "Learn well from your master and acquire skills. In the future, you will work together with me to revive the Su family." "Yes, father." After tearfully bidding farewell, Su Qingqing followed Lin Xingyo and the others out of the Su residence. Lin Xingyo comforted Su Qingqing a bit, then purchased a carriage to continue their journey. During the trip, Ao Ling noticed Su Qingqing's subdued mood and bought her some sugar figurines and candied haws. Seeing this, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing also tried earnestly to cheer her up. Thus, after 7 days of travel, they left the Sword Kingdom. Currently, they were using a teleportation array to head toward the ancient Forbidden Zone. By the 10th day, they finally arrived at the ancient Forbidden Zone. Compared to a few thousand years ago, it was much livelier now, as Lin Xingyo and his group frequently saw various large and small warships passing through the barrier into the zone. After paying some spirit stones, Lin Xingyo and the others boarded a warship and entered the ancient Forbidden Zone. The ship was filled with cultivators from the Immortal Spirit Realm, heading to the Immortal Realm for battle. Along the way, Lin Xingyo learned a lot about the ongoing war between the Immortal Spirit Realm and the Immortal Realm from the other passengers. Currently, under the leadership of Chu Yun and others, the allied forces of the Immortal Spirit Realm had surrounded the Celestial Court in 4 directions. According to the current development, it wouldn't be long before Chu Yun's allied forces launched a full-scale attack on the Celestial Court. A great immortal war was about to unfold. Lin Xingyo felt both excited and eager. All he wanted now was to quickly reach the Immortal Realm to assist Chu Yun in attacking the Celestial Court and find Xiao Yang to tear him to pieces. The warship moved swiftly. In just a few days, it passed through the ancient Forbidden Zone and continued toward the Immortal Realm along the path to immortality. After months of arduous travel, Lin Xingyo and his group finally arrived in the Immortal Realm. The Immortal Realm was vast and beautiful, with a layer of misty domain surrounding its outer edge. Within the domain, the Immortal Realm boasted a galaxy-like star river, and like the Immortal Spirit Realm, it was filled with countless stars. Of course, compared to the Immortal Spirit Realm, the Immortal Realm was like a large fish trapped in a glass tank, unable to leave its domain. However, upon arriving in the star region, Lin Xingyo noticed that the spiritual energy here was far more abundant than in the Immortal Spirit Realm, with just a single breath feeling tens of times more potent. This sight made Lin Xingyo sigh in awe. The Immortal Realm was indeed far superior to the Immortal Spirit Realm, as it naturally possessed a richer foundation. "Master, the stars here are so beautiful." As they traversed the Star River in the Immortal Realm, Lin Xingyo and his group saw planets passing by rapidly. This sight delighted Su Qingqing, who was still a child. Being able to view the stars so closely was a thrilling experience for her. "Master, look." During their journey, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing suddenly looked up and said, "There's a black warship ahead." "That's the ghost ship of the Ruthless Emperor," the ship's captain warned. "These ships carry mysterious powers. We must keep our distance from them, as they are extremely dangerous." Lin Xingyo nodded upon seeing this, as he had once seen such black warships in the Forbidden Sea of the Immortal Spirit Realm. Black Emperor and Duande even possessed one. It was said that these were paper ships folded by the Ruthless Emperor. Lin Xingyo glanced at them casually and didn't pay much attention. Besides, their ship moved quickly, and soon they passed through the area, leaving behind the sight of the black warships. Continuing their journey, they sailed for an unknown period until they finally saw a continent ahead, where their ship landed. The place was bustling with activity. Giants, humans, beastmen, spirits, fire clans, thunder clans. Various races appeared on this continent. Lin Xingyo and his group couldn't help but feel amazed, especially Su Qingqing, who gawked at the strange creatures walking through the streets, her little eyes wide with wonder. Lin Xingyo led Su Qingqing into an inn, as the long journey had left them exhausted. More importantly, the food on the ship had been subpar, so they were eager to find an inn to enjoy a hearty meal. "Welcome, esteemed guests, please come in." The inn's waiter greeted Lin Xingyo and the others with a smile as soon as they entered. "Waiter, bring us your finest wine and meat," Black Dragon King Ao Bing ordered directly upon entering. "Right away, esteemed guests, please wait a moment." The waiter replied with a smile and quickly turned to prepare the order. Lin Xingyo and his group looked around and then walked directly to a table by the window, where they sat down. However, the next moment, a burly man with 2 giant hammers and a long, wide scar on his face walked directly toward them. "Hey, where are you from?" The scarred man approached and, after glancing at Lin Xingyo, spoke rudely. "Do you know who this seat belongs to? You dared to sit here without asking. Are you tired of living?" Lin Xingyo frowned slightly, glanced at the scarred man indifferently, and then ignored him completely. "How dare you?" This infuriated the scarred man. How could he accept being treated so disrespectfully by Lin Xingyo? "Kid, you've provoked the 8th Lord today." The scarred man grew angrier and angrier, pounding on Lin Xingyo's table. "Today, the 8th Lord will teach you how to behave in Qinchuan Harbor." Lin Xingyo rolled his eyes and didn't bother responding. But the scarred man wouldn't let it go, and when he became overly excited, he even reached out to grab Lin Xingyo's collar. This was when Lin Xingyo decided he'd had enough. He swiftly grabbed the scarred man's hand and gave him a cold, murderous look. "I advise you not to seek death. You insolent dog." Hearing this, the scarred man was completely enraged, his face radiating a chilling aura of Sa-yi. Wang Tingyi, the scarred man, was a local tyrant in this area. Everyone feared him. How could Wang Tingyi tolerate being treated so disrespectfully by Lin Xingyo? In a fit of rage, Wang Tingyi raised his hand and slapped Lin Xingyo with lightning speed. "You're seeking death." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was thoroughly displeased. He had already shown restraint, but now Wang Tingyi was asking for it. Lin Xingyo naturally wouldn't indulge him. Snap! With a thought, Lin Xingyo broke Wang Tingyi's arm and pushed him away with force, sending him flying 6 or 7 meters before slamming into the wall and sliding down to the ground. Chapter 584. Why go to such lengths? "You dog, you actually dare to hurt me." Wang Tingyi snapped back to reality, his eyes glaring at Lin Xingyo as he roared with all his might. You, you're absolutely dead." "Oh, really?" Lin Xingyo casually glanced at Wang Tingyi and said, "But I've heard that line many times before. Those who said it to me usually ended up either beaten into submission or killed by me." "You're arrogant." Upon hearing this, Wang Tingyi was completely enraged by Lin Xingyo. Not only was he injured, but he was also being treated this way by an unknown nobody. The more Wang Tingyi thought about it, the angrier he became. He then directly pulled a signal flare from his bosom, struggled to his feet, and walked to the windowsill to ignite it. Pop! The signal flare was ignited, and a series of sparks shot into the sky, followed by a burst of fireworks-like light in the sky. "You're finished, kid." Seeing the fireworks in the sky, Wang Tingyi looked at Lin Xingyo with a terrifyingly twisted expression and said, "My men from the Trident Gang will be here soon. I'm telling you, even if an immortal king comes now, they won't be able to save you. You're absolutely dead." Lin Xingyo chuckled dismissively, not even bothering to glance at Wang Tingyi. After all, with his cultivation level, why would he fear someone like Wang Tingyi? "Young man, you'd better leave quickly." The patrons at the inn next to Lin Xingyo couldn't help but speak up. "You've really gotten yourself into trouble this time. Wang Tingyi is from the Trident Gang. Now that you've beaten him up, you're not going to get away with it." "Leaving?" Lin Xingyo certainly wasn't going to leave. After all, he was the one who specialized in dealing with troublemakers and taking down arrogant show-offs. It wasn't like he had provoked Wang Tingyi first. Why should he leave? Besides, he wanted to cause some trouble. Lin Xingyo was just waiting for them to arrive. Kid, did you hear that? Wang Tingyi, hearing the crowd's words, immediately spoke to Lin Xingyo. If you don't want to die, I can give you a chance. Just kneel down and grovel before me. Today, I, Wang Tingyi, can spare your life. You're seeking death? Before Lin Xingyo could speak, Ao Bing, the Black Dragon King, already looked at Wang Tingyi as if he were a fool. What kind of cultivation level did Lin Xingyo have? What kind of status? How utterly extraordinary was he? This insignificant ant dared to be so bold and provoke Lin Xingyo. This was truly courting death. But Wang Tingyi didn't think so. He believed that Lin Xingyo was about to die because Lin Xingyo had offended him, and therefore, Lin Xingyo had to die. Wang Tingyi, what's going on with this kid? As Wang Tingyi was thinking, a group of people suddenly rushed into the inn from outside, each carrying weapons and radiating an intense murderous aura. Big brother, you've finally come? Seeing the newcomers, Wang Tingyi immediately pointed at Lin Xingyo and said, "This kid just hit me." Upon hearing this, Wang Tingming's eyes darkened with fury, and an overwhelming killing intent flashed across his face as he glared at Lin Xingyo. "Who are you, kid?" Wang Tingming, holding a massive blade, strode toward Lin Xingyo and said, "How dare you hit my brother? Give me your head." Scram! Lin Xingyo didn't even look at Wang Tingming, simply raising his head and uttering a single word, making it clear that he wanted Wang Tingming to get lost. Faced with Lin Xingyo's attitude, Wang Tingming couldn't possibly endure it. He swung his massive blade, and a dazzling light burst forth, slashing at Lin Xingyo with lightning speed. "You're seeking death?" Seeing this, Lin Xingyo slowly raised his hand and met Wang Tingming's blade with a powerful strike. Holy crap! Is this guy an idiot? The patrons in the inn, seeing Lin Xingyo trying to catch the blade with his bare hands, all looked at him as if he were a fool. Those who had just warned Lin Xingyo looked at him as if he were already a dead man. They all thought Lin Xingyo was simply courting death. Ha ha ha. Wang Tingyi, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear, because Lin Xingyo was definitely digging his own grave. After all, his brother Wang Tingming was at the Immortal King level, and with a single strike, how could Lin Xingyo possibly survive? But the next moment, the previously noisy scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone stared at Lin Xingyo in shock. Lin Xingyo didn't meet their expectations of being killed. Instead, he easily caught Wang Tingming's massive blade and, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, crushed it as if it were made of tofu. Both Wang Tingming and Wang Tingyi were dumbfounded, especially Wang Tingming, who felt a chill run from his feet to the top of his head. After all, the massive blade in his hand wasn't ordinary. It was a flawless quasi-emperor artifact. Yet, Lin Xingyo had crushed it as if it were made of tofu. In an instant, Wang Tingming realized he had provoked a powerful expert. "Senior, I'm sorry." Coming back to his senses, Wang Tingming immediately knelt down before Lin Xingyo and said, "It was all our mistake earlier. We kneel down to apologize to you. I know I was wrong." "You know you're wrong." Ao Bing, the Black Dragon King, reacted and immediately spoke to Wang Tingming. "If you know you're wrong, you should change in the future." "Senior, you're right." Hearing this, Wang Tingming was so terrified by Lin Xingyo that his whole body trembled. "I'll change. I absolutely will change." "Enough." Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and swept a glance at Wang Tingming and the others, then scram. Scram, scram, scram. Upon hearing this, Wang Tingming immediately knelt down and, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, began rolling on the ground. "We'll roll right now." Lin Xingyo casually glanced at them and then ignored Wang Tingming, who was rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, the surrounding patrons were all stunned. Wang Tingyi and his men were actually rolling on the ground, especially Wang Tingming, a whole immortal king, now rolling on the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Not to mention ordinary people, even the cultivators in the inn were all shocked. This scene was simply too astonishing. After all, Wang Tingming was the vice leader of the Trident Gang, and now he was rolling on the ground. This was a huge loss of face. Chapter 585, Trouble Comes Knocking. Guests, here is your wine and dishes. The waiter at the inn was a sharp fellow. He had been paying close attention to Lin Xingyo and his group earlier, and now that Lin Xingyo had sent Wang Tingming running, he immediately realized that Lin Xingyo was a big shot. Such a figure couldn't be offended, so he quickly brought over the wine and meat, wearing a smile that resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Put it here, Lin Xingyo said, slightly raising his head to glance at the waiter and gesturing to the table. Yes, sir. The waiter dared not waste any time and immediately placed the dishes on the table. Holding the tray upside down, he gave a fawning smile and said, Sir, your display earlier was truly exhilarating, but you've also brought upon yourself a huge trouble. Oh! Lin Xingyo's interest was piqued, and he turned his gaze to the waiter. The latter quickly added with a smile, Sir, you may not be aware, but the Three-Pronged Gang is quite a powerful local force here. They are notorious for all sorts of atrocities, burning, killing, looting, you name it. Since you've offended them today, their leader, Tu Tianlong, is sure to come after you. Is that so? Lin Xingyo smirked. Then I'll wait for him here. If he comes in the morning, I'll deal with him along with the others. Sir, let me explain. The waiter glanced around and then lowered his voice deliberately. Tu Tianlong is no ordinary man. He has powerful backing, and he himself as well. He's no pushover. Most importantly, his cultivation is no joke. Rumor has it he's already at the 6th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. So, I advise you to finish your meal and leave quickly. Lin Xingyo chuckled disdainfully. A mere 6th level Immortal Emperor? He didn't even consider it a challenge. If Tu Tianlong dared to show up, Lin Xingyo wouldn't mind cutting him down. Seeing Lin Xingyo's nonchalant expression, the waiter muttered a few more words, but ultimately, with the tray still in hand, he gave a final warning and left. The other patrons in the inn all turned their gazes toward Lin Xingyo. Their faces showed a mix of emotions, as the waiter's words had hit the mark. Tu Tianlong, the leader of the Three-Pronged Gang, was indeed a notorious villain. Not only was he cruel and tyrannical, but his cultivation was also formidable, making him practically a local overlord. Now that Lin Xingyo had provoked his men, a showdown was inevitable. It was likely that Wang Tingming and his gang had already gone to fetch Tu Tianlong. Soon, Tu Tianlong would arrive. Would this white-robed man be able to defeat Tu Tianlong? After all, Tu Tianlong was a 6th-level Immortal Emperor. The diners pondered this, their gazes lingering on Lin Xingyo. However, Lin Xingyo paid them no mind. He casually picked a piece of cooked beef from the plate and placed it on Su Qingqing's plate. With a gentle smile, he showed his white teeth and gently patted her head. Little girl, eat up. Yes, master. Su Qingqing looked up with a sweet smile. Master, when will I get to meet master's wife and the others? Is master's wife really a great general? Of course. Lin Xingyo chuckled and glanced out the window, thinking about how soon he would see Chu Yun and the others. A surge of excitement welled up within him. After all, it had been thousands of years since he last saw them. It was impossible not to miss them. His mind was filled with their images, longing to be by their side immediately. Master, what's wrong? Su Qingqing looked up, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Why are you smiling foolishly while staring out the window? I miss your master's wife. Lin Xingyo awkwardly lowered his head and gently patted Su Qingqing. All right, eat up. Eat well. After saying that, Lin Xingyo patted her head again. Today, I'll take you out to play. Tonight, I'll teach you a new skill. Then, can Qingqing sleep with master like sisterling? Su Qingqing looked up at Lin Xingyo with innocent eyes. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Lin Xingyo's face turned red instantly at her words, and Ao Ling beside him also blushed deeply, her embarrassment spreading to her neck. Master, what's wrong? Su Qingqing looked at Lin Xingyo in confusion, tilting her head with a puzzled expression. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling hot? Qingqing, eat your beef. Lin Xingyo awkwardly patted her head. Master's not hot. Master, the trouble is here. As Lin Xingyo was patting Su Qingqing's head, Ao Bing, the Black Dragon King, suddenly lifted his head and said, "There are quite a few of them." Lin Xingyo smirked and casually glanced out the window. In an instant, he saw Wang Tingming and his brother escorting a burly man, who was carrying a long and thick wolf-tooth club, heading toward the inn. Master, shall I handle this? Seeing Tu Tianlong and his men approaching, Ao Bing couldn't help but speak up. These humans look tender and juicy. How about you let me feast on them? I could use a good meal. Lin Xingyo's brow furrowed, and he shot a glare at Ao Bing, causing the Black Dragon King to immediately lower his head. He realized he had spoken out of turn, as Lin Xingyo was also human. The idea of feasting on humans would certainly displease him, so Ao Bing quickly bowed his head in submission. But just as he did, before Ao Bing could react further, Wang Tingming and his gang, along with Tu Tianlong, barged into the inn. In an instant, all the patrons in the inn looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already a dead man. Chapter 586. Enlisting a Celestial Emperor to lead horses. Qingzi, was it you who just beat them up? Tu Tianlong didn't waste any time. He strode directly toward Lin Xingyo, his face contorted with ferocity as he said, "If you don't want to die, you can still get a chance to scram. Kneel down right now and kowtow to apologize to my two brothers. I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, my wolf-tooth club will show you just how powerful I am." Lin Xingyo smirked, completely ignoring Tu Tianlong. Instead, he picked up the wine jug on the table, casually poured himself a cup, and then raised it to his lips, taking a small sip. Seeing this, Tu Tianlong was immediately infuriated by Lin Xingyo's indifference. Tu Tianlong was the local overlord of this region. Here, everyone feared him. Yet, Lin Xingyo dared to treat him like dirt. In an instant, Tu Tianlong felt an overwhelming urge to smash Lin Xingyo with his wolf-tooth club. "You dog! How dare you be so arrogant?" Wang Tingming, seeing Lin Xingyo's attitude, couldn't help but shout, "Open your dog eyes and see who's standing in front of you. You dare to be so disrespectful to our three-pronged gang leader, Tu Tianlong. Do you know what kind of grave offense this is?" Lin Xingyo didn't respond. He simply tilted his head, glancing at Wang Tingming with just a sidelong glance. In that instant, Wang Tingming felt as if an endless sea of corpses and blood was surging toward him. Clang, clang, clang. Before he could react, Wang Tingming was so terrified that he stumbled back a dozen steps, collapsing onto the ground in front of everyone's astonished gaze. He was utterly terrified. Sweat cascaded down his body like a waterfall, leaving him slumped on the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he fixated on Lin Xingyo. He attempted to speak several times, but found himself unable to form a single word. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Wang Yinyi quickly stepped forward to help Wang Tingming up, asking, "How did you fall down by yourself?" "Useless, you're just embarrassing me." Tu Tianlong, seeing this, was extremely displeased. He glared harshly at Wang Tingming and his brother, then turned his furious gaze toward Lin Xingyo, lunging at him with full force. "You're courting death?" As soon as Tu Tianlong made his move, Lin Xingyo's eyes immediately emitted two solid streams of killing intent. In an instant, Tu Tianlong felt as if he had plunged into a bottomless icy abyss. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, he, like Wang Tingming, stumbled back a dozen steps and collapsed onto the ground. The surrounding patrons, who had been waiting to see Tu Tianlong teach Lin Xingyo a lesson, were all left gaping in astonishment. Some even dropped their bowls and chopsticks onto the table without realizing it, so shocked were they by what they had just witnessed. Lin Xingyo hadn't done anything. With just a single glance, he had reduced Tu Tianlong and Wang Tingming to this state. This wasn't just a matter of being shocked. After all, everyone knew that Tu Tianlong was the local tyrant here, and his cultivation had already reached the 6th level of Celestial Emperor. Such a powerful figure. Yet, he couldn't withstand a single glance from Lin Xingyo. How could the onlookers not be utterly stunned by this? PP please, forgive me, senior. Tu Tianlong, coming to his senses, immediately knelt before Lin Xingyo, kowtowing in front of everyone's astonished gaze. I was in the wrong earlier. I beg your forgiveness. Please, just let me leave from here. Leave? Where to? Lin Xingyo smirked, his gaze falling on Tu Tianlong. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now you want to leave? I think this. From now on, you'll follow me and lead my horse? How about that? Lead a horse, drive a carriage? Tu Tianlong's expression froze. He certainly didn't want to do such a thing, especially since he was a celestial emperor. The local emperor of this region. Having to follow Lin Xingyo and lead his horse would be a devastating blow to his pride, and he simply couldn't accept it. You don't want to? Lin Xingyo's gaze turned cold, his killing intent radiating as he stared at Tu Tianlong. Tu Tianlong was left speechless, his eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, unsure of what to say. He wanted to refuse, of course. After all, he was a celestial emperor. How could he possibly accept being a servant to Lin Xingyo? But he also knew that if he defied Lin Xingyo now, he would likely be killed on the spot. Leader, you can't agree to this. Wang Tingyi, coming to his senses, immediately urged Tu Tianlong. He's humiliating you. If you become his servant, how will you face anyone in the future? Smack. Before Wang Tingyi could finish, he was immediately slapped by Tu Tianlong, who then, still unsatisfied, kicked him several more times. Tu Tianlong was furious. He hadn't done anything wrong. He had been doing just fine here. But now, because of Wang Tingyi's foolishness, picking a fight with Lin Xingyo, he had been reduced to this humiliating state. Tu Tianlong felt a strong urge to kill Wang Tingyi. Enough? Seeing Tu Tianlong beating up Wang Tingyi, Lin Xingyo, holding his wine cup, glanced at Tu Tianlong and said, "Stop hitting him. I asked you a question earlier, and you haven't answered it yet. Here are your two choices. Either follow me and lead my horse, or I'll end your life." "I'm willing to follow you." Hearing this, Tu Tianlong didn't dare refuse. He immediately knelt before Lin Xingyo. "Good, as long as you're willing to submit." Lin Xingyo smirked and pressed a spell seal onto Tu Tianlong's forehead. "Now, I'll place a spell seal on you. If you ever betray me, this seal will activate and cause you unimaginable pain." Holy! Hearing this, Tu Tianlong couldn't help but explode in anger, especially when Lin Xingyo finished his sentence. Lin Xingyo's cold, piercing gaze immediately turned toward Tu Tianlong. "Master, I am sorry." Realizing his mistake, Tu Tianlong immediately kowtowed to Lin Xingyo, apologizing, "I lost control earlier. I promise it won't happen again. This is your last chance. I don't want to see it happen again." Lin Xingyo smirked and said, "Now go back. Gather all your brothers and bring your treasures. Follow me." Tu Tianlong was completely stunned by this. He tried to say something several times, but couldn't get a word out. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't pay him any attention. Lin Xingyo was now preparing to recruit troops and gather followers. As he traveled, he would enlist any strong individuals he encountered. After all, these people were power, and if he could bring them to the battlefield, they would surely be able to fulfill their potential. Moreover, when they reached Chu Yun's battlefield, Lin Xingyo would have some strength at his disposal to assist him. That was why he had unhesitatingly taken Tu Tianlong under his wing. "Leader, you've been too careless." Wang Tingyi, coming to his senses, said, "This guy is nothing but a big bandit." "Shut up, you idiot." Chapter 587. Acquiring a Powerful Underling. "If you say one more word, I'll kill you." Tu Tianlong snapped back to reality and immediately kicked Wang Tingyi a few times, saying, "It's all your fault, you idiot." Wang Tingyi was completely dumbfounded. He never expected things to unfold like this. If he had known earlier, he absolutely wouldn't have provoked Lin Xingyo, but now it was too late. All right. Lin Xingyo, seeing the situation, pursed his lips and showed no interest in engaging with Tu Tianlong, saying, "Go do what I told you earlier. Gather all your men from the Trident Gang and bring them with you. If even one is missing, I'll hold you accountable." "Yes, master." Tu Tianlong dared not waste any more words. He responded and quickly led his men away, knowing full well that Lin Xingyo was a formidable expert. In Lin Xingyo's presence, he was nothing more than an ant. If he disobeyed Lin Xingyo now, the latter, who seemed fully aware of his actions, would undoubtedly kill him on the spot. Moreover, there was still the curse mark Lin Xingyo had placed on him. Wang Tingyi, on the other hand, was utterly defeated, his spirits crushed. The surrounding crowd was also stunned, as the situation had completely caught them off guard. Earlier, they had all been waiting to see Tu Tianlong deal with Lin Xingyo, only for the tables to turn dramatically. Not only did Tu Tianlong fail to deal with Lin Xingyo, but he was the one who ended up being dealt with. In an instant, everyone was left gaping at the scene. Tu Tianlong, why are you still here? Lin Xingyo casually glanced at Tu Tianlong and said, Do you need me to escort you out? No, I'm leaving now. Upon hearing this, Tu Tianlong's expression changed, and he quickly reacted, hurrying his men out of the establishment. Qingqing, have some more beef? Lin Xingyo ignored the departing Tu Tianlong and directly placed a piece of beef into Su Qingqing's bowl. Thank you, master. Su Qingqing blinked her eyes, glanced up at Lin Xingyo, and then lowered her head to eat the meat in her bowl. Ao Bing, you go and keep an eye on them. Lin Xingyo gently patted Su Qingqing's head and suddenly turned his gaze to her, saying, Go keep watch over the Trident Gang. All right, I'll go now. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing immediately coiled his body and shot out of the inn like a black bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but look out the window, his deep eyes filled with longing. He really wanted to hurry and reach Chu Yun. If it weren't for the distance and the presence of Su Qingqing, Lin Xingyo would have already rushed toward Chu Yun. Xingyo, don't be impatient. Seeing Lin Xingyo's expression, Ao Ling couldn't help but comfort him, saying, Now that we're here, finding Miss Chu won't be difficult. Lin Xingyo nodded, agreeing with Ao Ling. After all, he was already in the immortal realm. The next step was to gather forces along the way. He would steadily move closer to where Chu Yun was, then join forces with her to attack the heavenly court and find that bastard Xiao Yang. Then he would tear him to pieces. Lin Xingyo silently made up his mind, his grip tightening unconsciously. Honored guests, here you are. As Lin Xingyo was lost in thought, the inn's waiter brought over a few jars of wine, saying, Here are a few jars of wine. Our owner asked me to bring them over as a token of respect. Lin Xingyo glanced at the waiter but didn't say much. The waiter, however, smiled and placed the wine jars on the table. Lin Xingyo wasn't one to refuse. He picked up one of the jars and poured himself a cup. At this moment, all the diners around were looking at Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo paid them no mind, raising his cup and drinking. 1 cup, 2 cups soon. He had downed over a dozen, finishing all the wine on the table. At this point, Tu Tianlong had finally finished organizing his men. Leading a force of over 300, riding various powerful beasts, they appeared outside the inn. Seeing Tu Tianlong's arrival, Lin Xingyo got up and paid for the wine. He then left the inn with Su Qingqing and the others, procuring a beast-drawn carriage. With a force of over 300, they set off in a grand procession, heading toward the battlefield where Chu Yun was attacking the heavenly court. Their speed was fast. In just 3 short days, they had traversed tens of millions of miles, yet they were still far from Chu Yun's battlefield. Lin Xingyo wasn't too anxious. After all, their group consisted of over 300 people, and not everyone had his level of strength. Master, if we pass through the Wanduan Mountains, we can quickly reach Wanchuan City, Tu Tianlong said. From there, we can use the teleportation array to reach the heavenly domain battlefield in the shortest time possible. Oh! Lin Xingyo responded and looked up at the towering and rugged Wanduan Mountains, which stretched endlessly like a surging sea. Master, but the Wanduan Mountains are not easy to pass through. Tu Tianlong explained, There's a powerful dragon alligator in those mountains, said to be at the immortal realm level. Almost no one dares to cross the Wanduan Mountains, so most people detour around this area to reach Wanchuan City. Oh! Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, responding but not taking it to heart. After all, a dragon alligator at the immortal realm level wasn't something Lin Xingyo was particularly concerned about. If it dared to show up, Lin Xingyo wouldn't mind taking it down and adding it to his list of subordinates. Master, please don't be careless. Seeing Lin Xingyo's dismissive expression, Tu Tianlong couldn't help but warn again. That dragon alligator has some formidable abilities. If you provoke it, it might be difficult for us to leave this place. You're such a coward. The Black Dragon King Aobing disdainfully said, with us here, that insignificant dragon alligator, if it dares to show up, won't even need Master to lift a finger. I, Aobing, can crush it with a single hand. This, Tu Tianlong naturally didn't believe it. Neither did his men, as the legendary dragon alligator ancestor of the Wanduan Mountains was said to be at the immortal realm level, while the Black Dragon King Aobing appeared to be nothing more than a small black snake. After days of interaction, they hadn't seen anything special about the Black Dragon King Aobing, yet here he was, boldly boasting such words. They thought he was just full of hot air. Who dares to be so arrogant in my dragon alligator ancestor's territory? Just as Aobing finished speaking, a roar echoed through the air. Chapter 588. The Ancient Dragon Crocodile. You are the Ancient Dragon Crocodile? Upon seeing the dragon crocodile appear, Black Dragon King Aobing immediately turned to look at him and said, "Come over here. I, Black Dragon King Aobing, am in the mood for some fresh meat." Huh. The dragon crocodile was enraged. He had been patrolling the mountains when, upon arriving here, he heard Black Dragon King Aobing's disrespectful words directed at him. Now that he had revealed his true form, instead of kneeling and begging for mercy, Black Dragon King Aobing dared to be disrespectful to him face to face. In an instant, the dragon crocodile's mood turned completely sour. "You insolent little black snake." Before the dragon crocodile could speak, several powerful beasts by his side couldn't hold back their outrage. They shouted, "Do you know how powerful our dragon ancestor is? How dare you be so disrespectful to him in public? If you know what's good for you, come over here and accept your death. We might show mercy and leave you a whole corpse. Otherwise, we'll make sure you're decapitated." "Oh, are you a very powerful dragon crocodile?" Black Dragon King Aobing raised his head and glanced at the dragon crocodile and his entourage. "Why don't we find out? How dare you?" The surrounding beasts, hearing Black Dragon King Aobing's words, couldn't contain themselves. The dragon crocodile was also furious. In all his years living in the Wanduan Mountains, he had never encountered such a small snake, let alone one that dared to be so disrespectful to him. He couldn't stand it. He was determined to kill Black Dragon King Aobing. Otherwise, how could he maintain his dignity as an ancestor in the Wanduan Mountains? Die! With that thought, the dragon crocodile raised his blood-red wheel and, with lightning speed, launched a deadly strike at Black Dragon King Aobing. "You're courting death?" Seeing the blood-red wheel coming at him, Black Dragon King Aobing was instantly filled with rage. Who was he? He was a survivor of the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city, with cultivation reaching the Tao Void Heaven realm. Moreover, he was a true member of the Dragon Clan. And this dragon crocodile was nothing but a lowly mixed breed. How dare he act arrogantly in front of him? Black Dragon King Aobing couldn't hold back any longer and decided to teach the dragon crocodile a lesson. Roar! Black Dragon King Aobing leaped off Lin Xingyo's arm, opened his massive jaws, and let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens. In the stunned gaze of countless onlookers, he transformed into a colossal black dragon. Wow, a black dragon! The once noisy scene around them instantly fell silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulging as they stared at Black Dragon King Aobing in shock. They couldn't believe it. The small black snake coiled around Lin Xingyo's arm was actually such a powerful black dragon. They were all terrified, especially Wang Tingyi and the others, who were frozen in shock, feeling as if they couldn't breathe under the oppressive aura. A Black Dragon King. This was a Black Dragon King. The overwhelming aura emanating from him was so intense that they didn't dare to breathe heavily. Even a fool could tell that Black Dragon King Aobing was far beyond their league. Interesting. The dragon crocodile, however, was not surprised. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect you, a mere little snake, to be a Black Dragon King. However, it's perfect. I've been in dire need of dragon blood to evolve. If I can't kill you now, my cultivation will surely reach a new level. Perhaps I can even transform into a true dragon. Hearing this, Black Dragon King Aobing couldn't hold back his anger. He had already revealed his true form. This mixed blood dragon crocodile dared to have designs on him. Black Dragon King Aobing was completely enraged by his words. He decided to show the dragon crocodile his true strength. With a roar, he lunged at the dragon crocodile like a black thunderbolt. Bring it on. Seeing Black Dragon King Aobing charging at him, the dragon crocodile did not retreat. Instead, he swung his pair of blood-red wheels and launched an attack like a tornado at Black Dragon King Aobing. Aobing, this dragon crocodile is not bad. Seeing the battle between Black Dragon King Aobing and the dragon crocodile begin, Lin Xingyo summoned the six-faced king of Hell Banner and planted it around them. Don't kill him. I still have plans for him, understand? Yes, master. Hearing this, Black Dragon King Aobing's attack weakened slightly. I'll go easy on him, but a beating is still in order. Lin Xingyo nodded, not saying another word. Meanwhile, Black Dragon King Aobing quickly charged at the dragon crocodile. Roar. Seeing this, the dragon crocodile went berserk. He was desperate to kill Black Dragon King Aobing and obtain his true dragon essence to help him evolve into a true dragon. Therefore, his attack on Black Dragon King Aobing not only did not slow down but also accelerated significantly. Bang! Black Dragon King Aobing's claws clashed with the dragon crocodile's double wheels, and in an instant, a powerful shockwave exploded at the point of impact. However, Black Dragon King Aobing's attack did not stop. It pressed down on the dragon crocodile with overwhelming force. The dragon crocodile shuddered, immediately feeling the immense power of Black Dragon King Aobing, forcing him to retreat. But Black Dragon King Aobing's attack remained relentless, as if intending to knock the dragon crocodile down in one strike. In an instant, the dragon crocodile realized that Black Dragon King Aobing's strength was above his own. But the dragon crocodile was not intimidated. Instead, he began to counterattack with all his might. He knew that now was not the time to back down. If he wanted to avoid being subdued or killed, he had to fight with everything he had. Roar. With that thought, the dragon crocodile fully retaliated, and his aura exploded. He began to attack Black Dragon King Aobing with everything he had. This dragon crocodile is not bad. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo said, even knowing he's outmatched, he still has the determination to fight. Aoling, don't kill him. I've decided to take him in. Master, don't worry. Black Dragon King Aobing said, I have control. I won't kill him, but a good beating is definitely in order. Lin Xingyo nodded, tacitly approving. Seeing this, Tu Tianlong and the others dared not breathe heavily, as they were all stunned. After all, the dragon crocodile ancestor was in existence at the immortal realm. Yet, Black Dragon King Aobing, merely a pet of Lin Xingyo's, had managed to suppress the dragon crocodile ancestor. How powerful must Lin Xingyo be? After pondering this, Tu Tianlong and the others stared at Lin Xingyo in shock, feeling as if they had a lump in their throats. It was clear that Lin Xingyo was even stronger. Roar. The dragon crocodile ancestor, however, was not afraid. Instead, he grew more and more courageous, especially with his pair of blood-red wheels, which struck like the creation of the heavens and earth, attacking Black Dragon King Aobing. Black Dragon King Aobing, however, did not indulge him. He directly displayed his true strength, completely suppressing the dragon crocodile ancestor. Roar. In a furious roar, Black Dragon King Aobing's massive claw descended from the sky, landing heavily on the dragon crocodile ancestor's head. Roar. The dragon crocodile ancestor opened his massive crocodile mouth, his body surrounded by the Tao's rotation. Clutching his blood-red wheels tightly, he struck back at Black Dragon King Ao Bing's descending dragon claw with lightning speed. Humming. With a single swipe of his blood-red wheel, the dragon crocodile ancestor transformed it into a crescent-shaped light, slashing toward Black Dragon King Ao Bing's descending dragon claw. Although the dragon crocodile ancestor's attack seemed ordinary, its power was anything but. If not for Lin Xingyo's King of Hell banner sealing the area, this attack could have easily torn apart 1,000,000 miles of the heavens. Bang! As Lin Xingyo and the others watched, the attacks of the dragon crocodile ancestor and Black Dragon King Ao Bing collided. Roar! Black Dragon King Ao Bing clashed with the ancient dragon crocodile, and instantly, his massive tail rose, sweeping toward the dragon crocodile ancestor with lightning speed. Chapter 589. Unyielding. Twin blood wheels kill. Seeing the massive tail of the Black Dragon King Ao Bing sweeping towards him, the ancient crocodile patriarch naturally dared not be careless. He immediately began to wield the twin wheels in his hands to defend himself. But in the next moment, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing's tail crushed through the void like a thunderbolt, smashing into the twin wheels that the ancient crocodile patriarch was using to defend himself. Bang! The ancient crocodile patriarch was unable to withstand the force and was sent flying by the Black Dragon King Ao Bing's tail. He crashed through countless giant trees, reducing them to dust, and only managed to stabilize himself after stepping back hundreds of paces. But in the next moment, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing did not give him any chance to catch his breath. Almost as soon as he had stabilized, Ao Bing twisted his enormous body and, like a thunderbolt, lunged at the ancient crocodile patriarch. Roar! Seeing the Black Dragon King Ao Bing charging at him, the ancient crocodile patriarch was also roused to a fierce battle spirit. In an instant, a massive crocodile deity avatar appeared behind him. Roar! The ancient crocodile patriarch let out an extremely furious roar. In the astonished eyes of countless onlookers, the previously small-looking ancient crocodile patriarch suddenly grew 100 times larger, transforming into a mountain-sized crocodile. The blood wheels in his hands also became enormous. Facing the Black Dragon King Ao Bing, who was charging at him, the ancient crocodile patriarch raised his blood wheels and unleashed a strike that seemed to split the heavens. Bang! Seeing this, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing did not dare to be careless. He opened his massive jaws and spat out a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel, which instantly collided with the ancient crocodile patriarch's attack. But in the next moment, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing raised his dragon head high, looking at the ancient crocodile patriarch with an extremely arrogant gaze. Then, in front of the shocked eyes of countless onlookers, he raised his enormous dragon claw and stomped down directly onto the ancient crocodile patriarch. 8 steps of the heavenly dragon, execute. By this point, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing was truly enraged, so he raised his dragon claw and used the Dragon Clan's secret technique, the 8 steps of the heavenly dragon. The 8 steps of the heavenly dragon. It was an extremely powerful secret technique of the Dragon Clan, with only 8 steps, but each step carried the might to collapse the heavens and the earth. And when used by the Black Dragon King, the pressure it exerted on the ancient crocodile patriarch was immense. However, the ancient crocodile patriarch did not back down. Instead, in front of the shocked eyes of countless onlookers, he retaliated against the Black Dragon King Ao Bing's 8 steps of the heavenly dragon. Wow, they're both so strong. Wang Tingyi and Wang Tingming, watching the battle, couldn't help but exclaim, if their attacks landed on us, we would be reduced to ashes in an instant. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they all dared not speak, because Wang Tingyi and Wang Tingming were absolutely right. With the attacks of the Black Dragon King Ao Bing and the ancient crocodile patriarch, they would not be able to withstand even a single strike. Lin Xingyo, however, pursed his lips and fixed his gaze on the intense battle between the Black Dragon King Ao Bing and the ancient crocodile patriarch. He began to admire the ancient crocodile patriarch from the bottom of his heart. Because of his unyielding spirit, Lin Xingyo truly appreciated this quality, and even though the Black Dragon King was stronger, the ancient crocodile patriarch showed no sign of submission. Such a being was most suitable for the battlefield. An unyielding, fearless warrior who pressed forward was undoubtedly a fierce general on the battlefield. Therefore, Lin Xingyo wanted to subdue the ancient crocodile patriarch even more, bringing him to the battlefield in the future. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon King Aobing and the ancient crocodile patriarch were in a frenzy, exchanging blows back and forth, each move bringing them closer to a life-and-death struggle. However, the Black Dragon King Aobing held back. After all, his realm was higher than that of the ancient crocodile patriarch. If he hadn't held back, the ancient crocodile patriarch would have been subdued long ago. Of course, the ancient crocodile patriarch also realized this, but he did not submit. Instead, he fought with increasing bravery, never yielding even when at a disadvantage. Ancient crocodile patriarch, submit. After a long battle, the Black Dragon King Aobing finally lost patience and directly addressed the ancient crocodile patriarch, submit now, or I will unleash my ultimate move. I will never submit. The ancient crocodile patriarch retorted unyieldingly, the ancient crocodile patriarch, would rather die standing than live on my knees. Fine, since you refuse to submit. Hearing this, the Black Dragon King Aobing fixed his gaze on the ancient crocodile patriarch and said, then I, the Black Dragon King Aobing, will beat you until you submit. Black Dragon King, come and fight. The ancient crocodile patriarch let out a roar that echoed through the air, tightly gripping his twin blood wheels and launching a lightning-fast, incredibly powerful strike at the Black Dragon King Aobing. Insect, watch how I crush you with the second step of the 8 steps of the Heavenly Dragon. Seeing the ancient crocodile patriarch attack, the Black Dragon King Aobing immediately raised his dragon claw and stomped down on the ancient crocodile patriarch. In an instant, the void shattered like broken glass, cracking from all directions. Bang! The Black Dragon King Aobing's dragon claw descended, like the hand of heaven, and grabbed towards the ancient crocodile patriarch. Seeing this, the ancient crocodile patriarch naturally dared not be careless. He pushed forward with his blood wheels, unleashing a wave of energy powerful enough to shatter the heavens, which collided with the Black Dragon King Aobing's dragon claw. In an instant, the two began to compete in terms of spiritual energy. Just as the ancient crocodile patriarch was about to fully engage with the Black Dragon King Aobing, he was suddenly pushed back by the latter's spiritual energy. Crocodile, you're no match? The Black Dragon King Aobing suppressed the ancient crocodile patriarch and said, you are far too weak in front of me. If you don't want to die, I can give you a chance to live. Humph, I admit you're strong. The ancient crocodile patriarch retorted unyieldingly, but if we were in the same realm, I might not lose to you. Is that so? The Black Dragon King Aobing sneered, his eyes fixed on the ancient crocodile patriarch. Unfortunately, I am stronger than you now. If you don't submit, I will kill you. The ancient crocodile patriarch roared, you don't follow the rules of martial virtue. Why should I follow the rules of martial virtue? The Black Dragon King Aobing scoffed, I'm stronger than you, so why should I suppress my strength to your level? If that's the case, then what's the point of cultivating for all the practitioners in the world? You. The ancient crocodile patriarch was completely speechless, unable to find any words to respond. His face was red with frustration as he looked at the Black Dragon King Aobing, looking as miserable as could be. Enough? The Black Dragon King Aobing said, Ancient crocodile patriarch, I'll ask you one last time, submit or not. Submit, and you can become my war pet. Refuse, and your crocodile head will roll. I'd rather die than submit. The ancient crocodile patriarch struggled against the Black Dragon King Aobing's attacks, saying, kill me if you must. Oh! The Black Dragon King Aobing's gaze darkened, and his killing intent exploded, his aura suddenly becoming much stronger than before. The spiritual energy pressing down on the ancient crocodile patriarch increased by dozens of times. Facing the Black Dragon King Aobing's attacks, the ancient crocodile patriarch finally couldn't hold back and began to spit out blood in large mouthfuls. Chapter 590, Subjugation. Dragon Crocodile Ancestor, will you surrender or not? Black Dragon King Aobing didn't care about him and continued to press down with his dragon claws. I will not surrender. The Dragon Crocodile Ancestor spat out blood while stubbornly staring at Black Dragon King Aobing. Master, this beast is hard to tame. Black Dragon King Aobing raged, let me kill him for you. Lin Xingyo didn't respond, but his eyes were fixed on the Dragon Crocodile Ancestor. Truthfully, Lin Xingyo liked him, but since he refused to submit, there was nothing he could do. So, he decided to kill him. After all, he was an immortal realm dragon crocodile, and his entire body was valuable. Moreover, Su Qingsheng could use his essence blood for purification. The Dragon Crocodile Ancestor was plunged into despair, especially by the attitude of Black Dragon King Aobing and the others, which made him realize that refusing to submit would only lead to death. But he was an immortal realm cultivator, a descendant of ancient divine beasts. There was no way he would kneel and beg for his life, let alone submit to a human and become a human's war pet. He absolutely couldn't do that. It was too humiliating, and he would never be able to face anyone again. His pride as a descendant of ancient divine beasts would be shattered. But he also knew very well, if he didn't submit, he would really die. After all, he was already in Black Dragon King Aobing's grasp, and it would be difficult to escape his methods. Dragon Crocodile Ancestor, you are quite impressive, Lin Xingyo said, but I want to kindly remind you, if you don't surrender now, once you're dead, I will turn you into barbecue and eat you piece by piece. Ancestor, we surrender? We surrender. It's better to live miserably than to die beautifully, and we'll be eaten by this human. Ancestor, please surrender. Some of the Dragon Crocodile Ancestor's descendants cried out, better to live poorly than to die well. Shut up, shut up. The Dragon Crocodile Ancestor roared, how can the mighty Dragon Crocodile Ancestor submit to a human? Not bad. Lin Xingyo said, you have a lot of backbone. If that's the case, I might as well eat all your offspring too. Human, you dare? Upon hearing this, the Dragon Crocodile Ancestor was so frightened that his mind wavered. If you touch my offspring, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Lin Xingyo scoffed, I'm not afraid of you now, so why would I fear you as a ghost? Human, you are so vicious. The Dragon Crocodile Ancestor roared, you are using such despicable tactics. You are truly despicable. Despicable? Lin Xingyo shrugged, his gaze falling on the Dragon Crocodile Ancestor. I've already killed you, but if I don't kill your offspring, what's the point? Are you leaving them to avenge you later? You. The Dragon Crocodile Ancestor was speechless. He tried to say something several times, but couldn't get a word out because he knew Lin Xingyo made perfect sense. Once he was dead, what was the point of leaving his offspring alive? Were they supposed to avenge him later? The Dragon Crocodile Ancestor had no response to this, as wiping out the enemy's descendants was a common practice, even something he had done to his own opponents in the past. All right, Lin Xingyo said, Aobing, send him on his way. His offspring can be your reward. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Black Dragon King Aobing's eyes immediately filled with immense killing intent, and the pressure he exerted on the Dragon Crocodile Ancestor increased. Stop. The Dragon Crocodile Ancestor coughed up blood while looking at Black Dragon King Aobing. I surrender. Himph. Why did you make it so difficult? Black Dragon King Aobing glared at the Dragon Crocodile Ancestor. If you had surrendered from the start, I wouldn't have had to beat you like this. I. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Crocodile Ancestor almost spat out blood in frustration. Earlier, he had no intention of surrendering, and only because Lin Xingyo used his descendants as leverage did he finally give in. He would never have surrendered otherwise. After all, he was an immortal realm expert and a descendant of divine beasts. There was no way he would submit to a human like Lin Xingyo. But now, he had no choice but to surrender. He knew Lin Xingyo was not the type to go back on his word. If he didn't surrender now, Lin Xingyo would not only kill him, but also his descendants. Faced with this situation, the dragon crocodile ancestor hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to surrender to Lin Xingyo. Fine, if you surrender. Lin Xingyo shrugged and stepped forward to face the dragon crocodile ancestor. Now, hand over your slave seal. The dragon crocodile ancestor didn't dare to object. He immediately condensed his slave seal and handed it over to Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo didn't hesitate. He took the dragon crocodile ancestor's slave seal and even added a curse mark to it, clearly telling him that if he dared to betray his master, the curse would backlash. Upon hearing this, the dragon crocodile ancestor's face turned ashen, as he realized he was now Lin Xingyo's war pet for eternity, with no hope of rebellion. Lin Xingyo was quite satisfied. He had finally acquired another powerful divine beast, further strengthening his forces. This would be a significant advantage on the battlefield. Tianlong, let's move out. Lin Xingyo was satisfied and gave the order to set off. Tianlong and the others immediately prepared the caravan and began heading towards the Wanchuan city. They passed through Wanduanwan. Soon, they arrived at the gates of Wanchuan city. By then, the sky had darkened, and the sun's final rays slowly disappeared behind the mountains. Lin Xingyo's large caravan immediately caught the attention of some factions in Wanchuan city, especially the appearance of the dragon crocodile ancestor, which caused widespread panic. After all, the dragon crocodile ancestor was a godlike existence in this region. When the factions in Wanchuan city saw him, they all began to tense up, fearing that the dragon crocodile ancestor might suddenly attack. Dragon crocodile ancestor, what is the meaning of this? As Lin Xingyo's group entered the city and walked for a while, a warrior named Song Taiji, clad in armor and riding a war beast with a long spear in hand, led over 100 soldiers to block their path. Over the years, our Wanchuan city's Zhan family has always lived in harmony with you. What is the meaning of your presence in our Wanchuan city today? Insect, get out of the way. The dragon crocodile ancestor was already full of anger. Now that he was blocked by a human warrior, his face immediately showed a trace of fury. Do you think you are worthy to speak to me? Besides, can I visit Wanchuan city? Chapter 591. What's there to fear in a single battle? Dragon crocodile ancestor. It's not that you can't come, Song Taiji began, but this is a human city. It's not appropriate for you to enter here. Upon hearing this, the dragon crocodile ancestor was completely enraged. Almost without waiting for Song Taiji to react, he raised the blood wheel in his hand and slashed it directly at Song Taiji. Song Taiji didn't even have time to react before he was split in half by the blood wheel. Instantly, blood and entrails sprayed everywhere, and the surrounding civilians, seeing this, all screamed in terror, causing chaos to erupt on the spot. Dragon crocodile ancestor, you're too reckless. The surrounding soldiers all pointed their weapons at the dragon crocodile ancestor, shouting, "You actually dare to kill our General Song. The Zhan family of Wanchuan City will definitely not let you off." "Himph, do you think I'm afraid?" The dragon crocodile ancestor sneered, glancing at the soldiers closing in. "What's so special about the Zhan family of Wanchuan City? If they dare to provoke me, I'll slaughter the entire Zhan family here today." Dragon crocodile ancestor, are you openly challenging the Zhan family? Before the dragon crocodile ancestor's words had even finished, a furious roar echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see the head of the Zhan family, the city lord of Wanchuan City, Zhan Jingtian, riding a horse with a group of soldiers, charging towards them with a spear in hand. "Zhan Jingtian, is that you?" Seeing Zhan Jingtian approach, the dragon crocodile ancestor disdainfully looked him up and down. "Do you want to fight me? Unfortunately, you're not qualified. Only your great-grandfather could possibly stand a chance against me. With your current strength, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from me." Dragon crocodile ancestor, don't be so arrogant. Zhan Jingtian raised his spear, glaring at the dragon crocodile ancestor with a challenging gaze. You're just at the immortal realm, after all. With my current strength, there's no need for my ancestor to step in. I, Zhang Jingtian, am certain I can kill you. Oh, is that so? The dragon crocodile ancestor roared. You brat, you're so confident. Then I'll give you a chance today. Come at me, the dragon crocodile ancestor continued. If you can last 30 moves against me, I'll show mercy and spare your life today. Hearing this, Zhang Jingtian was completely enraged. He was now also at the immortal realm. Moreover, not only that, but they were in Wanchuan City, where they had 100,000 elite cavalry. The dragon crocodile ancestor had dared to enter Wanchuan City alone. Zhang Jingtian was extremely confident. He was certain he could leave the dragon crocodile ancestor in Wanchuan City, because with just his own strength, he was more than enough. Kill. With that thought, Zhang Jingtian immediately swung his spear and thrust it lightning fast at the dragon crocodile ancestor. Good timing. The dragon crocodile ancestor, who had been simmering with anger, saw Zhang Jingtian's spear coming and immediately raised his blood wheel, meeting the attack with a swift horizontal slash. Clang! The blood wheel clashed with Zhang Jingtian's spear, and instantly, a shockwave powerful enough to shatter the heavens exploded at the point of impact. However, this force only spread 3 meters before being intercepted by a water-shaped rule force within the city, preventing it from spreading further. Interesting. Lin Xingyo straightened up, sensing the water-shaped rule force. This force was incredibly strong. It could actually block the attack of the dragon crocodile ancestor and Zhang Jingtian. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but be shocked, knowing that both were immortal realm experts. In the Xianling realm, a single attack from them could easily shatter a star. But here, their attack wave couldn't spread more than 3 meters. In an instant, Lin Xingyo realized that this city's protective array was not just strong. It was terrifyingly strong. Kill. Zhang Jingtian didn't notice Lin Xingyo. Instead, as his spear fell, he immediately thrust it again at the dragon crocodile ancestor. Blood wheel kill. The dragon crocodile ancestor was not to be outdone. He raised his pair of blood wheels and counterattacked with lightning speed. Their attacks, though simple, had reached the level of ultimate simplicity in the Tao. Although they seemed like simple movements, each strike was powerful enough to kill an emperor. Clang! After dozens of exchanges, in the eyes of countless onlookers, the dragon crocodile ancestor suddenly crouched down, and with his right hand, he slashed horizontally at Zhang Jingtian's waist with his blood wheel, as swift as a lightning bolt. In an instant, the blood wheel cut through the air with a strange blood-red light, reaching Zhang Jingtian's waist. Snap! Zhang Jingtian's spear was still thrusting forward when the dragon crocodile ancestor's blood wheel had already reached him. There was no time to defend, so Zhang Jingtian stomped hard on the ground and quickly retreated. But the dragon crocodile ancestor's blood wheel followed closely, still pressing against Zhang Jingtian's waist, slashing horizontally with lightning speed. Sky Cloud Palm, break. Facing the dragon crocodile ancestor's move, Zhang Jingtian immediately raised his hand and slammed it down toward the blood wheel sweeping toward him. Snap! Zhang Jingtian's Sky Cloud Palm collided with the dragon crocodile ancestor's blood wheel. In the next moment, Zhang Jingtian's entire body was sent flying backward several hundred meters. But the next moment, the dragon crocodile ancestor did not give Zhang Jingtian any chance to catch his breath. With both hands raised, he leaped into the air with the blood wheels, turning midair and slashing down with his pair of blood wheels, transforming into 2 streaks of blood-red light descending from the sky, delivering a devastating blow to Zhang Jingtian. Clang! As the dragon crocodile ancestor's attack landed, Zhang Jingtian, in a flurry, raised his spear to block. In an instant, the dragon crocodile ancestor's blood wheel struck the shaft of Zhang Jingtian's spear. Snap! As the blow landed, Zhang Jingtian felt a heavy impact, almost forcing him to his knees. Zhang Jingtian, do you still have the strength to fight? The dragon crocodile ancestor pressed down with his blood wheels, suppressing Zhang Jingtian. How could I not? If you want to fight, then fight. I, Zhang Jingtian, will never lose. Kill. Zhang Jingtian's fighting spirit exploded, and instantly, his spear became thunderous, and his aura changed dramatically. Chapter 592. The Ancestor of the Zhan Family. Burn my battle blood, kill. Zhang Jingtian's roar echoed through the air. With a shake of his long spear, he swiftly lifted his foot and kicked towards the chest of the dragon crocodile ancestor like a thunderbolt. Come on. Seeing Zhang Jingtian's kick, the dragon crocodile ancestor immediately pressed down with his blood wheel, straightened his body, and with a flash of his tail, lashed out horizontally at Zhang Jingtian. Smack! Zhang Jingtian didn't have time to defend and was struck by the dragon crocodile ancestor's tail, causing him to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. But in the next instant, Zhang Jingtian rolled up from the ground, swung his spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, and thrust it towards the dragon crocodile ancestor. Clang! Seeing Zhang Jingtian's spear thrust, the dragon crocodile ancestor immediately raised his blood wheel to block, stopping the spear. With his left hand, he swung the blood wheel high, slashing towards Zhang Jingtian's neck like lightning. Clang! Seeing the dragon crocodile ancestor's blood wheel slash, Zhang Jingtian quickly stepped back, raising his spear to block the incoming blood wheel. Kill! The dragon crocodile ancestor, having his attack blocked, immediately began a series of rapid strikes with his right blood wheel, attacking Zhang Jingtian like a whirlwind. Clang! Clang! The dragon crocodile ancestor's attacks were swift, raining down thousands of strikes, and Zhang Jingtian, who had just been taunting, was now cornered. Dragon crocodile ancestor, don't kill him. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and said, this guy is not bad. I want to take him as my slave. Yes, master. The dragon crocodile ancestor, hearing this, naturally didn't dare to slack off, but his attacks on Zhang Jingtian didn't weaken. After all, Zhang Jingtian's combat power was not weak. If it weren't for the dragon crocodile ancestor, figures like Tianlong would have a hard time fighting him. Of course, their moves, though seemingly simple and lacking the overwhelming aura of crushing the heavens, each strike was powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Himph, take me as a slave? Hearing this, Zhang Jingtian's expression froze for a moment before he reacted, erupting in fury. Who was he, Zhang Jingtian? He was the lord of Wanchuan City, with a cultivation level reaching the immortal realm. Who was this guy in front of him? How dare he be so impudent, wanting to take him, Zhang Jingtian, as a slave? Hearing this, Zhang Jingtian was both furious and enraged. After all, in all his years, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Now, not only did Lin Xingyo say it, but he also dared to claim he would take him as a slave. Zhang Jingtian couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to kill Lin Xingyo. He wanted to kill the dragon crocodile ancestor. He wanted them to know the terrible fate that awaited those who offended him in Wanchuan City. Kill. Zhang Jingtian's mind was completely consumed by madness. His eyes glowed with bloodlust, and his inner rage exploded. His spear attacks changed, launching a furious assault on the dragon crocodile ancestor. Zhang Jingtian, now that's more like it. Seeing Zhang Jingtian's fierce attacks, the dragon crocodile ancestor revealed an excited expression. No more of that soft, weak feeling from before. Kill. Zhang Jingtian didn't want to waste words. His spear struck like lightning, colliding furiously with the dragon crocodile ancestor. Clang, clang. Facing Zhang Jingtian's relentless attacks, the dragon crocodile ancestor's pair of blood wheels spun like two massive fans, blocking the onslaught. Soon, they clashed tens of thousands of times. Wow, their battle is so intense. The onlookers in Wanchuan City, one by one, gaped in awe at the battle between the dragon crocodile ancestor and Zhang Jingtian. It truly was a battle of dragons and tigers. The two were evenly matched, and now that Zhang Jingtian was fighting desperately, the battle was indeed spectacular. Even Lin Xingyo, who had been watching, was captivated. After all, the dragon crocodile ancestor and Zhang Jingtian were undoubtedly two formidable warriors. If such people were brought to the battlefield, Lin Xingyo could imagine they would be incredibly powerful. Lord Zhan, kill the dragon crocodile ancestor. The onlookers in Wanchuan City, unable to hold back, shouted, "Show the might of Wanchuan City. Our dragon crocodile ancestor is invincible." The followers of the dragon crocodile ancestor, hearing these calls, retorted sharply, "How can mere humans be a match for our ancestor?" Hearing these taunts, Lin Xingyo shook his head in resignation, his gaze entirely fixed on Zhan Jingtian. He really liked Zhan Jingtian. Moreover, Zhan Jingtian was capable of commanding troops and governing a city. Such a person was incredibly rare for him, and he was eager to subdue Zhan Jingtian and take him to the battlefield. But Zhan Jingtian was not the kind to easily submit. So, with a spear in hand, he fiercely resisted the dragon crocodile ancestor's attacks, and the two fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. Zhan Jingtian, enough? In the middle of the battle, the dragon crocodile ancestor roared, "I, the dragon crocodile ancestor, am done playing with you. This strike will surely defeat you." Humph! Zhan Jingtian's face showed a hint of disdain. His spear attacks became even more ferocious, thrusting towards the dragon crocodile ancestor. How could he, Zhan Jingtian, submit to the dragon crocodile ancestor? A true man should have spirit. He would rather die standing than live on his knees. Kill! Zhan Jingtian was completely mad. His spear, like a storm, relentlessly struck the dragon crocodile ancestor. Clang, clang. Facing Zhan Jingtian's frenzied onslaught, the dragon crocodile ancestor was also fully provoked. His pair of blood wheels began to fiercely retaliate against Zhan Jingtian's relentless assault. Dual wheels slaughter the sun. Slash! The dragon crocodile ancestor roared, his pair of blood wheels rising high, slashing down at Zhan Jingtian. Zhan family's overlord spear, kill. Facing the dragon crocodile ancestor's blood wheels, Zhan Jingtian tightly gripped his spear and thrust it out lightning fast, instantly releasing hundreds of spear shadows. Smack, smack, smack. The powerful collision between the dragon crocodile ancestor and Zhan Jingtian shattered the area within 100 feet around them. Wow, no wonder they are immortal realm experts. If it weren't for the protective array of Wanchuan City, their attacks would have already destroyed the city. The surrounding onlookers, almost without exception, were glued to the battle between the dragon crocodile ancestor and Zhan Jingtian, deeply awestruck by their fight. Everyone present knew that if not for the defensive array of Wanchuan City, the shockwaves from their battle would have shattered not just the city, but an area stretching thousands of miles. Their attacks were incredibly powerful, deceptively simple, yet capable of shattering the heavens and earth. However, unlike others, Lin Xingyo grew more and more satisfied with Zhan Jingtian. After all, Zhan Jingtian was truly an extraordinary figure. Zhan Jingtian, you are quite impressive. The dragon crocodile ancestor's face twisted with ferocity as he declared, "But your glory ends here. Dual wheels subdue demons, strike." At this point in the battle, the dragon crocodile ancestor completely unleashed the spiritual energy from his dantian. His soul power and spiritual energy merged, forming a massive blood wheel that rose from his back, slashing down at Zhan Jingtian. Zhan family spear, strike? Zhan Jingtian roared, gripping his spear with both hands and thrusting it out. In an instant, a giant spear shadow collided with the dragon crocodile ancestor's blood wheel. Smack! The blood wheel of the dragon crocodile ancestor slammed heavily into the tip of Zhan Jingtian's spear. Then, with a downward slash, it shattered the spearhead and continued relentlessly, crushing the entire spear inch by inch until it was reduced to dust. This isn't good. The usually noisy crowd was suddenly silenced. Almost everyone stared with wide eyes and dropped jaws, completely stunned. Especially the people of Wanchuan City. One by one, they immediately had a terrible premonition. It seemed that Zhan Jingtian was about to meet his end. But in the next moment, just as the dragon crocodile ancestor's blood wheel shattered Zhan Jingtian's spear and Zhan Jingtian closed his eyes, ready to accept his death, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The newcomer waved a hand, shattering the blood wheel that was about to strike Zhang Jingtian. Dragon Crocodile Ancestor, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill my son? Chapter 593, Born to Fight. Old monster Zhan, you've come out? Upon seeing Zhan Qinan, the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch said, I hadn't seen you in years, and I thought you were dead. You're not dead. Zhan Qinan's face darkened, radiating an overwhelming aura of Sa-yi as he retorted, So how could I die before you? You'll be the one to perish first? Is that so? The Dragon Crocodile Patriarch raised an eyebrow and said, Then do you dare to fight me now? Why wouldn't I dare? Zhan Qinan's eyes narrowed and he said, But I must warn you. My strength has already broken through to the great Tao Void Heaven realm. With your current immortal realm cultivation, you're probably not a match for even one of my moves. Is that so? The Dragon Crocodile Patriarch replied, Let's fight first and see. Come, let's fight. Upon hearing this, Zhan Qinan acted without hesitation, flicking his sleeve and directly glaring at the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch. His heart was filled with boundless fury. He was enraged. After all, the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch had nearly slain Zhang Jingtian. In contrast, the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch was filled with intense combat fervor, eager to face Zhan Qinan in battle, especially upon learning that Zhan Qinan had advanced to the great Tao Void Heaven realm. The Dragon Crocodile Patriarch was even more eager to fight him now, as they had both been immortal realm experts before. Now, Zhan Qinan had broken through before him. The Dragon Crocodile Patriarch naturally felt a surge of indignation, making him even more eager to compete with Zhan Qinan. Twin wheels of demon suppression slice. With that thought, the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch once again summoned his blood wheel and launched a furious attack at Zhan Qinan. However, this time, as soon as the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch's blood wheel descended, it was shattered by Zhan Qinan with a single strike. Then, Zhan Qinan closed in, delivering a palm strike to the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch's chest. Bang! Facing Zhan Qinan's attack, the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch was completely defenseless and was sent flying with a single palm strike. He landed several hundred meters away, knelt down, and began coughing up blood. Dragon Crocodile Patriarch, how was that palm strike of mine? With a step through the air, Zhan Qinan approached the injured Dragon Crocodile Patriarch, standing tall and asking, You. The Dragon Crocodile Patriarch tried to speak several times but couldn't utter a single word, as Zhan Qinan's attack had completely injured him. Even speaking was a struggle for him now. However, just as Zhan Qinan was about to reach the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch, Lin Xingyo, who had been watching from the carriage, stood up. Fellow Taoist, the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch is my battle pet. Lin Xingyo smirked and said, His cultivation is inferior to yours. I wonder if you dare to fight me? The usually noisy scene was instantly silenced by these words, as if a needle had dropped, shocking everyone present. The renowned Dragon Crocodile Patriarch, a famous immortal realm expert of the local region. This human claimed to be his master. This was not just shocking. It left everyone around completely dumbfounded. Young man, who are you? Zhan Qinan scrutinized Lin Xingyo and said, You're being quite boastful. What kind of existence is the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch? How could he possibly be your battle pet as a mere human? What? You don't believe me? Lin Xingyo smiled, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth, as if bathed in spring breeze, and said, You don't believe me? You can ask him. Am I now his master? Dragon Crocodile Patriarch, have you really submitted to this human? Zhan Qinan looked at the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch in disbelief. The Dragon Crocodile Patriarch tried to speak several times, but couldn't get the words out. Wow, it's true. The usually bustling scene, upon seeing the Dragon Crocodile Patriarch's expression, instantly turned to Lin Xingyo, who left everyone completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. The Dragon Crocodile Patriarch, a powerful immortal realm expert, had been subdued by this human. It was too shocking. For a moment, almost everyone stared at Lin Xingyo, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Ha 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 ha. After reacting, Zhang Chunin burst into laughter, as he found this moment incredibly satisfying. The dragon crocodile patriarch had been subdued by a human. How could he not feel satisfied? But after laughing, Zhang Chunan's gaze turned to Lin Xingyo, as if trying to see through him, but after a long time, he couldn't figure it out and finally said to Lin Xingyo, "You're quite impressive, but you shouldn't cause trouble in my Wanchuan city." "Oh, I'm causing trouble now?" Lin Xingyo smirked and said, "What are you going to do about it?" "What? That's a good question." Zhang Chunan coldly said, "The dragon crocodile patriarch is your battle pet. He attacked my son, so I naturally have to seek justice from you." "All right," Lin Xingyo replied, "then come and seek justice from me. If you can defeat me, I'll definitely give you justice. If you can't defeat me, then Wanchuan City will belong to me, including you, Zhang Chunan." "Oh, it seems you're quite confident," Zhang Chunan said. "You think you're definitely stronger than me. If that's the case, then let's fight. Come, let's fight." Lin Xingyo stepped through the air, emerging from the carriage with a cold gaze fixed on Zhang Chunan and said, "But your strength is too weak. You probably can't withstand 300 moves from me. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chunan's aura exploded, and he said, "Then I'll have to give it a try." "Come." Lin Xingyo smirked, not wanting to waste words, and directly gestured at Zhang Chunan, signaling for him to attack. "You're too arrogant." Faced with this, Zhang Chunan was completely enraged. In an instant, he charged at Lin Xingyo with a powerful punch. 6 paths reincarnation fist, kill. Seeing Zhang Chunan's punch coming, Lin Xingyo raised his hand, channeling the power of life and death from his dantian, and clashed with Zhang Chunan's incoming fist. Bang! Lin Xingyo's 6 paths reincarnation fist and Zhang Chunan's punch collided, exploding like 2 meteors crashing together, with dazzling light almost shattering the array formation of Wanchuan City. "Good, let's go again." With one move down, Lin Xingyo immediately launched another punch, and facing Lin Xingyo's relentless pressure, Zhang Chunan didn't back down, counterattacking against Lin Xingyo's attacks. Dragon subduing palm break. Facing Zhang Chunan's counterattack, Lin Xingyo immediately switched from fist to palm, delivering a powerful strike at Zhang Chunan. Bang! Seeing Lin Xingyo's dragon subduing palm coming, Zhang Chunan immediately raised his hand and retaliated with a powerful strike, and the two clashed, then quickly retreated. But the next moment, as soon as Lin Xingyo's feet touched the ground, he instantly shot toward Zhang Chunan like a white lightning bolt, delivering another punch. "You're indeed strong." Zhang Chunan stared intently at Lin Xingyo and said, "But in front of me, Zhang Chunan, you're ultimately just an ant. I will definitely kill you. Is that so?" Lin Xingyo replied, "It seems you're quite confident, but with your strength, killing me won't be easy. My Zhang family is born to fight." Zhang Chunan arrogantly said, "In our eyes, if you don't submit, then fight." "Good, I like that." Lin Xingyo smirked and replied, "Then let's fight to the end. I'd like to see just how capable you are." Zhang Chunan snorted and remained silent, directly launching a furious attack at Lin Xingyo. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to be careless, as Zhang Chunan was a great Dao Void Heaven Realm expert. So Lin Xingyo began to use all his strength. Qingzi, hand-to-hand combat is not enough. After battling Lin Xingyo for 300 rounds, Zhang Chunan suddenly flipped and landed, summoning a massive blade wrapped in lightning, and said, "How about we compare our blade techniques?" "Blade techniques? Fine." Lin Xingyo replied, "I was just thinking the same. Zhutian sword, come." With the thought in mind, Lin Xingyo immediately reached out and summoned the Zhutian sword from his personal small world, tightly gripping it in his hand. His gaze fixed on Zhang Chunan, he suddenly shook the Zhutian sword in his hand and unleashed a fierce slash at Zhang Chunan. Chapter 594, Mutual Appreciation. "You've come at just the right time." Seeing Lin Xingyo charging at him with a sword, Zhang Chunan immediately raised his massive blade and counterattacked towards Lin Xingyo. Clang! Lin Xingyo's Zhutian sword clashed with Zhang Chunan's giant blade in a flash of lightning. In the next moment, An incredibly violent wave of energy exploded from the point of impact. But Lin Xingyo did not retreat. With a swift motion, Lin Xingyo pulled back his sword and slashed down at Zhang Qinan again. In an instant, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements so fast that only two blurs of light could be seen. Wow! The master's strength is actually so formidable. Tulong and the others were utterly astonished by what they saw. Although they knew Lin Xingyo was powerful, they had no idea he was this strong. It far exceeded their expectations. Qingzi, you truly impress me. Zhang Qinan stared intently at Lin Xingyo and said, why not join the Zhang family? I, Zhang Qinan, promise to treat you as a distinguished guest. Sure, you can talk about that after you defeat me. Lin Xingyo smirked and unleashed a powerful strike towards Zhang Qinan with his sword. Good, I like your style, Qingzi. Zhang Qinan replied, if I lose, I'll follow you. If you lose, you stay in the Zhang family. How about it? That sounds fair. Lin Xingyo responded, but you're the one who'll lose. Oh, is that so? Zhang Qinan fixed his gaze on Lin Xingyo and said, then I'd like to see how you plan to defeat me. Zhutian sword kill. Lin Xingyo smirked and stopped wasting words. He launched a torrential assault on Zhang Qinan like a storm. Flaming blade kill. Zhang Qinan did not dare to be careless either. He tightly gripped his massive blade and began to fiercely counterattack against Lin Xingyo's relentless attacks. The master's strength has grown even stronger. Albing, the Black Dragon King, said, especially his swordsmanship. I feel it's beginning to take shape. Swordsmanship isn't his strongest attack? Owling observed the battlefield and said, his strongest ability is his Tao of life and death. That power is the most terrifying. Exactly, that's the master's ultimate move. Once unleashed, even gods would be slain. As Albing finished speaking, his gaze immediately fell upon Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo's long sword unleashed a devastating strike towards Zhang Qinan. Facing Lin Xingyo's sword slash, Zhang Qinan did not retreat. Instead, he swung his massive blade to meet the incoming attack. Clang! As Lin Xingyo's sword struck, he immediately raised his fist and launched a powerful punch towards Zhang Qinan. Six Harmony's palm break. Seeing Lin Xingyo's punch coming, Zhang Qinan quickly raised his hand and exchanged a blow with Lin Xingyo. Both of them retreated a dozen steps, but Lin Xingyo stomped his foot on the ground and, like a thunderbolt, slashed down at Zhang Qinan with his sword. Flaming blade kill. Seeing Lin Xingyo's sword slash, Zhang Qinan immediately raised his blade and unleashed a powerful strike towards Lin Xingyo. Hum! As Zhang Qinan's blade struck, the space around them trembled. A massive blade appeared, cleaving through the heavens, dragging a brilliant tail of light as it descended upon Lin Xingyo. Zhutian sword kill. Facing Zhang Qinan's blade that could cleave through the heavens, Lin Xingyo flicked his Zhutian sword and unleashed a powerful strike towards the incoming blade aura. Snap! Lin Xingyo's sword clashed with Zhang Qinan's blade aura, but instead of exploding upon impact, their powers fused together. Power of life and death, kill. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo immediately drew out the power of life and death from his dantian and channeled it into the Zhutian sword. Snap! With the infusion of Lin Xingyo's life and death power, the Zhutian sword instantly shot out a sword aura dozens of feet long, striking fiercely towards Zhang Qinan's blade aura. Facing Lin Xingyo's power, Zhang Qinan immediately drew out all the spiritual energy from his dantian. In an instant, the two forces collided, forming a massive glowing sphere at the point of impact, which continued to grow. This is bad. Seeing this, Albing and the others felt their scalps tingle. They all knew that if this power exploded, all living beings in the vicinity would be annihilated instantly. King of Hell Banner, rise! Lin Xingyo naturally realized this as well. The powers of the two of them had already fused together. If it were to explode now, there was no doubt that their combined power would be enough to destroy the entire Wanchuan city, even with its powerful protective arrays. So without hesitation, Lin Xingyo summoned 6 King of Hell Banners and swiftly planted them around them to shield against the impending explosion. Qingzi, thank you. Zhang Chunin clearly understood Lin Xingyo's intentions, so although he expressed his gratitude, his body continued to unleash a torrent of power towards Lin Xingyo. Power of space-time. Rise. Facing Zhang Chunan's attack, Lin Xingyo did not dare to slack off. He immediately channeled all his life and death power and space-time power towards Zhang Chunin. In an instant, 5 Dao paths coiled around Lin Xingyo, like 5 dragons emerging from the sea, slashing towards Zhang Chunin. Kill. Zhang Chuntian, of course, was not to be outdone. He immediately unleashed his Thunder Dao, Wind Dao, and Killing Dao towards Lin Xingyo. Snap, snap, snap. The space around Lin Xingyo and Zhang Chuntian had completely collapsed, forming a terrifying space-time turbulence. Their Dao paths intertwined like a river of time, clashing fiercely. My goodness, what am I seeing? This human actually possesses 5 Dao paths, each of which is nearly flawless. Especially his 3 Dao paths of life and death, which are intertwined with the space-time Dao. This power is absolutely terrifying. Albing and the others just smiled without saying anything, because they knew better than anyone how terrifying Lin Xingyo's 5 Dao paths were. After all, Lin Xingyo had once used these 5 Dao paths to force the Heavenly Court's ancestor to intervene and suppress him. Now, facing Zhang Chunan, Lin Xingyo could certainly use these 5 Dao paths to defeat him. You are... Zhang Chunan seemed to have realized something and looked at Lin Xingyo with an expression of utter shock. Zhang Chunan, do you still want to fight? Lin Xingyo smirked and completely enveloped Zhang Chunan with his 5 Dao paths. Fight! Although Zhang Chunan had figured out Lin Xingyo's identity, he did not panic. Instead, he said resolutely, the Zhang family is born for battle. We never fear fighting anyone. Chapter 595. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. All right, I like that. Lin Xingyo raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Chuntian, saying, then you can join me on the battlefield. I will lead you to break through the heavens and directly assault the heavenly court. Sure, as long as you can defeat me. Zhang Chunin replied seriously, I will fight with you wherever you go. Great, I was waiting for you to say that. Hearing Zhang Chunan's response, Lin Xingyo was overjoyed. He stomped hard on the ground and immediately transformed into 6 massive gates, symbolizing the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. With the rotation of life and death forces and the flow of temporal laws, he engulfed Zhang Chunan within the domain he had created. Ignite my battle blood, kill. Facing Lin Xingyo's domain, Zhang Chunan immediately activated 3 great Dao paths around him, like a heavenly blade cutting through the sky, and fiercely attacked Lin Xingyo's domain of life and death reincarnation. However, he was ultimately weaker than Lin Xingyo. Moreover, his Thunder Dao, Wind Dao, and Killing Dao were not as perfect as Lin Xingyo's 5 great Dao paths, so after a series of attacks, Zhang Chunin not only failed to break through Lin Xingyo's Dao domain, but he himself was completely enveloped within Lin Xingyo's 5 great Dao paths. Yet, Zhang Chunin did not submit. Instead, he fought with increasing vigor, resisting Lin Xingyo's Dao paths with all his strength. But Lin Xingyo merely pursed his lips and continuously applied pressure to Zhang Chunin. My goodness, this human is terrifying. His power seems familiar, but why can't I remember where I've seen it? Wait. Many creatures exclaimed, I remember. No, impossible. No, impossible. Some creatures shook their heads. That person died thousands of years ago. He can't possibly reappear, and this power shouldn't exist. Ancestor, what do you think? Countless creatures around turned their gaze to the Paixio ancestor of the Wan Chuan domain, their faces filled with concern. Why are you so panicked? Damn it, how can I not be panicked? If this person really is him, that would be truly terrifying. Ancestor, who is he? All the surrounding creatures opened their mouths, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at the Paixio ancestor. He is the ultimate terror of the immortal domain. The dragon crocodile ancestor spoke, the white-clad emperor of the immortal spirit realm. Ah, him. Upon hearing this, the surrounding creatures were thrown into an uproar. After all, The battle between the white-clad emperor and the heavenly court had long been a well-known legend in the immortal domain. Everyone knew the name of the white-clad emperor, as he had defeated dozens of heavenly court deities with an invincible stance. If it weren't for the intervention of the heavenly court's ancestor Xiao Yang, he might have stormed the immortal domain via the heavenly stairs. Moreover, the current war in the immortal domain was sparked by him. Although the heavenly court's ancestor had supposedly killed him, thousands of years later, 3 women led the creatures of the immortal spirit realm through the path of ascension to the immortal domain. Initially, everyone had laughed at them, thinking that 3 mere ants dared to challenge the might of the heavenly court in the immortal domain, which was suicidal. But the subsequent developments shocked everyone. What started as a tiny spark of hope for the 3 women turned into a massive upheaval, igniting a rebellion against the heavens. This caused various factions in the immortal domain to rise up and join forces with them to overthrow the heavenly court. The current situation has formed 5 powerful forces that have surrounded the heavenly court in the immortal domain. It is rumored that a final assault will soon be launched. The 5 armies of the rebellion will completely crush the heavenly court, and all of this stems from the white-clad emperor. If the human before them is indeed him, that would be truly terrifying. Zhang Qinan, how is it? Lin Xingyo ignored the expressions of the crowd and continued to pressurize Zhang Qinan with his life and death reincarnation power. Do you still wish to fight? I submit. Zhang Qinan looked at Lin Xingyo. But I want to ask you one thing. Are you the white-clad emperor from back then? Yes, I am the white-clad emperor. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, his cold, sharp gaze fixed on Zhang Qinan. Are you shocked? I. Zhang Qinan tried to speak several times, but after a long pause, he couldn't utter a single word. How could he not be shocked? After all, countless people in the immortal domain had seen Lin Xingyo being suppressed by the heavenly court's ancestor. Yet now, Lin Xingyo was alive. This was not just shock. Zhang Qinan felt this was sheer terror, because the one who supposedly killed Lin Xingyo was the heavenly court's ancestor Xiao Yang, and yet the man had not been killed. This revelation was truly staggering. Everyone knew that the heavenly court's ancestor Xiao Yang was one of the top existences in the immortal domain, yet even he couldn't kill Lin Xingyo. So, in this world, who else could kill him? Who else could be his rival? Zhang Qinan was completely thrown into chaos. Good, you submit then? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and looked at Zhang Qinan. Then from now on, you are my servant. To build mutual trust, I will now place a curse seal on you. As long as you don't betray me, after the war against the heavens ends, I will grant you your freedom. Before Zhang Qinan could say anything, Lin Xingyo's curse seal was already cast, and in an instant, a flaming curse mark appeared on Zhang Qinan's forehead. All right, after all this time. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips. I'm a bit hungry. Since things are settled here, Zhang Qinan, lead us to your residence for some rest. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qinan dared not say anything and immediately led Lin Xingyo and the others to the city lord's mansion in Wanchuan City. They moved quickly. Passing through the streets under the watchful eyes of countless people, they followed Zhang Qinan into the city lord's mansion of Wanchuan City. Lin Xingyo's identity immediately caused a huge stir in Wanchuan City. People began to discuss it fervently. Some even started sending messages outside, but Lin Xingyo didn't care about any of this. After all, the situation in the immortal domain was different from what he had known. Even if his identity was exposed, the heavenly court couldn't do anything about it now, as the entire heavenly court was besieged by the Alliance army led by Chu Yun. So, even if his identity was leaked, it wouldn't matter. Ancestor, the emissaries from the Demon Palace have arrived. As soon as Lin Xingyo and the others arrived at the city lord's mansion of Wanchuan City, the mansion steward immediately came up and said, "They have been waiting in the mansion to see you." Not seeing anyone, Zhang Qinan waved his sleeve and directly told the steward, "I don't want to see anyone right now." The steward was a clever person. Seeing Zhang Qinan's expression, he immediately understood that Zhang Qinan was in a bad mood and stood quietly to the side without saying a word. "Elder Zhang, Don't you want to see me? Just as Zhang Qinan finished speaking, a sweet laugh rang out. Turning his head, he saw a woman in black clothing, her face covered by a veil, her figure curvaceous, and her long, ivory-white legs striding towards them. You? Seeing the woman, Zhang Qinan was slightly stunned and immediately toned down his casual demeanor. He couldn't afford to offend this woman, as she was the princess of the demon palace, Chu Yao Yao, so he dared not show any disrespect. Elder Zhang, what's wrong? Chu Yao Yao walked over with her ivory-white legs and said, It's only been a dozen years, and you don't recognize me anymore? No. Zhang Qinan bowed slightly and said to Chu Yao Yao, Old man, I was just preoccupied with other matters today, so I inadvertently offended the princess with my words. Well, do you still remember the agreement from a dozen years ago? Chu Yao Yao looked at Zhang Qinan. Between you and the demon palace? Chapter 596. I regret it. Old man, I haven't forgotten. Zhang Qinan replied, but now I am no longer in control of my own actions, because I have already lost to this fellow and am now his servant. What? When Chu Yao Yao heard this, she couldn't help but turn her gaze toward Lin Xingyo. In an instant, a wave of immense fury surged across her face. Zhang Qinan was someone the Demon Palace had their eyes on. Over a decade ago, the Demon Palace had been trying to recruit Zhang Qinan, and they had even gone to great lengths to help him break through to the Tao of the Void. Now was the time for them to reap the rewards, but Lin Xingyo had snatched him away. How could Chu Yao Yao not be furious? Princess, this human dares to ruin our plans. Zhou Yuantong glanced at Lin Xingyo and said, Your servant is willing to teach him a lesson. Stand aside. Chu Yao Yao unsheathed her sword and, without waiting for Lin Xingyo to react, lunged at him with a strike, saying, I, the princess, will test his skills myself. How dare he steal from the tiger's mouth? What? Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned and didn't react in time. When he finally did, he reached out and caught Chu Yao Yao's sword between his fingers. Little girl, why are you attacking me? Lin Xingyo held Chu Yao Yao's sword and looked at her with his eyes, saying, Is this how you treat people? Himph, you took someone from the Demon Palace. Chu Yao Yao glared at Lin Xingyo and said, Shouldn't I kill you? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and looked at Chu Yao Yao, his expression somewhat unnatural. What did she mean by taking someone from the Demon Palace? He hadn't intended to steal anyone. He just took Zhang Qinan because he liked him. It had nothing to do with stealing. Moreover, Chu Yao Yao had drawn her sword and attacked him without asking any questions. Lin Xingyo was quite displeased. If that's the case, let's see what this girl looks like. If she's pretty, making her my servant wouldn't be bad. Having made up his mind, Lin Xingyo, without waiting for Chu Yao Yao to react, reached out and grabbed the veil on her face, pulling it off in front of everyone's eyes. Chu Yao Yao, it's you? The moment Lin Xingyo removed Chu Yao Yao's veil, his expression froze. You scoundrel, how dare you? Chu Yao Yao was furious. How dare you remove my veil? Do you know what kind of crime this is? You human, you're finished. Zhou Yuantong roared. How dare you be so rude to our princess? The entire demon palace will not let you off. Shut up. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and scolded. You dog, say another word and I'll slap you to death. Chu Yao Yao, don't you remember me? After scolding Chu Yao Yao's servant, Lin Xingyo looked at her with deep affection. You shameless scoundrel. Chu Yao Yao was furious. Do I know you from a ghost? Release my face at once. I, Chu Yao Yao, will kill you now? What's going on? Is this another cycle of reincarnation? She doesn't remember me at all. Lin Xingyo looked at Chu Yao Yao, holding her face tightly in his hands, staring at her for a long time without regaining his composure. Human, how dare you? Zhou Yuantong shouted. How dare you be so rude to our princess? You've gone against the heavens. Shut up, shut up. Lin Xingyo glared fiercely at Zhou Yuantong. Say another word and don't blame me for making your head roll. You. Zhou Yuantong was furious. You've gone too far. Black Dragon King Ao Bing. Swallow him up. Lin Xingyo didn't even look at Zhou Yuantong. directly commanding the Black Dragon King Ao Bing. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing immediately turned ferocious and looked towards Zhou Yuantong. What are you going to do? Zhou Yuantong was so scared that he kept backing away. How dare you be rude to me? The entire demon palace will not let you off. The Black Dragon King Ao Bing didn't care about such threats. He coiled his body, opened his bloodthirsty mouth, and swallowed Zhou Yuantong in one gulp. Stop at once. Chu Yaoyao shouted in anger. Do not harm my servant. Ao Bing, stop. Seeing Chu Yaoyao's command, Lin Xingyo also called off the Black Dragon King Ao Bing. Upon hearing Lin Xingyo's words, the Black Dragon King Ao Bing immediately stopped. His enormous head hovered above Zhou Yuantong's head, scaring him so much that he fell to the ground and almost wet himself. Yao Yao, do you know? Lin Xingyo said, I regret it. I should have agreed to make you my woman. I shouldn't have rejected you. What? How dare you? Chu Yaoyao was furious. I am the princess of the demon palace. Do you think I would be your woman? You shameless scoundrel. You've gone mad. I. Lin Xingyo was stunned, several times opening his mouth to say something, but unable to utter a word. Chu Yaoyao was very angry. She didn't know where this rogue had come from, but he dared to speak such outrageous words in front of her. As the princess of the demon palace, her status was extremely precious. There were countless people lining up to marry her. Would she ever be the woman of this shameless scoundrel? This was too ridiculous. The more Chu Yaoyao thought about it, the angrier she became. Her face grew darker as she looked at Lin Xingyo. I don't care who you are, but the offense you've committed today, I will remember. In the future, I will make you pay a heavy price. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Lin Xingyo held Chu Yaoyao's face and said, Don't you remember me? You don't remember me at all? Get lost. Chu Yaoyao's face darkened, her lips pouting in displeasure as she glared at Lin Xingyo, then forcefully pulled his hand away from her face. I am the princess of the demon palace, she snapped. How could I possibly know a scoundrel like you? Lin Xingyo opened his mouth, looking at Chu Yaoyao with his eyes. Hearing the words in his mouth now, he felt incredibly distressed. He really felt heartbroken, especially when he thought of the bits and pieces in the Heavenly Emperor's ancient city, and now seeing Chu Yaoyao's reaction to these words, he felt as if his body had been drained. Chu Yaoyao, do you really remember nothing? The Black Dragon King Ao Bing asked upon seeing this. What do I remember? Chu Yaoyao's expression grew uneasy, especially when she looked at Lin Xingyo's posture. She didn't know why, but suddenly a mooming sense of sadness welled up in her heart. It seemed as if she had met Lin Xingyo before, but there was no trace of Lin Xingyo in her memory. She couldn't remember anything. No, it wasn't that she couldn't remember anything. Her memory specifically didn't have Lin Xingyo in it, but why did she feel a sense of sadness? Chu Yaoyao didn't understand, but for 3,000 years, she had never met Lin Xingyo. Could something have happened before she woke up from the stone coffin? Did she know this scoundrel? Xing, it's not possible. My father told me. I was born with a serious illness since childhood and never left the demon palace. My father used the life essence liquid to seal me for 100,000 years before I was born in this era. I couldn't possibly know this scoundrel, nor could I have any connection with him. Chapter 597. The past is like smoke. Why is this happening? Although Chu Yaoyao didn't believe it, a strange feeling made her heart ache, as if she recognized Lin Xingyo in front of her, yet she couldn't recall anything. At this moment, my heart hurts. Yao Yao, do you remember something? Seeing Chu Yaoyao's expression, Lin Xingyo immediately couldn't help but cover her face, asking, Do you remember who I am? How dare you? Chu Yaoyao was momentarily stunned, and after realizing what was happening, she became furious. She admitted that there was a slight feeling in her heart. But that wasn't a reason for Lin Xingyo to disrespect her, especially by covering her face like this, which instantly made her feel very uncomfortable with him. Yao Yao, do you really not remember anything? Lin Xingyo looked at Chu Yaoyao, asking, Do you really not remember who I am? Why should I remember? Chu Yaoyao retorted, "You scoundrel! If you dare disrespect me again, I really will kill you." Hearing this, Lin Xingyo almost lost his balance and fell to the ground, as the impact was too great for him. "Master, maybe you've mistaken her?" Seeing this, Ao Bing, the Black Dragon King, immediately supported Lin Xingyo, saying, "Perhaps they just look alike." No. Lin Xingyo shook his head. "It can't be. I can feel Yao Yao's soul aura in her. She is Yao Yao." "Master, you might really be mistaken." Ao Bing suggested, "She could be Miss Chu's sister, since Miss Chu was sacrificed that day." Lin Xingyo looked at Chu Yaoyao in confusion, as Ao Bing's words made sense. After all, Chu Yaoyao had died right in front of him that day. But why was her soul aura so familiar? Could she really be Chu Yaoyao's relative? Was that all there was to it? Lin Xingyo stared at Chu Yaoyao, unable to stop himself from questioning, but he couldn't find an answer, as he didn't know what was going on. Chu Yaoyao gave Lin Xingyo a complicated look, then turned her gaze to Zhang Qinan, saying, "Lord Zhang, although you are now this man's servant, you once had an agreement with my demon palace. All these years, our demon palace has been supporting your Wanchuan city, and even your breakthrough to the Tao of the Void was aided by us. Now, you can't refuse to fulfill your promise, can you?" "Princess, I'm powerless in this matter." Zhang Qinan replied, "I am now just a servant. I am no longer in control of my actions, so I cannot fulfill my promise to you, unless my master allows me to help you." "You." Chu Yaoyao's face turned sour upon hearing this. After all, they had invested a lot in Zhang Qinan over the years, and his response was far from satisfactory. As the princess of the demon palace, she was naturally displeased. "Lord Zhang, while it's true that you speak this way," Chu Yaoyao bit her red lips, saying, "the principle is not the same. After all, we had an agreement, and now your attitude makes it difficult for me to explain things back at the palace." "I can't help that." Zhang Qinan waved his sleeve, his expression looking quite grim. "That's my answer," Zhang Qinan's answer. "Zhang Qinan, how dare you?" Zhou Yuanong spoke up. "What kind of attitude is this towards my demon palace?" "I can't help that." Zhang Qinan replied, "That's my final word. I do everything under my master's orders. I am now his servant, so I follow his commands." "Zhang Qinan, I never expected." Zhou Yuantong was furious. "You to be such a scoundrel." Hearing this, Zhang Qinan couldn't help but become angry. He, Zhang Qinan, had always stood tall and never done anything to betray others. His refusal to help the demon palace? It was beyond his control. After all, he had been cursed by Lin Xingyo, and now he had no choice but to follow his orders, or Lin Xingyo could take his life at any moment. "Shut up!" Lin Xingyo shouted. "I just spared your life, and now you're causing trouble again. Do you believe I'll have Ao Bing, the Black Dragon King, devour you right now?" You dare." Zhou Yuantong retorted fearfully, "I am from the Demon Palace. If you touch me, you'll be at odds with the entire Demon Palace." "The Demon Palace, is it that powerful?" Lin Xingyo scoffed. "But if you provoke me, I'll destroy it." "You're too arrogant, boy." Zhou Yuanong glanced at Lin Xingyo disdainfully. "Who in the immortal realm dares to say such things?" "I, Lin Xingyo." Lin Xingyo's gaze fell on Zhou Yuantong, his body radiating an overwhelming killing intent. "Those who offend me, die." You're too arrogant." Zhou Yuantong quickly hid behind Chu Yaoyao, saying, "One day, you'll regret saying that." "Will I?" Lin Xingyo spoke with a murderous aura. "Then should I send you on your way now?" You. Seeing Lin Xingyo's murderous gaze, Zhou Yuantong quickly backed away. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Enough." Chu Yaoyao stepped forward to shield Zhou Yuantong, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lin Xingyo. "You're not allowed to bully him. He's my servant." "Fine, then," Lin Xingyo said. "I can spare his life, but from now on, you must stay by my side. Otherwise, I'll kill him." "Human, how dare you?" Zhou Yuantong shouted. "Our princess is of noble birth. What are you? You're nothing but an ant, yet you dare speak such arrogant words. You deserve to die." Lin Xingyo's gaze turned ice cold. This Zhou Yuantong was just a lowly servant, yet he repeatedly disrespected him. At this moment, Lin Xingyo truly harbored killing intent. That's enough. Zhang Qinan frowned. Princess of the Demon Palace, this ends here. You may leave. The Zhan family of Wanchuan City does not welcome you. Lord Zhan, about today's matter. Chu Yaoyao said, I will report everything truthfully to my father. You'll soon learn what punishment awaits your Zhan family. Punishment? Zhang Qinan chuckled disdainfully. I, Zhan, have never feared it. My Zhan family men are born for battle. If you want us to submit, you'll have to defeat us completely. Otherwise, my Zhan family men will never submit to any force. Zhang Qinan, remember your words well? Zhou Yuantong said with great emotion. One day, you'll regret it. You've offended the Demon Palace, and you'll pay a heavy price. Humph, is that so? Zhang Qinan's gaze darkened, a hint of killing intent flashing on his face. I, Zhang Qinan, am waiting. Humph. Zhou Yuantong flicked his sleeve, glaring at Zhang Qinan. Princess, let's go. We must report everything to the Demon Lord. When we break the heavenly court, we'll destroy the Zhan family. Chu Yaoyao glanced at Lin Xingyo, then left with Zhou Yuantong. No one stopped them. Everyone just watched them go. Lin Xingyo wanted to stop them, but as he raised his hand, he didn't know what to say. After all, Chu Yaoyao didn't recognize him, so even if he had 1,000 reasons, he couldn't force her to stay. Master, you're delusional. The dragon crocodile old ancestor stepped forward and said, If you like this young lady, I can help you with that. Oh, do you have a way? Lin Xingyo, gazing at Chu Yaoyao's distant figure, turned his eyes to the dragon crocodile old ancestor with a hint of hope. Master, leave this to me. The dragon crocodile old ancestor raised his crocodile head, looking at Lin Xingyo and said, I guarantee I'll get it done for you. All right, I'll leave this matter to you then. Lin Xingyo nodded and directly instructed the dragon crocodile old ancestor. If you handle it well, there will be rich rewards. Hearing this, the dragon crocodile old ancestor was overjoyed. He immediately accepted the task from Lin Xingyo and left, while Lin Xingyo himself entered the mansion with Zhang Qinan. Once inside the mansion, Zhang Qinan arranged a banquet. The group drank late into the night before finally dispersing. By then, Lin Xingyo had developed a slight buzz from the alcohol. Supported by a maidservant from the Zhan estate, he returned to his room. Chapter 598, Departure for the Battlefield. The next morning, Lin Xingyo of the War King's mansion in Wanchuan City slowly opened his eyes, still lying on the table. He looked down at the snow-white jade hand resting on his chest and couldn't help but frown. Ao Ling, it's time to get up. Lin Xingyo raised his hand to touch his forehead, then slowly lifted the blanket covering him. But in the next moment, his expression froze. He was dumbfounded. The person in bed wasn't Ao Ling, but Chu Yaoyao, who was completely naked and nestled in his arms. In an instant, Lin Xingyo's mind went blank. His eyes widened, his mouth agape. He was completely petrified. He had no idea what had happened. How had Chu Yaoyao ended up in his bed? Lin Xingyo was so stunned that he couldn't react for a long time. He had no idea how to face the situation, especially after recalling the events of the previous night. He remembered everything he had done, both the things he should have and shouldn't have done. Now what should he do? Lin Xingyo was completely flustered, his eyes fixed on Chu Yaoyao, unable to move. Smack! Chu Yaoyao, realizing the situation, slapped Lin Xingyo across the face, her emotions on the verge of collapse. She had been kidnapped by the dragon crocodile old ancestor. Her servant had been killed in one strike by the dragon crocodile old ancestor, and then she had been brought to Lin Xingyo's bed, where unspeakable things had happened. Chu Yaoyao felt both ashamed and furious. As the princess of the Demon Palace, her first time had been taken so inexplicably. She felt like killing Lin Xingyo, while he, having been slapped, covered his face, still in shock from the unexpected turn of events. He had indeed drunk too much the previous night, and this was the result. You vile scoundrel, just you wait. Before Lin Xingyo could recover, Chu Yaoyao grabbed his arm and bit down hard with her cherry-red lips. Chu Yaoyao, will never rest until I have my revenge. I will take responsibility for you. Lin Xingyo regained his senses and looked at Chu Yaoyao. I swear I will marry you. Shut up. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao was infuriated. She had no intention of becoming Lin Xingyo's wife. Moreover, she despised him. How could a mere lowly human be worthy of being her husband? Chu Yaoyao glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, then waved her hand to don a black, feathered robe. With her snow-white legs exposed, she tore through space and disappeared. Yaoyao. Lin Xingyo had just regained his senses when the person in front of him was already gone. Helpless, he could only stare blankly. Dong dong dong. Just as Lin Xingyo was feeling distressed, he suddenly heard Su Qingqing calling from outside the door. Master, are you awake? Sister Ling asked me to come and call you for breakfast. I'm awake. Lin Xingyo's expression froze, and he immediately got up from the bed, glancing at the bloodstains on the sheets with mixed feelings. Creak. Su Qingqing pushed the door open and entered. In an instant, Lin Xingyo wiped away the traces on the bed with a wave of his hand and looked at Su Qingqing. Qingqing, why did you come in? Master, Sister Ling said. Su Qingqing walked in and looked up at Lin Xingyo, asking, We're leaving after breakfast. I just wanted to ask where we're going next. After tidying up, Lin Xingyo patted Su Qingqing's head and said, We're heading to the battlefield, to find your master and the others. Oh. Su Qingqing lowered her head and was led by Lin Xingyo out of the room. After walking for a while, they met the dragon crocodile old ancestor coming from the opposite direction. Master, how was last night's work? The dragon crocodile old ancestor said with a grin. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and didn't respond, though he was quite satisfied with the dragon crocodile old ancestor in his heart. However, there was no way to openly praise him. He could only think about nurturing him in the future. This fellow was clever and Monsieur Ed efficiently. He would be a valuable asset to have around. So while Lin Xingyo didn't say it out loud, he was quite pleased with the dragon crocodile old ancestor. Master, the troops of the war family are ready. Zhang Xinan stepped forward, bowed to Lin Xingyo, and reported, The 10,000 iron chi are fully prepared. With just your command, they will follow me to the battlefield. Good. Lin Xingyo was naturally delighted, as he urgently needed these 10,000 warriors. With them, he would no longer be defenseless on the battlefield. Master, we have also amassed sufficient provisions, Tu Tianlong promptly reported, ready to accompany you to the battlefield. Yes, you've all done well. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo was naturally happy. After all, Zhang Xinan and the others had completed everything he had arranged the previous night. After breakfast, Lin Xingyo led Zhang Chinan's 10,000 iron cavalry like a torrent, heading towards the heavenly court battlefield. They moved swiftly westward, passing through one mountain after another, one city after another, and soon they arrived at the outskirts of the heavenly court battlefield. Once there, the scene was far from peaceful. The battlefield was littered with the remnants of war. Corpses, blood, broken spears, upright banners. The entire battlefield was filled with these signs, instantly conveying the horror and brutality of war. Lin Xingyo led the 10,000 iron cavalry, cutting through the scorched earth of the battlefield like a sharp blade. Their destination was clear, the front lines of the heavenly court battlefield. Master, there are sounds of battle ahead. As Lin Xingyo led his troops forward, he suddenly heard the sounds of clashing and shouting from the front. Zhang Xinan rode up and reported, It seems there is a battle taking place ahead. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xingyo glanced ahead and immediately ordered Zhang Xinan, Have the entire army follow? Yes, master. Hearing this, Zhang Xinan turned his horse and rode back. Lin Xingyo, meanwhile, spurred his horse forward, pulling the reins tightly and charging ahead. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as Lin Xingyo's army approached, they saw countless dense formations of beastly legions, brutally attacking a human army. The two sides were already deeply entangled in battle. However, the human army was clearly at a disadvantage. Completely surrounded by the monstrous beast army, they were fighting desperately but had no hope of breaking through the tightly packed ranks of the beast forces. Zhang Qinan, follow me in the attack. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo summoned the divine devouring spear and, like a bolt of lightning, charged into the chaotic battlefield, shouting, "Wipe out all these monsters."
Yes.
Seeing Lin Xingyo charge forward, Zhang Qinan naturally didn't dare to fall behind. He followed closely behind Lin Xingyo, leading the 10,000 iron cavalry like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing into the chaotic battlefield. Kill! Lin Xingyo, armed with the divine devouring spear and mounted on his white steed, charged headlong into the chaotic battlefield. With a single sweep of his spear, he instantly sliced through the midsections of dozens of charging yaosa. Kill! After one strike, Lin Xingyo didn't stop. Instead, he spurred his horse forward, his spear slicing through the air like a blade through melons, killing hundreds of beasts in the blink of an eye. Soldiers, charge! After Lin Xingyo had slain hundreds of beasts, Zhang Qinan led the 10,000 armored cavalry into the fray, following Lin Xingyo like a sharp blade piercing the heart of the battlefield. The sounds of slaughter, screams of pain, roars of anger, the neighing of horses. Lin Xingyo swept across the entire battlefield, leading Zhang Qinan and the others in a relentless charge, cutting through the chaotic battlefield from left to right, killing their way in and out 7 times over. In an instant, one powerful beast after another fell to Lin Xingyo's spear. Human, you dare to die. A massive bull-headed monster, wielding a trident, roared with fury and swung its weapon down at Lin Xingyo, bellowing, "Die!" The bull-headed monster's attack was unleashed with a thunderous roar, and its face contorted with rage, displaying an anger beyond measure. The ancient Bull King was enraged. He was seething with fury, wishing he could tear Lin Xingyo limb from limb. Just moments ago, he had the upper hand against this group of humans, and victory was within his grasp, allowing him to claim all their supplies. But then, Lin Xingyo had appeared out of nowhere, disrupting his plans. The ancient Bull King watched helplessly as his prize slipped away. How could he not be furious? How could he not be livid? He longed to tear Lin Xingyo to pieces. Yet, reality was cruel. After all, his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the immortal Emperor realm. On this battlefield, encountering Lin Xingyo was nothing short of a catastrophe for him, as the gap between their powers was simply too vast. The moment the Bull King's attack landed, Lin Xingyo pierced him through with a single thrust of his spear, ending his life instantly. Chapter 599. Drawing the Sword to Uphold Justice. Soldiers, attack! After impaling the ancient Bull King with a single thrust of his spear, Lin Xingyo immediately roared, "This is the moment to show your true manhood.
Attack!"
With a swing of his soul-devouring spear, Lin Xingyo cut through the battlefield like a hot knife through butter amidst the clashing of arms and horses. His long spear darted left and right, instantly slaying over 1,000 beasts. In a flash, the human soldiers who were previously surrounded began to counterattack. The tide of the battle quickly turned. The beasts that had encircled the human soldiers were suddenly caught in a pincer movement from both sides. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Xingyo had brought with him 100,000 iron cavalry. Therefore, in terms of speed and combat power, Lin Xingyo and his men held an absolute advantage. Consequently, the beasts that had surrounded the human soldiers soon faced a fatal onslaught. However, the beasts were no ordinary creatures. They were not the kind to be easily defeated, but rather, they were all vicious and ruthless. Despite being caught in a double attack, they still fought with all their might. For a moment, the battle raged on with unimaginable ferocity. But Lin Xingyo showed no mercy. With a single spear, he cut down every beast in his path. The fierce battle lasted for 2 hours. The final outcome was that over 60 to 70,000 powerful beasts were slain, and the remaining beasts only managed to escape at the last moment. Lin Xingyo did not pursue them. After all, their goal was not to wipe out all the beasts, but to rescue the humans. Fellow cultivator, thank you for your assistance just now. As soon as Lin Xingyo impaled the last beast, a blood-soaked general stepped forward and addressed him. We are the flying cavalry under the command of Lady Chu Yun of the Luoxia sect in the Immortal Realm. Our mission this time was to escort provisions, but we were ambushed by beasts in the Yellow Wind Valley. If it weren't for your help, we would have all perished here. Oh, you are Chu Yun's subordinates. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but exclaim with joy, Chu Yun, is she all right? Our queen. Alas, she is injured. Injured? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but show a worried expression. Quick, tell me what happened? Our queen led her troops to attack the White Emperor city of the Heavenly Court, but she was ambushed and suffered severe injuries. Now, it is said that her condition is beyond saving, and it is very likely that our queen will pass away. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo nearly fell off his horse, as this news was a heavy blow to him. He had never expected things to turn out this way. Chu Yun had been ambushed by someone, and was now in such critical condition that her life was in danger. Lin Xingyo was almost driven mad with anxiety. All he could think about was Chu Yun's figure, and he was desperate to reach her side immediately. Zhang Xinan, lead the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, then take these flying cavalry soldiers and meet me at the camp outside the White Emperor city. Lin Xingyo calmed himself down and suddenly ordered Zhang Xinan, I must leave now, because Chu Yun is in danger. Yes, master. Zhang Xinan bowed, and as he did, Lin Xingyo set off with Chu Yun's subordinates, for he believed that as long as he could reach the White Emperor city, he would be able to save Chu Yun's life. After all, he had mastered the Tao of life. Although he could not directly grant life or death, saving someone was still within his capabilities. Chapter 600, The Terrifying Corpse Poison. How is she, immortal physician? Outside the camp of the White Emperor city in the Immortal Realm, Wang Xian stood at the entrance of the tent. Seeing the immortal physician emerge, she immediately stepped forward and asked, How is my sister Chu's condition? Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's hopeless. The immortal physician replied, She has been poisoned by the corpse emperor's venom, which has now seeped into her bones and even corroded her soul. She won't survive the night. What? What did you say? This can't be possible. My sister Chu is an eternal realm expert. How could mere corpse poison take her life? I think it's simply your incompetence. Your Highness, I speak nothing but the truth. The poison the queen has been afflicted with is no ordinary venom. It is a concoction refined by the corpse emperor of the Heavenly Court's Death God Hall, using his heart's essence. This poison would be fatal even to a practitioner of the Tao of primordial chaos. There's no hope for her. Quack, do you have any other methods? If you can't save her, I, Su Shirhan, will cut off your head this instant. Your Highness, I've exhausted all my means. Even if you decapitate me, I still cannot save the queen. How much time does my sister Chu have? Wang Xian didn't ask any further questions. Instead, her gaze fell upon the immortal physician. 2 or 3 hours. The immortal physician replied with his head lowered, You should hurry in and see the queen. Perhaps she has some last words to share. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian didn't trouble the immortal physician further. She directly lifted the tent's curtain and rushed in, with Su Shirhan and a group of soldiers following closely behind. Cough, cough, cough. Inside the tent, Chu Yun's face was pale. Seeing Wang Xian and the others enter, she immediately coughed up black blood. She had heard everything the immortal physician had said outside. She knew her time was running out. Since the beginning of the uprising in the immortal realm, they had been at war with the Heavenly Court for 6,000 years. In these 6 millennia, Chu Yun had fought countless battles with the Heavenly Court. Now, they had reached the White Emperor city. Once they captured it, they would fully control the eastern gate of the Heavenly Court. But a few days ago, during the battle to take the city, they had fallen into a trap. She had been poisoned by the corpse emperor, the commander of the White Emperor city, and now she knew there was no hope of recovery. After 6,000 years of war, she was finally about to fall. But the campaign against the Heavenly Court must not stop. It must continue, no matter what. For Lin Xingyo, They must utterly destroy the heavenly court. Wang Xian, I can't go on. Chu Yun spoke weakly. This time, I must leave you all and go to meet him first. But the assault on the heavenly court must not stop. You must continue it at all costs. You must personally cut off Xiaoliang's head. It was he who killed our man back then. Sister Chu, don't speak anymore. Wang Xian comforted her. Rest well. We still need you to lead us to kill him. Wang Xian, I can't go on. Chu Yun forced a bitter smile. I heard everything the immortal physician said. I won't last more than a few hours. But you must not give up. After my death, Shi Han will take over as queen and continue leading the troops of the immortal realm in the attack on the heavenly court. You must kill Xiaoliang. Sister Chu, don't speak anymore. Don't speak anymore. Wang Xian became extremely agitated. You must believe me. You will be fine. Wang Xian, I've been poisoned by the corpse emperor. His venom has seeped into my bones and corroded my soul. I won't last much longer. But after my death, you must bury me in the black mountains of the immortal realm. I want to stand with him forever. Sister Chu. Wang Xian, hearing this, was already in tears, and Shi Han was also shedding tears. Around them, everyone showed signs of grief. They were all deeply saddened, especially seeing Chu Yun in her current state. Hearing her words, everyone was overcome with sorrow. They had fought together for 6,000 years. In these 6 millennia, they had lived and died together, fighting in the immortal realm for 6,000 years. Now, Chu Yun had been betrayed by the corpse emperor of the heavenly court's death god hall. In an instant, everyone was filled with rage. They were determined to break through the White Emperor city and tear the vile corpse emperor to pieces. Your Majesty, please give the order. I, the iron-armed divine monkey, am ready to attack the White Emperor city. I will twist off the corpse emperor's head. I, Dijiang, am willing to join the battle. Dijiang stepped forward in the tent, followed by the iron-armed divine monkey, Taotai the emperor, and other beings, all stepping forward to request permission to fight. I, Gaijushan, am also willing to fight. Gaijushan also stepped forward, followed by Black Emperor and Duanda, who also requested to join the battle. Soon, all the beings in the camp knelt down, each pleading with Chu Yun to allow them to fight. You, all of you. Chu Yun tried to speak, but she was too weak. The corpse emperor's poison had left her with no strength to say another word. Clang! Shi Han, however, drew her Tai Chu sword and gazed at the crowd, saying, All troops, listen to my command. Follow me in breaking through the White Emperor city and avenging the queen. Kill! With a roar, all the beings in the tent drew their weapons and, under Shi Han's lead, charged out of the command tent, mustered their troops, and rushed toward the White Emperor city. Sister Chu, you'll be fine. Wang Xian stayed behind, remaining by Chu Yun's side. Chu Yun, at this moment, shed 2 tears from the corners of her eyes. The thing she regretted most in her life was that she shouldn't have returned to the immortal moon sect. She shouldn't have let Lin Xingyo go alone to the wasteland. In the end, Lin Xingyo died, and she wasn't by his side at that moment. Xingyo, I'm coming. Chu Yun wept weakly. I've lived a few thousand years longer than I should have, but now I can finally come to join you. Chu Yun. As Chu Yun was shedding tears in despair, a voice suddenly rang out beside her. Chu Yun struggled to lift her head and saw Lin Xingyo, dressed in plain white clothes, his face filled with anxiety, walking into the tent. Xingyo. Chu Yun excitedly raised her hand, her eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo as he entered the tent. Are you here to take me with you? Master, you. Chapter 601. I came for you. Chu Yun, it's okay. Lin Xingyo ignored Wang Xian's shocked expression and instead reached out to hold Chu Yun's hand, smiling faintly and revealing his white teeth. He gently touched Chu Yun's forehead with his other hand and said, Don't be afraid. I'm back? Chu Yun nodded with a mixture of joy and peace, feeling that Lin Xingyo had come to take her with him before her death to another world. Her face showed a look of happiness. She had been waiting for this moment for 8,000 years. 8,000 years ago, she had wanted to die with him on Black Mountain, but she still held onto a lingering desire to avenge Lin Xingyo by killing Xiao Liang. That's why 6,000 years ago, she gathered Lin Xingyo's servants and launched an uprising at Tianxian sect. They crossed the path to immortality directly. Relying on sheer willpower, they fought their way to the Shan Yu. Over the course of these 6,000 years, they had engaged in tens of thousands of battles, and now, at long last, they were prepared to challenge the heavens themselves. She believed that her unfinished wishes would not be abandoned by Wang Xian and Su Shihan. They would definitely rise to the heavens, eventually beheading the heavenly court's ancestor, Xiao Liang, and bringing his head to Black Mountain. Xingyo, I'm sorry. My life has two great regrets. The first is that I couldn't die with you. The second is that I couldn't personally cut off Xiao Liang's head to avenge you. Will you hate me? Little silly, what are you talking about? You've already done so much for me. These things shouldn't have been your burden. You've done more than enough already. The rest will be up to me. I. Chu Yun looked at Lin Xingyo with her eyes, several times opening her mouth to say something, but she couldn't utter a single word. She knew this was all just an illusion before her death. After all, Lin Xingyo had been dead for many years. It was impossible for him to really be here talking to her. This was just a fleeting thought before her death. What more could she say? Everything had passed, and she was destined to die, bringing everything to an end. Her heart was filled with regret. She couldn't leave anything else behind. Her only regret in life was that she couldn't die together with Lin Xingyo. Xingyo, hold me tight. Chu Yun looked at Lin Xingyo and said, I can die in your arms. I'll die content. Little silly, what are you saying? Lin Xingyo smiled gently, his eyes full of tenderness, and said, I'm back. How could I let you die? Chu Yun struggled to smile, her face filled with happiness. She was truly satisfied, especially hearing him call her little silly. It had been so many years since she last heard that, as she was now an empress, and no one dared to speak to her like that anymore. Master, is it really you? You're not dead? You're not dead. This isn't an illusion. This isn't an illusion. After a while, Wang Xian finally reacted from her shock, her eyes bloodshot as she looked at Lin Xingyo with extreme excitement. This is real. Sister Chu, look. My master is not dead. He's not dead. He's alive. He's really alive. He's alive. Chu Yun was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that what she was seeing wasn't an illusion before her death, but the real Lin Xingyo. He wasn't dead. He was standing right in front of her, alive. Watching this scene, Chu Yun was completely stunned. But soon, a look of sadness appeared on her face. Lin Xingyo was alive, but she was going to die. She had been poisoned by the Heavenly Court's zombie emperor. Her life only had a couple of hours left. She was destined to be separated from Lin Xingyo by life and death. You're still alive? But I'm going to die. Chu Yun stared at Lin Xingyo with tears in her eyes. Why is this happening? Her heart ached so much, her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at Lin Xingyo, but her life was about to end. Even the best celestial doctors were powerless. She had been poisoned by the zombie emperor. She had no way to change her fate. She was going to die. But Lin Xingyo was still alive. Chu Yun didn't want to die. She wanted to live by Lin Xingyo's side. But could she? After all, she had been poisoned by the zombie emperor. The poison had already seeped into her bones and invaded her soul. Her life had reached its end, and she only had a few more hours left. Little silly, don't worry. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo looked at Chu Yun and said, As long as I'm here, the king of hell won't dare take you. Hearing this, Chu Yun's eyes immediately lit up with hope. She didn't even know why. She believed in Lin Xingyo. If anyone else had said this, she wouldn't have believed it. But Lin Xingyo, she believed him. Wang Xian, go and have someone bring a large wooden barrel. Holding Chu Yun's hand, Lin Xingyo immediately turned to Wang Xian and ordered, fill the barrel with warm water. Yes, master. Hearing this, Wang Xian immediately headed out of the tent, and soon someone brought the wooden barrel Lin Xingyo requested. Warm water was quickly poured into the barrel. Wang Xian, come. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo immediately said, help me undress Sister Chu completely. Ah! This! Wang Xian's face instantly turned red, but Lin Xingyo glared at her and said, hurry up! What are you standing there for? Coming. Wang Xian was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted and walked over to Lin Xingyo. Chu Yun, meanwhile, was blushing so much her neck turned red. Lin Xingyo was also a bit embarrassed. But since detoxification was the most urgent matter at hand, Lin Xingyo steeled himself, undressed Chu Yun, and with Wang Xian's assistance, placed her into the wooden barrel. Then, without hesitation, he removed all his own clothes as well. Master, you're being a pervert. Wang Xian glanced at Lin Xingyo and immediately covered her eyes, turning her head. How could you just take off your clothes without saying anything? That's so annoying. All right. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and directly said to Wang Xian, go and have someone guard the tent. No one is allowed to enter while I'm detoxifying your sister Chu, understand? Yes, master. Wang Xian was momentarily stunned, then replied to Lin Xingyo, I'll go now. Seeing Wang Xian leave, Lin Xingyo still felt a bit uneasy, so he immediately summoned the 6 king of hell flags and tossed them into the tent, sealing this part of the world. Chu Yun, I'm going to help you detoxify now. After setting up the king of hell flags, Lin Xingyo immediately placed his hands on Chu Yun's round and due meridians, saying, just follow the flow of my energy. Chu Yun shyly lowered her head, then sat cross-legged in the barrel, following Lin Xingyo's energy as it circulated through her body. Lin Xingyo's hands rested on Chu Yun's snow-white, delicate skin, and immediately infused her with the power of the Tao of life. In an instant, the vitality from Lin Xingyo's body surged into Chu Yun's. His hair began to turn white. Soon, his once black hair turned completely white, and his skin gradually lost some of its vitality. Lin Xingyo was using his own life force to save Chu Yun. He was willing to do anything to keep her alive. Chu Yun didn't know. At this moment, she only felt that, compared to before, a glimmer of hope had emerged. She sensed an extraordinary surge of life force flowing through Herindu Armai into her body. She no longer felt lifeless. Her life became exceptionally vibrant, and in an instant, her heart was filled with joy. But the next moment, the poison in her body erupted. In a flash, it was like a black hole, devouring her life force.
No.
Chu Yun panicked as she faced the devouring poison. In that instant, she felt utter despair, fully aware of the poison's deadly potency. After all, this corpse poison was from the zombie emperor of the Heavenly Court's Death God Hall. At the moment, she had no way to resist it, let alone expel it from her body. After all, this corpse poison came from the undying emperor of the Celestial Court's Death God Hall. At present, she had no way to resist it, let alone expel it from her body. Chu Yun was utterly desperate. She knew she was still doomed to die. Even with Lin Xingyo's help, she couldn't turn the tide. This was her fate, a fate she could never change. Everything before her had finally reached its end. Even if Lin Xingyo intervened, she couldn't escape her destined fate of death. Chu Yun was completely shattered with despair. Though she felt Bugan in her heart, she had no power to change it and could only accept her fate. But in the next instant, Chu Yun's despairing expression froze. 6 massive gates suddenly appeared around her, and from within them erupted an extraordinarily terrifying Tao force. Instantly, she felt the corpse poison in her body being drawn out by some kind of terrifying force, forcibly peeled away. Bit by bit, it quickly flowed out of her body like water. The black corpse poison swirled around the 6 colossal gates, rapidly forming a terrifying force that began to wreak havoc, as if trying to shatter the gates. Hum. Just as Chu Yun was showing a look of anxiety, suddenly a black lotus rose up within the 6 gates. It had 24 petals. Each petal radiated a terrifying dark Tao force, and black runic light rippled outward like water. Snap, snap, snap. In Chu Yun's incredibly shocked gaze, the 24-petaled chaos black lotus opened. One circle after another of black chaos light instantly exploded, directly pulling all the corpse poison within the 6 gates toward it. Boom! The 24-petaled chaos black lotus trembled, instantly transforming into a devouring black hole, forcibly sucking the corpse poison from Chu Yun's body into its core. The corpse poison in my body? Chu Yun stared in shock at the scene, her face immediately showing joy, as she could clearly feel that the corpse poison in her body was almost completely absorbed by the 24-petaled lotus. Meanwhile, the 24-petaled chaos black lotus seemed to be starving for a long time, greedily absorbing the corpse poison. Snap! At that moment, a rift tore open in the void, and a black spear suddenly shot out from it. Snap! The black spear shattered the void and slammed into Chu Yun's tent, instantly exploding wave after wave of light at the point of impact. She knew that she was still doomed to die, even with Lin Xingyo's intervention. She couldn't reverse her fate. This was her destiny, a destiny she could never change. Everything before her had reached its end, and even with Lin Xingyo's help, she couldn't escape her fate of death. After all, this corpse poison came from the Emperor of the Undead in the Hall of Death in the Heavenly Court. At the moment, she had no way to resist it, let alone expel it from her body. Chu Yun felt utterly hopeless. She knew that she was still doomed to die. Even with Lin Xingyo's help, she couldn't turn the tide. This was her fate, a fate she could never change. Everything before her had reached its end. Even if Lin Xingyo intervened, she couldn't escape her destined fate of death. Chu Yun was completely despair. Though Bugan filled her heart, she was powerless to change it and could only accept her fate. However, in the next instant, Chu Yun's despairing expression froze. 6 massive gates appeared around her, and from within them, a terrifying force of the great Tao erupted. In an instant, she felt the corpse poison in her body being drawn out by some irresistible force. Bit by bit, it quickly flowed out like water, the black corpse poison swirling around the 6 gates, forming a terrifying force that raged violently, as if trying to shatter the gates. Hum, hum, hum. Just as Chu Yun was showing a look of anxiety, suddenly, a black lotus rose up within the 6 gates. It had 24 petals. Each petal radiated a terrifying dark power of the great Tao, with black runic lights spreading out like ripples. Snap, snap, snap. In Chu Yun's shocked gaze, the 24-petaled chaos black lotus opened, and wave after wave of black chaos light burst forth, instantly drawing all the corpse poison within the 6 gates into itself. Boom! The 24-petaled chaos black lotus trembled, instantly transforming into a black hole that forcibly absorbed the corpse poison from Chu Yun's body into its core. The corpse poison in my body? Chu Yun stared in astonishment, her face immediately lighting up with joy. She could clearly feel that the corpse poison in her body was almost completely absorbed by the lotus. Meanwhile, the 24-petaled chaos black lotus seemed to be starving, greedily absorbing the poison. Snap! At that moment, space was torn open, and a black spear suddenly shot out from the void. Snap! The black spear shattered the void and struck Chu Yun's tent, causing wave after wave of energy to explode at the point of impact. Despite her heart filled with reluctance, she had no power to alter her fate and could only resign herself to it. But, in the next instant, Chu Yun's despairing expression froze. Around her, 6 massive doors appeared, and from within them, an exceptionally terrifying force of the Tao erupted. In an instant, she felt the corpse poison in her body being drawn by some mysterious force, forcibly peeled away by a terrifying power. Bit by bit, soon, it flowed out of her body like water. The black corpse poison swirled around the 6 massive doors, quickly forming a terrifying force that began to wreak havoc before the doors, as if trying to shatter them. Hum hum hum. Just as Chu Yun was showing a look of anxiety, suddenly, a black lotus rose up between the 6 massive doors. It had 24 petals. Each petal radiated a terrifying dark Tao force, and black runic lights spread out like ripples. Snap, snap, snap. In Chu Yun's incredibly shocked gaze, the 24-petaled chaos black lotus opened, and wave after wave of black chaos light instantly erupted, directly drawing all the corpse poison within the 6 massive doors. Boom! The 24-petaled chaos black lotus trembled, instantly transforming into a devouring black hole, forcibly sucking the corpse poison from Chu Yun's body into its core. The corpse poison in my body? Chu Yun stared at this scene in a daze, her face immediately showing joy, because she could clearly feel that the corpse poison in her body was almost entirely absorbed by the 24-petaled chaos black lotus. However, the 24-petaled chaos black lotus seemed to be starving for a long time, greedily absorbing the corpse poison. Snap! At this moment, the void was torn open, and a black long spear suddenly shot out from the void. Snap! The black spear shattered the void and slammed heavily into Chu Yun's tent, instantly causing wave after wave of shockwaves to explode at the point of impact. Chapter 602. Lin Xingyo makes a move. Who's there? Outside the tent, Wang Xin froze for a second before quickly reacting, immediately drawing her sword and shouting, "How dare you ambush our command tent? You monkeys all deserve to die." In the trembling void, a colossal hand tore through the sky, descending with the force of Mount Tai, crushing down upon Wang Xin and her companions. Purple Dawn Sword break. Seeing the massive hand descending from the heavens, Wang Xin stomped her foot and formed hand seals, instantly summoning her Purple Dawn Sword. Hum! An 8 trigrams diagram suddenly burst forth before Wang Xin, and a colossal sword capable of rending the heavens was unleashed, lancing fiercely toward the descending giant hand. Monkey, you're courting death? Above the heavens, Song Yuanji, facing Wang Xin's incoming sword strike, pressed his giant hand down further, saying, "With your measly strength, you dare to challenge me? This strike will obliterate you." Crack! Before Wang Xin could even speak, the tip of her sword ascending against the sky had already shattered, and the blade began to vibrate violently. In an instant, everyone knew her sword was about to break. Unable to hold back, Wang Xin spat out a mouthful of blood in front of countless shocked gazes, and her body staggered back a dozen steps. Bang! At that moment, the giant sword in the air couldn't withstand the pressure and was shattered by Song Yuanji's descending palm. Wang Xin's body slammed against the side of Chu Yun's tent, and a force powerful enough to crush her slammed into her. Before Wang Xin could finish, she spat out another mouthful of blood, her face turning ashen. She knew she was doomed. She had no way to defend against Song Yuanji's attack. All the generals in the tent had marched to Baidi City, and no one could save her now. In her despair, Wang Xin looked up at the giant palm descending from the heavens. Just as she was about to charge up recklessly to meet her fate, a hand suddenly pressed against her shoulder. Then, with snow-white hair, wearing plain clothing, holding a sword in his right hand, and with eyes like blazing stars, Lin Xingyo appeared before her. "Master, you?" Wang Xin was stunned, her eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, unable to process what was happening. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyo stepped onto the void barefoot, slowly raising his Jutian sword. Jutian sword kill? Lin Xingyo raised his Jutian sword and, with a fierce strike, slashed upward at the descending giant palm. Crack! With a single strike of his Jutian sword, Lin Xingyo split the sky, and the sword's radiance sliced through the giant palm like a knife through a watermelon, cutting it in half. But that wasn't all. The radiance of Lin Xingyo's Jutian sword didn't stop at the palm. It continued to slash toward Song Yuanji in the heavens. Heaven's shield, defend? The Lord God of the heavenly death temple, Song Yuanji, faced Lin Xingyo's incoming strike and immediately raised a giant shield in front of him, shouting, "God spear, kill." Bang! Lin Xingyo's sword radiance struck Song Yuanji's shield, causing a burst of destructive light to erupt across its surface. "Monkey, you're seeking death?" After taking this blow, Song Yuanji became enraged. He then summoned back the black spear that had ambushed Chu Yun's tent. But in the next moment, Song Yuanji tore through the heavens, holding the black spear like a thunderbolt, and launched a fierce attack toward Lin Xingyo. He had to kill Chu Yun. He had to shatter Chu Yun's command tent, as this was the only opportunity before him. All the forces within the tent had marched to Baidi City, and if he missed this chance, he would never get another to kill Chu Yun. So, Song Yuanji launched his all-out attack. But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved, slowly raising his hand and slashing with his sword toward the incoming Song Yuanji. In an instant, a 10,000 zhonglong giant sword, like lightning, slashed toward Song Yuanji. God Spear kill. Facing Lin Xingyo's sword strike, Song Yuanji raised his black spear and thrust it downward toward Lin Xingyo's incoming attack. Bang! The spearhead of Song Yuanji clashed with Lin Xingyo's sword radiance, and an ice-searing light sphere instantly expanded at the point of impact. Monkey, don't be so arrogant. At this moment, Song Yuanji increased his attack power, determined to obliterate Lin Xingyo with this strike, shouting, "Watch how I break you with this spear." Lin Xingyo, however, smiled contemptuously. He didn't take Song Yuanji seriously, even though he had reached the Dao Hongming realm. Lin Xingyo was confident he could kill Song Yuanji with a single strike. Monkey, die. Song Yuanji, however, had completely lost control. He hadn't shattered Lin Xingyo's sword radiance. As the Lord God of the Heavenly Death Temple, Song Yuanji couldn't tolerate failing to kill a mere monkey. His rage exploded. Kill. Song Yuanji went completely berserk, his mind filled with the sole desire to kill Lin Xingyo. One after another, death-infused Dao paths exploded around him. Behind him, a 9-colored death divine wheel appeared. Death runes enveloped the entire area, and then a demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 6 weapons capable of crushing the heavens, charged toward Lin Xingyo. Ancient bloodline burn. Facing all this, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot, igniting his ancient bloodline. He then grew taller, transforming into a giant tens of zhang tall, his snow-white hair dancing in the wind. His Zhutian sword flared with raging flames, growing to an enormous size. Zhutian sword, slash. Without giving Song Yuanji a chance to react, Lin Xingyo pulled his Zhutian sword from the ground and, with a swing, launched a devastating strike towards Song Yuanji, who seemed like an insignificant ant in the vast sky. Heaven's Shield, defend. Facing Lin Xingyo's giant sword strike, Song Yuanji raised his Heaven's Shield, meeting Lin Xingyo's sword head-on. Clang, clang. Lin Xingyo's giant sword struck the Heaven's Shield, and the force of the blow sent Song Yuanji reeling. Not good. Song Yuanji's heart sank as he realized the situation was dire. The next moment, Lin Xingyo's overwhelming power slammed into him. Song Yuanji spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying by Lin Xingyo's strike, his massive body crashing into dozens of giant mountains. But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo struck again, stepping forward with his giant sword in hand and appearing before Song Yuanji. He raised his sword and slashed down at Song Yuanji. Monkey, you've enraged me. Facing Lin Xingyo's sword strike, Song Yuanji let out a thunderous roar, channeling all his power and launching a counterattack toward Lin Xingyo's strike. Bang! At the moment of Song Yuanji's counterattack, his Heaven's Shield blocked Lin Xingyo's strike. However, the surrounding mountains couldn't withstand the force of their clash, and within a radius of dozens of miles, everything was shattered. Chapter 603. This person seems familiar. Zhutian sword kill. Lin Xingyo raised his massive arm, towering over the battlefield, and swung his colossal sword with devastating force, aiming a furious strike at Song Yuanji. Divine Spear, kill. Song Yuanji, utterly enraged, could no longer hold back, especially against Lin Xingyo's colossal sword. He was a Dao Hongming realm expert. From birth, he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. Yet, this mere ant before him had repeatedly put him at a disadvantage. What infuriated him even more was that Lin Xingyo, a mere Daxushan realm expert, was actually suppressing him, a Dao Hongming realm powerhouse. Song Yuanji was driven to madness. He refused to accept this reality and was determined to eliminate Lin Xingyo. Otherwise, How could he ever claim the position of the chief god of the death god temple? Kill, kill, kill? Song Yuanji's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he glared at Lin Xingyo. I must kill this monkey. I cannot let him become my shame. After all, he's just a Dak Sushin realm monkey. How could I lose to him? He's not the anomaly from back then. Kill. I must kill. Song Yuanji roared with unbridled fury. I must make him die by my spear. I will make him understand that the divine might of the gods is not to be trifled with. Having made up his mind, Song Yuanji unleashed all his power in an instant. His height surged, transforming him into a giant, matching Lin Xingyo. Around him, 9 complete death daos coiled, forming a massive divine will hovering behind him. What was even more terrifying was that the green-faced, fanged shadow behind him had solidified. It was roaring madly at Lin Xingyo. The weapons in his 3 heads and 6 arms were swung, creating tangible waves of attack that crashed toward Lin Xingyo. Kill, kill, kill? Song Yuanji bellowed furiously, wielding his black spear and unleashing a devastating strike at Lin Xingyo. Monkey, you can die now? With a thrust of his spear, Song Yuanji roared, this spear strike will surely obliterate you. Lin Xingyo merely smirked, completely ignoring the raging Song Yuanji. Instead, he raised his Jutian sword and slashed at Song Yuanji's incoming spear. Clang! Lin Xingyo's Jutian sword clashed directly with Song Yuanji's black spear. However, Song Yuanji was not pushed back. After the initial clash, Song Yuanji spun around and swung his celestial shield, delivering a horizontal blow directly at Lin Xingyo. Bronze Cauldron kill. Facing Song Yuanji's incoming celestial shield, Lin Xingyo immediately summoned the slumbering Bronze Cauldron. Bang! Just as Song Yuanji was about to strike Lin Xingyo's head, a sudden green light shot forth. This cauldron? Damn it, Qingzi. What did you do to me? Before Song Yuanji could react, the Bronze Cauldron crashed into his celestial shield. Damn! That nearly shattered the cauldron. Are you the anomaly? Coming to his senses, Song Yuanji was utterly shocked. Impossible! You should be dead. This can't be. This can't be. This can't be. Lin Xingyo had no time to waste on him and launched a full-force attack on Song Yuanji. How are you still alive, the anomaly? Looking at Lin Xingyo, Song Yuanji was completely panicked. Why are you still alive? Wanna know? Lin Xingyo smirked, recalling his Jutian sword and slashing down at Song Yuanji. Then go to the underworld and find out. Fine. Coming to his senses, Song Yuanji immediately launched a full-force attack on Lin Xingyo. With old grudges and new hatred combined, there was no way Song Yuanji would let Lin Xingyo go. Since you're still alive, I, Song Yuanji, will kill you. Devouring God's Spear, kill? Lin Xingyo didn't waste any words. In this situation, it was simple. If you don't submit, fight. So, he summoned the Devouring God Spear and unleashed a torrential barrage at Song Yuanji. Kill. Of course, Song Yuanji wouldn't back down. He hated Lin Xingyo to the core, so he launched a full-force offensive. Soon, the two of them shattered the surrounding void. Wow, Master's cultivation has reached such a terrifying level. He can fight the death god of the heavenly court, Song Yuanji, without falling behind. He's truly formidable. Seeing this, all the beings in the camp couldn't help but nod in awe. The combat power Lin Xingyo displayed was simply too strong. After all, Song Yuanji was a household name across the Shenyu. To see Lin Xingyo battling him on equal footing left the spectators utterly astonished. What's going on at White Emperor City? Didn't Song Yuanji launch a sneak attack on the opposing empress? The gods of the heavenly court, watching the scene in the mirror, spoke up. Why is he fighting someone else? Look quickly. A voice among the heavenly court gods exclaimed, there's something wrong with the person fighting Song Yuanji. Look at the weapons he's using. It's that cauldron, that sword. Could that person be the anomaly who was killed by the ancestor 8,000 years ago? He's still alive? The normally noisy heavenly court was instantly silenced. Every god present gaped in shock, staring at Lin Xingyo in the mirror, dumbfounded. They were all too shocked. In their memories, Lin Xingyo had been executed by the heavenly court ancestor, Xiaoyang, 8,000 years ago. Yet, here he was, alive. Witnessing this with their own eyes, how could the gods not be shocked? How could they not be utterly stunned? Quick, inform the ancestor. The anomaly is still alive. He's still alive? Chapter 604, Slaying Song Yuanji. Kill, kill, kill? Song Yuanji was not concerned with others' reactions. All he had in mind was a single conviction. He must kill Lin Mu Fan, and he must not allow him to live another moment. For Song Yuanji, Lin Xingyo's existence was a disgrace to the heavenly court. Kill. He must kill. Song Yuanji's mind was filled with this cry. For the sake of the heavenly court and for Black Cloud and the others, he was determined to kill Lin Xingyo at all costs. However, despite his strength, killing Lin Xingyo was no easy feat after all. Lin Xingyo's power was evident. Song Yuanji, our battle can end now? Lin Xingyo smirked, his eyes locked firmly on Song Yuanji. I've lost interest in playing with you. I'm going to end you with a single strike. Song Yuanji let out a cold snort of disdain. He acknowledged that Lin Xingyo was indeed powerful, but he believed that he, Song Yuanji, could definitely kill Lin Xingyo. Even if he couldn't kill him, there was no way he would be killed by Lin Xingyo. After all, he was a De Dao Hongming realm expert. Who could possibly stop him? Moreover, Lin Xingyo was merely at the De Dao Su Tianjing level. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly defeat someone from a higher realm. Therefore, Song Yuanji was certain that he would be the one to kill Lin Xingyo, not the other way around. But then, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo stepped forward, and instantly, the 8 trigrams sealed the heavens, reversing the universe. 6 massive gates appeared, trapping Song Yuanji within. A black giant lotus then emerged beneath Song Yuanji, immediately ensnaring him in a domain. Song Yuanji, go to hell. Lin Xingyo held the Zhutian sword in reverse grip, his eyes piercing into Song Yuanji. You can leave your last words. Monkey, do you think you can trap me with this? Song Yuanji shouted. I am the main god of the Death God Hall. How could I be trapped by a mere monkey like you? Lin Xingyo smirked, completely ignoring Song Yuanji, and instead pushed the 24-petaled Chaos Black Lotus toward him. Divine Spear, break through. Facing Lin Xingyo's attack, Song Yuanji immediately raised his black spear and launched a fierce assault against the 24-petaled Chaos Black Lotus. Life and Death Cycle Power, activate. Lin Xingyo responded to Song Yuanji's counterattack by activating the power of the Life and Death Cycle. Monkey, what have you done to me? Song Yuanji panicked. You dare to devour my life force? You're shameless. You don't abide by the rules of martial virtue. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated Song Yuanji's reaction to the life and death cycle power. This was unexpected and somewhat unacceptable. After all, they were in the midst of a life and death battle. Any means necessary to defeat the opponent were fair game. Monkey, stop this at once. Song Yuanji grew more agitated. You're using such despicable tactics against me. If you have the guts, fight me to the death. Lin Xingyo didn't bother responding. After healing Chu Yun, he had expended a massive amount of life force. Now that he had Song Yuanji trapped, he intended to replenish himself. He had no intention of stopping. Lin Xingyo continued to exert the power of life and death, greedily absorbing Song Yuanji's life force. Monkey, stop, stop. As his life force was drained like a broken dam, Song Yuanji panicked and pleaded for mercy. I surrender. I can't defeat you. No surrender accepted, Lin Xingyo flatly refused. I need your life force. There are countless battles ahead, so just let me drain you dry. You're despicable. Seeing that Lin Xingyo wouldn't relent, Song Yuanji steeled his resolve. But I won't go down without a fight. If you want to drain me to death, I'll make sure to take you down with me. Song Yuanji, feel free to try, Lin Xingyo said. But let me remind you, you're within my domain. Everything here is under my control. I decide your fate. You won't get the chance to take me down with you. Is that so? Song Yuanji retorted. Then I'll give it a try. Death Dao, explode? Refusing to surrender, Song Yuanji detonated a death Dao within Lin Xingyo's domain, unleashing a torrent of explosive power centered around him. Trifling tricks, trying to show off in front of an expert, Lin Xingyo smirked, stepping forward. In an instant, the time and space Dao within the life and death domain surged, suppressing the explosion from Song Yuanji's death Dao. Watch as my time and space Dao confines you. Humph, I'll fight you to the end. Seeing this, Song Yuanji detonated all his remaining death Das. Explode. All life and death Das. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xingyo didn't have time to react as Song Yuanji detonated all his death Das, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power that centered on him. King of Hell Banner, rise. Facing this overwhelming force, Lin Xingyo didn't dare underestimate it. He immediately planted the King of Hell banner around Song Yuanji, then activated the 24-petaled Chaos Black Lotus, enveloping Song Yuanji within the lotus. He pushed the time and space Dao to its limit, and in an instant, the power unleashed by Song Yuanji's detonation was absorbed by Lin Xingyo. Wow, what a move! The 6 great gods of the heavenly court couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Song Yuanji is finished. He was obliterated by the power of his own Dao explosion. The surrounding gods were all stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Xingyo's display was simply too terrifying. Just moments ago, Song Yuanji had detonated his own Dao power, yet Lin Xingyo had effortlessly neutralized it. This variable, it seems destined to become a calamity for our heavenly court. This is infuriating. This variable should have been eliminated long ago. How could we have allowed him to grow to this extent? His power is now too terrifying. It won't be easy to kill him anymore. Why are you whining? He's just a mere ant. He's been arrogant for a few days. He was already killed once by our leader. If he wasn't killed last time, our leader will just kill him again. Exactly. What does it matter if he's a variable? His strength hasn't reached an uncontrollable level yet. If he keeps pushing his luck, we'll just kill him again. That's right. We'll kill him again. He won't live much longer. Once the ancestors emerge, he'll be the first to die. Exactly. We must kill this variable. We can't let him destroy our heavenly court. Countless gods of the heavenly court watched Lin Xingyo through a magical mirror, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They all wanted to kill Lin Xingyo. For them, Lin Xingyo had become a nightmare, making them restless and uneasy. Seeing that Lin Xingyo was still alive only intensified their desire to kill him. Master, you're amazing. Wang Xian was incredibly excited. You've killed the god of death, Song Yuanji. This is wonderful. Humph, monkey. Lin Xingyo collected the 24-petaled Chaos Black Lotus and said, I thank you. The so-called great god, look more like a monkey. Master, you're incredible. Wang Xian excitedly exclaimed, You've slain Song Yuanji, a Dai Dao Hong Ming realm expert. This guy was always so arrogant, frequently ambushing and killing our people. Now that you've killed him, it's a huge relief for us. Lin Xingyo did not respond. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the White Emperor City. In the next instant, he stepped forward with a single stride, shooting towards the White Emperor City like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 605. The Emperor of the Undead. Heaven-shattering sword. Kill. Lin Xingyo stood towering at over 10 zhang tall, swinging his massive sword with a single motion, delivering an exceptionally ferocious slash towards the White Emperor City. Crack! With a single strike, Lin Xingyo shattered the city's barrier, and the sword aura from the heaven-shattering sword erupted, cleaving through millions of miles of the White Emperor City. The entire city was split in half in an instant, with countless creatures caught off guard and killed by Lin Xingyo. Good heavens! Who wielded that sword? Countless beings in the White Emperor City exclaimed in shock. It's as if the heavens themselves were cleaved apart with a single sword strike. Die! Lin Xingyo smirked, not wasting any words, and raised his hand to swing a second strike towards the White Emperor city. Hold it! Before Lin Xingyo could swing his sword again, a disheveled figure, wielding a massive saber and enveloped in black mist, charged towards him with a roar. You insolent ape! How dare you destroy my White Emperor city? I, the Emperor of the Undead, will reduce you to dust. Oh, is that so? Lin Xingyo retorted. You're the Emperor of the Undead, the one who poisoned Chu Yun, nearly sending her to her death? Yes, it was me. The Emperor of the Undead replied. If you don't want to end up like her, I can give you a chance. Leave now, or you will experience my wrath. Oh, you think you're powerful, huh? Lin Xingyo smirked. Then today, I shall test your might. You? Just you? The Emperor of the Undead scoffed. You're walking the path to heaven when you should be heading to hell. Do you know that? Hearing this, Lin Xingyo's anger flared. This Emperor of the Undead dared to be so arrogant. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slashed at him with his sword. You're courting death, ape? The Emperor of the Undead shouted. How dare you attack me? It seems I must slay you today. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze hardened, and he refused to waste any more words. With the heaven-shattering sword in hand, he unleashed a slash infused with the power of life and death cycle, aimed directly at the Emperor of the Undead. Roar! Faced with Lin Xingyo's strike, the Emperor of the Undead was fully enraged. He was one of the 12 principal gods of the Death God Hall in the Heavenly Court. His cultivation had reached the Grand Dao Hongming realm, and he was tasked with guarding the White Emperor city. Yet, this scoundrel, Lin Xingyo, dared to challenge him so brazenly. Die! The Emperor of the Undead's mind was set on killing. He raised his Xian Tian staff and fiercely struck back at the heaven-shattering sword descending upon him. Clang! Lin Xingyo's heaven-shattering sword clashed with the Emperor of the Undead's Xian Tian staff. In the next instant, as Lin Xingyo's sword descended, he unleashed the Six Paths reincarnation fist with a powerful punch aimed at the Emperor of the Undead. Thud! As Lin Xingyo's fist struck out, the Emperor of the Undead quickly reacted, raising his hand to counter with a forceful blow. However, the moment their clash ended, the Emperor of the Undead's staff swept lightning fast towards Lin Xingyo's head. Well played. Seeing the staff sweep towards him, Lin Xingyo remained calm, stepping back just a little to dodge, while his heaven-shattering sword blocked the incoming strike. Then, with a powerful punch, he aimed directly at the Emperor of the Undead's chest. You're not bad, ape. Seeing Lin Xingyo's punch approach, the Emperor of the Undead countered with a furious strike, shouting, But with your measly skills, you're nothing but an insect before me. I will kill you. Hmph! Lin Xingyo coldly snorted, glaring at the Emperor of the Undead before him. Then, with lightning speed, he charged forward, shouting, Sky-shattering fist, break. Bang! Lin Xingyo's punch clashed with the Emperor of the Undead's attack, and in an instant, an explosive force erupted from their collision. Ah! As their attacks collided, the surrounding space shattered, and some unfortunate creatures caught in the blast were torn to shreds by the powerful shockwave. Die! With a roar, the Emperor of the Undead unleashed another strike, furiously swinging his Xian Tian staff, which came crashing down like lightning towards Lin Xingyo. Clang! Clang! Facing the descending staff, Lin Xingyo raised his sword to block, and with a powerful punch, he aimed at the Emperor of the Undead. Thud! The Emperor of the Undead, not daring to be careless, countered Lin Xingyo's punch with a forceful strike, and in an instant, the space around them was shattered. Clang! 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 After this exchange, both Lin Xingyo and the Emperor of the Undead were forced back 300 meters each. But in the next moment, they clashed again like two bolts of lightning. Heaven-shattering sword, kill. Lin Xingyo wielded his heaven-shattering sword, unleashing a slash that carried the power of life and death cycle, forming a tangible sword aura that cleaved through the heavens, aimed directly at the Emperor of the Undead. Thud! As Lin Xingyo's sword descended, the Emperor of the Undead was not to be outdone. He raised his Xian Tian staff to block, and in an instant, Lin Xingyo's sword clashed with the staff. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo suddenly pulled back his sword, and with a palm strike, he unleashed the dragon's subduing palm, sending a 5-clawed golden dragon roaring towards the Emperor of the Undead. Die! Seeing the golden dragon approaching, the Emperor of the Undead clenched his fist and, with a powerful strike, shattered the dragon. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved like a flash of lightning, raising his heaven-shattering sword and delivering a sudden slash towards the momentarily stunned Emperor of the Undead. Xintian staff kill? Seeing Lin Xingyo's slash approach, the Emperor of the Undead raised his staff to block, and in an instant, the two weapons clashed. Clang, clang. Lin Xingyo's heaven-shattering sword clashed with the Emperor of the Undead's Xintian staff. In the next moment, Lin Xingyo's internal power of life and death cycle erupted, surging through his sword and unleashing a ferocious attack on the Emperor of the Undead. Chapter 606. Bloody Battle Across the Heavens. Monkey enough? The Jianghuang, facing Lin Xingyo's attacks, immediately drew out all the power within his body and channeled it through the Xintian staff, striking towards Lin Xingyo. I've had enough, die. Lin Xingyo completely ignored him, instead unleashing the power of life and death from his dantian directly at the Jianghuang. In an instant, two formidable forces collided at the point where the Zhutian sword and the Xintian staff met. Combat Saint Technique, activate. Great Completion Ancient Holy Body, activate. Ancient Bloodline, activate. Colorless Domain, activate. Golden Buddha Wall, activate. Lin Xingyo's eyes turned blood red, fully consumed by madness, and the ferocity within him exploded. In an instant, he launched a full-scale assault on the Jianghuang. Monkey, how are you so strong? The Jianghuang, facing Lin Xingyo's onslaught, revealed a grim expression. Your techniques, they're so similar to those of the man from 8,000 years ago. Who exactly are you? You're not worthy to know. Lin Xingyo smirked, his cold, piercing gaze casually sweeping over the Jianghuang. Because you're about to be a dead man, so just prepare to die. Humph. The Jianghuang was incensed. While Lin Xingyo was indeed formidable, he, the Jianghuang, was no weakling either. After all, he was a Dedao Hongming realm expert, and Lin Xingyo was merely at the Dedao Sutian realm, a full realm below him. Yet, Lin Xingyo dared to speak such arrogant words in front of him. The Jianghuang found Lin Xingyo's audacity utterly ridiculous. If he didn't eliminate Lin Xingyo, how could he maintain his dignity as one of the 12 gods of the Death God Temple? Kill! The Jianghuang roared in fury, pouring every ounce of his strength into the fight. But Lin Xingyo had already gone berserk. Facing the Jianghuang's counterattack, Lin Xingyo did not retreat. Instead, he pushed forward, and in an instant, their forces collided with full force. Boom! The point of impact between Lin Xingyo and the Jianghuang could no longer withstand the sheer power of their collision, and it exploded, sending out waves of destructive shockwaves. Clang, clang, clang. With this clash, both Lin Xingyo and the Jianghuang were sent flying backward at lightning speed. In an instant, both were hurled thousands of meters away, each taking hundreds of steps to steady themselves upon landing. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo's Zhutian sword trembled, and he shot towards the Jianghuang like a bolt of lightning, but countless divine beings surrounded him, all rushing to kill him. They were all soldiers guarding the White Emperor city. Seeing Lin Xingyo charging towards the Jianghuang, they all pounced on him. In their eyes, Lin Xingyo was the enemy. On the battlefield, they might not be able to kill Lin Xingyo, but if they could inflict some wounds, they would gladly do so. Thus, they all charged at him. But Lin Xingyo didn't tolerate them. Seeing them all rushing towards him, Lin Xingyo immediately raised his sword and unleashed a horizontal slash, sending a flash of sword light towards the surrounding attackers. In an instant, the charging beings were all sliced in half by Lin Xingyo's sword. Blood and entrails scattered across the ground. Lin Xingyo's sword strike did not pause. Instead, he accelerated even more, shooting towards the Jianghuang. Monkey, you're seeking death? Seeing Lin Xingyo charging at him, the Jiang Huang swung his Xintian staff with unrestrained fury, counterattacking with full force. But Lin Xingyo had already made up his mind to kill, so he launched his Judian sword with full force, then summoned the bronze cauldron and smashed it towards the Jiang Huang. Damn it, Qingzi, you're screwing me over? You're using me like a brick? As the bronze cauldron was hurled out, it couldn't help but protest loudly. You're too despicable. Clang! The bronze cauldron's words had barely finished when it struck the Jiang Huang's head, creating a large bump on his forehead. Before the Jiang Huang could react, Lin Xingyo's Judian sword struck him down. Clang! Clang! As Lin Xingyo's Judian sword reached him, the Jiang Huang hastily raised his Xintian staff to block, and in an instant, the two weapons clashed. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo summoned the soul-devouring spear into his hand, and in the next instant, he shot towards the Jiang Huang like a white lightning bolt. This sword, this spear, this cauldron. The Jiang Huang's expression froze as he looked at Lin Xingyo in shock. Monkey, who exactly are you? How do you possess these three artifacts? Who are you? I told you, you're not worthy to know. Lin Xingyo's cold, piercing eyes tightened as he gripped the soul-devouring spear and thrust it towards the Jiang Huang. Go to hell. Monkey, even if you don't say it, I've remembered. The Jiang Huang stared at Lin Xingyo in shock. I know who you are. You're the anomaly from back then. You didn't die, you're still alive? The Jiang Huang's eyes widened in utter shock as he stared at Lin Xingyo, completely dumbfounded. That battle from back then, he had witnessed it firsthand. Lin Xingyo, despite his strength, had been struck down by the ancestors' attack, forever sealed beneath the Black Mountain in the Xianling realm. But now, Lin Xingyo was alive. He had returned, right before his very eyes. In an instant, the Jiang Huang was utterly stunned. But Lin Xingyo didn't care about his reaction. With the soul-devouring spear in hand, he thrust it fiercely towards the Jiang Huang. In the next moment, the Jiang Huang finally snapped out of his shock, sweeping his Xintian staff horizontally to block Lin Xingyo's spear. Monkey, you may be strong. As he launched his attack, the Jiang Huang spoke to Lin Xingyo. But so what? Today, I, the Jiang Huang, will end you and forever put an end to the prophecy of your anomaly. Kill. Clang, clang. Lin Xingyo smirked, completely ignoring the Jiang Huang, as he thrust the soul-devouring spear fiercely towards him, and in an instant, their weapons clashed with full force. Dingyi, here I come. As Lin Xingyo and the Jiang Huang clashed, a green light shot towards the Jiang Huang from behind. Huh. Just as the Jiang Huang was about to counterattack, the bronze cauldron arrived, striking him heavily on the back of his head. In the next moment, Lin Xingyo's soul-devouring spear struck again. Bang! Facing Lin Xingyo's multi-directional assault, the Jiang Huang was pierced by the spear, his body flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Soul-devouring spear. Kill. Having gained the upper hand, Lin Xingyo shot towards the Jiang Huang like lightning, his soul-devouring spear carrying a beam of light that pierced through the heavens, striking fiercely at the Jiang Huang. Roar! Repeatedly thwarted, the Jiang Huang completely lost control, his ferocity exploding. He rose from the ground, swinging his iron staff, and his body erupted with one Dao after another. At this moment, his De Dao Hongming realm power was fully unleashed. Chapter 607. Who is the monkey? Monkey, you have truly enraged me. The corpse emperor's eyes turned blood red as he opened his gaping maw, revealing 4 sharp, elongated fangs. He roared, Now, taste the full extent of my power. Die. The corpse emperor had completely gone berserk, his body enveloped in rolling corpse chi, with the Dao rotating around him. In his hand, the Xintian staff carried an overwhelming aura of malevolence, like a meteor streaking through the sky, as it fiercely struck towards Lin Xingyo. Judian sword come. Facing the corpse emperor's counterattack, Lin Xingyo did not dare to be careless. As he thrust the Shenqi spear towards the corpse emperor, he immediately summoned the Judian sword and the bronze tripod. In front of him, he activated the colorless domain and the golden light Buddha wall, and with a powerful strike, he counterattacked the Corpse Emperor. Bang! The fierce attacks of Lin Xingyo and the Corpse Emperor collided with a thunderous impact. As soon as the Shinchi spear met the Corpse Emperor's attack, it immediately launched another devastating strike towards him. Bang! The Shintian staff of the Corpse Emperor could not withstand Lin Xingyo's assault and began to shatter from the tip, inch by inch, until it was completely destroyed. In the Corpse Emperor's shocked gaze, Lin Xingyo's Shinchi spear suddenly pierced through his shoulder bone, completely impaling his body. Roar! Receiving such a blow, the Corpse Emperor immediately grasped Lin Xingyo's spear with both hands and managed to halt the Shinchi spear that had pierced through his body. In the next moment, he forcibly pulled the spear out of his body. Monkey, you deserve to die. As the Corpse Emperor pulled out the Shinchi spear, his body suddenly exploded, transforming into a vast expanse of black mist that engulfed Lin Xingyo from all directions. King of Hell Banner, seal? Facing the Corpse Emperor's black mist, Lin Xingyo immediately summoned the King of Hell Banner to seal the surrounding area. He then unleashed the Tao of Space-Time, shouting, "The Tao of Space-Time, bind all." Bang! As soon as Lin Xingyo activated the Tao of Space-Time, the area sealed by the King of Hell Banner was instantly immobilized. Everything within was frozen in time. The 24-petal Chaos Black Lotus Feast. Dressed in a long white robe, Lin Xingyo summoned the 24-petal Chaos Black Lotus and activated the Tao of Life and Death. He began to absorb the Corpse Emperor's vitality through the 6 gates of life and death, chanting, "The Tao of Life and Death, absorb." Monkey, what are you doing to me? After a moment of stasis, the Corpse Emperor regained his senses, panicking as he shouted, "Stop, stop. If you continue, you'll drain me to death." Lin Xingyo merely shrugged and ignored the Corpse Emperor. He hadn't had enough absorption from Song Yuanji's self-destruction earlier, and now that he had the Corpse Emperor in his grasp, he was determined to absorb his full potential. However, the Corpse Emperor was utterly panicked. Lin Xingyo's technique was simply too powerful. The Corpse Emperor had intended to engulf and refine Lin Xingyo by exploding into black mist, but now he found himself trapped instead. This was not how it was supposed to go. In an instant, he felt an icy chill run through his body, his mind on the verge of exploding. But he knew even more clearly that if he couldn't break free, he was doomed to die. The power of life and death wielded by Lin Xingyo was simply too terrifying. His life force was being stripped away, and he could feel death approaching. At this moment, he understood. He had only 2 choices: either struggle to break free or be drained to death by Lin Xingyo. There were no other outcomes. No, I can't die. The Corpse Emperor's mind roared, "I am one of the 12 lords of the Death Hall in the Heavenly Court. How can I die at the hands of a mere monkey? I absolutely cannot die." Kill. Determined, the Corpse Emperor went berserk, rematerializing his true form and launching a frenzied attack against Lin Xingyo's domain. But how could he? Lin Xingyo's domain, formed by the Tao of Life and Death, was not something the Corpse Emperor could break through. He was firmly trapped, unable to move a single step. No matter how many tricks or laws he tried, he was completely pinned down by Lin Xingyo's Tao of Life and Death, unable to escape. "Monkey, you are despicable." The Corpse Emperor furiously roared at Lin Xingyo. "You've used such underhanded tactics against me. Even if I die today and become a ghost, I will never forgive you. Corpse Emperor, go to hell." Lin Xingyo shrugged disdainfully and said, "Stop whining, and let me tell you, even while you're alive, I can kill you. So what makes you think I'd fear you as a ghost?" You. The Corpse Emperor's expression froze. He tried to speak several times but couldn't find the words. Because Lin Xingyo was right. He wasn't afraid of him now, so why would he fear him after death? But was he really going to die like this? He was one of the 12 lords of the Death Hall. He was a god, towering above all. Was he really going to die here today? The Corpse Emperor's heart was consumed by unwillingness. He looked up at the void, and in that instant, a spark of hope ignited in his eyes as he cried out, Ancestor, save me. I don't want to die. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo's Judian sword struck out like a white lightning bolt, slicing towards the Corpse Emperor. Bang! The Corpse Emperor did not receive help from anyone. Instead, he was decapitated by Lin Xingyo's sword. I am unwilling. The Corpse Emperor's head rolled to the ground, his two enormous eyes filled with despair as he cried out to the sky, Ancestor, won't you strike down this villain? Won't you spare my life? Bang! Lin Xingyo's giant foot came down, crushing the Corpse Emperor's head like a watermelon. Huh! Lin Xingyo took a deep breath, absorbing the purest life force, while the Corpse Emperor, who had been shouting just moments ago, was now beyond dead. Xiaoliang, I'm back? Standing on the Corpse Emperor's shattered head, Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head, his cold gaze like two bright moons, staring into the void as he said, How are you doing? Damn. This monkey is incredibly arrogant. As soon as Lin Xingyo's words fell, the gods of the heavenly court erupted in outrage, all glaring at Lin Xingyo with overwhelming killing intent. Ancestor, please open the passage. The gods of the heavenly court couldn't help but roar. We want to kill this villain. The elders of the heavenly court remained silent, their eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo as they clenched their fists. They did not agree to open the passage for the gods to attack Lin Xingyo, because the heavenly court was already surrounded on all sides. If they opened the passage now, the enemies outside could quickly invade through the passage and attack the southern gates of the heavenly court, leading to a catastrophic disaster. Calm down. After a moment of silence, the elders of the heavenly court spoke one by one. We must prioritize the greater good. We cannot let a mere insect ruin our plans to eliminate these rebels. Sigh. The gods of the heavenly court all sighed, knowing that now was not the time for them to act, so they could only sigh in resignation. But they were unwavering in their determination. Lin Xingyo and the others would not be able to boast for much longer. After all, their great slaughter array was nearly complete. Once they lured these pests into the array, they would be able to annihilate them all. Monkey, just keep being arrogant for a couple more days. The gods of the heavenly court looked at Lin Xingyo and said, When the time comes, I will skin you alive and make you suffer 1,000 deaths. Chapter 608. The End of the Great Battle. Charge! Countless cultivators from the immortal realm, holding their banners high, began to launch a full-scale assault on White Emperor City, roaring and shouting as they advanced. One by one, the cultivators soared through the air, charging forward. Swords rained down like meteors, striking fiercely at the celestial tribe within White Emperor City. Warriors, charge! For the queen, kill these so-called gods. Mountainback Giant gripped his two massive axes and swung one forward with a mighty blow, shouting, Kill! Advance and kill. Exterminate these so-called gods. Bang! With a single swing of his axe, Mountainback Giant felled a dozen members of the celestial tribe. Behind him, a host of cultivators surged forward, and in an instant, sword lights, fist imprints, and treasures all rained down on the celestial tribe within White Emperor City. Slaughter, death, roars, screams. These engulfed the entire city, where everywhere was filled with killing and wailing. Wave after wave of cultivators fell, and wave after wave surged forward. The battle was a relentless slaughter. Woof, woof, woof. Black Emperor and Duanda were already drenched in blood. They couldn't even remember how many members of the celestial tribe they had slain, their hands numb from the endless killing. Kill! Gai Jioshan was covered in blood, gripping his halberd like a lightning bolt, darting forward and backward, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Behind him, the 4 apes of chaos were also in a frenzy, leading their troops in repeated assaults, leaving nothing but corpses in their path. Heaven-shattering sword, kill! Lin Xingyo wielded the heaven-shattering sword, slaying a god with every step, leaving no trace of his passage as he cut down the celestial tribe members around him. That monkey is too despicable. He has no sense of martial virtue. As a Dao domain expert, he mercilessly slaughters our celestial tribe. He is truly detestable. I will kill him. I must kill him. The gods of the celestial tribe, seeing Lin Xingyo ruthlessly targeting their descendants, were all bloodshot with rage, desperate to tear him apart. But they were helpless, because they couldn't reach White Emperor City, as the passage to the 36 heavens of the celestial court had been destroyed. The only way to get there would be to summon the heavenly ladder, but that could expose them to invasion. The heavenly ladder could bypass the outer 36 heavens and directly assault the 4 main gates of the celestial court. Despite their fury, they were powerless. Kill. On Lin Xingyo's side, they had no time to consider these matters. Almost all the cultivators had stormed into White Emperor City, cutting down the celestial tribe with ruthless efficiency. Lin Xingyo didn't know how long he had been killing. He didn't know how many members of the celestial tribe had fallen by his sword, but wherever he passed, there were only corpses. Wherever his sword went, there was only death. At this moment, he was the god of death. Any god who dared to stand in his way would be slain with a single strike, leaving no trace behind. Hateful, hateful. This mere variable has grown to such a terrifying level, and even the ancestors' direct intervention failed to kill him. Is this variable truly the calamity of our celestial court? Hateful, hateful. Why did the celestial court attract such a variable? Why wasn't he foreseen at birth, allowing him to grow to such a terrifying level? Is this the will of heaven? Is the will of heaven to destroy our celestial court? Countless ancestors of the celestial court roared in anger, but no matter how powerful their methods, they could not change the current situation. All they could do was watch as Lin Xingyo slaughtered their celestial tribe. Everyone, do not despair. These monkeys will eventually come to the 36 heavens. We will wait for them there, and use the great array of slaughter to annihilate them all at once. Yes, we will surely be able to slay this wretch in the 36 heavens. Chapter 609. The Annoying Tang Qianquan. The Battle of White Emperor City. The war has ended. The creatures of the immortal realm were filled with joy, for they had conquered the last city beyond the 36 heavens of the celestial court. All that remained was to take down the 36 heavens themselves. Once that was done, they could march to the eastern gate of the celestial court and storm it, slaughtering all the so-called gods in their path. Master, you're alive? The mountain-back giant and the iron-armed divine monkey, along with the other creatures in the Lord's Manor of White Emperor City, were so moved that tears streamed down their faces. Even Duanda and Black Dog were overcome with emotion. After all, they had believed Lin Xingyo to be dead. Now, Lin Xingyo was not only alive but standing right before them. How could these old companions not be thrilled? Lin Xingyo himself was equally emotional. These were his servants and brothers, and after so many years, to see them again filled his heart with not only joy but also a deep sense of nostalgia. Master! Su Shihan, gripping the Tai Chu sword, knelt before Lin Xingyo. Her eyes, already red, could no longer hold back her emotions as she looked at him and began to cry. After all, she had been raised by Lin Xingyo. The two of them had relied on each other for years, and when she thought he was gone, the sight of him alive in front of her now overwhelmed her. She had been so proud, so foolish. She had never truly understood his love for her. But after 8,000 years of reflection, she had come to realize many things, including her own mistakes. She knew she had missed out on Lin Xingyo, and now she didn't want to miss him any longer. Shihan, don't cry, don't cry. Seeing Su Shihan on the verge of tears, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but gently pat her head. Come, let me give you a hug. How embarrassing. Su Shihan blushed and lowered her head in front of everyone, feeling that the situation was a bit too intimate. Ahem, ahem. Wang Xian cleared his throat and spoke up. Master, now that you've returned, it's time for you to lead us in the assault on the celestial court. Well, this? Lin Xingyo tried to decline. This should still be handled by your Chu sister. I'll assist you in the attack. Xingyo, it's better if you take charge, Chu Yun stepped forward and said. After all the generals are your subordinates. Now that you've returned, it's only right that you lead us in this assault on the celestial court. Please, Master, Lead us in our campaign against the heavens." The mountainback giant and the others all knelt down, saying, "We are willing to follow you to the death, without regret." Lin Xingyo tried to say something several times, but seeing everyone kneeling and urging him to take command, he remained silent for a moment before finally agreeing to their request. He would lead them to conquer the 36 heavens and march straight to the celestial court. Seeing this, the mountainback giant and the others were all overjoyed, especially Black Dog and Duanda, who almost immediately surrounded Lin Xingyo. "Qingzi, not bad." Gai Jiushan, holding a blood-stained halberd, walked up to Lin Xingyo and said, "I never expected your cultivation to have reached such a height. Even I am falling behind you." "Master, you're joking?" Lin Xingyo smiled and looked at Gai Jiushan. "No matter how high my cultivation goes, I will always be your disciple. You, Qingzi." Upon hearing this, Gai Jiushan couldn't help but smile. "You really know how to talk. Lord Hall Master, you've truly amazed me." The Grand Priest of the War God Hall stepped forward and knelt before Lin Xingyo. "In such a short time, you've broken through to the Dao Void Heaven realm. You truly are the chosen one." Lin Xingyo exchanged a few words of courtesy and immediately helped the Grand Priest of the War God Hall to her feet. Then, the group entered the Lord's Manor of White Emperor City. Chapter 610, Chu Yaoyao's Visit. The next morning, Lin Xingyo woke up and, as usual, held the Zhutian sword, practicing his swordsmanship in the backyard of the Baidi City Lord's mansion. The courtyard was quiet. Lin Xingyo practiced his sword, Chu Yun played the qin, Su Shihan sat in meditation to cultivate, and Wang Xian propped her chin with both hands, staring blankly at Lin Xingyo as he practiced. Lin Xingyo didn't pay attention to their expressions, but instead focused on swinging his sword with precision, knowing that a major battle was imminent and strength was paramount. He was close to breaking through to the great Dao Hongming realm but still lacked a crucial insight. Once he grasped it, he could immediately step into that realm. However, the breakthrough was still just out of reach, like a thin sheet of paper. Lin Xingyo understood that such a breakthrough couldn't be forced through sheer effort. At his level, it required profound enlightenment to pierce through that final barrier. He was calm and focused on his current task, which was more pressing, leading his troops to attack the 36th heaven of the heavenly court. Only by conquering the 36th heaven could they reach the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court. However, breaching the 36th heaven would not be an easy task. It was heavily fortified with the elite troops of the heavenly court's 36 departments, the heavenly soldiers and generals. Breaking through this barrier would be no simple feat, as they would be confronting the ultimate strength of the heavenly court. The impending battle would undoubtedly be an unprecedentedly fierce one. Yet, none of Lin Xingyo's followers flinched. Each of them was determined, holding a deep grudge against the heavenly court's so-called gods. They were willing to risk everything to shatter the 36th heaven and eradicate those arrogant deities. "Master, I want to learn swordsmanship from you." Wang Xian, propping her chin, watched Lin Xingyo practice for a while. Then her eyes lit up with mischief as she approached him, asking, "Can you teach me?" "Of course." Lin Xingyo snapped back to reality, holding the Zhutian sword with a gentle smile, his teeth gleaming white as he replied, "If you want to learn, I'll teach you." Hearing this, Wang Xian couldn't contain her excitement and immediately stepped closer, eager for Lin Xingyo to guide her personally. "Humph!" Su Shihan, who had been meditating in the courtyard, immediately showed signs of displeasure on her face. On the other hand, Chu Yun was momentarily stunned. Then a smile crept onto her lips. Such moments were rare. It had been 8,000 years since she had last seen such warmth. The scene brought back memories of the time at Tianjin sect. General Tang, who was that person? While Lin Xingyo was holding Wang Xian, guiding her through sword movements, Tang Qianchuan, clad in armor, entered the courtyard with two soldiers. Upon seeing Lin Xingyo teaching Wang Xian, the soldiers exchanged surprised glances, murmuring, "He's brazenly teaching Princess Wang Xian swordsmanship." Tang Qianchuan was also stunned, his eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, his face filled with disbelief. He had just returned from escorting supplies and was shocked to see Lin Xingyo, now old and gray, standing before him. In his mind, Lin Xingyo had been dead for 8,000 years, having been killed by the Heavenly Court's ancient ancestor. The idea that Lin Xingyo could still be alive was incomprehensible to him, despite hearing rumors outside. You just won't stay dead." Tang Qianquan glared at Lin Xingyo, his fists tightening as he muttered, "Dead for 8,000 years and now you're back. Looks like you'll have to die by my hand again." "Tang Qianquan, what are you doing here?" Before Tang Qianquan could gather his thoughts, Su Shihan opened her eyes and questioned him sharply. "Don't you know this is our private courtyard? You're not allowed in without permission." Tang Qianquan tried to speak several times, but faced with Su Shihan's anger, he remained silent. "General Tang, is there something you need?" Chu Yun strummed her chin, then turned her gaze to Tang Qianquan. "Your Majesty, I've returned from escorting supplies," Tang Qianquan quickly replied. "I've safely delivered the supplies to the camp and came to report to you." "Oh, such minor matters don't need my attention." Chu Yun glanced at Tang Qianquan, saying, "Just hand over the supplies to the logistics camp." Tang Qianquan nodded, not daring to say more. He knew the procedure, but his visit wasn't just about reporting. He wanted to verify the rumors he'd heard and see Su Shihan. After all, he had harbored feelings for her for 8,000 years, and despite never winning her heart, he hadn't given up. With Lin Xingyo gone, he believed that even Su Shihan's cold heart would eventually warm to him. But now that Lin Xingyo was alive, he knew his chances with her were slim. Seeing Lin Xingyo alive stirred a deep hatred in Tang Qianquan. He longed to kill Lin Xingyo immediately, but he knew his own strength wasn't a match for Lin Xingyo's. Still, the seed of murder had been planted in his heart. He believed that as long as he wanted it, he would find an opportunity to kill Lin Xingyo, especially during this war against the heavens. "Tang Qianquan, why are you still standing here?" Su Shihan shot him an annoyed glance and said bluntly, "Get out now." Tang Qianquan was momentarily stunned, trying to speak but unable to form words. He was furious. He harbored murderous intent, but in this situation, he knew he had to suppress his anger. Both Su Shihan and Chu Yun would never allow him to harm Lin Xingyo. "Tang Qianquan, you may leave," Chu Yun said directly. "We have matters to discuss, and you're not needed here." "Yes, Your Majesty." Tang Qianquan bowed and retreated with the two soldiers. Before leaving, his eyes lingered on Lin Xingyo with a murderous gaze, and he left with a resolve to eliminate him. He decided to defect to the Heavenly Court. Initially, he had rejected their offer, but now he was determined to seek their support to kill Lin Xingyo once and for all. Lin Xingyo was the barrier standing between him and Su Shihan, and he was willing to do anything to remove that obstacle and claim her. "Master, what's wrong?" Wang Xian noticed Lin Xingyo staring at Tang Qianquan's retreating figure and asked, "Tang Qianquan is just a clown. Don't pay him any mind." "No, he's dangerous," Lin Xingyo frowned. His voice tinged with unease as he said, "Send someone to keep an eye on him. I sense something's off with him. He makes me uneasy." "Him? He's just a useless wretch," Wang Xian scoffed, glancing dismissively at Tang Qianquan as he walked away. If it weren't for Chu Jiajia's constant protection, he'd have died 1,000 times over. Lin Xingyo smiled but didn't respond, instead quietly instructing Chu Yun, who took it seriously and summoned a servant to keep watch. "Master, you're overreacting," Wang Xian said. "He's just a worthless fool who's been pestering Su Jiajia like a toad lusting after a swan. There's no way he could accomplish anything significant." "Little girl, don't underestimate people." Lin Xingyo held Wang Xian's hand and swung the sword, saying, "Tang Qianquan was once a remarkable talent, but this guy has always been morally corrupt. Back then, I intended to kill him, but I never expected him to survive until now. Moreover, the glance he shot at me just now. My intuition tells me something is going on behind his actions, and a major event might occur. That's why we must keep an eye on him." "Him? Just him? Impossible." Wang Xian pouted disdainfully. "All these years, he's been tagging along with us. He's shown no remarkable abilities and has now been relegated to a logistics role, transporting rations. How could someone like him achieve anything significant?" Chu Yun also looked down on Tang Qianquan. After all, she had given him plenty of opportunities in the past, but he had repeatedly disappointed her. He was almost incapable of doing anything right, and eventually, Chu Yun had no choice but to assign him to transport supplies. All right. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and said, "Let's continue practicing the sword. His matter might just be me overthinking it. We'll leave everything to time." With that, Lin Xingyo continued practicing the sword while half-hugging Wang Xian. Chu Yun, who had lost her mood to play the qin, got up and went to help Lin Mufan prepare breakfast. Of course, it wasn't fitting for her current status as a queen, but for Lin Xingyo, she was more than willing. Although she hadn't been in the kitchen for thousands of years, cooking for Lin Xingyo felt like the greatest joy of her life. After a while of cultivation, Su Shihan also got up. Although she didn't help Chu Yun, she began tidying up the tables and chairs in the courtyard. After practicing for a while, Lin Xingyo and Wang Xian stopped, freshened up, and sat at the table to eat the noodles Chu Yun had made. "Your Majesty, the Grand Marshal of the Demon Palace, Du Gu Beitian, has arrived." As Lin Xingyo and the others were enjoying their breakfast, a soldier clad in armor entered the courtyard from outside and reported, "They wish to see you." "Oh, make the arrangements." Hearing this, Chu Yun immediately instructed, "I'll go and meet them." "Yes, Your Majesty." The soldier complied and left. After finishing their breakfast, Lin Xingyo and the others followed Chu Yun and headed toward the main hall of the Baidi City Lord's mansion. Upon reaching the main hall, Du Gu Beitian was already seated with 4 or 5 other generals from the Demon Palace, including Chu Yaoyao, who was wearing a black mask. "Huh, you're that scoundrel?" As soon as Chu Yaoyao saw Lin Xingyo enter, she immediately stood up and exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" "Uncle Beitian, this is the scoundrel who bullied me last time. Quickly, help me kill him." "Yaoyao, don't be rude." Seeing this, Du Gu Beitian quickly stopped her. "This brother is a remarkable figure. I've always wanted to make his acquaintance, but I've never had the chance." "Uncle Beitian, you're driving me crazy. He's the scoundrel who bullied me. How can you defend him like this? When I get back, I'll tell my father, and he'll punish you." "Yaoyao, enough?" Du Gu Beitian said, "In fact, you once had a connection with him, but you don't remember that memory. However, it doesn't matter because some destinies are already set. You two will eventually be together." "Uncle Beitian, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be with this scoundrel? Even if all the men in the world were dead, I wouldn't be with him. And I certainly won't have any destiny with him. I'd rather kill him." Du Gu Beitian didn't speak further, knowing that his explanations were futile. However, he believed that Chu Yaoyao and Lin Xingyo's destiny was already written. Even if the Demon Palace's emperor had intentionally erased those memories when reviving Chu Yaoyao, Du Gu Beitian was confident that they would eventually be together. That was their destiny. No matter how many lifetimes it took, their fates were already intertwined. They would inevitably come together. Because that was their destiny. Their destined union. Nothing external could stop it. Moreover, Du Gu Beitian was quite satisfied with Lin Xingyo. He believed that if Chu Yaoyao could be with Lin Xingyo, given Lin Xingyo's current prestige, it would be the best choice for the Demon Palace in the future. "Yaoyao, you really don't remember me?" Lin Xingyo looked at Chu Yaoyao and asked, "You don't have any memory of me at all?" "I remember you, ghost." Chu Yaoyao pouted. Her face flushed with anger as she said, "Why would I remember you? You scoundrel? You bullied me. Do you want me to remember you forever? You big bad guy. Big scoundrel?" Lin Xingyo was stunned, and everyone around him was stunned as well. All eyes turned to Lin Xingyo, knowing that there must be a story between these two. "Master, how did you bully her?" Wang Xian blinked her eyes and asked Lin Xingyo, "Why does she have such deep hatred for you?" This? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, awkwardly saying, "You little girl don't understand." "Master, I'm not little anymore." Wang Xian held Lin Xingyo's arm, staring at him intently. "I'm already 9,000 years old. I'm not a little girl. Tell me, how exactly did you bully her to make her hate you so much?" Lin Xingyo opened his mouth, his eyes meeting Wang Xian's, but he was at a loss for words. After all, With so many people around, he couldn't exactly say that he had slept with Chu Yaoyao. Chu Yaoyao's face was indeed very uncomfortable, especially when she saw Wang Xian holding Lin Xingyo's arm so intimately. Her expression became even more unnatural. All right. Seeing this, Chu Yan quickly came to Lin Xingyo's rescue. Wang Xian, stop messing around. We have guests here. Ha ha. Hearing this, Dugu Beitian laughed heartily and looked at Lin Xingyo. Brother Lin, your queen is right. I am your guest now. Let's put this matter aside for now and discuss the important alliance matters ahead of us. Lin Xingyo nodded, agreeing with Dugu Beitian. They should indeed focus on discussing the alliance's next steps, leaving personal matters aside, especially since they were about to attack the 36th heaven of the heavenly court. Everyone understood this. After a few words, they all took their seats and began discussing how to advance and attack the 36th heaven of the heavenly court. Your Majesty, now that you've captured Bai Di City, Dugu Beitian began, our Demon Palace and the other two armies have also captured Tianlong City, Uni City, and Fengtian City. This is the perfect time for our four armies to advance and attack the 36th heaven of the heavenly court. What does your Majesty think? This? Chu Yuan opened her mouth, but eventually, her gaze fell on Lin Xingyo, as she wanted to hear his opinion. Lin Xingyo didn't speak much. His focus was on one word, attack. The four armies should directly charge toward the 36th heaven of the heavenly court, break through it, and then ascend to the heavenly court to confront Shaoyang in a decisive battle. Dugu Beitian naturally agreed. After all, there was no reason to refuse attacking the heavenly court, especially after 6,000 years of war. This was the moment they had been waiting for, to annihilate the heavenly court's forces. Dugu Beitian wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the current timing was perfect. If they didn't act now, they might miss the only opportunity to destroy the heavenly court. However, Dugu Beitian also voiced his concerns. He had received intelligence that the heavenly court had set up a great array of heavenly execution, waiting for them to arrive and be annihilated. Upon hearing this information, everyone fell silent. After all, they all knew this must be the heavenly court's ultimate move. If they didn't have a solution, charging in blindly would be suicide. But if they didn't act, they would miss their chance. The situation they faced was a difficult dilemma, but ultimately, Lin Xingyo and the others agreed that no matter what, they must attack the 36th heaven of the heavenly court. As for the great array of heavenly execution, they had no time to worry about it now, because opportunity knocks but once, and timing is everything. If they didn't seize this moment when the heavenly court was weak and launch an attack, once the heavenly court recovered, it would be a disaster for them. Therefore, the only path before them was to charge forward without hesitation, capture the 36th heaven, and annihilate the entire heavenly court in one fell swoop. Chapter 6:11. He is the son of the heavenly emperor. Boom, boom, boom. 3 days later, the war drums of Bai Di City thundered across the heavens and earth. All the soldiers went into battle, with one warship after another and a steady stream of warhorses, all led by the mountain-back giants, heading towards the 36th heaven of the heavenly court. They traveled 1,000,000 miles. The mountain-back giants and their troops appeared outside the 36th heaven of the heavenly court. The enemy had stationed 10 million soldiers at the perimeter, with warships filling the sky and countless celestial soldiers and generals gripping their weapons, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they glared at the mountain-back giants. Kill! Lin Xingyo, gripping the soul-devouring spear, stood on the head of the Black Dragon King Aobing, dressed in a long white cloth. Slowly raising his hand, he roared at the celestial soldiers and generals of the heavenly court, "Kill all these so-called gods! Kill, kill, kill!" The mountain-back giants all roared in unison, and following Lin Xingyo, they charged towards the celestial soldiers and generals outside the 36th heaven like a flood breaking through a dam. Roar! The Black Dragon King Aobing let out an enraged roar, coiled his body, and shot forward at lightning speed. Soul-devouring speed. Kill. Seeing that they had reached close quarters and the enemy's attacks were like a torrential storm, Lin Xingyo immediately raised the soul-devouring spear in his hand and thrust it forward. In an instant, the spear's shadow tore through the sky like a black lightning bolt, shooting forward with explosive force. Ah, 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 ah. With a single thrust, Lin Xingyo heard countless celestial soldiers and generals screaming, their bodies then exploding under the overwhelming pressure of the soul-devouring spear. Kill! Lin Xingyo showed no mercy, tightly gripping the soul-devouring spear, standing on the head of the Black Dragon King Ao Bing, like a sharp blade piercing directly into the ranks of the celestial soldiers and generals of the 36th heaven. With a casual strike from Lin Xingyo, a large group of celestial soldiers and generals were instantly slain. Even with their thick shields raised, they could not withstand the might of the soul-devouring spear in Lin Xingyo's hands. Heaven-shattering sword, kill. After a horizontal sweep with the soul-devouring spear, Lin Xingyo raised the heaven-shattering sword and slashed down at the celestial soldiers and generals before him. In an instant, a blade of light shattered the heavens, descending from above and slicing through thousands of celestial soldiers and generals who had raised their shields in defense. Kill! With a single strike of the sword, Lin Xingyo immediately followed up with a horizontal sweep of the soul-devouring spear, instantly slaying all the celestial soldiers and generals who had rushed towards him. Bronze Cauldron kill. Lin Xingyo did not pause for a moment. Almost as soon as he had slain a group of celestial soldiers and generals, he threw the bronze cauldron forward, instantly killing another large group in front of him. Damn it, monkey, you're too much. The Heavenly Court's General Zhu Ling swung his pair of battle axes with a sudden motion, leading his troops towards Lin Xingyo. All soldiers, follow me. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. The thousands of soldiers behind Zhu Ling all raised their weapons, screaming at the top of their lungs as they attacked Lin Xingyo while charging forward at high speed, determined to slay him. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved, directly opening his personal small world and summoning all the weapons within it, unleashing them upon the thousands of soldiers charging towards him. Pft, pft, pft. The weapons from Lin Xingyo's personal small world, trailing bright tails, shot towards Zhu Ling's army like meteors. In an instant, countless celestial soldiers and generals screamed, and countless more were slain by Lin Xingyo. The sky and earth were filled with corpses. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Ling was driven mad. After all, these soldiers were his subordinates, and in a single round, they had all been slain by Lin Xingyo. How could he accept this? How could he not feel anguish? How could he not go mad? Zhu Ling completely lost control, his pair of battle axes erupting with overwhelming light. Monkey, you've enraged me. Zhu Ling tightly gripped his battle axes, furiously charging towards Lin Xingyo. Die! Lin Xingyo smirked, not taking Zhu Ling seriously. Seeing him charge with rage, Lin Xingyo raised the heaven-shattering sword and slashed at Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling had no time to react, and in an instant, he was split in half by Lin Xingyo's sword, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground, his battle axes falling away. Lin Xingyo didn't even spare him a glance, riding the Black Dragon King Ao Bing and charging forward, the heaven-shattering sword sweeping horizontally and instantly slaying thousands of celestial soldiers and generals before moving on to denser crowds. Monkey, you can stop now? From the ranks of the Heavenly Court, 7 beams of divine light shot towards Lin Xingyo in the blink of an eye, each unleashing furious attacks on him. In an instant, 7 streams of Tao energy, incredibly powerful, slammed into Lin Xingyo. Invisible Domain, activate. Golden Light Buddha Wall, activate. Battle Saint Technique, open. Great Completion Ancient Saint Body, open. Ancient Bloodline, open. Facing the attacks of 7 primordial gods, Lin Xingyo dared not be careless, immediately activating these combat skills. In an instant, the attack waves of the 7 primordial gods engulfed Lin Xingyo. However, these Tao attacks could not penetrate Lin Xingyo's invisible domain, and their attacks were all blocked outside. Monkey, you're strong. Mu Wuji, seeing that Lin Xingyo had withstood their attacks, suddenly stomped his feet, tore open a spatial rift, and summoned a giant sword capable of shattering the heavens, but my sword Dao will definitely kill you. Mu Wuji, he's made his move. Some gods of the heavenly court, seeing Mu Wuji act, all stared intently at the mirror. This monkey is doomed? The gods and ancestors of the heavenly court, hearing this, were all certain that they would soon witness Mu Wuji slaying Lin Xingyo. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved. He slowly raised the heaven-shattering sword in his hand and thrust it towards Mu Wuji's giant sword. Clang! With a single thrust, Lin Xingyo's sword collided with Mu Wuji's giant sword. The next moment, before Lin Xingyo could withdraw, the other primordial gods of the heavenly court attacked him. Bronze Cauldron, come! Facing their onslaught, Lin Xingyo swiftly called forth the Bronze Cauldron and hurled it at the encircling deities, commanding, "Go forth and slay them." "You scoundrel, you're at it again." The Bronze Cauldron, hurled by Lin Xingyo, immediately grumbled resentfully. "Can't you let me, the venerable cauldron, take a breather? Now you're tossing me around like this. Have you even thought about how I, the venerable cauldron, feel?" Lin Xingyo had no time to spare for him. The battle was raging, and in Lin Xingyo's eyes, there was only slaughter. After all, in this situation, it was either you kill them, or they kill you. So, after throwing the Bronze Cauldron, Lin Xingyo immediately thrust the soul-devouring spear towards Mu Wuji. "Monkey, you're too arrogant." Seeing Lin Xingyo's sword coming, Mu Wuji roared in extreme anger. "I, Mu Wuji, will definitely kill you today." "Kill." Lin Xingyo coldly glared at Mu Wuji, the soul-devouring spear already hurtling towards him. In an instant, overwhelming power of life and death enveloped Mu Wuji. Greenwood sword kill. Mu Wuji, however, was completely enraged, especially in the face of Lin Xingyo, whose hatred was beyond measure, as if he wanted to bite Lin Xingyo to death. He hated Lin Xingyo deeply, because 8,000 years ago, Lin Xingyo had killed his elder brother Mu Zhantian and caused the death of his younger sister Mu Wanqing. Moreover, the heavenly court of the immortal realm had fallen to its current state entirely because of Lin Xingyo, the variable. If it weren't for Lin Xingyo, the heavenly court would never have reached this point. Therefore, Mu Wuji wished he could devour Lin Xingyo's flesh and flay his skin. However, Lin Xingyo's strength was not to be underestimated. Even though Mu Wuji's hatred was overwhelming, and he wished he could immediately slay Lin Xingyo, he ultimately lacked the strength to do so. As a result, after a fierce battle, Mu Wuji was directly suppressed by Lin Xingyo. This made Mu Wuji even more furious. After all, he was no ordinary primordial god. He was the ultimate primordial god of the wood element, and he was also the son of the heavenly emperor. His strength had reached the level of the Tao of Hongming. Yet now, he was being crushed by this monkey, Lin Xingyo. Mu Wuji was completely enraged. Suddenly, his gaze darkened, and his face revealed a death wish. In the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, he detonated his 6 great Tao paths, like a thunderbolt, and charged toward Lin Xingyo to kill him. Holy crap! This guy's gone mad. The group of primordial gods who were originally surrounding and attacking Lin Xingyo all panicked and shouted, "Quick, retreat, retreat, or we'll all die." Boom! The moment the voices of the primordial gods attacking Lin Xingyo faded, Mu Wuji's body exploded. Instantly, the explosive energy engulfed everything in front of it, and almost all visible life was annihilated. Wuji. Chapter 612. The Death of the Emperor's Son. Wuji. The gods of the heavenly court roared in anger, but Mu Wuji had already self-destructed. A powerful shockwave erupted from his body, centered on him. Mu Wuji was the son of the heavenly emperor. He was a supreme expert at the Grand Tao Hongming level. Yet now he had self-destructed in front of everyone. In an instant, both the gods of the heavenly court and the creatures of the 36 heavens were stunned. After all, even ants seek to survive. Yet, such a powerful figure like Mu Wuji chose to self-destruct without hesitation, all to kill Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo was also caught off guard. However, the bronze tripod reacted swiftly, shooting out a series of green lights that enveloped Lin Xingyo. Thus, The force of Mu Wuji's self-destruction was completely blocked by the bronze tripod. Kill this monkey? Before Lin Xingyo could recover, the several main gods who had initially surrounded him roared and, like lightning, launched a furious assault on him. Zhu Tian's sword kill? Lin Xingyo wouldn't hold back. As soon as he saw them coming, he immediately raised his sword and struck back at the approaching main gods. Kill! The main gods surrounding him, seeing Lin Xingyo's sword strike, immediately retaliated against his attack. In an instant, the surrounding area was engulfed by their attacks. But just as Lin Xingyo struck with his sword, his Shun Chong, devouring god spear, suddenly shot out, aiming at the Thunder Dao main god, Ouyang Hai. The black Shun Chong pierced through the air like lightning. Bang! Seeing Lin Xingyo's spear coming, Ouyang Hai immediately summoned a 9 divine wheel behind him and raised a pair of war hammers to block Lin Xingyo's fierce thrust. Shin Chong kill. With a downward force, Lin Xingyo pressed hard, and in an instant, Ouyang Hai lost his balance, being forced to the ground. With a single step, the ground beneath him shattered. Monkey, you're seeking death? Ouyang Hai was completely enraged. He was a destroyer of heavens and earth, with a cultivation level no less than Mu Wuji's. Earlier, Lin Xingyo had forced Mu Wuji to self-destruct. Now, Ouyang Hai didn't want to end up the same way, so he mustered all his strength to counterattack Lin Xingyo. But Lin Xingyo wouldn't let him have his way. Facing Ouyang Hai's counterattack, Lin Xingyo responded with overwhelming force, immediately gaining the upper hand. Seeing this, Ouyang Hai couldn't hold back any longer. He unleashed all his strength, and 6 thunder Dao paths exploded around him. His violent, thunderous power struck at Lin Xingyo. Power of life and death, unleash. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze sharpened, and the power of life and death Ren Hui surged forth, instantly engulfing Ouyang Hai in a torrent of overwhelming force. 6 life and death gates opened. Time and space flowed. In an instant, Ouyang Hai's power was completely restrained. His expression changed as he felt the life force in his body being stripped away at an alarming speed. His vitality was rapidly drying up. He instantly felt a dense death aura. Realizing he was enveloped by Lin Xingyo's bizarre life and death Dao, he knew he was doomed if he couldn't break free. He didn't want to die. After all, he was a main god of the heavenly court and a cultivator at the Grand Dao Hongmeng level. How could he accept dying like this? He refused to accept it. The more Ouyang Hai pondered, the more desperate and enraged he grew. He was unwilling to meet his end, so he began to recklessly slam into Lin Xingyo's life and death cycle domain. In an instant, the domain was engulfed in thunderous energy. One after another, thunderbolts as thick as barrels engulfed Lin Xingyo's domain. Yet, despite Ouyang Hai's fierce attacks, the 6 reincarnation gates opened, instantly swallowing all the thunderous power. Moreover, not only that, the 6 open Lunhui gates unleashed 6 chains of Lunhui order, swiftly absorbing Ouyang Hai's life force through the gates before he could react. No. Ouyang Hai was completely panicked. He knew he was about to die, as his life force was being devoured by Lin Xingyo. He knew. He was doomed. His life had reached its end, and no one could save him. He was almost certainly going to die. He was unwilling. His heart screamed in desperation, and his body struggled violently, but all was in vain. He couldn't escape his fate, as he was already engulfed by Lin Xingyo's life and death cycle power. I'm unwilling. Facing the inevitable outcome, Ouyang Hai screamed desperately, I am a great god of the heavenly court. I am dying at the hands of a monkey. I'm unwilling. Lin Xingyo didn't care about him. This was a battlefield, and there was no room for mercy. So, Lin Xingyo absorbed Ouyang Hai's life force until he died. Monkey, you're too bold. The main gods surrounding Lin Xingyo didn't retreat, but instead launched even more furious attacks. They didn't want to let Lin Xingyo go. So, they all attacked with everything they had, desperate to kill Lin Xingyo immediately. But Lin Xingyo wasn't weak either. Their fierce attacks were all repelled by Lin Xingyo's life and death domain. Witnessing Ouyang Hai being drained of life by Lin Xingyo, they were driven to madness. They were main gods of the heavenly court. Seeing Lin Xingyo kill Ouyang Hai right in front of them, they couldn't bear the humiliation. They all attacked Lin Xingyo like madmen. Bronze tripod, smash. Zhu Tian sword, kill. Xin Chong, crush them. Facing the onslaught of the surrounding gods, Lin Xingyo dispatched the bronze tripod and his other weapons, while simultaneously unleashing the life and death cycle power to engulf the gods. Quick, disperse. The main gods who had been attacking Lin Xingyo all quickly retreated like lightning. They were well aware of the power of Lin Xingyo's life and death cycle, so they didn't want to be caught within its grasp. In an instant, they all managed to evade Lin Xingyo's life and death cycle. Lin Xingyo was helpless. After all, these guys were faster than rabbits, instantly evading his life and death wheel. Now, he could only wield the Zhu Tian sword and charge forward. The gods who had escaped all stood at a distance, far from Lin Xingyo, and attacked him. Lin Xingyo was frustrated. Facing these gods, Lin Xingyo had to keep his life and death cycle power internalized, then brandished the divine spear and charged at them. However, these gods maintained a distance, never allowing Lin Xingyo to close in, and continuously launched attacks at him with their Dao powers. Lin Xingyo was furious. He directly pulled out a tuft of hair from his head and blew it out, instantly creating thousands of Lin Xingyo clones that charged at the gods attacking him. What the hell? This monkey knows the divine technique of the Zhuyin lineage. Seeing this, the surrounding gods were all panicked. Quick, run. We can't beat him. There's no need to panic. As the surrounding main gods were panicking, a furious roar suddenly echoed through the air. Following the sound, a figure enveloped in rolling blood-red energy appeared, with a blood moon floating behind him. It was the blood demon ancestor, charging towards Lin Xingyo and shouting, "Let me, the blood demon ancestor, deal with this monkey." Upon seeing the blood demon ancestor, the main gods immediately halted their retreat and once again launched a fierce assault on Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo was furious. He didn't care about the blood demon ancestor. All he knew was that he was ready to fight to the death. If you don't submit, then I'll fight you. He wasn't going to waste time talking. He would just attack the blood demon ancestor with his spear first. However, the blood demon ancestor was no weakling. He was the supreme ruler of the Death Hall, with a cultivation level that had reached the terrifying Grand Dao Chaos Realm. As soon as he unleashed his Dao Blood Wheel, it instantly shattered all of Lin Xingyo's clones. What was even more terrifying was that the blood wheel he unleashed tore through the void and struck at Lin Xingyo with a devastating blow. In an instant, Lin Xingyo raised his spear and thrust it forcefully at the incoming blood wheel. But the next moment, as soon as the tip of Lin Xingyo's spear collided with the blood wheel, it was bent under the immense pressure. A force that could not be resisted slammed into Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo felt a rush of sweetness in his throat and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was then sent flying with a violent crash. Boom! Lin Xingyo's body landed, instantly smashing through a section of the palace. But in the next instant, the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel struck down with overwhelming force, aimed directly at Lin Xingyo's head. Zhu Tian sword, kill. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo let out a furious roar and threw the Zhu Tian sword with all his might towards the blood wheel. However, in the next moment, the Zhu Tian sword was instantly knocked flying as soon as it collided with the blood wheel. Ding Yi, come forth. Seeing the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel about to strike Lin Xingyo, the bronze tripod immediately shot out a series of green lights, delivering a powerful blow to the blood wheel. Clang! With a single strike, the bronze tripod sent the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel flying. The blood demon ancestor's expression froze for a moment, caught off guard. But when he realized what had happened, he exploded in rage. He, the blood demon ancestor, was the supreme ruler of the Death Hall. He was second only to the highest authority, with a cultivation level that had long since reached an almost invincible Grand Dao Chaos Realm. Yet now, a mere bronze tripod had knocked his blood wheel flying with a single blow. In an instant, The blood demon ancestor snapped back to his senses and was consumed by utter fury. He, the blood demon ancestor, would not allow anyone to disrespect him like this. He was determined to crush the bronze tripod and make it understand the extent of his divine might, that it should never dare to offend him. Chapter 613, Blood Demon Ancestor. Blood Wheel of Annihilation Slice. Chapter 613, Blood Demon Ancestor. Blood Wheel of Annihilation Strike. The blood demon ancestor summoned back the blood wheel and immediately raised his hand, sending the bronze cauldron hurtling toward Lin Xingyo. Devouring God Spear. Kill. Despite his injuries, Lin Xingyo did not back down. Instead, he brandished his devouring God Spear and fiercely struck out at the blood wheel as it hurtled toward him. "You're crazy, Qingzi." Seeing this, the bronze cauldron immediately shouted, "Get out of the way! Let me handle this. With your current strength, there's no way you can withstand his attack. He's a Grand Dao Chaos Realm expert, while you're just at the Grand Dao Void Realm. How could you possibly withstand his strike?" "I may be weak." Lin Xingyo did not retreat, but instead declared, "But I fight alongside you." "You're truly mad, Qingzi." The bronze cauldron vibrated, sending out waves of green light as it said, "I can engage him with my sturdy body, but what can you do? Listen to me and step back. Let me deal with this red-haired old donkey." Lin Xingyo did not retreat, but instead accelerated toward the blood wheel, for he thrived in the face of adversity. Moreover, facing such a formidable opponent could aid his breakthrough to the Grand Dao Primordial Realm. Thus, Lin Xingyo charged forward without hesitation. Damn it! The bronze cauldron did not waste any more words and moved faster than Lin Xingyo, colliding with the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel. Only then did Lin Xingyo's devouring God Spear strike the blood wheel with full force. Clang! Both Lin Xingyo's devouring God Spear and the bronze cauldron slammed into the blood wheel, and then together, they pushed against it with all their might. Huh! Seeing that Lin Xingyo and the cauldron were forcing the blood wheel back, the blood demon ancestor's body trembled as he drew upon all the power in his dantian and unleashed it toward Lin Xingyo and the cauldron. "Qingzi, we're in trouble now?" Facing the blood demon ancestor's full-powered attack, the bronze cauldron couldn't help but exclaim, "I told you to step back earlier, but you didn't listen. Now we're in a real bind. This red-haired old donkey is giving it his all. Take him down." Lin Xingyo stomped his foot and shouted to the bronze cauldron, "Let's work together and knock him out." "Nonsense. Do you even know what realm he's at?" The bronze cauldron retorted, "It's a miracle if we don't get knocked out ourselves." Lin Xingyo remained silent and poured all his strength into a collision with the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel. However, even with their combined efforts, they could not repel the blood wheel, and instead, the overwhelming killing force of the blood wheel pressed down upon them. "Monkey, your end has come." Seeing the blood wheel descend upon Lin Xingyo and the cauldron, the blood demon ancestor couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, "Last time, I failed to kill you, but this time, you will die beneath my blood wheel." Lin Xingyo did not respond but instead mustered all his strength to resist the blood wheel, channeling all his power into the devouring God Spear. However, the gap in their strength was not just a little. It was a full 2 major realms. Lin Xingyo was almost powerless to resist. Moreover, Lin Xingyo could clearly feel the blood demon ancestor's overwhelming power encroaching upon him. If he couldn't fight back, he would soon be torn apart by the blood demon ancestor's strength. "Bronze cauldron, give it your all." Gritting his teeth, Lin Xingyo locked eyes with the bronze cauldron and urged, "We must strike with everything we've got to take down this red-haired old donkey." "All right." The bronze cauldron trembled, unleashing a torrent of green light as it charged toward the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel. Boom! The collision of the 3 forces, each capable of obliterating the heavens, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Waves of destructive energy spread out like a detonated atomic bomb, annihilating countless creatures who were unable to escape. Even the mid-tier lords of gods who had been attacking Lin Xingyo were impacted. "You insignificant ant, stop struggling." The blood demon ancestor sneered. How can you, with your paltry strength, possibly withstand even a single blow from me? Humph! Lin Xingyo responded with a cold snort and unleashed even more power against the blood wheel. Seeing this, the blood demon ancestor was thoroughly angered, and the force of his attack toward Lin Xingyo increased tenfold, raining down a torrent of devastating blows.
Ugh.
Although strong, Lin Xingyo was still 2 realms below the blood demon ancestor. After a fierce exchange, he was ultimately forced back by the blood demon ancestor's overwhelming power. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo staggered back 300 steps, and as he planted his feet, his devouring god spear erupted with ferocious energy, thrusting forward. However, the blood wheel's relentless force pushed him back relentlessly. Roar! Lin Xingyo went berserk, and the power of life and death in his dantian surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, colliding with the blood demon ancestor's descending blood wheel. Boom! The explosive force shattered the air, and Lin Xingyo was pushed back another 300 meters. This time, the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel, swift as lightning, sliced toward Lin Xingyo's neck. Monkey, this time you will surely die. The heavenly court's gods, seeing the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel flash toward Lin Xingyo, all exclaimed with excitement, this time, there's no escape. All the surrounding onlookers, hearing this, were equally thrilled, as if they were witnessing Lin Xingyo's imminent demise. But then, in the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted from within Lin Xingyo's body, followed by waves of explosive energy that burst forth around him. What is this? The heavenly court's gods, who had been celebrating, were all stunned into silence by the sight before them, exclaiming in shock, has this monkey broken through? His cultivation has actually reached the Grand Tao primordial realm? How is this possible? How did he break through? The heavenly court's old ancestors were all dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been waiting for Lin Xingyo to be slain by the blood demon ancestor. But now, Lin Xingyo had unexpectedly broken through. He had leaped from the Grand Tao Void Realm to the Grand Tao Primordial Realm. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. After all, they all knew. Lin Xingyo had previously been at the Heaven Ascending Realm, but now he had reached the Grand Tao Primordial Realm. His rate of advancement was simply astonishing, far too rapid. Monkey, you're quite intriguing. The blood demon ancestor, seeing this, smirked Gai Didoth. I thought it would be a dull affair, killing you with a single strike, but I didn't expect you to break through. This is getting interesting. It seems I'll have to go all out to kill you now, or else I won't be able to finish you off today. Himph, do you really think you can still kill me? Lin Xingyo glared at the blood demon ancestor and said, Blood demon ancestor, are you prepared to die? I'm coming for you now. Me? You, this monkey. The blood demon ancestor, hearing this, laughed instead of getting angry. Just broken through to the Grand Tao primordial realm and you dare to say you can kill me? Do you even know what realm I'm in? You're nothing but a mere monkey, yet you have the audacity to claim you can kill me. How laughable. Blood demon ancestor, I admit you were strong just now. Lin Xingyo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then with a wave of his devouring god spear, he suddenly shot toward the blood demon ancestor, saying, But now that I've broken through, killing you is as easy as crushing a chicken or breaking a tile. Humph, insignificant ant. Devouring god spear, kill. Facing the blood demon ancestor's renewed attack, Lin Xingyo, who was already injured, did not back down. Instead, he wielded his devouring god spear and struck fiercely at the incoming blood wheel. Xingyo, are you crazy? Upon witnessing this, the bronze cauldron immediately shouted, Move aside. Let me handle it. With your current strength, you absolutely cannot withstand his attack, for he is a Grand Tao Chaos Realm expert. How can you, merely at the Grand Tao Void Heaven Realm, possibly withstand his strike? I may be weak in strength. Lin Xingyo did not retreat, but instead said, But I fight alongside you. Xingyo, you're truly mad. The bronze tripod shuddered, emitting waves of green light as it spoke. I can engage him with the strength of my sturdy form. What can you, Xingyo, possibly do against him? Listen to me and retreat. Let me take care of this red-haired old donkey. Lin Xingyo did not retreat, but instead moved faster toward the blood wheel, for he grew stronger in the face of adversity. Moreover, facing such a powerful opponent would benefit his breakthrough to the Grand Dao Hongming realm, so Lin Xingyo charged forward without hesitation. Damn it! The bronze ding remained silent but moved faster than Lin Xingyo, crashing into the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel. In the next instant, Lin Xingyo's devouring god spear also struck with full force. Clang! Lin Xingyo's devouring god spear and the bronze tripod struck the blood wheel with a heavy clang. Then both pushed against it with all their strength. Seeing Lin Xingyo and the bronze trip pushing the blood wheel back, the blood demon ancestor immediately tensed his body, channeling all the power from his dantian and unleashing it towards Lin Xingyo and the bronze trip. Xingyo, this is bad. Facing the blood demon ancestor's full-powered assault, the bronze cauldron couldn't help but exclaim, I told you earlier to retreat, but you wouldn't listen. Now we're in deep trouble. This red-haired old fool is pulling out all the stops. Take him down. Lin Xingyo stomped his foot and said to the bronze tripod, let's join forces and take him down. Nonsense. Do you even know what realm he's in? Just the two of us can't take him down? Pfft. It's a miracle if we don't get flattened ourselves, the bronze tripod retorted. Lin Xingyo did not respond but instead channeled all his strength into a collision with the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel. Even so, they could not push the blood wheel away. Instead, the blood wheel's violent killing energy pressed down on them. Monkey, your end is here. Seeing the blood wheel bearing down on Lin Xingyo, the blood demon ancestor couldn't help but exclaim with great excitement, last time, I failed to kill you. But this time, you will meet your end beneath my blood wheel. Lin Xingyo did not speak, but instead resisted the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel with all his might, channeling all his strength into the devouring god spear. However, the gap in their strength was not just a little. It was a full 2 major realms. Now, Lin Xingyo was barely able to resist. Moreover, Lin Xingyo clearly felt the blood demon ancestor's violent energy eroding him, and if he couldn't resist, he would soon be torn apart by the blood demon ancestor's power. Bronze Cauldron, give it your all? Gritting his teeth, Lin Xingyo locked eyes with the bronze cauldron and said, let's give it everything we've got to take down this red-haired old mule. All right. The bronze cauldron trembled, unleashing a torrent of green light, and then it collided with the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel. Crack! 3 forces powerful enough to obliterate the heavens exploded at the point of collision, spreading out waves of destruction like a detonated atomic bomb. Countless creatures who failed to dodge were obliterated, and even the middle-ranked lords of gods who had been attacking Lin Xingyo were greatly impacted. Insect, stop struggling, the blood demon ancestor said as he watched. With your insignificant strength, how can you be a match for me? Hmph! Lin Xingyo let out a cold snort and then struck even harder at the blood wheel with all his might. Seeing this, the blood demon ancestor was thoroughly enraged, and the power of his attack toward Lin Xingyo increased by tens of times, unleashing a violent torrent of energy. Although strong, Lin Xingyo was still 2 realms below the blood demon ancestor. After a fierce exchange, Lin Xingyo was finally pushed back by the blood demon ancestor's overwhelming power. Thump thump thump. Lin Xingyo stepped back 300 paces, and then his devouring god spear thrust forward with explosive force. However, the blood wheel's violent energy pushed him back relentlessly. Roar! Lin Xingyo went completely berserk, and the power of life and death in his dantian surged forth with wild intensity, colliding with the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel. Crack! The violent energy exploded, and then Lin Xingyo was pushed back another 300 meters. This time, the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel, swift as lightning, slashed toward Lin Xingyo's neck. Monkey, can you still survive this? The gods of the heavenly court, seeing the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel slash toward Lin Xingyo like lightning, were all extremely excited. This time, You are surely doomed. All the creatures watching the battle became excited, as if they were already seeing Lin Xingyo's demise. But in the next moment, an incredibly violent force erupted from within Lin Xingyo's body, followed by waves of explosive energy spreading out around him. What is happening? The gods of the heavenly court, who had been excited, were all dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Has this monkey broken through? His cultivation has actually broken through. He has reached the Grand Dao Hongming realm? How is this possible? How did he break through? The elders of the heavenly court were all stunned. After all, they had been waiting for Lin Xingyo to be killed by the blood demon ancestor, but now Lin Xingyo had broken through. He had directly advanced from the Grand Dao Void Heaven realm to the Grand Dao Hongming realm. This scene was truly shocking to everyone. After all, they all knew. Lin Xingyo had once been just a supreme realm expert, but now he had reached the Grand Dao Hongming realm. His speed of cultivation was simply terrifying, because it was far too fast. Monkey, this is getting interesting. Seeing this, the blood demon ancestor's lips curled into a sinister smile. I thought it would be boring and I could kill you with a single strike, but I didn't expect you to break through. This is getting interesting. It seems I'll have to use all my strength to kill you now, or I won't be able to take down this monkey today. Himph, do you think you can still kill me? Lin Xingyo looked at the blood demon ancestor and said, Blood demon ancestor, are you ready to die? I'm about to kill you. You? Kill me? Just you, this monkey. Upon hearing this, the blood demon ancestor laughed instead of getting angry. Just broken through to the Grand Dao Hongming realm and you dare to say you can kill me. Do you know what realm I'm in? You're just a mere monkey, yet you dare to boast about killing me. That's truly laughable. Blood demon ancestor, I admit you were strong just now. Lin Xingyo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then waved his devouring god spear and suddenly shot toward the blood demon ancestor. But now that I've broken through, killing you is as easy as crushing a chicken or breaking a tile. Insect. The blood demon ancestor's brows furrowed deeply, and an overwhelming aura of Sa-Yi instantly spread across his face. No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand my blood wheel. Die. With a furious roar, he summoned the blood wheel, which shot towards Lin Xingyo like a thunderbolt, ready to strike him down. Devouring God Spear. Kill. Seeing the blood wheel coming at him, Lin Xingyo immediately raised his devouring God Spear and thrust it directly at the blood demon ancestor. Clang! The devouring God Spear violently collided with the blood wheel, and in an instant, a terrifying shockwave erupted at the point of impact. Devouring God Spear. Kill. With one strike already delivered, Lin Xingyo immediately launched another, and in a flash, his spear once again slammed into the blood wheel. The blood demon ancestor's eyes no longer held their previous calm, as he had felt the power of Lin Xingyo's attack. Monkey, you are indeed impressive. The blood demon ancestor's cold gaze pierced through Lin Xingyo with an icy chill. Then, like a blood-red lightning bolt, he charged at Lin Xingyo with a devastating blow. But you shouldn't have provoked me. I am now furious, and the consequences will be dire. You will surely be slain by me. Lin Xingyo snorted coldly upon seeing this. He immediately activated the 3 supreme bones behind his back, and with a flick of his devouring god spear, he struck out at the blood demon ancestor. Monkey, you shall die. Seeing Lin Xingyo's attack coming, the blood demon ancestor swiftly swung his blood wheel, striking down at Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo, in response, fiercely thrust his devouring god spear towards the blood demon ancestor. Clang! Lin Xingyo's spear, moving from below, clashed with the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel. In the next instant, Lin Xingyo's Jutian sword was unleashed. With a furious roar, the blood demon ancestor summoned the blood wheel and launched a swift, thunderous strike toward Lin Xingyo. Devouring God Spear. Kill. Seeing the blood wheel hurtling toward him, Lin Xingyo immediately raised his devouring God Spear and thrust it directly at the blood demon ancestor. Clang! The devouring god spear collided with the blood wheel, and in an instant, a terrifying shockwave exploded at the point of impact. Devouring god spear, kill? Lin Xingyo struck again, and with another powerful thrust, his spear once more slammed into the blood wheel. This time, the blood demon ancestor's eyes no longer held their previous calm, for he had felt the full force of Lin Xingyo's attack. Monkey, you are indeed formidable. The blood demon ancestor's icy gaze pierced through Lin Xingyo, and with the speed of a blood-red lightning bolt, he launched a devastating strike toward him. But you should not have provoked me. Now that I'm angry, the consequences are dire. You will surely be slain by my hand. Lin Xingyo let out a cold snort and immediately activated the 3 supreme bones at his back. With a flick of his devouring god spear, he launched a powerful strike at the blood demon ancestor. Monkey, meet your end. Seeing Lin Xingyo's attack coming, the blood demon ancestor swung his blood wheel and unleashed a deadly strike toward him. Lin Xingyo, in response, raised his spear and delivered a fierce counterattack. Clang! Lin Xingyo's spear clashed with the blood demon ancestor's blood wheel, and in the next moment, his devouring god spear struck again, aiming directly at the blood demon ancestor. Chapter 6:14. One step, one kill. Heaven-shattering sword, slice? Lin Xingyo swung the heaven-shattering sword in his hand, and instantly a Tinjong-wide sword beam shot out, descending directly toward blood demon ancestor. Blood moon twin wheels kill? Blood demon ancestor's body trembled, and a blood wheel rose behind him, colliding directly with Lin Xingyo's descending heaven-shattering sword. Clang! Lin Xingyo's heaven-shattering sword slammed into blood demon ancestor's blood wheel, and the sword beam pressed downward, shattering the surrounding void in an instant. However, Lin Xingyo's sword momentum did not stop. It continued to descend toward blood demon ancestor, who was completely enraged by the situation. After all, in his eyes, Lin Xingyo was no more than a monkey. But now, Lin Xingyo was actually suppressing him. Blood demon ancestor could not tolerate this, for he was supposed to be invincible. How could he endure being suppressed by Lin Xingyo? Kill! Blood demon ancestor was utterly enraged. He stomped his foot, and the surrounding void shattered. In the next moment, 12 blood-red avenues rose around him, like 12 blood-red dragons, charging furiously at Lin Xingyo. Path of life and death, rise. Facing blood demon ancestor's attack, Lin Xingyo immediately activated the path of life and death. In an instant, the 8 trigrams sealed the sky, the universe reversed, and 6 gates of reincarnation emerged, circulating with the power of reincarnation. Ancestor, retreat quickly. Surrounding deities, seeing Lin Xingyo activate the path of life and death, all shouted in panic, hoping blood demon ancestor would escape immediately. But blood demon ancestor was disdainful. He did not take Lin Xingyo seriously and charged at Lin Xingyo's domain like lightning. Snap! Blood demon ancestor's Tao force rotated, launching a frenzied assault on Lin Xingyo's domain, as if trying to shatter his 6 paths of reincarnation. However, Lin Xingyo had now reached the Grand Tao primordial realm. If he were still in the Grand Tao void realm, he would not have been able to trap blood demon ancestor. But now, trapping blood demon ancestor was a piece of cake, for he had the power to do so. Blood demon ancestor was completely enraged. He was now completely trapped by Lin Xingyo's path of life and death. He regretted not escaping quickly earlier. If he hadn't fallen into Lin Xingyo's domain, Lin Xingyo wouldn't have been able to trap him. But now, it was too late. Lin Xingyo's domain had trapped blood demon ancestor. Despite his strength, he had no way to break free from Lin Xingyo's domain and was completely at a disadvantage. This is bad. Blood demon ancestor's face darkened as he felt his blood essence becoming unstable. In an instant, his life force was stripped away, quickly being absorbed by Lin Xingyo. His skin withered, and his blood-red hair turned white. He soon lacked even the strength to breathe. He was aging rapidly. He was about to die. His internal organs had dried up. In the blink of an eye, his life force was completely drained by Lin Xingyo. Crack! Blood demon ancestor finally shattered, completely drained and destroyed by Lin Xingyo, his entire life force absorbed. Wow, his power is terrifying. All living beings around, seeing this, widened their eyes, staring at Lin Xingyo as if petrified. In just a breath, he drained Blood Demon Ancestor. This is too terrifying. Hearing this, all living beings shivered, especially the few deities who had attacked Lin Xingyo earlier, who almost immediately wanted to flee. Want to escape? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo instantly chased after them. I haven't agreed to that. The surrounding deities, seeing this, immediately scattered and fled in different directions. But Lin Xingyo, having mastered the path of life and death, saw them all fleeing and instantly stomped his foot, completely sealing the surrounding void. Monkey, you dare? Surrounding gods, facing Lin Xingyo's ceiling, were all in panic. What do you intend to do to us? Do you plan to kill us all? What do you think? Lin Xingyo, holding a blood-dripping sword, gazed coldly at the sealed gods. Shouldn't I kill you? Monkey, you can't do this. Surrounding gods all panicked. We are gods, exalted deities. You can't kill us, because we are gods. Lin Xingyo laughed, finding these fools still asleep. The battle had already reached their doorstep. Yet these guys were still claiming to be gods. What did being a god matter now? If Lin Xingyo wanted them dead, could they still live? Pft, pft, pft. Lin Xingyo struck, thrusting his sword through a deity's head, then stepping over it without even glancing back. Monkey, how dare you? Surrounding gods, seeing this, were all furious, glaring at Lin Xingyo. But Lin Xingyo ignored their expressions, holding the blood-dripping sword and walking forward. In full view of countless onlookers, he slowly raised his hand and beheaded a deity with a single sword strike. Monkey, you! Surrounding deities were all terrified, knowing Lin Xingyo had no mercy. His eyes were filled with nothing but slaughter, and he would soon kill them. Facing this, they were truly afraid, looking at Lin Xingyo with utter fear, because they all feared death, and they were powerless to resist, all like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, for Lin Xingyo had completely sealed them with his temporal power. Their strength was equal to Lin Xingyo's. But at this moment, they were all immobilized by Lin Xingyo's temporal power. They were all doomed. Now, Lin Xingyo could kill at will, having completely subdued them, and Lin Xingyo showed no mercy, raising and lowering his blood-dripping sword, instantly beheading a dozen deities, and his slaughter did not stop. He continued to walk forward, killing as he went. One step, one kill, 1,000 miles, no survivors. Wherever he passed, heads rolled, corpses piled up. Whether you were a deity or a heavenly soldier, encountering Lin Xingyo meant certain death by a single sword strike. Chapter 6:15. If you don't submit, fight. Damn it! Seeing this, the deities of the heavenly court were all enraged, each one glaring at Lin Xingyo with extreme fury. Ancestor, it's time. Some deities of the heavenly court turned to the observing ancestors and said, all these ants have entered their predetermined positions. If we act now, we can immediately wipe them all out. Wait, just a little longer. The ancestors of the heavenly court replied, the situation in the 36 heavens is complex, especially the rebel forces in the south, north, and west. They haven't all entered the ambush range of the extermination array yet. The deities of the heavenly court clenched their teeth, knowing that the current situation was indeed as the ancestors described. Initially, they had planned to lure the enemy in. But now, the tempo, it was clearly different from what they had envisioned. Lin Xingyo's advance was much faster than the other three directions. Lin Xingyo had already breached the first heaven. In contrast, Dugu Batian and his forces were still stuck outside the 36 heavens, unable to break through as swiftly as Lin Xingyo. The observing ancestors looked at Lin Xingyo with deep hatred. Yet, they couldn't activate the extermination array now, because Dugu Batian and his forces hadn't entered the range where they could be eliminated by the array. So, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Xingyo broke through the defenses of the 36 heavens, unable to activate the array to kill him. Ancestor, we can't stand this anymore. Some impatient deities of the heavenly court said, since the extermination array isn't being activated, we are willing to descend to the 36 heavens and kill this wretch. Fine, then. The void ancestor of the heavenly court replied, if you wish to kill him, then descend. Preferably, eliminate him in the 36 heavens. Upon hearing this, the impatient deities couldn't hold back their cold gazes as they turned towards Lin Xingyo. In the next instant, they transformed into streaks of light and shot down from the heavenly court towards the 36 heavens. Lin Xingyo, who had just beheaded a deity with his extermination sword, suddenly looked up towards the sky. He saw 36 streaks of light rushing towards him from the void. Instantly, Lin Xingyo swung his extermination sword and charged towards the incoming 36 beams of light with lightning speed. This monkey! The 36 deities descending from the void saw Lin Xingyo daring to counterattack them and immediately erupted in fury. He's challenging us. Kill him. Kill. Lin Xingyo, seeing this, swung his devouring spear and thrust it like a lightning bolt at a nearby deity. Clang! The deity approaching Lin Xingyo immediately summoned a giant blade and slashed down with extreme force at Lin Xingyo's devouring spear. In an instant, the spear clashed with the blade. But, the next moment, before Lin Xingyo could strike again, the surrounding deities all attacked him simultaneously. In an instant, 36 divine lights, like shooting stars, rained down on Lin Xingyo. Colorless domain activate. Golden light Buddha wall, open. Facing the attack of 36 deities, Lin Xingyo immediately activated his colorless domain and golden light Buddha wall. Instantly, the 36 divine lights struck his colorless domain and golden light Buddha wall. Crack, crack, crack. The 36 divine lights engulfed Lin Xingyo, and the shockwaves exploded at the point of impact. Everyone thought Lin Xingyo would be annihilated by the 36 divine lights. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo's golden light Buddha wall exploded, releasing a series of terrifying counterattack waves that swept towards the 36 deities. Pft, pft, pft. The 36 deities, almost simultaneously, groaned in pain and were sent flying by the backlash of the golden light Buddha wall. Wow! All the creatures engaged in battle around them widened their eyes and opened their mouths, completely stunned by Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo's move was too powerful. With just the colorless domain and golden light Buddha wall, he repelled 36 deities. Witnessing this, everyone around was dumbfounded. But the slaughter didn't stop. Instead, it intensified. Gai Joshan, Iron-Armed Divine Monkey, and others simply glanced at the scene before launching a massive counterattack. Now, they led their forces like a torrent, sweeping through the heavenly soldiers and generals of the heavenly court. Of course, their attacks weren't aimless. They formed terrifying formations, advancing and retreating to engulf the surrounding heavenly soldiers and generals. All warriors charge! The mountain-backed giant wielded 2 giant axes and, with a wave of his hand, led his troops to sweep through the scattered heavenly soldiers and generals alongside the iron-armed divine monkey's advance. These scattered heavenly soldiers and generals had barely recovered their senses before being slain by the mountain-backed giant and his troops. Kill! The iron-armed divine monkey led the Tongbi divine ape and the other 2 divine monkeys in relentless forward charges, while the mountain-backed giant and his forces cleared the battlefield behind them. This coordinated advance quickly broke through layer after layer of the heavenly soldiers and generals' defenses. Kill, kill, kill. Meanwhile, Dugu Batian and his forces also launched a fierce offensive, advancing towards the southern heavenly gate of the 36 heavens. However, the 36 heavens of the heavenly court were like a circular, stepped structure. The closer Dugu Batian's forces advanced, the stronger the counterattacks from the 36 heavens became, and the more formidable their forces appeared. However, these defenses struggled to hold against Dugu Batian's relentless offensive. After all, the war had been raging for 8,000 years. Now, Dugu Batian and his forces had launched a full-scale attack on the heavenly court, and they were an undefeated army. Over the 8,000 years of war, Batian had suppressed the heavenly court's forces in the immortal realm to the 36 heavens. Now, if they could conquer the 36 heavens and march to the 4 gates of the heavenly court, they could completely annihilate it. Batian had been waiting for this day for countless years. Since the time when the Nether Emperor and several immortal figures sealed the immortal realm, the Demon Palace had inherited the mission of exterminating the heavenly court, killing all the invaders from the primordial heavenly realm. Over countless eras, the Demon Palace had never fulfilled this mission, and instead, the strength of the heavenly court had grown stronger over the years. The Demon Palace had been suppressed. Over the years, the Demon Palace had gradually reached a state of equilibrium with the heavenly court. It wasn't until Lin Xingyo's emergence that this balance was finally shattered. What surprised Batian even more was the events that unfolded when Chu Yun led her forces from the spirit realm to the immortal realm, which directly broke the balance of countless eras. What was even more incredible was that this balance was tilting in their favor, and in just 8,000 years, the heavenly court in the immortal realm had been pushed to its current state. The heavenly court was now surrounded on all sides, and if nothing unexpected happened, this battle could completely wipe out the heavenly court. Of course, by now, Batian had investigated and found that all of this was secretly supported and planned by a faction called the Godly Palace. That's why the current situation had unfolded. And the leader of the Godly Palace, Batian discovered, to his surprise, was Lin Xingyo. Therefore, several thousand years ago, when Batian led Sima Haowen to the lower realms to discuss an alliance with the spirit realm, he first went to the illusory land to pay his respects to Lin Xingyo. Because he knew Lin Xingyo was dead, the forces he left behind were about to overthrow the heavenly court in the immortal realm. Witnessing this scene, Batian couldn't help but sigh. He had underestimated Lin Xingyo back then. Chapter 616. Activating the Execution Array. Ancestor, the time is ripe. These insignificant beings have completely entered the 36 heavens. They are now within the range of the Execution Array's annihilation. We can activate the Execution Array to exterminate them. The celestial deities of the heavenly court, observing the battle through the illusion mirror, collectively address the ancestors of the heavenly court. Activate. Seeing this, the ancestors of the heavenly court could no longer restrain themselves. After all, the heavenly court's forces were collapsing, unable to withstand Lin Xingyo and his allies' onslaught. Now that they had entered the 36 heavens, it was the moment for the heavenly court to mount a desperate counterattack. The ancestors could no longer hold back and immediately ordered the celestial deities to activate the execution array. They intended to use this grand formation to utterly annihilate Lin Xingyo and his forces. Upon receiving the order, the celestial deities took their positions and activated the execution array. In an instant, the 36 heavens were bathed in celestial light, and dazzling arrays of runes engulfed the entire realm. This is bad. The beings engaged in bloody battles across the 36 heavens, witnessing the reversal of the 8 trigrams and the swallowing of the heavens by the runic waves, exclaimed, "Those heavenly court deities have activated the execution array. They mean to crush us all? Humph, they won't have it so easy." Upon seeing this, Gaijushan and the others spoke up. They had long been prepared for the heavenly court's execution array, so they remained unflustered in the face of this crisis. Instead, they led their troops to charge even more swiftly towards the heavenly soldiers and generals of the 36 heavens. "Monkey, there's no point in resisting." The main deities besieging Lin Xingyo in the 36 heavens declared, "The execution array has already been activated. Your resistance is futile, and we will surely exterminate you today." Lin Xingyo ignored them and launched a rapid offensive against them. In this situation, words were superfluous. The only thing that mattered was to fight against any deity that dared to oppose them. So, Lin Xingyo refrained from wasting his breath, gripping the heaven-sundering sword and unleashing a furious assault. He was too lazy to engage in idle talk. If they displeased him, he would kill them first and ask questions later. With that thought, Lin Xingyo raised his sword and charged. The 36 heavenly deities began to counterattack with full force, as the execution array enhanced their combat power tenfold. Moreover, the array unleashed apocalyptic beams that targeted Lin Xingyo, compelling them to exert all their strength in their attacks. Heaven-sundering sword, kill. Lin Xingyo, however, fought with wild abandon. Facing the assault of the 36 deities, he immediately swung his heaven-sundering sword in a sweeping motion, clashing with the deities in an instant. Clang, clang. Lin Xingyo's sword swept and slashed, exchanging tens of thousands of moves with the 36 deities in an instant, shattering the surrounding tens of miles of void. In contrast, the situation for the iron-armed monkey and his comrades was far less relaxed. They were all facing the counterattacks of the execution array and the heavenly soldiers and generals, putting them in a difficult position. But they did not retreat. Instead, they accelerated their advance, wielding their weapons to cut down waves of heavenly soldiers and generals. However, the execution array above was formidable, making every step they took extremely difficult, and they were constantly at risk of being struck down by the divine beams shot from the array. Pew pew pew. As the iron-armed monkey charged forward, a beam suddenly shot down from the 8 trigrams diagram in the void. The iron-armed monkey spun his iron staff and struck the incoming beam with a powerful blow. In an instant, his staff collided with the beam, unleashing a burst of explosive energy at the point of impact. Although this force did not harm the iron-armed monkey, the surrounding beings who failed to dodge in time were not so fortunate, almost all being obliterated by the force. Pew pew pew. As the iron-armed monkey's strike landed, tens of thousands of world-destroying beams shot towards him like lightning. In an instant, a warship, a horse, and countless powerful beings were all swallowed by the beams. Roar, roar, roar. On the battlefield of the 36 heavens, countless powerful beings charged forward, roaring in fury. They were not afraid of death, but they could not accept dying in such a humiliating manner. The heavenly court dared not confront them head-on, resorting to such despicable tactics. The beings before them were enraged. They were determined to slaughter these vile deities. Ancestors, it's time for you to act. At the southern heavenly gate, Dugu Baitian raised his long blade and slashed forward, unleashing a 10,000 zhang forceful slash. Shatter the heavenly court's execution array. Then we can utterly annihilate these vile deities. Boom, boom, boom. As Dugu Baitian's voice fell, the void trembled, and 24 giant hands tore through the heavens, appearing above the 36 heavens. They struck at the heavenly court's execution array, seemingly intent on ripping it apart. Soldiers, charge! Seeing this, Dugu Baitian raised his giant blade and slashed out fiercely, roaring, "The execution array above will be shattered by our ancestors. We must exterminate all these vile deities before us. Kill, kill, kill." The warriors engaged in the bloody battle of the 36 heavens roared with all their might, then swiftly raised their weapons and charged towards the heavenly soldiers and generals. Ancestors, what should we do? The celestial deities of the heavenly court, seeing this, panicked and exclaimed, "These monkeys have gone mad. They are charging at us without regard for their lives. We fear we cannot hold out." Panic, what? The ancestors of the heavenly court responded, "These monkeys haven't even broken through yet, and even if they do, we still have means to annihilate them all." The surrounding deities, seeing the enraged ancestors, were all stunned, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. They dared not speak. After all, the ancestors were furious, and the situation had become perilous. No matter what they said now, it would be useless. Moreover, this was a fight for the very existence of the heavenly court. If they won this battle, they could reign over the immortal realm for countless years, even breaking free from the confines of the immortal realm and returning to the primordial immortal world. But if they lost this battle, they would be utterly destroyed, ceasing to exist. They had always faced such a situation, and it was impossible for them not to feel anxious. There's no need to panic. Just as the deities were in a state of panic, a voice suddenly rang out. Looking up, the deities saw Xiao Liang stepping on a seven-colored auspicious cloud, with rings of clouds exploding behind him as he approached them. Let these monkeys wreak havoc for a while longer. Then I will surely annihilate them all. Ancestors. Seeing this, the deities all knelt down. The ancestors behind them also lowered their heads, each paying their respects to Xiao Liang, for he now stood at the pinnacle of practitioners, having reached the invincible primordial heavenly Tao realm. His combat power was the absolute ceiling. Although the demon palace also had a demon ancestor who had reached this realm, in terms of strength, Xiao Liang was undoubtedly superior. Now that Xiao Liang had appeared, the monkeys of the 36 heavens would struggle in vain. After all, with Xiao Liang present, the heavenly court was invincible, and these monkeys would undoubtedly meet their end. Ancestors, please take action to eliminate that anomaly. Chapter 6:17. With me, there is no defeat. A variable? Interesting. Xiao Liang, upon hearing this, immediately turned his gaze toward Lin Xingyo in the illusionary mirror and said, "This little monkey is still alive. That's quite unexpected. Ancestor, please strike again and kill him." Seeing this, the Cloud Sky Ancestor and the others once again pleaded with Xiao Liang. No need to rush. Xiao Liang casually glanced at Lin Xingyo in the illusionary mirror, then nonchalantly walked up the steps of the Lingxiao Palace, saying, "Let this monkey battle the 36 heavenly generals for a while longer. After all, he's just an insignificant monkey. I'll deal with him later when the time is right." The Cloud Sky Ancestor and the others dared not object. Even the Heavenly Emperor, who had been seated on the dragon throne, quickly stood aside in a humble posture, not daring to speak. In contrast, Xiao Liang directly took the dragon throne for himself and scanned the crowd below with his eyes. "Ancestor, the current battle situation is unfavorable to us." The celestial deities of the heavenly court all spoke up, addressing Xiao Liang. "Ancestor, would it be possible for you to intervene and turn the tide?" "Don't panic," Xiao Liang said from his seat on the dragon throne. "These are just a bunch of monkeys. No matter how much they stir, they won't affect the overall situation. Let them fight for now. After all, the one from the demon palace hasn't made a move yet. We'll see what happens when he appears." The surrounding deities dared not argue further. Xiao Liang was right. Now was not the best time for him to act, as the demon palace's Mingmo ancestor had yet to appear. If Xiao Liang, such a powerful being, intervened now, and Mingmo ancestor joined the fight later, the consequences could be disastrous. Not only would the deities of the 36 heavens be annihilated in their clash, but the entire heavenly court might be obliterated. There's no need to be anxious. Xiao Liang looked at Lin Xingyo in the illusionary mirror and said, "This battle is nothing more than a petty squabble among ants. In the end, Mingmo ancestor will naturally appear, and the final outcome will be decided at the negotiation table. We'll offer them some benefits, and they'll retreat. As for this monkey, Lin Xingyo, Xiao Liang, will not let him off." The celestial deities dared not utter a word. After all, Xiao Liang was the ultimate ancestor of the heavenly court, the final pillar of support. Whatever he said was law. Therefore, the deities kept silent, their only hope being that the 36 heavenly generals could eliminate Lin Xingyo first. However, the 36 heavenly generals fighting Lin Xingyo were inwardly groaning in frustration. The battle with Lin Xingyo had been far more unexpected than they had anticipated. Despite their combined strength as the 36 heavenly generals, they had yet to kill Lin Xingyo, leaving them both furious and exasperated. Kill. The 36 heavenly generals, surrounding Lin Xingyo, completely lost their composure. They charged at him like madmen, but Lin Xingyo showed no mercy, counterattacking with full force. Battle Saint Technique, activate. Ancient Bloodline, activate. Lin Xingyo wielded both a sword and a spear, instantly unleashing the Battle Saint Technique and his ancient bloodline. In an instant, his aura surged by several dozen times, and his combat power skyrocketed. Bronze Cauldron, attack? Lin Xingyo went berserk, darting toward one of the heavenly generals. As he hurled the Bronze Cauldron, the Zhutian sword slashed down with a devastating blow. Monkey, you're seeking death? Seeing Lin Xingyo's sword descending, the heavenly general went berserk, raising his giant blade to meet the attack with lightning speed. Clang! Lin Xingyo's sword clashed with the heavenly general's blade. This time, however, Lin Xingyo didn't just clash. He shattered the blade with a single strike and decapitated the heavenly general. Bang! After beheading the heavenly general, Lin Xingyo didn't stop. He kicked the severed head, shattering it and obliterating the soul within. Wow! The surrounding beings were stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Xingyo to be so powerful, killing a heavenly general with a single strike and obliterating his soul with a kick. The onlookers were left in shock. The heavenly general wasn't just any ordinary deity, but one with the strength of the great Dao Hongming realm. Yet, Lin Xingyo had killed him with such ease. Monkey, you deserve death 1,000 times over. The remaining heavenly generals reacted, charging at Lin Xingyo with deadly intent. Humph, come at me. Seeing them all charging, Lin Xingyo frowned slightly, then swung out the six-faced king of hell flags. Before the heavenly generals could react, he activated the Tao of life and death cycle. This is bad. The heavenly generals' expressions froze. Just as they realized they needed to escape, their path was already cut off. They couldn't escape. They were engulfed by Lin Xingyo's life and death domain. Earlier, they could have fled, but Lin Xingyo had already deployed the six-faced king of hell flags, trapping them all. The heavenly generals panicked. They knew they were doomed, trapped within Lin Xingyo's domain. Escaping would be next to impossible, as they had already witnessed the terrifying power of his life and death domain. What do we do? We're trapped by this monkey? Some of the heavenly generals began to panic. If we can't escape, we'll all die here. Don't panic. The fire department's chief god, Xingmantian, said, although this monkey has trapped us, we're not alone. We're 35 heavenly generals. If we all exert our strength together, we can break his domain. Yes, yes, yes. Other heavenly generals agreed. This monkey hasn't just trapped a few of us. He's trapped all of us. This is our chance to break his domain. Kill. The trapped heavenly generals all regained their composure, their eyes gleaming with determination. They saw this as an opportunity to eliminate Lin Xingyo. In an instant, they all attacked, unleashing a barrage of assaults on Lin Xingyo's domain. They aimed to shatter his domain. They sought to kill Lin Xingyo through this opportunity, but how could he let them? He activated the devouring heaven technique, greedily absorbing the life force of those within the life and death domain. In an instant, ancient, weathered gates within the domain opened, releasing a terrifying suction force that relentlessly drained the life force of those present. Damn it! This monkey is despicable. He's greedily sucking our life force. He's so dishonorable, so shameless. The heavenly generals trapped within the life and death domain screamed in agony, their faces filled with horror. Their strength, especially their life force, was being drained uncontrollably, like a flood breaking through a dam. They panicked. Facing this situation, almost all the heavenly generals were in a state of panic. They knew what was coming, their faces filled with despair. They didn't want to die. There was no choice before them, as they were already trapped within Lin Xingyo's domain of life and death. They could not break free, and thus, death was certain. Domain of life and death, break for me. The 35 heavenly generals began to go berserk, each unleashing their full strength and launching a frenzied assault on Lin Xingyo's domain of life and death. They had no choice. They had to give it their all, for this was the only path before them. If they could not break through Lin Xingyo's domain of life and death, they would all die here. There was no other option but to risk everything, pouring all their strength into shattering his domain. However, could Lin Xingyo allow them to succeed? After all, he had gone to great lengths to trap them all. Now, he naturally intended to drain them dry and kill them all. 24-petal Chaos Black Lotus, rise. Though Lin Xingyo wanted to kill them all, he dared not be careless. Instead, he summoned the 24-petal Chaos Black Lotus and, without hesitation, began to attack the heavenly generals trapped within the domain of life and death. Quick, break through this domain of life and death? Seeing this, the surrounding heavenly generals all cried out in panic. If we don't, we'll all die. We must break through it at all costs. Ancestor, please make your move. Seeing the situation, the Cloud Sky Ancestor turned to Xiao Liang and pleaded, otherwise, they will all perish. This monkey. Xiao Liang's brow furrowed, and in an instant, he slowly raised his hand, aiming a powerful grasp toward Lin Xingyo. The void of the 36 heavens cracked, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal black hand, as tall as the heavens, emerged within the great array of slaughter. In the next moment, this black hand crushed the heavens and descended from the void like a bolt of lightning, striking directly at Lin Xingyo. Ha ha ha! This monkey won't survive this. The deities of the heavenly court, seeing Xiao Liang's move, rejoiced instantly. Wow, who is making such an attack? The iron-armed divine monkeys engaged in battle couldn't help but exclaim, such an attack could obliterate anything. The opponent aims to utterly annihilate our master. Ha ha ha. The 25 heavenly generals trapped within the domain of life and death all burst into laughter. Look, the ancestor has made his move. He is helping us kill this monkey. But, the next moment, their expressions froze, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they stared at a green blade light that appeared in the void, utterly petrified. Their faith crumbled. Their faith crumbled. They realized their doom was inevitable, for the ultimate weapon of the demon palace had struck, shattering Xiao Liang's descending palm with a single slash. Mingyamo ancestor, you've finally held back no longer. Seeing his palm aimed at Lin Xingyo sliced apart by a blade light, Xiao Liang immediately stood up and stepped out like a bolt of lightning. Are you making your move now? Xiao Liang, we should have had this battle long ago. The void trembled as an old man with snow-white hair, dressed in red and holding a bamboo staff, appeared above the 36 heavens. For years, we've both held back, but today, we can fight without restraint. Chapter 6:18. The End of Everything. Old man, I've been looking forward to this day for quite some time. Xiao Liang appeared directly above the void, saying, but I can see that your lifespan is nearly exhausted. With your current state, can you truly fight me? The demon lord of the netherworld did not respond verbally. Instead, he directly stomped his foot, slamming it down on the great array of the slaughtering immortals beneath him. In an instant, the array that had been blocking Lin Xingyo and the others was shattered by the demon lord's stomp. In the next moment, the demon lord struck out, slashing fiercely at Xiao Liang with a blade. Old man, don't you even want to say a few words to me? Seeing the demon lord attack, Xiao Liang couldn't help but strike back with a palm, saying, and don't you think this farce can end now? A farce? The demon lord almost laughed at this statement, for he certainly didn't consider this a farce. On the contrary, he saw it as a golden opportunity to utterly annihilate the heavenly court. This was no mere farce. It was a life and death struggle, a battle that even the previous emperor of the netherworld couldn't resolve. The demon lord of the netherworld intended to lead the demon palace to crush the heavenly court and dominate the entire eastern star domain. Old man, I know what's on your mind. Seeing the scornful smile on the demon lord's face, Xiao Liang said, but I still feel obliged to remind you kindly. The heavenly court is no pushover, and as long as I, Xiao Liang, am here, you will never easily crush it. Is that so? Xiao Liang couldn't help but laugh outright, for he didn't share this view. Although Xiao Liang was powerful, the demon lord of the netherworld was confident he could slay him. No matter what you say today, I have no interest in further conversation. My only belief now is to kill you at all costs. Fine, then let's fight first and talk later. Seeing that the demon lord was unwilling to negotiate, Xiao Liang didn't waste time. He clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch directly at the demon lord. In response, the demon lord raised his hand and slashed at Xiao Liang with his blade. Their attacks were simple and unadorned, much like the clash of two martial artists, Yet the shockwaves from their blows tore through the heavens, shattering the surrounding void as if it were glass. Warriors of the Demon Palace attack? Seeing this, Dugubatian struck down a heavenly god with a single slash, then raised his blood-dripping blade and shouted to all the soldiers of the Demon Palace, "Victory is within reach. Charge!" The surrounding soldiers were ignited with the flames of battle, roaring as they charged forward with all their might, wielding their weapons to strike down the heavenly soldiers and generals. Screams, roars, howls. These sounds had completely engulfed this world, leaving only bloodshed and slaughter in sight. Countless lives fell, countless others surged forward, all locked in battle, all engaged in a desperate struggle. Heaven-swallowing art, absorb? Lin Xingyo, of course, wouldn't waste any time. He immediately activated the heaven-swallowing art, rapidly absorbing the 35 heavenly gods trapped within the domain of life and death.
No.
The 35 heavenly gods were utterly panicked, for their life force was rapidly being stripped from their bodies. Their skin dried up at an alarming rate. Their cultivation was swiftly being drained by Lin Xingyo. Faced with this, they were utterly terrified, for they knew this was a matter of life and death. Unable to break free from Lin Xingyo's domain of life and death, they were doomed to die. No, I don't want to die. The 35 heavenly gods went berserk. They refused to accept their fate and launched desperate attacks on Lin Xingyo's domain. But how could they break through? After all, this was Lin Xingyo's domain formed by 5 great Tao. Within it, Lin Xingyo was the master, controlling everything. If he willed them to die, not a single one could escape. Monkey, please spare us. Seeing no way out, the 35 heavenly gods suddenly begged Lin Xingyo, "If you spare us, we are willing to serve you as slaves. You've always liked taking slaves, haven't you?" "I don't need them." Lin Xingyo shrugged, completely ignoring them. At this moment, all he wanted was to absorb them completely and break through to face Xiaoyang in battle. "Monkey, you." The 35 heavenly gods were utterly desperate. They knew Lin Xingyo would not spare them. Lin Xingyo showed no hesitation or mercy. He absorbed the 35 heavenly gods alive, and in the next moment, his power of the domain of life and death erupted, sweeping toward the heavenly soldiers and generals of the 36 heavens. No. The heavenly soldiers and generals, already engaged in bloody battle, saw Lin Xingyo's power of the domain of life and death approaching and instantly panicked, shouting, "Run! Run! Wanna run!" Seeing the heavenly soldiers and generals trying to flee, Lin Xingyo immediately accelerated his domain of life and death, engulfing them, saying, "None of you will escape. All of you will stay here." Damn, this guy is a demon. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals wailed, "He's going to devour us all." The surrounding heavenly soldiers and generals were in dire straits, for they were all pulled into Lin Xingyo's domain of life and death. Lin Xingyo didn't hold back, immediately launching a fierce absorption. He was eager to face Xiaoyang in battle, but his strength was insufficient, so he resorted to this method, enveloping all the heavenly soldiers and generals he could reach in the 36 heavens and draining their cultivation and life force. At this point, Lin Xingyo knew there was no room for false mercy. After all, these heavenly soldiers and generals were enemies, so he didn't hold back, absorbing them completely. Xiaoyang. Lin Xingyo took a deep breath, swallowing the surging power he had absorbed in one go. In an instant, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Pop, pop. As soon as he absorbed the power, Lin Xingyo felt as if some shackles had been broken. His strength had risen by 2 realms. At this very moment, he had broken through to the primordial Tao realm. He had achieved the state of unity with heaven and earth, the convergence of myriad laws, and the ability to manifest his words as reality. In an instant, his great completion, ancient saint physique, and ancient bloodline were ignited with fervor. Xiaoyang, prepare to die. Lin Xingyo suddenly widened his eyes. Then with a flourish of the slaughtering heaven's sword in his hand, he shot fiercely toward Xiaoyang, who was engaged in battle with the demon lord of the netherworld in the void. Slaughtering heaven's sword, kill? Lin Xingyo's slaughtering heaven's sword led the way as he delivered a powerful slash directly at Xiao Liang. Monkey, you dare to fight me? Seeing Lin Xingyo charging at him, Xiao Liang suddenly turned and delivered a powerful punch toward Lin Xingyo, saying, "You're courting death. Is that so?" Lin Xingyo sneered, and the Tao of the domain of life and death surrounding him surged with the slaughtering heaven sword as he slashed fiercely at Xiao Liang. Emperor's fist break. Xiao Liang's iron fist, accompanied by ear-piercing sonic booms, collided with Lin Xingyo's slaughtering heaven sword. In an instant, the power of their primordial Tao realms clashed violently. Crack! The two earth-shattering forces exploded at the point of impact, but the next moment, the demon lord of the netherworld's giant blade, wrapped in circles of Tao radiance, slashed toward Xiao Liang. Fight! Xiao Liang's furious roar echoed, and he immediately clenched his fist, delivering a powerful punch toward the demon lord's giant blade. Pft, pft, pft. This time, Xiao Liang couldn't withstand the blow, and he was struck by the demon lord's blade, spitting blood. But before he could react, Lin Xingyo, who had just landed a slash, struck again. 6 paths of reincarnation fist break. Lin Xingyo's 6 paths of reincarnation fist surged forth, and he unleashed a lightning-fast punch directly at Xiao Liang. However, just as Xiao Liang managed to block Lin Xingyo's 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the slaughtering heaven sword and the devouring god spear from Lin Xingyo struck again. Roar! Xiao Liang was driven completely mad. The wheel of heavenly Tao spun around him, and a vast, overwhelming divine radiance surged into the sky. The full power of the primordial Tao realm erupted. Xiao Liang went berserk, unleashing countless devastating moves at Lin Xingyo and the others in an instant. However, trapped between two invincible primordial Tao realm masters, he was ultimately no match. Lin Xingyo and the demon lord of the netherworld combined their might and obliterated Xiao Liang into a bloody mist. His soul was directly refined and destroyed. In the end, Xiao Liang met a fate worse than death. His soul was annihilated, leaving him with no burial ground. As for the heavenly court, the situation was dire. They were utterly overwhelmed and could not withstand the onslaught of Du Gu Batian and the others. The 36 heavens were breached. Finally, the 4 gates of the heavenly court were shattered, and the entire heavenly court was wiped out. The heavenly court ceased to exist in the immortal realm. The so-called gods of the heavenly court were almost completely eradicated. Their presence was no longer found in the immortal realm. After this battle, Lin Xingyo was deified. He became an object of worship for everyone in the Eastern Star Domain, with stories of his legend spreading everywhere. He was hailed as the strongest being in the Eastern Star Domain. However, he did not stay in the immortal realm. He did not take control of the heavenly court either, for after the war, he disappeared. He vanished with Chu Yun and the others, leaving behind only his legend. Almost no one ever saw him again. Some said he returned to the spirit realm, where he lived the life of a hermit with Chu Yun and others, raising children and leading a secluded life. Others claimed that they embarked on a new journey. They took the path to ascend to the heavens and had already ventured into the Hongmeng heavenly realm. The end.